I hereby declare the closure of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Department. In the grand hall of Tony's villa, the television was replaying news from a few days prior. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, watching the footage, unable to suppress a smile, while also feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that after rescuing Tony from the cave, he had not caused any irreversible changes to the main storyline. Tony Stark had, as in the original narrative, closed the Weapons Development Division. Not long ago, Lin Feng was an unremarkable inhabitant of Blue Planet. While scrolling through short videos, he inadvertently dozed off, with his phone still playing the Avengers film. Suddenly, the sound of Tony Stark hammering metal echoed through the air, jolting him awake once more. To his astonishment, he found himself transported to the cave where Tony had once faced peril. Moreover, he had activated a system. For Lin Feng, who had often lamented the monotony of life, this was both surreal and exhilarating. The first task issued by the system was to assist Tony Stark in crafting the Iron Man armor. With a preemptive reward of 10 superhuman abilities derived from the invincible physique. Armed with this newfound strength, Lin Feng naturally led Tony away from his confinement in the cave. By rescuing Tony Stark, Lin Feng also earned his friendship, having traversed to this world as an undocumented individual. Lacking any form of identification or shelter, Lin Feng found himself temporarily residing in Tony Stark's seaside villa, as arranged by the latter. As Lin Feng turned off the television and rubbed his chin, he realized that a considerable amount of time had passed since he had rescued Tony Stark. It was time to focus on his second novice task. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng couldn't help but revisit the system's task list. Just the sight of the word superhuman next to the rewards was enough to ignite his fervor. Novice Task 1. Rescue Tony Stark. Task Reward. 10 superhuman invincible physique completed. Novice Task 2. Journey to outer space to receive radiation from a yellow star. The method is flexible. Task Reward. Complete abilities of superhuman invincible physique. Note, the system will only fully bind to the host after the completion of both novice tasks. The host must accomplish the novice tasks within 1 month. Otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. How many men and boys have dreamed of such powers? Super speed, super endurance, super strength? Not to mention the stylish yet practical heat rays, freezing breath, and more. The thought of possessing superhuman abilities made Lin Feng's heart race. Having tasted the sweetness of 10 superhuman power, he was now eager to complete the second novice task and experience the full extent of what it meant to be superhuman. As for the second novice task, venturing into outer space, while it was indeed challenging, it also bore a certain simplicity. In his previous life, Lin Feng would scarcely have had the opportunity to fly into the cosmos. Not only was the technology of the time prohibitive for ordinary citizens to board rockets, but even if it were permissible, he certainly lacked the financial means. However, Lin Feng now finds himself immersed in the realm of Marvel, where an array of cutting-edge technology dazzles the senses. Having rescued the affluent Tony Stark, soaring into outer space, in theory, should not pose a formidable challenge. With only a month to complete his novice task, Lin Feng is uncertain about the consequences of failure. Perhaps the system will unbind, leaving him stranded in the Marvel universe, albeit bereft of superhuman abilities. Alternatively, he may simply perish with no chance of returning. Regardless of the outcome, neither scenario aligns with Lin Feng's desires. In this predicament, he understands that seeking Tony Stark's assistance is his most expedient and reliable means of venturing into space. In doing so, he could acquire the full extent of Superman's powers. Though in the form of a steel-clad version, he could easily contend with even the likes of the Hulk. Superman's abilities would undoubtedly facilitate his navigation through the early narratives of Marvel with ease. Indeed, the plan is feasible. Lin Feng envisions a promising future, and in a moment of excitement, he leaps from the sofa, exuberantly throwing a series of punches resembling a foolish deer. Just as Lin Feng indulges in his revelry, Tony Stark returns to the villa after a day of dealing with reporters. Upon entering, he spots Lin Feng in a state of frenzy on the sofa. "Hey buddy, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much that sofa is worth?" The suddenly awakened Lin Feng, jolted by the unexpected voice, realizes Tony has returned. He awkwardly jumps off the sofa, patting the spot where he had been sitting. "Oh, Tony, welcome back. Hith. Huh. Tony snorts, taking a seat on the sofa. So, Lin, how are you settling in here? Lin Feng, feigning contemplation, strokes his chin and replies, It's all right, I suppose. All right? Buddy, do you know how much the sofa you just stepped on costs? $30,000. Tony rolls his eyes in disbelief. Oh, that's not important. We're friends, aren't we? When I have my own house, you can step on my sofa. Lin Feng, pretending to be generous, waves his hand dismissively, hoping to gloss over the matter. After all, he is currently penniless. I'm not that interested. Tony scoffs, yet refrains from disputing Lin Feng's claim of friendship. Although he is known for his sharp tongue, he begrudgingly accepts the title of friend for Lin Feng, who has shared hardships with him and even saved his life. In the days to come, Tony would find himself grateful for having such a friend, but that is a tale for another time. Speaking of houses, you already have one. Tony tosses a pile of documents to Lin Feng. Here is your identification, driver's license, and a villa in New York. This is a special arrangement. Tony gestures towards the property deed, raising an eyebrow. Pepper personally selected it for you. I'm sure you'll love it. Now, you can express your joy and properly thank the affluent Tony Stark. Tony boasts, flaunting the authority that comes with his wealth. Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, took the documents handed to him and opened them for a glance. Inside was an identification card, a property deed for a villa in the Twisting Waste area, spanning 600 square meters. Furthermore, there was a check for $5 million. Oh, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. I am immensely grateful to the magnate Tony Stark. This gift is truly commendable. With a raised brow and a cheerful disposition, Lin Feng accepted the documents, nodding appreciatively at Tony Stark. One must admit, despite his sharp tongue, Tony was remarkably considerate and sincere in his dealings. Goodness, has this young man just acquired his first property? No, rather, his first villa. Not wishing to stand on ceremony with Tony, after some light-hearted banter, Lin Feng resolved to share his aspirations of venturing into outer space. Speaking of which, Tony, Lin Feng slightly adjusted his posture, adopting an earnest demeanor. There's something quite significant I need your assistance with. Oh, do enlighten me. Noticing Lin Feng's serious tone, Tony raised an eyebrow and moved to fetch a bottle of whiskey from the bar. Pouring himself a glass, he slid an empty one toward Lin Feng, suggesting he serve himself if he desired. Lin Feng declined to pour, as he was unaccustomed to the taste of whiskey, and gestured upward, continuing, Tony, I wish to journey into outer space. Yes, the kind of journey one that takes me beyond Earth's atmosphere. I don't need to go too far, just to a location similar to that of a satellite. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback, his raised glass frozen midair. Outer space? The kind that requires leaving Earth? I must have misheard you. Indeed, Tony, the kind that entails departing from Earth, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Tony leaned forward with intrigue. Buddy, are you serious about this? Lin Feng's earnestness rendered Tony contemplative as he stroked his chin. All right, you genuinely mean it. I'm quite curious about what prompted this sudden desire to venture into outer space. Are you looking to sightsee? With Stark Industries' current capabilities, such a feat was entirely feasible, and the financial implications were mere trifles for Tony. Considering Stark's own commercial satellites. This isn't for sightseeing, Tony. I can only reveal that it pertains to my abilities. To successfully complete the novice task, Lin Feng decided to share a mix of truth and half-truth with Tony. He understood all too well that without a compelling rationale, Tony Stark would be reluctant to acquiesce to what seemed a rather madcap request. After all, at this juncture in time, sending someone into outer space carried significant risks, unlike the later period when Star-Lord made such journeys as commonplace. My abilities stem from solar radiation, Lin Feng continued. In outer space, devoid of atmospheric obstruction, I can maximize my absorption of radiation to enhance my powers considerably. You understand? At this point, Lin Feng made a fist gesture, raising an eyebrow at Tony. That moment. Within the confines of the cave, he struck a formidable blow that carved a substantial cavity into the mountainside. The cascading debris afforded Tony precious time to recharge his armor, leaving a lasting impression on him. Well, Lin, this is indeed a rather peculiar method of training. I have never encountered anything like it, Tony remarked, swirling his glass while shaking his head in astonishment. He recalled Lin Feng's incredible punch. which was astonishingly powerful, surpassing even that of the world champion boxer. Lin, I have been pondering a question. Tony shifted the conversation. I am rather curious if you are a mutant, considering that you... He mimicked Lin Feng's powerful swing. That certainly does not seem to be something an ordinary person could accomplish. In Tony's perception, only mutants possess capabilities that transcended normal human limits. I'm not a mutant, Tony, Lin Feng clarified. Indeed, his extraordinary punch could easily evoke thoughts of mutants, yet mutants couldn't stand against Superman. To be precise, my abilities stem from a legacy of bloodline. Lin Feng gestured vaguely in the air as he explained. I cannot articulate it very well, as I have only recently awakened my powers, and I am quite perplexed myself. Lin Feng told a half-truth, for half-truths are often the most difficult to discern. Over the past few days, he had conducted a thorough investigation of the current world via the internet, confirming that this was indeed a pure Marvel universe. Moreover, humanity in this realm had no knowledge of Superman. He could find no comics, videos, films, or discussions related to Superman. All right, Tony shrugged, indicating his acceptance of this explanation. So, do you promise to take me into outer space? Lin Feng inquired. Oh, that is quite simple for me, my friend. Since you wish to go, I shall take you there. Tony nonchalantly shrugged, deciding to oblige Lin Feng's request otherwise. He might be accused of being stingy. Feeling a sense of relief at Tony's agreement, Lin Feng was reassured he had anticipated that Tony would likely acquiesce. A week from now, Stark Industries will launch an artificial satellite. You can accompany it into space, Tony declared as he rose, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Now, you may go and inspect your new residence. You see, my villa does not typically welcome men aside from myself. Unless they are women, Tony said, half jokingly yet half seriously, ushering Lin Feng away. His villa had always been graced solely by cover girls for magazines, and he was not exaggerating. Go to the garage and select a vehicle, consider it a gift from me. After all, it's not easy to hail a cab around here. Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, Tony continued. All right. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing to Tony's arrangement. His goal had been achieved, and with a house of his own, Lin Feng was eager to see what his first villa would look like. He swiftly departed Tony's villa, cheekily driving off in Tony's R8 sports car. He recalls that this was Tony Stark's favorite car in the film, at least for the present. Well, Stark mentioned to choose freely, which is perfectly fine. Chapter 2. The Space First Class. Ready for takeoff as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Feng sped towards the villa, driving Tony's R8 sports car, eager to arrive before nightfall. Upon parking, he stepped towards his very first home. Before him lay a quaint two-story villa, magnificently situated in the heart of an expansive lawn, resembling a miniature estate. The minimalist architectural style was complemented by a modest fountain at the entrance, perpetually cascading crystal-clear water. What pleased Lin Feng most was the sizable swimming pool nestled in the backyard. Upon seeing it, Lin Feng's imagination began to wander. He envisioned joyful moments spent splashing around with his future partner. A thrill coursed through him as he pondered whom to choose as his wife. After all, the Marvel Universe boasted a plethora of stunning characters. Hela? Not quite. Wasn't he fond of dark circles under the eyes? They rather spoiled the allure. Natasha? Well, she certainly appealed to Lin Feng's taste. Yet, he felt that Wanda's robust charm was more to his liking. He couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand the allure of those two formidable women. Lost in reverie, Lin Feng thoroughly explored the villa, satisfaction swelling within him. The pristine cleanliness of the abode was maintained by dedicated housekeeping staff, sparing Lin Feng the need to lift a finger. He opened the refrigerator, revealing an array of exquisite ingredients, likely arranged by Pei Bo, ensuring that dinner was well in hand. He selected a steak and a bottle of beer. Recalling that he had once dabbled in simple culinary endeavors, preparing a steak was no daunting task for him, albeit his skills paled in comparison to those of a professional chef. The steak was soon sizzling to perfection, cooked to a delightful medium, Lin Feng's preferred texture. Seated at the dining table, he savored his meal while contemplating the path that lay ahead. He had traversed into the timeline of Iron Man 1. A pivotal moment when the Marvel narrative began to unfold dramatically. With future dangers lurking on the horizon, Lin Feng's mind was sharp and clear, aware that preparations were essential. In the main storyline, the most formidable foe, the Purple Potato, was likely still scouring the cosmos for the Infinity Stones. Captain America remained entombed beneath the ice. though he would soon be unearthed. Odin's dim-witted eldest son was probably on the verge of his banishment to Earth, and as for the Hulk, Lin Feng couldn't recall whether he arrived before or after Thor's descent to Earth. Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and others flitted through his thoughts. As Lin Feng chewed on a piece of steak, relishing its exquisite flavor, he mused about the luxuries of wealth. Presently, Peter Parker was merely a child, and Doctor Strange was still a surgeon. He had ample time for growth ahead. The thought of Doctor Strange led him to consider the wise and omniscient Ancient One. He wondered if his presence as a traveler had gone unnoticed by her. However, Lin Feng felt no particular trepidation regarding the Ancient One. She was not a being of bloodlust, and there was no reason for her to turn against him simply for being an outsider. After all, numerous extraterrestrials inhabited Blue Star without her taking action against them. Yet, he did recall that Superman seemed to possess notably low magical resistance. The extent of the deficiency remains indeterminate, as I have yet to experiment. However, a low magical resistance may very well evolve into my most significant and perilous vulnerability. A solution must be devised. Of course, the immediate priority is to complete the novice task too. Attaining the full array of Superman's abilities is paramount. Everything else can be addressed subsequently. Having satiated his hunger and thirst, Lin Feng ceased his contemplations. After a brief cleansing, he reclined upon the soft bed, gradually succumbing to the realm of dreams. Time, akin to Lin Feng's eager anticipation, swiftly elapsed, and soon a week had passed. On one particular morning, Lin Feng received a phone call. Upon glancing at the screen displaying Tony Stark's name, he raised an eyebrow, internally acknowledging the arrival of the moment. As the call connected, Tony's voice resonated. "Hey Lin, your journey into space is about to commence. Are you ready? Jarvis should have sent the address to your device. Make haste, my friend, or you'll miss the last shuttle." "Understood. I'll be there shortly," Lin Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips, his excitement palpable. Indeed, today marked the day he would truly transform into Superman. Skipping breakfast, he swiftly leapt into his R8 sports car, flooring the accelerator. The poor R8 emitted a plaintive roar as it sped toward the rocket launch site. An hour later, having nearly exhausted the vehicle, Lin Feng arrived at the scene, where Tony awaited him. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, Tony greeted him, and the two ascended in the elevator towards the rocket's apex, where a return capsule awaited, a seat for Lin Feng. Within the elevator, Tony tossed Lin Feng a black wristband. Lin Feng caught it and glanced down. "What is this?" he inquired, observing the black, circular metal piece adorned with an electronic display and seemingly equipped with an earpiece. "This is your ticket to the stars, Lin," Tony proclaimed, snapping his fingers flamboyantly. "Be serious," Lin Feng replied, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Tony. All right. You truly lack a sense of humor," Tony retorted. "Before elucidating, this is a posture detector with communication capabilities. It can monitor your posture in real time, and should any issues arise, you can contact Jarvis or reach out to me directly. In simpler terms, it's a communication device." Lin Feng understood and nodded, fastening the wristband around his arm. "Put on the earpiece. Jarvis will alert you to various protocols for entering space. It's time for you to board, my friend. I eagerly anticipate just how formidable you will become," Tony added with a wink. Tony's remark elicited a chuckle from Lin Feng. "Just how formidable? With a mere punch, I could render your iron armor obsolete. Is that sufficient strength? You shall be thoroughly astonished," Lin Feng asserted, his chin nodding defiantly in Tony's direction. "I'm not blind. I merely prefer sunglasses." Tony rolled his eyes before bursting into laughter once more. Lin Feng chuckled, his relationship with Tony having ascended to the heights of friendship. As they conversed, the elevator reached the apex of the rocket, arriving at the location of the return capsule. Tony was the first to step out, pressing a few buttons on the rocket, causing a hatch to slowly pop open. "Come aboard, mate," Tony called back. "Your seat is right here. When it's time to return, simply inform Jarvis through the earpiece, and he will bring you back." He nodded towards the earphone and gestured at the return capsule. "Should any issues arise, feel free to contact Jarvis or me." "Understood," Lin Feng replied, stepping into the return capsule, curiously examining his surroundings. This was Lin Feng's first experience traveling to space aboard a rocket, and a sense of wonder was only natural. The return capsule, dominated by a white aesthetic, was somewhat cramped, just sufficient for Lin Feng to sit comfortably. This was a makeshift arrangement. Initially, the rocket's launch had not been intended to carry a person. However, at Lin Feng's request, Tony had made some last-minute modifications. It must be said that despite Tony's brusque manner, His craftsmanship was indeed remarkable, truly deserving of the title often attributed to those burdened by the curse of knowledge. With the return capsule door securely closed, Tony took the elevator back down to the ground. The rocket's fuel was soon fully replenished, and it was rapidly approaching the countdown phase. The personnel around the rocket swiftly cleared the area, and the connection between the launch pad and the rocket was gradually severed. Everything was in place. The massive rocket carrying Lin Feng was on the verge of ignition and descent. In the rocket launch control room, Tony meticulously reviewed various rocket data. He instructed Jarvis to connect and thoroughly investigate any potential hazards. Originally, his presence at the launch was unnecessary, but with Lin Feng venturing into space, Tony made the effort to ensure his safety personally. The staff were acutely aware of their responsibilities, scrutinizing the data with heightened vigilance, under the watchful eye of the boss. Even the slightest error could result in dismissal. Having examined the return capsule for some time, Lin Feng had yet to uncover anything significant. He settled into the aircraft seat, fastening the safety harness, taking a deep breath, and calmly awaiting the rocket's ascent. The moment when he would transform into a superhero was drawing near, and the mingling of anxiety and anticipation invigorated Lin Feng's spirit. In this state of excitement, 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. Finally, the countdown for the rocket launch resonated in his earpiece, gripping the armrests of the spacecraft seat tightly. Lin Feng felt it was only natural to be nervous on his first rocket ride. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown echoed through his earpiece as Lin Feng slowly swallowed. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. With a tremendous roar, the rocket's tail erupted with a colossal flame, and the entire structure began to tremble as the fully combusted fuel enveloped half of the rocket in white smoke. A powerful thrust accompanied by vibrations surged through him as the enormous rocket soared straight upwards, ascending steadily with increasing velocity. The sensation of propulsion is exhilarating, far surpassing the experience of Tony's outdated R8. Inside the rocket, Lin Feng is not clad in a spacesuit, nonetheless. He possesses a remarkable 10 enhancement of physical prowess akin to that of a superhero. He effortlessly withstands the G-force exerted during the rocket's ascent. As the vehicle ascends at an astonishing speed, the booster rockets begin to disintegrate, and the main body swiftly breaches the atmosphere, reaching its designated orbit. A novel sensation of weightlessness envelopes Lin Feng, filling him with unparalleled delight. He realizes that the rocket has indeed departed from Earth. Unfastening his harness, Lin Feng gently floats toward the cabin's interior. Grasping the walls of the re-entry module, he climbs to the sole glass window, peering outside. Before him lies an infinite expanse of darkness, punctuated by twinkling stars. Not far from his vantage point, a colossal blue and white planet dominates much of his view. That is the blue planet, the very world he calls home. Unlike photographs, this is the first time Lin Feng has witnessed with his own eyes the nurturing sphere that has fostered countless lives. It is breathtaking. He retrieves his phone, activating the camera mode aimed at the window. Click. He captures several photographs, selecting the one he deems most exquisite to set as his lock screen wallpaper. The image of the blue planet, captured by his own hand, carries profound sentimental value. Turning back, he considers sharing this moment on social media. Such an experience is not one that everyone can claim. Ding. The familiar voice of the system resonates in his ears. Host detected in outer space. Please exit the module and face the sun to initiate evolution. The long-awaited system notification prompts Lin Feng to momentarily pause his photography as he digs into his ear. Half convinced he has misheard. Have I misunderstood, or has the system erred? It requests that I venture outside. If memory serves me correctly, outer space is a frigid minus 270 degrees, is it not? Indeed, host. Please proceed outside. As the system responds, Lin Feng feels a wave of confusion wash over him, his forehead adorned with a frown of disbelief. Are you certain you want me to step outside? I am not yet a fully realized superhero. Will I survive the exposure? Rest assured, host. Trust in the system. The voice reiterates, leaving Lin Feng with no alternative. His eyelids flutter anxiously. He takes a deep breath, feigning calmness despite trembling hands. Very well, having come this far, he shall place his trust in the system for this one instance. It has no reason to jeopardize his safety. If he cannot overcome this challenge, how will he face future obstacles? Lin Feng cannot imagine retreating into hiding. Now, the opportunity to grow stronger lies just beyond the hatch. One must enter the tiger's den to capture the tiger's cub. This task is imperative. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng presses the button to open the re-entry module door. The instant the door swings open, A powerful suction yanks him outward, and he finds himself floating in the vastness of space. Surprisingly, the anticipated chill and suffocation do not assail him. He drifts a short distance, experiencing no discomfort. It is not as unbearable as I had envisioned. Lin Feng finally felt a sense of relief as he turned his body towards the direction of the sunlight. In the distant expanse, a colossal yellow star radiated a dazzling brilliance. The sun. At last, he faced this fervent yellow dwarf star amidst the cosmos. The sunlight enveloped Lin Feng, its blinding yellow rays compelling him to shut his eyes. An indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his being, as if every cell within him rejoiced like fish encountering water. An unprecedented sense of ease. Lin Feng spread his arms wide, savoring the moment, drifting serenely in the vastness of outer space. However, while he basked in this comfort, Tony, witnessing the scene on Earth, was thoroughly alarmed. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, astonished to see Lin Feng open the return capsule and float out. He quickly retrieved an electronic screen from his pocket and pressed a button. "Jarvis," Tony called out directly. "How did Lin Feng exit the capsule? Is there a malfunction? Or has he lost his mind?" He bombarded Jarvis with 3 rapid-fire questions, his concern escalating. Was Lin Feng truly opting for an unconventional demise in outer space? If so, tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly feature him prominently. Tony Stark gifts his friend a unique method of self-destruction. A plethora of questions and worries filled Tony's mind. It was not until the next moment that the information relayed by Jarvis provided him with some solace. "Remarkably, sir, I have never encountered an entity quite like Mr. Lin Feng. Your concerns have proven unfounded." He voluntarily opened the hatch and exited. "Moreover, my readings indicate that Mr. Lin Feng's current physiological data is entirely normal, aside from a slightly elevated heart rate." As Jarvis's voice resonated, the electronic screen in Tony's hand illuminated with Lin Feng's current bodily metrics. The data revealed that although Lin Feng's heart rate was indeed somewhat heightened, it remained within acceptable limits. Only then did Tony begin to relax, his anxious demeanor gradually calming. "Buddy, I'm truly taken aback," Tony muttered to himself. "It's simply unbelievable. Jarvis, do you think Lin Feng could possibly be an extraterrestrial?" His voice had taken on a slightly hoarse quality. Regardless of Tony's speculations, in the cosmos, Lin Feng, at the sound of another system prompt, gradually succumbed to slumber. The evolution had commenced. Chapter 3, The Iron Body, a focus from the Black Egg. Time flies swiftly. It has been 2 to 3 months since Lin Feng arrived in outer space. During this period, Lin Feng has remained in a state of slumber, influenced by the system. The optimized Kryptonian bloodline continuously transforms Lin Feng's physique, and combined with the radiation from the yellow sun, his body grows ever more formidable. On Earth, Tony Stark checks on Lin Feng's condition almost every few days, ensuring that his peculiar friend is still alive. Each time, Lin Feng's bodily data reflects normal readings. The indication of life sustains both Tony and Jarvis in disbelief. Floating in outer space without nourishment, Lin Feng's strength seems unnecessary, leaving Tony astounded. Since Lin Feng appears to be fine, Tony no longer concerns himself with the drifting figure in space. Recently, he has devised a new toy, an extension of his creations from the cave, which he has named Mark II. Tony's scientific prowess is undeniable. A few days later, donning the Mark II, he ascends into the sky, gleeful like a child. Even when a near-fatal incident during testing due to icing occurs, it fails to extinguish the flames of his excitement. Meanwhile, aside from Tony Stark's occasional observations of Lin Feng, a certain Black Egg has also taken note of this peculiar existence. At that moment, Nick Fury is seated in his office, with Coulson standing before his desk. Coulson presents Nick Fury with a tablet displaying Lin Feng floating in space. Nick Fury stares at the screen for a long moment, then looks at Coulson. They share a peculiar glance, seemingly at a loss for words. Unable to withstand the awkward atmosphere, Nick Fury breaks the silence. "He has been floating in space for over 2 months?" "Yes, Director," Coulson replies. "Has his posture even changed?" "Yes, Director." "Is he still alive?" "Yes, Director." "Good grief?" "Yes, Director." Coulson inadvertently responds. Nick Fury fixes his remaining eye on him. Director. Should we contact Tony Stark? The records indicate he was the one who sent this individual into outer space. Nick Fury taps his fingers on the desk, contemplating for a moment before rejecting the suggestion. "No, for now, let us keep our focus on Tony Stark and his toys. As for Lin Feng, have the monitoring team continue their observations. Notify me immediately of any anomalies." Nick Fury issues the command. Yes, Director. After Coulson departs, the vast office is left with Nick Fury alone. He opens a drawer in his desk and retrieves a document. The cover bears bold red letters, Avengers Initiative. At this moment, the timeline also approaches the conclusion of Iron Man 1. In space, the long-slumbering Lin Feng hears the familiar voice of the system once more. Ding. Evolution complete. The Kryptonian bloodline has been merged. Congratulations, host, on completing all novice tasks. The system is now officially binding. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of red light seemingly emanating from within. Binding in progress. 1, 15, 37, 59, 98, 100. Binding successful. The evolution system is at your service, specifically designed for the Kryptonian bloodline evolution. With the aid of this system, the host shall transform into the mightiest superhero. As the resounding voice of the system faded, Lin Feng finally concluded his novice tasks. Clenching his fist, he felt an unprecedented strength and vitality coursing through his body. It was as if every cell within him brimmed with immense energy, yearning to be unleashed. What a remarkable sensation! Is this the power of an indomitable physique? After thoroughly assessing his current state, Lin Feng could not help but exclaim in awe. System. Display my personal panel, he called out. A translucent screen, visible only to Lin Feng, materialized before him. Evolution system. Host, Lin Feng. Reputation points. 10 reputation points can be exchanged for various items in the system shop. Ability. Superman. Indomitable physique. Upgradable. Current tasks. None system shop. Level 1. The panel was remarkably straightforward and clear. Lin Feng keenly noted the prominent upgradable label next to his ability. He inquired, System, what does it mean to be upgradable? The system replied promptly, Upgradable means the ability can be enhanced. The host can utilize reputation points to upgrade the Superman indomitable physique or exchange for a more powerful Superman template, such as the Silver Superman. The host may peruse the system shop, where the available exchange options have now been populated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng accessed the system shop and indeed discovered a plethora of Superman abilities available for exchange. The Silver Superman template was also listed, yet it required level 2 shop privileges and a staggering 100 million reputation points. Currently, Lin Feng possessed level 1 exchange privileges. To elevate to level 2, he would need to achieve a total of 50 million reputation points. Level 3 privileges demanded an impressive 200 million reputation points. The items available for level 1 exchange were merely trinkets from various universes, such as Superman's spectacles, replicas of Aquaman's trident, and discarded arc reactors from Tony Stark. What is this? Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a pair of black briefs, and he was left utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? There's also Black Widow's original lingerie, and it only costs 10 reputation points. This is absurd. Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff, glancing at his reputation points. Remarkably, he had just enough to exchange for one of these items. System, how can I obtain reputation points? Lin Feng asked, feeling somewhat disheartened. There are 3 channels through which reputation points can be acquired, the system elucidated. First, the system assigns tasks to the host. Second, the impact of the host's actions in the guise of a superhero will be converted into prestige points. Third, the positive image of the host in the eyes of the populace, along with their affirmation and admiration for the host's deeds, will continuously provide the host with prestige points. To put it simply, when the host rescues an individual, the gratitude and reverence that individual feels towards the host generates prestige points. Furthermore, the more individuals that pay attention to the host, the greater the accumulation of prestige points. Understood. This means I am to become a celebrity. Lin Feng clapped his hands. Suddenly enlightened, he recalled that in the film, Superman was also a renowned figure in Metropolis, where the public even spontaneously erected a grand statue in his honor. With some streets adorned with the iconic symbol emblazoned on Superman's chest. It seems, therefore, that acquiring prestige points is not particularly challenging. As long as Lin Feng intervenes in the narrative and learns from Superman's occasional rescues of the populace, the gratitude of these individuals will eventually become the source of Lin Feng's prestige points. It's akin to an unending harvest of chives. Having comprehended the system, Lin Feng felt a surge of eagerness. Having just acquired the powers of Superman, he was keen to test the extent of his newfound strength. Resisting the impulse to deliver a few punches to the moon, Lin Feng decided to inquire about the tasks available in the system. Ding! A narrative task has been detected. Assist Tony Stark in defeating Obadiah. The system was quite efficient. Task: Assist Tony Stark in vanquishing Obadiah. Reward: 1,000,000 prestige points and a black Superman suit. Time limit: 3 hours. Goodness, Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. Had it truly been so long since he enhanced his Superman physique? Had Tony already constructed his Iron Man suit? Host, your original physique was that of an ordinary person. Safely activating your Kryptonian bloodline required additional time. The system clarified Lin Feng's unspoken query. Lin Feng nodded. 3 months held no significance for him, as he was currently unemployed. He merely hadn't expected so much time to have elapsed. With a task limit of only 3 hours, it would be prudent to complete the task before considering anything else. Immediately, Lin Feng employed his newly acquired supervision. The once blue and white planet rapidly magnified in his sight, his eyes scanning the Earth like a satellite. Lin Feng had a general idea of the location of Stark Industries and soon located Tony engaged in a friendly display of force with Obadiah. With a swift dive, Lin Feng propelled himself towards Tony's position, simultaneously activating his super hearing. Is this all you've got? Tony taunted, while searching for a weakness in Obadiah's defense. At that moment, Tony was clad in the modified Mark III suit, which had sustained numerous dents and damages from Obadiah's onslaught. Upon hearing Tony's continued mockery of Obadiah, Lin Feng smirked. It appeared Tony was once again indulging in his characteristic banter. On the ground, Obadiah maneuvered the mech, stepping forward with a sweeping motion that struck Tony squarely in the chest, sending the Mark III tumbling through the air, unable to rise for quite some time. I adore this suit. Obadiah cackled as he charged forward to deliver another kick, reveling in the notion that clad in armor, he was the sole authority of Stark Industries. Tony's Mark III was struck again by Obadiah's foot, sparks flying wildly, and another kick sent Iron Man Tony soaring through the air like a human cannonball. Oh! Lin Feng watched in mid-flight, grimacing at the sight, which appeared exceedingly painful. Barely stabilizing himself in the air, Tony Stark gasped for breath, the reactor in his chest flickering incessantly. Sir, energy remaining. 7, Jarvis dutifully reminded him. A shell came hurtling towards him, and with his energy reserves dwindling, Tony could not evade it completely, resulting in a hit to his right arm. The shell detonated instantly, causing Tony to plummet downward. In an instant, the visor's interior lit up with frantic red warnings. The impact system was offline, missiles were offline, and multiple soft tissue injuries plagued his body. Damn it. I felt that without you saying. The pain radiating from his body made Tony grit his teeth. Jarvis, if you have any viable plans left, propose them quickly. Otherwise, you may need to arrange a funeral for your boss. Tony cursed, simultaneously using his dwindling energy to bombard Obadiah, buying precious time. Sir, perhaps Mr. Lin Feng can assist you, Jarvis suddenly suggested. Lin, isn't that kid floating in outer space? Tony gasped. Sir, look above. The display screen within Tony's visor suddenly highlighted a rapidly approaching object. Puzzled, Tony glanced upward, drawing Obadiah's gaze as well. In the next moment, a humanoid figure descended at breakneck speed, crashing into the ground between the two and creating a crater that unleashed a massive plume of dust, enveloping the entire area. Chapter 4. You haven't even put in any effort, yet you've already fallen? Sir, look above. Suddenly, a red highlighted emblem descended from the sky within Tony's visor. Crash. The emblem landed heavily between the two combatants, creating a gaping hole in the asphalt and raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the area. Amidst the haze, a figure could be faintly discerned, appearing to kneel awkwardly upon the ground. Lin, is that you? Tony Stark ventured cautiously. Cough, cough. Hi, Tony. Unscathed. Lin Feng waved his hand to dissipate the dust as he emerged from the pit. He awkwardly greeted Tony Stark, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was his first flight, and in an effort to save Tony, he had gone a tad too fast. He had intended to make a grand entrance reminiscent of Tony's armored descent, but had landed somewhat clumsily. What? Tay. F.A. Cool. Tony articulated slowly, his gaze shifting in astonishment and suspicion between Lin Feng and the sky, ultimately resting back on the large crater. Buddy, did you fall from space? No. Lin Feng quickly shook his head in denial, horrified at the thought of such an embarrassing interpretation. To be precise, I flew down. It's just that it was my first flight, and I'm a bit inexperienced, he chuckled defensively. Noticing Tony's continued fixation on the crater, Lin Feng could no longer contain himself. Stop staring at that pit. It's merely an accident, trust me. His words successfully diverted Tony's gaze. Oh, buddy. I hardly know what to say, Tony exclaimed, pointing at Lin Feng. You are undoubtedly an extraterrestrial. No, I am an Earthling, Lin Feng retorted. What Earthling can fly? Tony countered. Lin Feng fell silent. I can explain. Before Lin Feng could elaborate, Obadiah, observing their oblivious chatter, felt his temper flare. Buzz. A mechanical rumble echoed as Obadiah raised his mechanical arm, targeting Lin Feng. Hey, you with the black hair. Obadiah called out. Huh. Lin Feng turned to look. Did you call me? Obadiah removed his helmet and nodded. I do not care what your relationship with Tony Stark is. I am giving you 1 minute to leave this place. As he spoke, the massive mechanical arm emitted a transformation sound, revealing a small rocket launcher. You don't want to sacrifice yourself for such a playboy, do you? Obadiah refrained from firing the rocket immediately, cautious of Lin Feng's capabilities demonstrated by the crater he had created. His focus remained solely on Tony Stark, and he was reluctant to provoke Lin Feng, whose strength remained uncertain. Ideally, Lin Feng would depart without further incident. Otherwise, Obadiah would have to test whether Lin Feng could withstand a rocket barrage. Oh, I cannot agree to that. Tony has offered me a villa as compensation. Lin Feng stroked his chin, feigning seriousness. No sooner had he spoken than a loud explosion rang out. Obadiah's rocket, trailing smoke, accurately struck Lin Feng, seizing the initiative. The cunning and seasoned Obadiah did not hesitate to fire, instantly igniting a colossal explosion that illuminated the battlefield. Lin, Tony exclaimed with concern. Lin Feng bore no Mark III armor. If anything were to happen to him as a result, Tony feared he would be ensnared in guilt for an eternity. Oh, I'm fine. Emerged Lin Feng from the enveloping smoke. To be honest, he was taken aback by the rocket's impact. Yet, the strike felt merely like a tickle. Its power was rather feeble. A smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. How splendid it was to possess such a steel physique. As they witnessed Lin Feng emerge unscathed, both Tony and Obadiah stared in disbelief. Not only was his skin intact, but under the protection of the biological force field, even his clothing remained unblemished. What manner of creature is this? Obadiah was both astonished and infuriated. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more rockets struck Lin Feng, yet still failed to inflict even the slightest injury. Are you merely tickling me? Lin Feng scoffed, feeling somewhat disinterested. Under the capabilities of his iron body, Obadiah's attacks appeared juvenile and tedious. This was not entirely Obadiah's fault. Facing Lin Feng, a being with superhuman abilities, rendered his efforts utterly futile. Lin Feng slightly crouched and proclaimed, There is an old saying from my hometown. To receive without giving is impolite. You should return the favor. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng accelerated, delivering a punch to the unprepared Obadiah's chest. The resounding impact echoed as Obadiah's massive mechanical form was propelled backward, soaring several dozen meters before embedding itself within the ruins. Poor Obadiah had not even the time to utter a final threat before he met his demise. The power of a superhuman's fist was undeniably terrifying. Lin Feng disdainfully blew on his fist. Is that all? How dull. At this stage, the Iron Man armor was utterly fragile against Lin Feng's strength. Perhaps only the later Mark 50 series could last a few more seconds under Lin Feng's might. Jarvis, did you see that? Tony inquired, witnessing the magnitude of Lin Feng's punch that surpassed his understanding. It hardly resembled the capabilities of a mere human. I did, sir. Jarvis replied. Mr. Lin Feng's punch has already exceeded the speed of sound. It's almost unimaginable. Also, Obadiah is deceased, sir. Jarvis displayed the data from Lin Feng's recent punch, which had indeed breached the sound barrier, resulting in Obadiah's immediate demise. The armor on his chest was indented, compressing him entirely. Huh. Tony exhaled deeply. Contact the logistics team to manage the scene, Jarvis. The events of the past few days have been utterly absurd. Whether it is Obadiah's betrayal or the formidable display of strength by Lin Feng upon his return, Tony feels the need for a moment of solitude. Can my reactor still be utilized? He inquired, gesturing towards the damaged mech of Obadiah lying a short distance away. It is beyond repair, sir. Mr. Lin Feng's punch struck precisely at the reactor's core, came the response. Very well, Tony replied, somewhat exasperated. I suppose I shall have to construct another reactor. Hey, Tony. How about that punch I just delivered? Lin Feng approached, brimming with enthusiasm after having ended the battle with a single blow. You are quite the beast, Lin. Tony could not help but roll his eyes. Don't deny it. If you told me you were an extraterrestrial, I would not be surprised. However, this is not the time for such discussions. We must depart. My team will manage the scene, Tony stated, mindful that the pesky reporters would soon swarm the area. Lin Feng nodded and inquired. All right, Tony, shall I come by tomorrow? He understood that Tony had just endured a fierce battle and needed rest. So he refrained from prolonging the conversation and prepared to fly back to his villa. "Wait, Lin, please take me back to my villa. I have some questions for you," Tony called out, halting Lin Feng as he was about to ascend. Lin Feng nodded again, stepping forward to place a hand on Tony's shoulder. "Hold on tight." In the next instant, the two soared into the sky, swiftly making their way to Tony's villa, while Pepper was also en route. Upon their arrival at the villa, with the assistance of Jarvis, Tony removed his armor and applied a bag of ice to his head to reduce the swelling. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and sat down opposite Lin Feng, who had occupied himself by turning on the television. The screen was alive with real-time coverage of the battle that had unfolded before Stark Industries. "Hey, Tony, you've become quite famous," Lin Feng teased, a broad smile on his face as he pointed at the television. "I have always been renowned," Tony Stark retorted, rolling his eyes as he glanced at the screen. The battle had quickly captured the attention of the media. Although it did not mirror the catastrophic destruction depicted in the original narrative, the reporters, like cats spotting fish, eagerly chronicled the events, often embellishing the details. It was unclear who had boldly filmed the footage, but it was both clear and close-up. The images depicted Stark and his armor engaging in a fierce exchange with Obadiah, and the report made headlines on the evening news. The rapid dissemination of information across the internet saw this story dominate major forums and video-sharing platforms. The television continuously replayed the entire sequence of events. In the footage, Iron Man gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Tony, lacking combat experience and with insufficient energy from the reactor, was unable to gain the upper hand against Obadiah. Suddenly, the scene shifted and Lin Feng's figure appeared on screen, his peculiar landing technique and supersonic punch eliciting gasps from the host. While a wave of fervent discussion erupted among the onlookers. There are speculations that Lin Feng possesses superhuman abilities. Some believe he may be an extraterrestrial being, while others conjecture that he is a secret weapon of Stark Industries. Nonetheless, the predominant theory is that Lin Feng is a mutant. At this moment, Tony could not help but chuckle, teasingly glancing at Lin Feng. "You've become quite the celebrity." The handsome young man was left speechless, his visage prominently displayed on the screen, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could he have overlooked the need to cover his face? However, it was not a grave concern. After all, one must show their face to gain fame, right? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and earning 1,000,000 reputation points, along with a black superhero suit. The system's voice resonated, announcing the rewards for the task. Lin Feng opened the system space, where a black suit lay quietly. Black superhero suit, a special suit crafted from unique materials, endowed with the remarkable ability to restore stamina and heal injuries, while also possessing the capacity to enhance the absorption of solar radiation. Upon witnessing the formidable suit, Lin Feng's spirits soared, but the rewards did not end there. In this incident, the host is projected to earn over 1,000,000 reputation points, with the exact amount awaiting the delightful chime of the system's notifications as time unfolds. Chapter 5. An inescapable glitch. Today it's my turn. When Little Pepper returned to the villa, Lin Feng had already departed. Tony did not inquire too deeply. He merely gathered some basic information about Lin Feng's abilities and expressed a keen interest in conducting an ability test with him on another day. With some residual tasks to attend to, Lin Feng took his leave. At this moment, Lin Feng was soaring through the night sky, reveling in the freedom of flight, executing graceful S&B patterns, overwhelmed with joy. Humanity has long yearned to fly like birds. Yet the experience of being in an aircraft pales in comparison to the exhilaration of personal flight. Lin Feng felt immensely privileged to possess such an extraordinary ability. As he flew, Lin Feng was oblivious to the possibility of being detected by radar. Tony's detection stemmed from his armored suit, a large metallic contraption capable of flight. In contrast, Lin Feng, as a being of extraordinary power, had little to fear from radar, which typically only captures objects that reflect radar waves. Even if he were detected, he would remain unperturbed. After all, he had transcended into a superhuman state. Why should he live in fear? At just over 20 years of age, Lin Feng's youthful exuberance mirrored that of Tony Stark's inaugural flight. While gliding through the air, Lin Feng utilized his superhuman hearing to envelop the entire area of the Twist and Turn Tavern. He recalled the novels from his past life, filled with tales of protagonists rescuing others, and he found himself longing to embody that heroism. Now, endowed with sufficient power, Lin Feng yearned to experience the thrill of being a savior. Moreover, having dispatched Obadiah with a mere punch, barely breaking a sweat, left him feeling as though something was amiss. With the augmentation of his super hearing, a cacophony of sounds flooded Lin Feng's ears. What was this? Was Tony flirting with Little Pepper? Such a sight was too vivid for his imagination. The clatter of gunfire reached him as well, originating from the Hell's Kitchen area, truly a land of freedom. Astonishingly, there were reports of domestic violence. Intrigued, Lin Feng continued to listen. Alas, it seemed the woman was the aggressor against a man, a pitiful sight indeed. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. Others' domestic affairs were best left untouched, yet he lingered to listen further. For the first time, Lin Feng transformed into a human radio, eagerly eavesdropping on the unfolding events. However, after a considerable duration, he found no one in distress requiring his assistance. Disheartened, he resolved to return home for some rest. Yet, in the very next moment, a piercing scream echoed in his ears. Help! Lin Feng's heart raced, and he halted mid-air. Was this the opportunity he had been waiting for? Following the sound, his superhuman vision penetrated through multiple buildings, swiftly locating the source. Approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away, on a desolate street, a group of 4 or 5 members of the Gray Street gang surrounded a young woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, who clutched a camera in her hands. Had he truly stumbled upon such a scene? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, recalling how he often watched short videos where foreigners spoke of the dangers lurking in their hometowns at night. Initially, he found it hard to believe, but reality proved that these foreign friends were not mistaken. With a swift dive, Lin Feng soared towards a group of individuals, all the while calling upon the system to don his black superhero suit, a color he favored. His speed was remarkable. The 3-kilometer distance vanished in the blink of an eye. Instead of landing immediately, he paused mid-air to observe the scene below. Please, just let me go. A young woman pleaded softly, her voice laced with desperation as her frantic gaze darted about, seeking an escape. Who could fathom why she had impulsively ventured into Hell's Kitchen to gather evidence on the Gray Street dealings? You've captured what you shouldn't have. Do you still wish to see the sun tomorrow? How naive. One of the Gray Street members sneered. In all my time in New York, this is the first time I've seen a reporter brave enough to come to Hell's Kitchen. Regrettably, miss, the boss has decreed that you will not see the dawn again. But fret not, before we dispose of you, you will ascend to paradise in another manner. Trust me. The Gray Street members approached the young woman slowly, grinning maliciously, relishing the torment they inflicted upon her. Driven back, she gritted her teeth and raised her camera, attempting to wield it as a weapon. This futile gesture only elicited laughter from the gangsters, who viewed it as a mere death throw. As the arrogant members of Gray Street closed in, the young woman sensed her impending doom. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above. What is so amusing at this hour? Mind if I join? The gangsters looked up in confusion, their pupils dilating in shock. Suspended in the air was a man clad in a black bodysuit. A prominent S-shaped emblem emblazoned across his chest. With their attention now fixed on him, Lin Feng performed a Tony Stark-style landing, positioning himself protectively in front of the young woman. Satisfied with his landing, which spared the ground from destruction, he felt a surge of vanity. What is the occasion? A midnight party? Count me in. Seeing Lin Feng descend from the sky, the Gray Street members appeared momentarily intimidated, perceiving him as a mutant. Brother, mutants don't meddle in Hell's Kitchen. You'd best leave. The leader of the gang brandished a handgun, threatening him with bravado. I'm no mutant. Lin Feng scoffed derisively at the weapon, taunting, Is that all? A mere handgun? He leaned forward, gesturing to his head. Go on. Shoot here. A rocket launcher would be more fitting for a scratch. Who do you think you're insulting? This is your own doing. Next time, keep your eyes peeled. The gang leader shouted defiantly. Bang. A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking Lin Feng's forehead with precision, before transforming into a metallic pellet that fell to the ground. The scene was immediately enveloped in silence, save for the sound of the bullet hitting the earth. Impressive marksmanship, Lin Feng remarked with a mocking expression. Bang, bang, bang. The defiant members of the Gray Street fired several shots, yet, predictably, they proved utterly ineffective. Damn it, you are a monster. Realizing the dire situation, the Gray Street members turned and fled in disarray. But could they outrun Lin Feng? He charged forward, delivering a swift blow that sent them all crashing to the ground. Unconscious, pathetically weak, Lin Feng mused. Ordinary individuals possess no resistance against those with superhuman abilities. Having dealt with the Gray Street members, Lin Feng shared his melancholic reflections before turning his gaze to the young woman, who seemed still in a state of shock. Taking a few steps closer, She instinctively recoiled. Lin Feng halted, adopting a smile to appear more amiable. Hello, miss, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, sir, the young woman finally responded, her hands patting her chest in an effort to calm her racing heart. She exhaled deeply, her mind still a whirlwind of confusion, and instinctively reached for her phone, eager to capture a photo of Lin Feng, a young reporter threatened by the Gray Street members, a dashing passerby coming to her rescue. This was the kind of sensational news that young girls adored. Perhaps she could add a bit more drama. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sensational enough. If Lin Feng were aware of her thoughts, he would likely scoff at her carefree obsession with work, as she had just narrowly escaped death only to indulge in fanciful musings. Noticing her prolonged silence, Lin Feng assumed she had yet to regain her composure and waved his hand. Since you're all right, you should head home soon. It's unsafe for a young woman to be alone on the streets at this hour. With that, Lin Feng prepared to take off. Despite his superhuman endurance, he felt it prudent to maintain his usual routine. He longed to return home for a delicious meal and a good night's sleep. After all, eating and sleeping were not merely rest for Lin Feng. They were pleasures to be savored. Oh, wait. Sir, the young woman called out to him. Is there something else? Could I stay at your place for a night? She asked, her cheeks flushing as she realized the implications of her words. Lin Feng, maintaining a slightly crouched position as if ready to leap into the air, tilted his head, regarding her with a quizzical expression. No, it's not what you think, she exclaimed hurriedly, noticing his bewildered look. I have evidence of their transaction, and now that I've been discovered, my current residence is surely no longer safe. So I thought. Seeing Lin Feng's expression grow increasingly perplexed, she pointed to the camera hanging around her neck, eager to clarify. The information contained in the photos was too significant. If discovered, she would undoubtedly not survive the night. Lin Feng smacked his lips, appearing somewhat speechless, suddenly feeling an urge to play the role of a caretaker. It seemed a bit troublesome. Nevertheless, Lin Feng thought that since fate had brought them together, he would extend his assistance. It would be a pity for such a beautiful journalist to fall prey to the dangers of the dark streets. For the sake of her stunning beauty, I shall acquiesce to your request. Very well, I consent to your staying the night. Under the expectant gaze of the woman, Lin Feng agreed to her request, and with her surprised exclamation, he gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist and soared into the sky. As for why they did not simply take a taxi, Lin Feng remarked that it was too slow, and besides, it would not afford him the opportunity to hold the beautiful woman in his arms openly. Chapter 6. The Cause and Effect. The plan of the black braised egg having brought the young woman back to the villa, Lin Feng attentively poured her a cup of hot cocoa. Professor Lupin, the werewolf, once mentioned that chocolate could alleviate fear and tension. However, the veracity of that claim remains uncertain. My name is Lin Feng. What about you? He inquired, taking the opportunity to observe the young woman more closely. To his surprise, she bore a striking resemblance to a character from a film he had once seen, reminiscent of the invisible woman named Susan from the Fantastic Four. Yet, the woman before him was even more captivating than her cinematic counterpart. I am Susan Carter, a journalist, she replied, accepting the hot cocoa with a note of gratitude. Having just experienced an exhilarating moment, her emotions were still in a state of disarray. Upon hearing the name Susan, Lin Feng appeared momentarily taken aback, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asked, You wouldn't happen to have a brother named Reed, would you? Who is that? Susan responded, puzzled. I have no brother, but I do have a younger sister who is 5 years old. As she sipped her cocoa, she continued to answer Lin Feng's questions, occasionally stealing glances at him before lowering her gaze. The dim lighting earlier had obscured her view, and now she realized that the one who had rescued her was a remarkably sunny young man, with muscles that were both sleek and powerful. His black eyes exuded a profound yet radiant charm, and he seemed to be younger than her. What are you staring at? Lin Feng asked, amused by the way she peered at him like a chick pecking at grains. I'm sorry. Caught in the act, Susan felt a tinge of embarrassment. I was simply curious. I have never seen someone who can fly. Are you a mutant? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Why did everyone assume he was a mutant? I am not a mutant. Superpowers are not exclusive to mutants. Are you from Xia country? Having fully regained her composure after sipping the hot cocoa, Susan was reminded of the ancient and mysterious Eastern nation by Lin Feng's black hair and eyes. She recalled that only a few Eastern countries had such pure black hair and eyes. Isn't it obvious? Lin Feng teased, playfully tugging at his bangs. His black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin clearly indicated his heritage. Well, Susan faltered, momentarily speechless. This savior of hers was not particularly adept at conversation. What was that term her friend had used just a few days ago? Ah, yes. Straight man. This formidable Eastern gentleman was likely just that, Susan mused inwardly. Seeing Susan at a loss for words due to his teasing, Lin Feng chuckled. He poured himself a cup of cocoa as well, feeling confident that his superhuman physique would allow him to indulge without fear of gaining weight. Now, let us talk about you, little journalist, he said, determined to keep the conversation flowing. I'm quite curious about what you have been capturing. I am not a little journalist. Upon hearing Lin Feng's teasing, Susan couldn't help but roll her eyes in mock irritation. She then proceeded to recount the unfolding events. It turned out that Susan was a recent university graduate, influenced by her journalist parents, and she aspired to achieve the prestigious position of the leading anchor at CBB television. 3 months prior, Stark Industries announced a ban on weapon sales, igniting a storm of underground trading. Through her investigations, Susan discovered that certain members of the Gray Street were preparing to sell a significant cache of Stark Industries weaponry, including devastating missiles. This piqued her interest for a major news story. Eager to make a mark, Susan, in a moment of impulsiveness, covertly filmed the Gray Street members during a transaction without the knowledge of her station. However, she overestimated her tracking abilities while underestimating the counter-surveillance skills of her targets. Each member of the Gray Street was not someone a mere journalist could contend with. The denizens of Hell's Kitchen were surprised to encounter a journalist so audacious as to seek evidence in their territory, and they promptly ordered her immediate disposal. Yet, Susan seemed to possess an innate talent for evasion, slipping through their grasp like a slippery eel, despite several attempts to capture her. Enraged, the transaction party placed a bounty of $20,000 on her head. This turned the Gray Street thugs into hunters, eager to claim the reward for her capture. Clever Susan managed to evade them for 3 days, but the fatigue of fleeing dulled her vigilance, and she ultimately found herself surrounded by several members of the gang. Had it not been for Lin Feng's timely intervention, Susan's life would likely have been reduced to a mere bounty of $20,000. After listening to Susan's account, Lin Feng couldn't help but gaze at her with renewed admiration. My word, this journalist is remarkably courageous. I would dare call you a heroine, he exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in praise. Please, Mr. Lin, this is no time for jokes, Susan replied, tears welling in her eyes. I have no idea what to do next. God knows how much I regret my choices. As she spoke of her sorrow, tears trickled down her cheeks. She was still young, with a bright future ahead, and she did not wish for her life to end so soon. Her mother would be heartbroken. Just call me Lin, he said nonchalantly. Given that this involves Stark Industries weapons, perhaps I can lend a hand. Lin Feng's words instilled hope in Susan, knowing he had connections to Tony Stark. He was willing to assist in some way. Upon hearing this, Susan eagerly grasped Lin Feng's arm, her reddened eyes fixed on him as she asked with urgency, Really, Lin, can you truly help me? Susan recognized that someone of Lin Feng's caliber must possess the means to aid her. Even if he couldn't persuade Hell's Kitchen to rescind the bounty, he could likely ensure her safety. In that moment, she felt like a drowning person clinging desperately to a straw. Indeed. But please, let go, Lin Feng exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden embrace. Is this journalist truly so remarkable? What has she been nourished on? Even Superman would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Apologies. Susan, realizing the inappropriateness of her actions, blushed and released her grip, her previous behavior akin to instinctively clutching at a lifeline. Seeing Susan let go, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and continued, I have a decent relationship with Tony Stark. He has a press conference tomorrow, and I will discuss this matter with him afterward. You should stay here for the next couple of days. Feel free to choose any room on the first floor. There's food in the refrigerator, so help yourself if you get hungry. By the way, can you cook? If not, you might want to order takeout, Lin Feng inquired. Yes, I can. Susan nodded, her home economics class having earned her top marks. That's good. Now, go pick a room, freshen up, and get some rest, little reporter. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, as he too was ready to retire for the night. He had initially intended to make something to eat, but after listening to stories for so long, he felt as though he had already feasted and had no appetite for anything else. From now on, do not go capturing evidence of any shady deals that is beyond your capacity to handle. After laying down the law, Lin Feng issued a stern warning. I can rescue you the first time, perhaps the second, but should it happen repeatedly, there will come a time when I cannot keep an eye on you. If that occurs, the consequences could be dire. I understand. And I've told you, I am not a little reporter. Susan retorted. Just graduated. How can you not be considered a little reporter? Lin Feng scoffed, causing Susan to blush profusely. Such a straight man, Susan exclaimed in frustration. As she moved to select a room, Lin Feng dismissed her indignation, clearing the cups from the table, finding the notion of a little reporter utterly laughable. Lin, Susan called out. Lin Feng turned in response, only to see her peeking from her chosen room, her head barely visible. What is it now? Thank you, she said, before promptly shutting the door with a resounding thud. Lin Feng shook his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. His first instance of saving someone, excluding that rascal Tony, felt rather gratifying. After tidying up and taking a shower, Lin Feng settled down for the night, for he needed to rise early the next day to witness a notable event. Meanwhile, Black Egg, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was burning the midnight oil. As he scrutinized the reports and the video displayed on the conference screen, his expression grew even more somber. Standing beside him was Coulson, who also bore the marks of exhaustion, silently watching the footage together. On the screen, Lin Feng could be seen delivering a powerful punch that sent Obadiah flying. That was at least 10 tons of force, possibly even more, Coulson remarked. Even Captain America doesn't possess such strength. And he can fly too. I can see that, Coulson. Black Egg replied, gesturing to his single eye. Lin Feng's emergence was entirely unexpected for him. In recent days, dealing with the situation regarding Tony Stark had already given him a headache, and now another complication had arisen in the form of Lin Feng, who appeared to be friends with Stark. The dark-haired lad, I hope, will not prove too formidable, mused Black Egg. Isn't there a press conference scheduled for tomorrow morning for Tony Stark? He inquired of Coulson. According to our intercepted intelligence, Lin Feng has already received a call from Jarvis and is highly likely to attend. Upon hearing this, Black Egg nodded thoughtfully and commanded, take 2 individuals with you tomorrow. After the conference, make contact with Lin Feng to assess whether he can be a part of our plan. Additionally, elevate Lin Feng's confidentiality level. For now, that will suffice. Chapter 7. I am Iron Man rejecting the young reporter's request to accompany him to the press conference. Lin Feng set off alone in his R8. During the daylight, he was cautious not to draw attention, as the crowded streets were quite different from the cover of night, where a simple black outfit would go unnoticed. Meanwhile, Pepper was meticulously attending to Tony's face, skillfully applying concealer to mask his wounds until no trace of injury remained. Agent Coulson was busily outlining various details. On the television behind them, Rhodes was concocting a narrative for the assembled reporters regarding the explosion that had transpired the previous night. This is your alibi. Coulson handed Tony 2 sheets of paper. You were on your yacht all night. And we have the sworn testimonies from your 50 guests. Evidence at the port confirms you were in Avalon and did not leave. Tony accepted the papers, raising an eyebrow. Excellent. But I would prefer it if it were just Pepper and me, alone on the island. With that, he turned to Pepper, who was still working on his face, and winked. And what about Lin Feng? I mean, that dark-haired fellow. He is your bodyguard, right? Seems reasonable. Are you joking? Do you really think the journalists will buy that excuse? It's utterly flimsy, Tony remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Don't worry. We've handled situations like this before. Coulson replied with a confident smile. There's no better explanation. Just read from the script I provided. And this will all blow over quickly. You have 90 seconds. All right, let us hope Lin doesn't take a swing at me, Tony shrugged. Uncertain if Lin Feng would be so petty. Coulson departed momentarily, and Pepper dressed Tony in his outerwear, ensuring that the injuries on his face were completely concealed under her careful touch. Adjusting his collar, Tony strode towards the main hall. As he made his entrance, a flurry of cameras focused on Tony Stark, who did not flinch, having long since acclimated to such scenes. Approaching the podium, he adjusted the microphone, retrieved his notes, and dove straight into the matter at hand. There have been speculations that I was involved in the incidents that occurred on the highway and the rooftop. Before Tony could finish his statement, an unwelcome voice pierced the atmosphere. The interruption offered no courtesy to Stark Industries. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. A blonde reporter in the front row boldly interrupted. Do you genuinely believe we would accept that a bodyguard clad in an iron suit arrived just in time? Furrowing his brow, Tony gazed at the reporter, remaining silent. Unperturbed, she continued her probing. And what about that punch, which had at least the force of several tons? Was that from a human? Or perhaps a mutant? As far as I know, he appears to be the individual you brought back from the cave of your misfortune. How do you explain whether he is? Tony waved his hand, directly interrupting the female reporter's inquiry. I understand your confusion. but please refrain from questioning the credibility of G's assertions and making outrageous accusations. Moreover, Lin is my friend. He is not the mutant you presume him to be. However, I believe I need not justify my friendships to you, right? Tony's demeanor was exceptionally assertive. As for your inquiry, I have nothing to disclose. With an unyielding gesture, Tony pointed at the female reporter, signaling her to be mindful of her words. Tony has always been a formidable character, unperturbed by the potential for journalists to fabricate scandalous tales. Without evidence, they wouldn't dare. Stark Industries is not to be trifled with. At that moment, Tony, embodying the authoritative presence of Stark Industries' leader, rendered the female reporter momentarily speechless. She fell silent, and Tony adjusted the microphone, continuing his fanciful narrative. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng was in the audience, sporting sunglasses and a beaming smile, observing the exchange between Tony Stark and the reporter from behind a throng of journalists. On stage, as Tony's claims grew increasingly ludicrous, Rhodey could only approach him helplessly and whisper, "Stick to the script." Tony replied, "Okay, nodding in acknowledgement, albeit reluctantly picking up the script. Regarding the events of last night, the truth is." Upon reaching this point, Tony paused, his gaze sweeping the room. Everyone awaited the revelation of Tony's truth, though it was likely to be yet another evasive statement. After glancing at the script once more, Tony took a deep breath and uttered the line that surpassed everyone's expectations. "I am Iron Man." The uproar instantly enveloped the room. As a multitude of reporters gasped, jostling to raise their microphones and shout questions, their flashbulbs incessantly flashing, the entire venue descended into chaos. What monumental news! Tony Stark has admitted to being Iron Man, and some would certainly face repercussions. The press conference reached its zenith with that declaration, and it was clear that today's headlines would be nothing short of sensational. After witnessing such a momentous scene, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to slip away amidst the commotion. There was little left to observe. He desired to stroll outside, awaiting Tony Stark, as he had matters to discuss with him regarding the young reporter. Meanwhile, on Coulson's end, after searching the venue for an extended period, he failed to realize that Lin Feng was right under his nose. Furthermore, Tony's proclamation, "I am Iron Man," had thrown the entire gathering into disarray, disrupting Coulson's plans. Reluctantly, he reported back to the Black Egg, receiving instructions to temporarily withdraw, with a promise to personally meet Tony later that evening. Coulson had no choice but to lead the retreat. Yet, he remained unaware that all his actions had not escaped Lin Feng's keen observation. Even more absurd was the fact that he repeatedly brushed past Lin Feng without ever noticing him. As he observed Coulson retreating, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and could not help but admire the ring he had exchanged for that morning from the system store. A seemingly ordinary black ring, it significantly diminishes the wearer's presence, boasting an efficacy even mightier than Superman-esque glasses. With it on, even your father would fail to recognize you. Additional skill, the ability to become completely invisible for 10 minutes every 24 hours, a true invisibility, imperceptible to the naked eye, capable of evading heat sources, detectors, and a multitude of other sensing devices. It cost a staggering 300,000 reputation points. Presently, Lin Feng's reputation stood at a little over 2 million, but it was certainly worth the expenditure. Having revealed his true self, how could he venture out without some form of disguise? Would he not be followed by a throng of reporters? Moreover, the additional skill alone justified the 300,000 reputation points, 10 minutes of invisibility. Though it may seem brief, it is genuine invisibility. Lin Feng recalled that Superman did not possess such an ability in the original narrative. This power would afford Lin Feng immense convenience in all his endeavors. It was this ring that rendered Lin Feng's presence so negligible that Coulson regarded him as mere air, unable to acknowledge his existence. Were it not for the inability to stack skills, Lin Feng would have eagerly purchased 10 of them to adorn every finger. Imagine being invisible for 100 minutes daily. As evening descended, Tony finally managed to deal with the reporters and a host of industry magnates. Yet, none unearthed any truly useful information. Tony had become instinctively adept at deflecting inquiries. What he chose not to disclose was exceedingly difficult to extract. The only information the reporters gleaned was that Tony Stark was Iron Man, and it was Lin Feng, Tony Stark's friend, who had sent a colossal mech flying with a single punch. After sending off the last batch of reporters, Tony, having heard that Lin Feng sought him for a matter, invited him to dinner at his villa. The two made their way to Tony's seaside retreat in a single vehicle. During the ride, Lin Feng produced the photographs taken by the young reporter and briefly recounted the preceding events. Tony dismissed the matter as trivial, assuring Lin Feng that he would handle it. There was no need to don the Iron Man suit for a mere stroll. He could simply send an associate to take care of it. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. The members of the Gray Street were insatiable. This issue also entailed a significant amount of gray market dealings. Even if Lin Feng unleashed a heat ray, it would not eradicate all the rats. In the world of adults, the path of least loss is often chosen. The rules are numerous, and maintaining balance is key. Thus, the young reporter's life was preserved amidst the casual discourse of these two titans. Chapter 8. The Arrival of the Black Egg, the Avengers' plan having concluded the serious matters. Tony Stark could no longer restrain his sharp tongue. Hey, Lin, do you know what those reporters are calling you now? Tony smirked, playfully winking at Lin Feng. From his expression, Lin Feng could tell that Tony was about to indulge in some mischief. They're calling you Superboy. Ha. It sounds like a juvenile little brat. How childish. Tony burst into laughter, jovially patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Suddenly, Pepper Potts turned around and delivered a merciless blow. Admitting you are Iron Man is even more childish, Tony. Hey, who are you siding with? Tony retorted, visibly annoyed. This time, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Actually, I would prefer if they called me Superman, Lin Feng remarked. At a loss for words regarding the term Superboy. Superman. Tony pondered over the word. Not bad, but it doesn't sound as formidable as Iron Man, does it? How about Iron Man taking a punch from me? Oh no, Lin. We are friends. Fighting is not a commendable behavior. Tony hastily declined, for he could not withstand a punch from Lin Feng, who in his mind had become synonymous with a monster. Seeing Tony in a bit of a predicament, Lin Feng and Pepper erupted into laughter once again. The entire car resonated with a joyous atmosphere. Before long, amidst their banter, the vehicle returned to the villa. Pepper, sensing the moment, cleverly excused herself to check on the dinner preparations in the kitchen, leaving space for the two men who evidently had serious matters to discuss. As Tony and Lin Feng made their way to the living room, sharing amusing anecdotes, Lin Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow, halting the conversation to gaze out the window. Noticing Lin Feng's abrupt silence, Tony was taken aback and followed Lin Feng's gaze towards the window. I am Iron Man. A voice emerged from the shadows, low and tinged with disdain. Tony Stark, do you believe yourself to be the only superhero in the world? A figure slowly stepped into the light, emanating an authoritative presence. Who are you? Tony Stark inquired, his expression a mixture of confusion and wariness. The appearance of a stranger in his home, coupled with the absence of a warning from Jarvis, indicated that this individual possessed the ability to restrict Jarvis's functions. This was disconcerting news for Tony, as he was not in a position to don his armored suit at any moment, which instilled a slight sense of unease within him. However, he was not entirely alarmed, for Lin Feng remained by his side. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the black-clad figure replied, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng a moment longer. Tony Stark and Lin Feng, may we sit down to discuss? Tony did not refuse but maintained a stern demeanor as he approached the sofa. He was keen to hear what this unexpected visitor had to convey. Lin Feng shrugged, indifferent yet perhaps already anticipating the nature of Fury's message. The three men settled around the sofa, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense. I wish to discuss the Avengers initiative. Nick Fury commenced, his expression grave. What on earth? I no longer sell Avengers missiles. You've come to the wrong person, Tony retorted sharply, a hint of mockery evident in his tone, which deepened Fury's scowl. Lin Feng averted his gaze, struggling to suppress a laugh. Be serious, Tony. This pertains to your future. Fury admonished, his demeanor darkening further. Wow, do I need to pay to see my future? Tony quipped, regarding Fury with a derisive glance. Lin Feng stifled his laughter, wary of breaking into mirth at any moment. Goodness, Tony. Fury's patience waned as he was interrupted twice, his irritation palpable. He fixed his single eye on Tony, falling silent. Tony, feeling the weight of Fury's gaze, conceded. All right. Let us hear about your whatever it is, the Avengers initiative. Fury inhaled deeply, repressing his anger as he articulated each word with deliberate emphasis. As Fury elucidated the concept, Lin Feng and Tony gleaned the overarching idea of the initiative. In essence, it sought to assemble capable individuals to determine whether the sum of their strengths could surpass the mere addition of their individual powers. It aimed to unite forces in times of need to confront external threats or challenge uncertain adversaries. Tony feigned interest, nodding along, while Lin Feng listened with keen fascination. relishing the surreal feeling of being part of a narrative akin to a film. That's about it. What do you think? After a lengthy explanation, Fury finally concluded, swallowing hard. Damn it, Tony Stark, can't you at least pour yourself a glass of water? Is that all? I was nearly dozing off, Tony remarked, feigning fatigue. I have a question, he continued. Fury gestured for him to proceed. Is there anyone in your organization who surpasses him? Tony asked, pointing at Lin Feng, who was quietly observing. Fury hesitated, taken aback. Someone stronger than Lin Feng? Let me think. Could it be someone who descends from outer space unscathed, possessing the strength to lift several tons with a single punch? Captain America wouldn't suffice, but does Captain Marvel count? Yet, Carol is currently off-planet. There are others with remarkable powers, but none could withstand a punch from Lin Feng. As Fury fell silent, Tony's patience began to wane. All right, I understand now. To be honest, I have no interest in your superhero organization. He spread his hands, displaying disinterest. Don't look at me like that, mate. You know I'm not referring to you. Tony clarified, casting a glance at Lin Feng before shifting his focus back to Fury. Neither Lin Feng nor I will be joining your organization, so please take your leave, Tony declared as he stood to usher Fury out. My friend and I are about to enjoy dinner, and I'm afraid we haven't prepared a plate for you. Confronted with Tony Stark's unceremonious expulsion, the enigmatic Black Egg rose expressionlessly and departed without a fuss, merely leaving behind a parting remark. We shall meet again, and not too long from now. He had no intention of persuading the stubborn Stark during their first encounter. It was merely a matter of making an appearance. Undoubtedly, Tony's character is a tough nut to crack, and only when he reveals a vulnerability might there be a chance to sway this obstinate individual, or perhaps, when he finds himself in a predicament, Black Egg possesses an exquisite understanding of human emotions. As for Lin Feng, the one endowed with extraordinary abilities, he had remained silent throughout the discourse. However, during the conversation, Lin Feng exhibited subtle signs of intrigue, which Black Egg astutely detected, leading her to believe that a private conversation with him could be beneficial. Seated in a technologically advanced SUV, Black Egg retrieved a mobile phone and dialed, Natasha. The vacation has been cut short, Natasha replied. In the villa, Lin Feng pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation and remarked to Tony, You didn't even ask me before declining on my behalf. Seriously? Tony, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you interested in that Superboy organization? Come on, grow up a little. I'll take you to a party soon to help you mature. Tony jested, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. It wasn't that he was particularly intrigued by the organization, rather. Lin Feng explained, Forget it, let's disregard that. As for the party, he perked up. When is it? With visions of revelry in his eyes, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, having never attended a party in his 21 years of solitary existence, let alone one hosted by Tony Stark. Oh buddy, it seems our tastes align rather well. Don't worry, it will be happening soon. Tony winked at Lin Feng. I plan to throw a party in a couple of days to celebrate the birth of Iron Man. What do you think? With a meaningful expression, Tony added. You'll be notified, young man. Prepare some tiny umbrellas. Don't get me wrong, Tony. I'm merely curious about what a party entails. To be honest, I've never attended one in my life. Then you truly are unfortunate, Lin. Tony sighed. All right, enough of this chit-chat. Let us go eat. After a day of dealing with reporters, I need to replenish my energy. Chapter 9. After sending off the female journalist. Another female agent arrives after a lavish feast. Lin Feng left the villa with a sense of satisfaction. He leisurely soared through the air, making his way home, when he suddenly remembered the fair-skinned, beautiful young journalist still at his residence. He wondered if she had eaten. But with so many ingredients in the fridge and her culinary skills, she was likely well fed. As Lin Feng flew, he instinctively employed his super hearing. Having indulged in a delightful meal, it was time to observe the ongoing drama. The raucous antics of the Grey Street members in Hell's Kitchen continued unabated, with daily parties that left Lin Feng utterly exasperated. To his dismay, the previous domestic disturbance seemed to be replaying itself, this time featuring the same woman in a striking role reversal. Today, the hefty woman had even resorted to using a weapon. The clattering of pots and pans reverberated through the air, causing Lin Feng to wince at the imagined pain. With a leisurely pace, Lin Feng returned home. As he opened the door, a figure rushed towards him, startling him. It was the young journalist, Susan, who blocked the entrance with an expression of eager anticipation. So, what happened? She inquired. Could you please let me in first? Lin Feng replied, exasperated. Susan moved aside, allowing Lin Feng to enter the villa. He settled onto the sofa, and without regard for propriety, she plopped down beside him, her gaze filled with hope and impatience. Cough, cough, it seems I am rather thirsty, Lin Feng said playfully, deliberately avoiding Susan's expectant eyes. In a flash, Susan dashed to the kitchen, returning with a glass of water, which she presented to Lin Feng with both hands. Drink, Lin. Lin Feng accepted the water with satisfaction, taking a sip. He then feigned a sigh, rolling his eyes dramatically. After a long day, my shoulders are a bit sore. He exaggeratedly pounded his shoulder, laden with implication. In the blink of an eye, Susan's small hands climbed up, vigorously kneading Lin Feng's shoulders. The pressure felt to him as light as ants crawling. After a prolonged silence, Lin Feng remained unresponsive, prompting Susan to grow anxious. In a fit of determination, she abandoned the massage, seizing Lin Feng's shoulders and shaking him back and forth. Lin, you must tell me. What happened? All right. Stop shaking me. Lin Feng chuckled, seeing how close Susan was to tears. He gently patted her hands and turned to offer her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, the matter has been resolved. Tonight, Tony Stark will send someone to handle it. By tomorrow morning, you can return home. Really? Susan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy as she enveloped Lin Feng in a heartfelt embrace. Thank you, Lin. This sudden display of affection left Lin Feng feeling somewhat awkward. Once again, he experienced the overwhelming presence of the young journalist. As she hugged him tightly, a refreshing scent reminiscent of body wash wafted towards him, causing his nose to tingle. Coupled with the softness pressing against his chest, he felt an involuntary reaction stirring within him. Steady now. Lin Feng mentally urged himself. He certainly could not afford to be embarrassed at such a moment. After a while, as if she had cried enough, Susan's sobs gradually subsided. Lin Feng took the opportunity to gently pat her back and pull her away. Goodness, she was crying like a drenched pear blossom, with tears and snot flowing. Lin Feng quickly grabbed a tissue box, took out 2 sheets, and handed them to her. One cannot entirely blame Susan for her overwhelming emotions. The feeling of life being perpetually threatened is simply dreadful. The tension Susan had endured for days was like a taut string ready to snap. Now that she was finally safe, she could no longer contain her feelings. Her life could return to normal, all thanks to the big boy standing before her. Susan looked at Lin Feng earnestly and said, I truly appreciate you. Lin, you will always be my friend. All right. Go wash up and get some rest. You can go home tomorrow. Just remember not to wander into Hell's Kitchen again. Unable to bear Susan's overly sentimental words, Lin Feng scratched his head and replied somewhat awkwardly. Next time, there might not be anyone to save you. I understand, Lin. Susan nodded. She needed to return to her room to message her parents. The dangers of the past few days had prevented her from contacting them. If she didn't reach out soon, they might have to report her missing. Susan hurried back to her room, opened the door, and shielded her body with it, revealing only her little head, just like the night before. Thank you so much, Lin. Unlike the previous night, Susan's face was now adorned with smiles and sincerity. Got it. Hurry and sleep. I need to rest too. Feeling Susan's joy and authenticity, Lin Feng smiled in return, waved to her, and then walked back to his own room. He fell onto his bed, letting out a peculiar chuckle. The feeling of being appreciated was truly unique and a high-quality form of spiritual nourishment, especially when it came from a beautiful girl. It brought Lin Feng a happiness he had never experienced before. Little did he know, did Clark from the movies ever feel such emotions? Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, the young reporter Susan departed. She needed to return home to reassure her parents and also to see her younger sister, who had been missing her dearly. After a few days apart, she would need to coax her for quite a while. Lin Feng indulged in a leisurely sleep, not waking until noon. Recently, it seemed he had been preoccupied with others' affairs, so he decided to stay home today and not go anywhere. He planned to play video games all day. Looking at the time, realizing it was already noon, he felt too lazy to cook. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and ordered takeout. He couldn't help but lament that without a certain delivery service, life was indeed inconvenient. Ordering food required calling the restaurant. He randomly chose a pizza place, set down his phone, and dove into his game. His super quick reflexes made his gameplay comparable to that of a professional player. No teammates would ever criticize his skills again. Lin Feng was immensely excited while playing. Just as he finished a game, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hello? Pizza delivery. I'm coming. Lin Feng responded, dropping the controller and rushing to the door. With a hint of skepticism lingering in his mind, Lin Feng recalled how slow food delivery services had been in foreign countries while watching short videos. To his surprise, his own order arrived promptly. It seemed that one could not wholly trust the content of those videos. Contemplating this, Lin Feng opened the door. But upon seeing the delivery person, his expression morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. "Sir, that will be $12, a melodious voice announced. All right." Lin Feng replied with a semblance of a smile, retrieving $12 and accepting the pizza. Noticing that the delivery person showed no intention of leaving, Lin Feng decided to play along. "Is there anything else?" He feigned confusion. "Oh, sir, I'm terribly sorry, but may I use your restroom? You know, it's quite far from the city center." The delivery person explained, somewhat bashfully. "Not a problem. Feel free." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After directing the delivery person to the restroom, he settled onto the sofa, refraining from touching the pizza, instead employing his X-ray vision to gaze in the restroom's direction. He was skeptical that the individual was genuinely in urgent need of the facilities. Could it be that a distinguished S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the infamous Black Widow Natasha, was delivering his food? Surely, she must think him a fool. Indeed, at first glance upon opening the door, Lin Feng recognized the delivery person, none other than the renowned Black Widow herself. It appeared that the cunning Black Egg had not yet given up on him. And Lin Feng crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. Tony had explicitly rejected Black Egg's advances. What could be her motive in sending Natasha to engage with him? Before Lin Feng could ponder further, a sudden exclamation emanated from the restroom. "Oh, sir. My car keys fell into the toilet. Could you please help me?" Lin Feng scoffed quietly, having maintained his X-ray vision on Natasha. He watched as she dismantled the ceiling and installed a small black box the size of a matchbox, only to toss a set of keys into the toilet. Such a comprehensive performance. Truly, she was a meticulous agent, and Lin Feng appreciated that. Unbeknownst to Natasha, every action she took was clearly visible to him. Though her expression remained impassive, her tone was laced with coyness. Did she intend to test the young man? Lin Feng smirked once more. If she wished to engage in theatrics, he would gladly oblige. "I'm coming, cutie," Lin Feng exclaimed, instantly adopting a playful demeanor as he strode toward the restroom. Upon opening the door, Natasha wore an expression of utter disarray, her delivery uniform making her appear rather endearing. Lin Feng feigned concern, rushing forward to envelop her in a bear hug, murmuring softly, "Oh, little cutie, don't worry. It's just a car key. If it's lost, I'll buy you a new four-wheeler." As he spoke, Lin Feng swiftly pressed the toilet flush. This was no ordinary toilet. Flushing down a mere key would be a breeze. In the midst of her elaborate charade, Natasha was startled as she was suddenly embraced by an overwhelming masculine presence. Before she could react, her car keys were whisked away down the toilet. In that instant, Natasha was left utterly flabbergasted, thinking, what on earth? Why is he not following the script? In a moment of unexpected intimacy, Natasha was rendered momentarily speechless by a bear hug. Even after 2 firm pushes, she could not dislodge the persistent figure before her. Reluctantly, she retrieved her weapon from behind her hair, a compact, yet powerful stun gun. "Little one, it's time for a nap." "What on earth?" Lin Feng exclaimed, swiftly seizing the device from her grasp. Natasha's pupils constricted. His speed was astonishing. A crackling sound ensued as Lin Feng pressed the button on the black box. "How could you possess such a dangerous item?" He feigned surprise. "A young lady should not carry such perilous contraptions. Hand it over to me for safekeeping. Let me see if there are any more." As he spoke, his hands roamed over Natasha's body in an increasingly inappropriate manner. "Enough." Feeling Lin Feng's hands crossing a line, Natasha drew a small handgun from between the 2 burly men and pressed it angrily against his head. As a spy, she recognized that she had been played. The target of her mission was likely aware of her identity. Indeed, upon seeing Natasha brandishing her firearm, Lin Feng ceased his advances. He stepped back, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "Did Nick Fury not inform you that firearms are of no consequence to me, Miss Natasha Romanoff?" Natasha's expression grew serious. "You indeed know who I am." Lin Feng smirked. "I know much more than that. I even know how you meet your end in a few years. Put away your little stick. It wouldn't even tickle me." With that, he turned and returned to the living room, casually tossing the pizza into the trash. It was evident that the pizza had been tampered with, presumably a concoction of Natasha's design, and while sedatives would have little effect on Lin Feng, he had no desire to consume such suspicious food. However, he couldn't help but admire Natasha's remarkable physique. Natasha holstered her weapon and sat across from Lin Feng in silence, her gaze fixed intently upon his relaxed demeanor. "Speak." You've gone to great lengths to gather so many people. What is it that you seek from me? Lin Feng shrugged, his enhanced vision revealing the villa across from them, teeming with armed agents. Had it not been for Natasha's presence, he would have already unleashed a lethal beam in their direction. I don't comprehend what you're saying, Natasha retorted, but Lin Feng merely pointed towards the opposing villa. Scoffing, 65 agents, all armed to the teeth, equipped even with heat-sensing devices. Do you now grasp what I am indicating? How do you know? Natasha's expression darkened, her first instinct suggesting a traitor with an S. H-I-E-L-D. Lin Feng offered no explanation, instead appraising the Black Widow with a hint of flirtation. The black lace. Your taste is commendable. Natasha's pupils widened, and she instinctively shielded her body with her hand. Can you see through me? Yet. In the next instant, having regained her composure, she lowered her hand and elegantly tossed her hair. So, little one, do you fancy black lace? Who, indeed, was Natasha? The renowned Black Widow, indeed, has often found herself in situations where she must employ her charm to accomplish her missions. As Natasha began to weave her usual mischief, Lin Feng felt a twinge of impatience. While he appreciated the allure of beautiful women, he harbored a disdain for such overtly ulterior motives. I must inquire, Agent Natasha, what precisely is the intention of your director in sending you here? Are you investigating my personal preferences? Lin Feng continued, I have no time to indulge in your games. Please, state your purpose without delay. Do not presume my patience is boundless. Very well, it is indeed Nick Fury who sent me, Natasha conceded, her facade crumbling upon being unmasked. The mission at hand was formidable, with adversaries possessing capabilities that were almost unfathomable. She believed that her typical strategies might seem trivial in the eyes of such opponents, thus opting for a straightforward approach. S-H-I-E-L-D requires capable individuals to join our ranks. We face many unknown foes and must prepare promptly. Natasha endeavored to imbue her gaze with sincerity. I'm not interested, Lin Feng replied, raising his hands in resignation. Did not Tony make it abundantly clear last time? He was quite disinterested in the beleaguered S-H-I-E-L-D organization. Like Tony, I have no desire to join your superhero collective, he added. Not at all. You are not like Tony. Natasha rose, producing a card and tossing it to Lin Feng. You are far more perilous. I hope you give this proposition serious thought. The card contained her contact information. I trust you will make the right choice, little brother. With a playful arch of her brow and a flirtatious glance, she departed. The enigmatic agent intended to cultivate her mission slowly, recognizing that candidates often require multiple invitations. By making a brief appearance now, she could delve into deeper discussions on future encounters. The card still bore her warmth, and after a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng decided to keep it. He was not inclined to join the Avengers initiative, at least not at this juncture. He cherished his freedom and disliked the notion of being constrained by others. Perhaps engaging as a consultant would be an acceptable arrangement. Pay me, and I shall deliver results. Lin Feng mused, contemplating that perhaps they could converse further on another occasion. In the original narrative, Tony ultimately chose to join the Avengers, a notion rooted in the understanding that there is strength in numbers. Lin Feng, too, was not exempt from this realization. Chapter 10, The Soaring Reputation, Have I Fallen in Love? It seems that the sudden appearance of Nick Fury has made Tony Stark acutely aware of the inconveniences associated with donning and doffing his marked suits. What if a malevolent individual were to intrude upon his home again? Would he truly have the luxury of time to equip himself with the armor? The more Tony contemplated this, the more he felt a palpable lack of security. Consequently, he devoted his recent efforts to developing a portable model, ultimately creating Mark V, which could fold into the compact form of a briefcase. He even took the opportunity to boast to Lin Feng about this achievement, leaving Lin Feng somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was not idle. In pursuit of accruing more reputation points, he navigated the murky waters of the various regions within the underworld, wherever danger lurked. There was Lin Feng, often arriving on the scene with swiftness that surpassed even the agents of the J Bureau. Frequently, by the time a multitude of agents arrived, Lin Feng had already resolved the situation. This elicited a mixture of admiration and exasperation from the authorities, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene. In no time, a superhero clad in a black bodysuit, adorned with a flowing cape and emblazoned with a prominent S-shaped emblem, became a household name throughout the underworld. His name was Superman. Television broadcasts frequently showcased Superman rescuing a chemical plant engulfed in flames or safely guiding a precariously swaying cargo ship to shore amidst a storm. Today, once again, he saved a child on the brink of falling from a building. His formidable strength, striking appearance, and fervent desire to aid the public quickly garnered him a substantial following, even leading to the establishment of his own fan forum. His reputation soared to new heights. During this period, the young journalist Susan approached Lin Feng once more, expressing her desire to accompany him to capture on-site rescue photographs. The images circulating online depicting Superman were either exceedingly blurry or poorly angled, failing to do justice to Lin Feng's image. Eager to fulfill her professional aspirations, she sought to shadow him, which Lin Feng readily agreed to, recognizing that increased exposure would translate to greater reputation points. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, though he did request that Susan ensure he looked particularly heroic in her shots. Susan did not disappoint. Having enrolled in a photography course to enhance her skills, each photograph she took was captivating and impactful, leaving Lin Feng thoroughly impressed. Over time, the two young individuals spent nearly every day in each other's company. Naturally, as their bond deepened, the possibility of other sentiments began to emerge, though neither had yet fully realized this development. As various events concerning Superman garnered widespread attention, his acclaim and the buzz surrounding him eclipsed that of Iron Man, inciting a twinge of jealousy and envy in Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Susan, who consistently captured images of Superman, swiftly became a prized asset at CBB television. An array of dazzling benefits and perks were offered to her, with conditions that she could dictate at will, as they were keenly aware of the risk of losing her to rival networks. This brought Susan immense joy, solidifying her perception of Lin Feng as both a dear friend and a benefactor. On this day, once again, Lin Feng saved a runaway school bus, and he and Susan, as usual, settled into a CAF to admire the photographs they had just captured. In the images, Lin Feng is seen triumphantly lifting the out-of-control bus, surrounded by a jubilant group of elementary school children. There is also a majestic shot of him soaring into the sky after resolving the incident, beneath a cerulean expanse, where the smiles of the rescued children mingle with that of a superhero clad in black. Surely, this photograph is destined for accolades. As Susan perused the images, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin, each time I witness your prowess, it leaves me in awe. You are truly remarkable." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Feng. "Ah, it's not that impressive," Lin Feng replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head, feigning humility. Yet internally, he was jubilantly shouting, "This is exhilarating. I am the best in the world." After finishing her review of the photographs, Susan lifted her coffee for a sip, when suddenly she seemed to transform, becoming somewhat shy, glancing at Lin Feng several times as if contemplating something profound. "What is the matter?" Lin Feng noticed her demeanor and inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Susan," she said, her cheeks slightly flushed, taking a deep breath as if she had made a momentous decision. "Would you accompany me tomorrow after work to stroll and perhaps watch a movie?" Upon uttering these words, she lowered her gaze to her coffee, awaiting Lin Feng's response. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Feng keenly sensed Susan's heart rate accelerating. What was happening? Was she ill? It didn't seem that way. Observing her bashful demeanor coupled with her words, Lin Feng pondered and began to grasp a realization. He tentatively asked, "Are you asking me out on a date?" Susan's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson at his blunt question, internally lamenting Lin Feng's obliviousness. "I must return to submit these photos to the television station. Farewell." She swiftly exited, leaving Lin Feng alone in the CAF, lost in thought. "Damn it, I am truly exasperated. Host, is your level of obliviousness akin to that of an ironclad fortress?" The voice of the system erupted, laden with frustration. "Eh? What do you mean? You dog of a system?" Lin Feng retorted, noticing how the system had evolved from a mere tool into something almost human, its emotions becoming increasingly expressive, even to the point of playful banter. "That girl clearly harbors feelings for you. She's just too shy to voice them. While you, are you asking me out on a date?" The system mockingly imitated Lin Feng's tone. "Damn it." Lin Feng clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Could you refrain from mimicking me? I genuinely want to punch you. And it's not my fault. I've been single since birth for nearly 22 years. I have no experience." Lin Feng insisted in self-defense. "Proud of being single for 22 years. The system scoffed. "Do you realize why you remain alone? Just take a look at your steel-like issues." All right, my fault. Is that enough?" Lin Feng sighed, realizing that he rarely emerged victorious in his disputes with the system. And as for dating, he was utterly inept at it. Unable to date? Fear not, for I present this to you. With a swift motion, the system placed a book into Lin Feng's hands, its cover emblazoned with 4 bold characters: The Secrets of Dating. For a modest price of 100 reputation points. Thank you for your patronage. Damn, Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. I didn't even want to exchange for this. Wasn't it supposed to be a gift? What a thief. As twilight descended, the streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the increasing number of pedestrians, while the small CAF buzzed with activity. Lin Feng exited the coffee shop and ambled home, his mind involuntarily drifting to the moments spent with the young reporter, Susan. Undeniably, Susan was strikingly beautiful. Her slightly curled golden hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her emerald green eyes sparkled like clear lake water. Her porcelain skin bore no blemish, and her figure was nothing short of exquisite, curvaceous where it should be and slender elsewhere. She epitomized Lin Feng's aesthetic ideals. If one were to inquire whether Lin Feng harbored feelings for her, he could only say that Susan's smile was undeniably enchanting upon further reflection. It struck him that neither of them had ever experienced a romantic relationship, despite both being undeniably attractive. The boy was strong and handsome. The girl was lovely and lively. Their personalities meshed well, and to suggest that sparks wouldn't fly between them would be rather implausible at some point. They had both grown accustomed to selecting a coffee shop after their photo sessions, savoring coffee while admiring the pictures they had just captured. Unbeknownst to them, the boundary of friendship had begun to blur in that moment. Lin Feng, who had been single for 21 years, experienced an epiphany. It is often said that one does not recognize their fortune while immersed in it, that the observer sees more clearly than the participants. From an outsider's perspective, wasn't he and Susan akin to a couple? Mom, I might finally be getting out of the singles club. Lin Feng's eyes glistened with tears of joy. He pulled out his phone, retrieved Susan's number, and his fingers danced across the screen, typing and deleting again. Ultimately, he managed to compose a rather unimpressive message. Tomorrow after work, I will pick you up. With a triumphant shout, Lin Feng, having sent the message, excitedly dashed to a secluded spot, donned his battle attire, and soared into the sky, zigzagging through the air as he raced homeward. Chapter 11. Lin Feng's revelation. Even superheroes need dates. The following day, Susan arrived at the television station, ready to commence her daily duties as usual. The station occupied the 31st floor, and Susan's desk was situated beside a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window. From her vantage point, she could behold a sweeping view of the bustling metropolis below. Colleagues passing by her desk often cast envious glances in her direction. At this moment, Susan radiated the charm of a pillar of the television station. Even the reigning queen of the network would greet her with deference, for she was well acquainted with the station's superhero, Superman. However, Susan remained grounded and did not allow her newfound status to inflate her ego. She consistently treated her colleagues with warmth, readily assisting them whenever possible. She even delighted in sharing snippets of gossip regarding Superman, making her a treasure gem among her peers. A variety of small gifts cluttered her desk, tokens of gratitude from those she had helped. She powered up her computer, initiating her workday by crafting an article for the front page of the affiliated newspaper. As she retrieved photographs taken the previous day, she was struck by Lin Feng's radiant smile, a beacon of charisma. How could one possess such an enchanting grin? Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the screen, her face aglow with a dreamy expression. As they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Stealthily, she took out her phone to reread the text Lin Feng had sent her the night prior. I'll pick you up after work tomorrow. Those 8 utterly mundane words somehow captivated her endlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat on his couch at home, engrossed in a book, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He was thoroughly absorbed, occasionally exclaiming in wonder, as if he had unlocked the door to a new realm of knowledge. I had no idea such things existed. How enlightening. He mused, flipping through the pages with enthusiasm as he eagerly anticipated their date that evening. How about that? 100 prestige points well spent. The system's languid voice chimed in. Not bad, I suppose. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng's smile faded momentarily, and he feigned indifference. It's merely passable. 10 prestige points would suffice. Good luck. May your date be a disaster. The system retorted, extending a middle finger before falling silent. Huh, disaster? Those words do not exist in my vocabulary, Lin Feng scoffed. In his mind, he meticulously rehearsed the evening's itinerary, brimming with confidence about the date. First and foremost, he needed to secure a restaurant, one of a slightly higher caliber, with a comfortable ambience suitable for two. However, a pressing question arose. What does Susan enjoy eating? At that moment, Lin Feng's formidable memory was put to the test, as vivid images of his time with Susan surfaced like snapshots in his mind. He keenly recalled the small fish charms adorning her keychain, at least 3 or 4 strung together. Lin Feng recognized the charm, a gift from a budget seafood restaurant known for its culinary delights. This same emblem had graced the fishing boat he had salvaged the previous month. Susan possesses several pendants, indicating that she has frequented this restaurant on multiple occasions. This suggests that Susan has a penchant for seafood. At this moment, Lin Feng resembles a character possessed by the spirit of Conan. He retrieves his mobile phone and begins to search for renowned seafood establishments, deliberately opting for those owned by Chinese proprietors. He wishes to introduce Susan to the culinary mysteries of Eastern chefs and their seafood preparations. His memories of seafood dishes are myriad and overwhelming, each one more delectable than the last. The unique culinary techniques of Eastern chefs will surely provide Susan with an exceptional experience. Hello? I'd like to make a reservation for 2. Lin Feng states as he dials a restaurant's number. I'm sorry, sir, but we are fully booked, comes the apologetic response in a warm Mandarin voice. You may reserve for tomorrow. Oh, no need for that right now. Lin Feng hangs up, reflecting on the bustling business of this restaurant owned by his compatriots. Remarkably, even before lunch, dinner reservations are already filled. Undeterred, he proceeds to contact several other seafood restaurants, only to be met with the same disheartening news. There are no available tables. Despite his willingness to pay more, he finds himself at a loss. What is going on? Is the business truly this thriving? Who claimed that the path of love is fraught with thorns? Is his first date destined to be a failure? Pondering this, Lin Feng holds the phone in contemplation, realizing that love is indeed no simple endeavor. Suddenly, a revelation strikes him. After a considerable period of thought, he slaps his thigh and dials another number. Sir, Mr. Lin Feng is calling. In the workspace, Tony is busy repairing his armored helmet when Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupts. Tony pauses his work and instructs, Put him through. Hey, Tony. A virtual screen pops up in the studio, revealing Lin Feng's face. Well, if it isn't our superhero. Tony teases, what? No world saving today? Lin Feng, appearing somewhat speechless, realizes that even after some time apart, Tony remains as sharp-tongued as ever. Even superheroes need a break. Haven't you been out fighting the evils you always talk about? Lin Feng retorts. Tony is unfazed by the comeback, lifting the helmet in his hand to indicate, my armor is about to receive an upgrade. Let them survive a little longer. He then boasts, this new suit will offer faster speeds, greater durability, and enhanced convenience. Lin Feng scoffs at Tony's bragging, upgrades, upgrades. Yet you still can't withstand a single punch from me. Touch. All right, buddy, what do you need? Tony, growing somewhat weary, wishes to conclude the conversation. If it's nothing important, I'll hang up. I'm quite busy. Of course it's important, Tony. It's about the date tonight. Lin Feng succinctly outlines the details of his impending rendezvous. Upon learning that this is Lin Feng's first date, Tony's face lights up with a mischievous and peculiar grin. Is that so? You've come to the right person. With his nostrils flared, Tony exuded a confidence that suggested, aside from his technological prowess, he possessed a remarkable talent for charming women. Leave it to me to orchestrate this. Such matters are well within my expertise. With a snap of his fingers, Tony assured, I will ensure everything is arranged with utmost clarity. Tony, this is my very first date. I'm counting on you. Lin Feng earnestly reiterated, wary of any potential mischief from Tony. No problem. Tonight, I shall prepare a special event for you. I guarantee it will be an unforgettable evening for both of you. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, he abruptly ended the call. Hey, Pepper, where are you? After hanging up, Tony clapped his hands and shouted upstairs. Our little superhero is in love. I need your assistance. Chapter 12. The First Date and Tony's Assistance Ding-dong. The crisp sound of a notification echoed, prompting Susan to sigh as she unlocked her phone. Is he still at work? Indeed, it was none other than our little superhero, Lin Feng. Susan had lost count of how many messages Lin Feng had sent her. Yet, there was no trace of impatience in her heart, only a hint of amusement. After patiently replying to the message, she glanced at the clock. 4 p.m., just an hour until the end of the workday. As her tasks were nearing completion, Susan decided to indulge in a cup of coffee to invigorate herself. The benefits of working at the television station were quite commendable. Her office area boasted 2 coffee machines and several small refrigerators brimming with an assortment of snacks, all available for free. Sitting for prolonged periods inevitably caused some discomfort in her lower back. While preparing her coffee, Susan gently massaged her slender waist. Her job consisted mainly of either venturing out to capture photographs or returning to compose copy. Logically, one could argue that going out was a form of exercise. But the ache in her back could solely be attributed to that infernal office chair. She had reported it several times. Yet the miserly station manager remained oblivious to the need for a replacement. Suddenly, with an obnoxious clatter, a lewd man appeared before Susan, brandishing an oversized lumbar pillow like a ghost. "Ah, John, what are you doing?" Startled and irked, she turned to confront him. Her exclamation drew the attention of her colleagues. A few glanced over before returning to their work. Nevertheless, their pace had slowed, and discreet glances were cast in their direction. Everyone was acutely aware another spectacle was unfolding. This lewd individual was John, the station manager's nephew. From the very first day of Susan's employment, he had pursued her with fervor. And this was not the first encounter of its kind. Each attempt had met with Susan's merciless rejection. John had not anticipated startling her. He had merely intended to surprise her. Witnessing her shock, an awkward expression spread across his plump face. Susan, I just wanted to give you a cushion for your back," John stammered, lifting the carefully selected green pillow with his short, stout arms. "This way, you won't feel so fatigued." "And no, thank you," Susan replied, shaking her head vehemently. "I appreciate your kindness, but please refer to me as Miss Carter." With that, she made an effort to avoid looking at John any longer. Grasping her coffee and attempting to leave, she had no desire to endure his gaze. She had heard from colleagues that there were 3 or 4 individuals at the station entangled with John in various relationships. Susan had always preferred to steer clear of such individuals. "Susan," John raised his voice slightly, stepping forward to block her path, nearly causing her to stumble into him. "What do you want?" His lack of awareness had begun to irritate Susan, her delicate features now set in a frosty demeanor. A shadow flickered in John's nearly obscured eyes, overshadowed by his excess flesh. His voice sank to a hushed tone. "I would like to invite you to dinner this evening. I am aware of a newly opened steakhouse nearby that seems quite promising." "Apologies, but I have made plans for the evening," Susan interrupted with an expressionless demeanor, her eyes betraying a hidden disdain. With that, she grasped her coffee and swiftly maneuvered past John, leaving him with nothing but her retreating silhouette. The graceful curvature of Susan's form left him parched and speechless. John did not attempt to stop her. Instead, his gaze lingered on Susan's departing figure, dark and foreboding. The cushion in his hands was nearly contorted from his grip. This marked the 7th occasion he had bestowed gifts upon Susan, whether flowers or jewelry. Opulent or utilitarian, she had dismissed each offering without a second glance. His patience was rapidly waning. This scene did not go unnoticed by John's colleagues at the television station. Each group harbored its own gossip circles, and at this moment, the gossip-loving co-workers had ceased their tasks, fervently discussing the latest drama. "That chubby fellow is pursuing Susan again. I cannot fathom where he finds his audacity. Does he not realize that Susan detests green? And yet, he presents her with a green cushion? He ought to consider his own appearance. Does he truly believe that a Beauty and the Beast scenario could unfold in his favor? Just because he possesses a modicum of wealth, he thinks all women should fawn over him. I wager that if he were not the boss's nephew, he would have been ousted from the company long ago. How many times has he pursued Susan now? The 17th this month?" The staff delightedly indulged in their gossip, while John had already returned to his office. Situated 1 floor above, it was a soundproof sanctuary designed for him and his girlfriend to engage in their romantic endeavors. Of course, his girlfriend was typically replaced on a monthly basis. Upon entering, John erupted in a fit of rage, hurling objects in his fury. "Damn that wretched woman." After a prolonged episode of destruction, he collapsed into his chair, gasping for breath. The excesses of his lifestyle had left his complexion marred by acne, his pallor unwholesome. "I've never encountered such an ungrateful woman. Just because she had a few photographs taken with Superman, what gives her the right to decline my advances?" John seethed internally, his expression growing increasingly dark. After a while, having vented his frustrations, his countenance returned to a semblance of calm. It mattered not. With women who were impervious to his charms, he usually had an alternative strategy. Finally, the end of the workday arrived, and Susan stretched, shutting down her computer. Ding! A text notification chimed. "Susan, I'm downstairs at your office. Hurry down." Upon reading the message, Susan couldn't help but smile. At 5 o'clock, the young man was eagerly timing his messages. Why did he seem so restless today? unlike his usual composed self. "I'm on my way," she replied, retrieving a small makeup mirror to quickly refresh her appearance before heading towards the elevator. At just past 5, the bustling streets were filled with throngs of office workers seeking their evening meals. After exchanging pleasantries with a few colleagues, Susan exited the building, her lovely eyes scanning for Lin Feng. "Hey, Susan," a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, she found Lin Feng's face nearly inches from her own. "Wow, what are you doing?" Susan instinctively took a step back, her fair cheeks tinged with a blush as she playfully chided him. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng extended his hands and gracefully traced a circle in the air. In an instant, a magnificent bouquet of roses appeared as if conjured by magic, resting elegantly in Lin Feng's hands. Like a true gentleman, he presented the flowers to the astonished Susan, saying, "For you, the beautiful Miss Susan." "Oh my heavens! Is this magic?" Susan exclaimed in delight as she accepted the roses, inhaling their intoxicating fragrance, which seemed to chase away half of her fatigue from a long day's work. "Lin, how did you know I adore roses?" "That's a secret." Lin Feng, feigning mystery, winked at Susan before slightly bowing and extending his hand, inviting her. "Might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner, beautiful Miss Susan?" Susan's cheeks flushed once more, and she feigned composure as she reached out her hand, responding, "Of course, my big boy." Her racing heart betrayed her, though the scenario felt somewhat cliché. For both of them, it was their first date, brimming with freshness and excitement. Lin Feng smiled gently, taking Susan's delicate, fair hand, and led her to the roadside where a Rolls-Royce awaited them, arranged by Tony. With Happy as the driver. Initially reluctant, Happy's demeanor shifted dramatically upon learning he was to chauffeur a superhero. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to serve a superhero, and Happy, who was infatuated with the superhero's immense power, was indeed a member of the superhero forum. Lin Feng attentively opened the car door for Susan, and they both settled into the luxurious vehicle. The little golden chariot set off slowly, heading toward a seafood restaurant. "Oh, did you see that? Susan just got into that luxury car." Several of Susan's colleagues witnessed this scene outside the office building and gasped in astonishment. "Is that her boyfriend? He looks so young, and his smile is so radiant. And most importantly, he must be very wealthy. Did anyone capture that? Hurry and share it in the group. We have juicy gossip to share." One colleague, eager to spread the news, remarked. The moment the photo was shared in their small group chat, it ignited a flurry of responses from the lurking members. The chat buzzed with envy and jealousy. He couldn't possibly own that car. How could someone so young afford a Rolls-Royce? A green tea type remarked, dripping with jealousy. "Come on, he can't just be a rich second-generation kid, right?" Someone interjected, defending him. "What do you all do for a living? Don't you do your homework? That car's license plate looks familiar, doesn't it?" "I know. It's a Stark Industries plate." "Oh my goodness, someone with such privilege must be a shareholder. Or perhaps her boyfriend is Tony Stark's illegitimate son. Am I the only one laughing? I can't wait to see John's expression when he finds out about this." Chapter 13. Happy, let Lin Feng go. Regardless of the opinions of the onlookers, the young couple officially commenced their date. "Happy," exclaimed Susan, surprised as she entered the car and recognized the driver. "Hello, Miss Susan." Happy politely greeted her, then turned his attention to Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin." Happy called out to Lin Feng with palpable excitement. It was rather embarrassing, as he was not only a member of the superhero forum but also one of its esteemed veterans. Happy had often fantasized that if he possessed superhuman abilities, Mr. Stark would never face any peril. "Oh, Tony Stark's loyal driver and bodyguard. Why, how did he end up here?" Susan questioned, turning to Lin Feng with a look of confusion. "Isn't Happy Tony Stark's driver?" As a journalist, Susan was somewhat aware of the circle's celebrities moved in. "Did you forget I mentioned that Tony Stark is my friend?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Is your relationship that close? I had assumed it was merely a casual acquaintance." Susan was genuinely taken aback. She had thought they were just ordinary friends, only to discover that Tony had lent his personal driver to Lin Feng. "That's not important, is it?" Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. He then turned to Happy, saying, "Drive on, Happy. I know you've had a long day at work. Let's grab a bite to eat first, then do some shopping, shall we?" With a playful grin, Lin Feng winked at Susan and said, "Guess what we're having for dinner?" Happy rolled his eyes at the childish guessing game but simply started the vehicle, choosing to remain silent as he was just the driver. "It wouldn't be that newly opened steakhouse, would it?" Susan inquired, aware of the famous internet sensation that John had mentioned. The restaurant was known for its owner's flamboyant salt sprinkling technique, which had garnered a massive following. Having received flyers and seen it in short videos, Susan knew of the place. However, truth be told, she was not particularly fond of steak. Still, if Lin Feng extended the invitation, she was willing to give it a try. "No, I know you don't like steak, Susan," Lin Feng replied confidently. In a rather embarrassing revelation, Lin Feng had purchased a manual detailing Susan's preferences from the system, spending a total of 300 reputation points. "What a cunning system. How do you know I don't like steak?" Susan asked, a mix of surprise and curiosity in her tone. Glancing at Lin Feng's dark hair, she tentatively suggested, "Then, I guess it's Oriental cuisine?" "Well," Lin Feng pondered briefly, "that's not entirely accurate." "What is it, seafood?" "Not entirely accurate, Lin." After several unsuccessful guesses, Susan grew anxious. Her tone unconsciously took on a playful whine, leaving Lin Feng somewhat flustered. This made the novice Lin Feng feel quite overwhelmed. All right, it's seafood. And it is also Oriental cuisine." Lin Feng laughed, revealing, "Today, I'll introduce you to the delights of seafood prepared in the Eastern culinary style." With a glimmer of realization in her eyes, Susan recalled an extraordinarily famous and exceedingly expensive seafood restaurant. Could it possibly be the renowned Dongfang Pinglai? As Susan's gaze filled with anticipation, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "Oh my goodness!" Susan exclaimed. "I know that place. It's incredibly pricey. It's the top choice among the most sought-after restaurants." Her large eyes sparkled with excitement. Heaven knows how much Susan, a fervent seafood enthusiast, yearned to savor a meal there. However, the exorbitant prices of that establishment were a significant barrier. Moreover, the restaurant rarely accommodated ordinary patrons, typically serving only aristocrats, government officials, and the CEOs of elite corporations. "Did you really make a reservation at Pinglai Lin? I recall they don't accept reservations from regular people," Susan inquired. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she scrutinized Lin Feng with a dubious expression. "Oh heavens, you didn't transform into Superman too?" Susan abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes inadvertently drifting toward the driver's seat. She remembered that there was indeed a driver in the car and almost let slip her words. With a flourish, she traced an S-shaped line in the air, reminiscent of Superman's emblem. If Lin Feng had made the reservation under the guise of Superman, the restaurant would undoubtedly not turn him away. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. "What are you thinking? There's no way I could make a reservation using that identity." At that moment, the vehicle halted at a traffic light. Happy, unable to contain himself, slightly turned his head to explain, "Miss Susan, Mr. Lin is a shareholder of Stark Industries. Furthermore, he is a close friend of Mr. Tony Stark. I doubt any restaurant would be foolish enough to refuse Mr. Lin." "What?" Susan gasped, turning to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with astonishment. "You're actually a shareholder of Stark Industries." She was aware of Lin Feng's considerable wealth, given that he resided in a 600-square-meter villa, which explained why she was not surprised by the arrival of a Rolls-Royce. Yet, she had never imagined him to be this affluent. Stark Industries practically had wealthy written all over it. Lin Feng nodded, confirming that he indeed held some shares in Stark Industries, a gift from Tony. Susan fell silent, perceiving this young man as a treasure, one from whom new gems could continually be discovered. She began to anticipate the culinary delights awaiting her that evening. Happy's driving was smooth, and they soon arrived at the seafood restaurant. Under the warm hospitality of the establishment, Susan experienced her first taste of Eastern seafood cuisine. The Eastern chefs, with their remarkable culinary skills, had elevated seafood preparation to an art form. By the end of the meal, Susan felt it was worth every penny. The array of dishes and the novel flavors she had never encountered before gave her a fresh perspective on gastronomy. Once they had dined to their heart's content, the duo emerged into a brilliantly lit night. Their expenditure had reached nearly 6 figures in dollars. Susan rated this dining experience a solid 9 out of 10, afraid to give a higher score lest it inflate Lin Feng's ego. 2 individuals sat in the vehicle on their return journey, and Lin Feng brazenly shifted closer to Susan. She noticed his subtle maneuver and shot him a glance, yet did not rebuff him. Susan selected a few meticulously captured photographs of delectable dishes and posted them on her personal profile. Her page was followed solely by her close friends and family, as she wished to share this experience. However, within mere minutes of posting, her phone began to ring incessantly. Glancing at her device, she saw it was her best friend, Kay. Messages poured in from Kay like a barrage of cannon fire. "Susan, did you visit that restaurant? Oh my goodness. I heard they send a luxury car to pick you up from work today, and I could hardly believe it. You haven't caught the eye of some mysterious big boss, have you? Also, why wasn't I invited to this good fortune?" Kay's inquiries became increasingly sensational, leaving Susan utterly speechless. What on earth are you talking about, Kay? Susan's delicate fingers flew across the screen. It's just a friend. A friend took me out to eat. I will definitely take you next time if the opportunity arises. Is your big boss the one who picked you up in a Rolls-Royce? Kay clearly had no intention of letting Susan off the hook and continued her probing. If you keep talking like that, I won't respond to you. Susan's cheeks flushed slightly. Her exuberant friend was indeed unrestrained in her remarks. It truly was just a good friend who took me. Please stop making wild guesses. Susan sent Kay a picture taken during their meal, where Lin Feng was attentively peeling a crab leg for her, wearing a pair of slender-framed glasses that accentuated his striking features, reminiscent of a young CEO from a novel. Instantly, Kay fell silent. After a moment, a new message arrived. Oh, my God, where did you find this handsome young man? Is he your boyfriend? Upon reading the message, Susan shyly cast a glance at Lin Feng beside her. She undoubtedly harbored significant affection for this charming, yet somewhat modest young man. Lin Feng embodied the essence of a fairy tale protagonist, powerful and confident. However, their relationship had yet to be clearly defined, and Lin Feng had not professed his feelings. Thus, he could not be considered her boyfriend, could he? Not quite. Susan replied. Then step aside, let me take my chance. Kay's response was peppered with a string of question marks. I've been single for over 20 years, and I find this boy incredibly appealing. Kay's reply was audacious. If you don't want him, how about you let him go to me? Scram. Susan retorted, a frown adorning her face, as she promptly shut off her phone, choosing to ignore her exuberant friend. Chapter 14. The night of defining relationships, an unexpected turn at long last. The vehicle gradually returned to the city. Lin Feng and Susan disembarked, and with time still on their side, they resolved to wander the streets and indulge in some nocturnal delights. In the realm of youth, the notion of early rest holds little sway. Without uttering a word regarding returning home, they shared an unspoken understanding. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Happy, having opened the car door, called out to Lin Feng, who was preparing to depart. What is it, Happy? Lin Feng inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice as he turned around. The portly Happy suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, bending down to retrieve a poster and a pin from the passenger seat. With an air of anticipation, he presented it to Lin Feng. The poster depicted Lin Feng clad in a superhero costume. Could you grant me an autograph, if it's not too much trouble? I would also love a photo together. Goodness. Susan couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware that Happy recognized Lin Feng's true identity. You've become a star, Lin, she teased. Lin Feng flashed a wry smile at Susan, then turned back to Happy, saying, of course, Happy. With that, Lin Feng removed the ring he wore to conceal his identity, and donned the sleek black suit that enveloped him. Instantly, his aura transformed, rendering him unrecognizable compared to the Lin Feng adorned with the ring. Much to the amazement of both Happy and Susan, Happy produced his phone, and Lin Feng wrapped an arm around Happy's shoulder, bending slightly as he was taller. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Thank you, Mr. Superhero, Happy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Oh no, it's Mr. Lin. Wishing you both a splendid evening. After receiving his autograph and a photograph, an ecstatic Happy embraced Lin Feng before jumping into his car and swiftly driving away in a flourish. That Happy, what a character. Lin Feng remarked, feeling somewhat awkward as he changed back into his casual attire, reapplying the ring and transitioning from superhero to the boy next door. Oh, Lin. Although this isn't my first time witnessing it, you truly do not evoke the image of a superhero when not in your costume. Susan mused, despite your appearance remaining unchanged. I instinctively perceive you as someone other than a superhero. That shall remain a secret, Lin Feng replied with a mysterious smile while touching the ring. With that, Lin Feng extended his hand and invited. So, the lovely Miss Susan, would you care to accompany me on a stroll through this enchanting city by night? Without a word, Susan blushed, extending her delicate hand in response. Under the luminous night of New York, the streets were alive with the bustle of vehicles, while street performers gathered in pairs, passionately showcasing their talents. Lin Feng held Susan's hand as they meandered down the street, one in front of the other. The gentle and tender sensation stirred emotions in Lin Feng, who had been single for 21 years. The two walked in silence, relishing the ambiguous yet marvelous atmosphere surrounding them. Before long, they arrived at a quaint square. In the distance, street performers sang fervently about love, while couples stood hand in hand, dotting the square. Hello, sir. Are you considering purchasing a flower for your girlfriend? A young girl clad in red halted Lin Feng's path, clutching a bouquet. Despite her tender age, her gaze was piercing. Such fresh-faced lovers seldom declined her offerings. Indeed, Lin Feng did not refuse, and he retrieved some money to buy a bouquet of roses. The little girl departed, her face radiant with joy as she clutched the cash. Susan silently accepted the flowers, and for a moment, the two shared a quietude. Sensing the weight of the atmosphere, Lin Feng recalled the dating manual's advice. He should take the initiative. Bolstering his resolve with a deep breath, he turned to face Susan. Susan, She looked up, her expression quickly turning shy as she lowered her gaze to the roses. Would you look at me, Susan? Lin Feng's voice took on a gentle, slow cadence, causing a flutter in Susan's heart. She met his gaze once more, her eyes reflecting a radiant light, bright and shimmering. Captivated by the ethereal beauty of Susan's face under the soft glow, Lin Feng instinctively reached out to caress her cheek. Susan's pupils quivered. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but restrained herself. She did not refuse, merely parting her lips, a mix of confusion and shyness evident in her demeanor, stirring Lin Feng's heart with an undeniable thrill. Will you be my girlfriend? Lin Feng inhaled deeply, letting the words escape his lips slowly. Akin to Cupid's arrow aimed at Susan's heart, his sudden confession left her momentarily bewildered. She hurriedly lowered her head, obscuring her expression from Lin Feng. Memories of Lin Feng flooded Susan's mind, his strength, confidence, and sunny disposition, tempered by moments of delightful cluelessness. After months of companionship, he had carved an indelible mark upon her heart. Unsure of her own feelings, Susan felt her heartbeat quicken, and the hand grasping the roses began to perspire uncontrollably. As silence lingered, Lin Feng grew anxious. What did the dating manual advise in such moments? His thoughts faltered. Well, though being near me might bring some danger, I will protect you with my life. His thoughts tangled, and he inadvertently recited a line from the manual. I am the seasoning in your seafood. Without me, you lose all flavor. No, I mean, I am your winter sun, your summer popsicle, your umbrella on rainy days. A laugh escaped Susan's lips, dispelling the tension that had enveloped them. She lifted her gaze to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with joy, curving like a crescent moon. Lin, what are you saying? No, Susan, I merely meant. Lin Feng sighed in frustration, lamenting how his tongue seemed to have a mind of its own. Susan parted her crimson lips and uttered 2 words before once again bowing her head, feeling her cheeks ablaze. Upon hearing Susan's unexpected exclamation, Lin Feng froze in place. His mind raced to analyze the significance of those 2 words, and in an instant, a river of joy surged through his heart. Lin Feng's breath became uncontrollably heavier. Yes. Amid Susan's astonishment, Lin Feng could not restrain himself and pulled her into an embrace. 2 inexperienced young souls fell headlong into the throes of love at that moment. Suddenly, the sound of applause erupted, celebrating this newly confirmed couple. Lin Feng looked up, astonished to find that his confession had unwittingly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Well done, young man. Congratulations to you, young couple. The gathered spectators generously offered their blessings, their applause and whistles merging into a jubilant cacophony. Nearby, a wandering musician began to sing a melody of well wishes. Confessions had become a common occurrence on this street, infused with the essence of romance. This place had nearly transformed into a sacred ground for declarations of love, with passers-by cheering for every successful couple. Kiss her, the crowd urged, their kind eyes fixed on the 2 young lovers. Lin Feng looked down at the bashful Susan in his arms. Her gaze was filled with tenderness, quietly locked onto Lin Feng, her cheeks betraying a smile as if she were waiting for his next move. Be brave, young man. The spectators encouraged Lin Feng to muster his courage when he hesitated to act. This left Lin Feng both amused and exasperated, as it seemed the audience was more eager than he was. Trying to regain his composure, Lin Feng slowly leaned down towards Susan. The distance between them dwindled, and the floral scent emanating from her enveloped Lin Feng's senses. His unique masculine presence began to stir something within Susan. She gently closed her eyes, as if awaiting a sacred ritual, anticipating the moment of connection. In such proximity, their heartbeats quickened, racing in sync, amidst the cheers of the crowd. Only a millimeter separated their lips. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen twist occurred. Chapter 15. Surprise Attack. The abomination of unscrupulous martial ethics. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. The deafening blast echoed from a nearby block, accompanied by the distant roar of something beastly. The crowd watching the spectacle screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. Lin Feng turned in shock, following the source of the explosion, his vision penetrating through the chaos. Just a block away, two gray-green monstrosities were locked in a fierce struggle on the street. Where they tread, vehicles lay wrecked and the ground crumbled. As panicked citizens fled like fragile bubbles, easily crushed beneath their feet. Hulk and Abomination. Lin Feng's expression hardened. He recognized these two creatures that had marred his first kiss. It was so close. A surge of fury bubbled within him. The two beasts had rendered the entire street incapacitated, and the citizens caught in their path were as vulnerable as delicate foam, obliterated with ease. As he sprinted forward, the earth trembled beneath him. Lin Feng's face darkened as he sighed, turning to Susan. "It seems I must intervene," he said. Susan gently patted his arm, her eyes sparkling with mirth. She understood perfectly why Lin Feng was agitated. "Go on, my little superhero, do what you must." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. "Wait for me here." With that, he dashed into an empty corner. In the next heartbeat, a whoosh filled the air as Superman soared into the sky, heading towards the two monsters. Meanwhile, Susan scanned her surroundings and spotted a tall building perfect for a photograph. From seemingly nowhere, she produced a small camera and raced towards the structure, playfully sticking her tongue out in the direction Lin Feng had flown. "I want to be waiting here." On the street, the two giants continued their brazen brawl, while the terrified populace continued to flee in disarray. Fear, confusion, and anxiety echoed throughout the thoroughfare. Amidst the despair, someone suddenly pointed skyward and shouted, "Superman! It's Superman! He is here!" The fleeing citizens looked up, and in the night sky, a figure approached at astonishing speed. With a sudden halt, he came to rest above the two monsters. It was truly Superman. Salvation had arrived. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Superman! Superman!" The jubilant cries reverberated through the street, a testament to the deep-rooted admiration for the superhero Lin Feng had embodied. At least everyone recognized this champion who roamed the front lines of calamity. Where Superman stood, disaster would be averted. He was like a protective umbrella. Inside an armored vehicle, the American soldiers exhaled in relief upon witnessing Superman's arrival. With him on the scene, they merely had to maintain order without risking their lives in vain. Such titanic clashes were beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to quell. Only Superman possessed the power to intervene. In midair, aboard an armed helicopter, a soldier cast an inquiring glance at Colonel Ross. "Sir," the soldier called out, "it's Superman. He has appeared." Colonel Ross's expression grew serious as he decisively commanded, "Cease descent. Maintain a hover." The helicopter hovered high above, observing the tumultuous scene below through its lens. On the ground, Hulk and Abomination exchanged fierce glances, both unleashing a formidable roar. In an instant, the two titans charged towards one another, causing the earth to tremble once more, with the fractured ground continuing to splinter. The outcome remained undecided, for only one of these colossal beings could survive. However, just as they were about to collide again, a searing red beam descended from the heavens, cleaving a path before the two monsters. Confused by the sudden occurrence, they halted their advance and gazed skyward. With a roar that echoed like a declaration, Hulk bellowed, while Bruce, weary from the chaos, had no time to ponder the identity of this newcomer. Abomination, his pupils constricting, revealed an expression of exhilaration as he twisted his neck. He recognized Superman. One Hulk was already a challenge, and now another formidable adversary had arrived. The television had boasted of Superman's might, yet to Abomination, he appeared merely as a flying insect. He was eager to discover whether this so-called Superman could withstand a single punch from him. Suspended in midair, Lin Feng surveyed the two monstrous entities with a steely gaze. Why had these beasts forsaken their rightful abode in the zoo to wreak havoc on the streets? Lin Feng, harboring no courtesy towards the instigator of his interrupted kiss, declared, "Superman." This utterance incited Abomination's fury, his enormous eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng. "Come down and face me." With a cold smirk, Lin Feng replied, "As you wish." No sooner had the words left his lips than he plunged downward, his fist charged with fury, aimed directly at Abomination's face. The impact resonated like thunder. Abomination barely registered Lin Feng's movement before a searing pain enveloped his head, causing him to crash into the ground and create a crater. Shaking off the dizziness, Abomination roared in outrage and surged towards Lin Feng. His spiked arms swung wildly, but Lin Feng effortlessly evaded the attack, perceiving Abomination's movements as if they were in slow motion. Another resounding blast echoed as Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick, generating a sonic boom that exceeded the force of his previous punch. Abomination was sent sprawling for dozens of meters, unable to rise from the ground. Suddenly, a voice erupted from behind Lin Feng, and before he could turn, he felt the world tilt alarmingly. It was Hulk. Enraged at seeing Lin Feng dispatch the foe he believed was his, Hulk launched a surprise attack, seizing Lin Feng's legs and executing a devastating swing that slammed him into the earth. The hardened ground yielded to the impact, forming a massive crater. Hulk, seemingly unsatisfied, delivered another crushing blow, deepening the pit further. One stomp, then another, until Lin Feng's form was entirely obscured beneath the surface. The crowd, once cheering with fervor, fell silent, their jubilant arms descending slowly, eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. As if finally satisfied, Hulk ceased his assault, panting and grunting, seemingly proud of his destructive feat. Yet, in the next moment, under the watchful gaze of all, Superman erupted from the pit, launching a powerful punch that connected with Hulk's jaw, propelling him skyward. Lin Feng erupted from the pit, his face ablaze with fury, accelerating to catch up with the ascending Hulk. His fists unleashed a flurry of sonic blows upon Hulk's head. With just 2 strikes, Hulk's teeth shattered, and he found himself utterly defenseless against the relentless onslaught. It was only when Hulk crashed heavily into the ruins, reverting back to his human form, that Lin Feng ceased his assault. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as Bruce was, after all, a future member of the Avengers. The absence of Hulk could have unforeseen consequences. Otherwise, had it not been for this wretched soul's ambush, Lin Feng would have already bestowed upon him a lethal ray of heat. As the citizens witnessed Superman's triumph over Hulk, they erupted in cheers, their admiration for Superman's might surpassing their wildest imaginations. At that moment, the Abomination regained his senses and charged once more at Lin Feng. His sharp claws sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Feng's face. Unfazed, Lin Feng let out a cold snort and deftly dodged the Abomination's strike. In a fluid motion, he delivered an uppercut reminiscent of his earlier attack on Hulk. However, the Abomination was not graced with Hulk's fortune. Lin Feng had no intention of showing mercy. With a single punch, the Abomination was sent soaring into the sky, and Lin Feng swiftly took flight to follow. "Are you ready?" he asked recklessly before unleashing another punch that surpassed the speed of sound. Just as the Abomination began to halt his descent, he ascended at an even greater velocity. Lin Feng continued to rain down blows, propelling the Abomination ever higher. Within mere seconds, amidst the citizens' jubilant cheers, the figures of man and beast vanished into the sky. Chapter 16, One-Way Ticket to Space. My cat can do backflips at this moment. The Abomination had already endured countless blows from Lin Feng. Its height continued to diminish as the buildings below shrank to mere specks, smaller than ants. The rarefied oxygen rendered its mind increasingly foggy. Noticing the Abomination's lack of response, Lin Feng ceased his assault. He grasped the creature by its heels and swiftly ascended into the cosmos. A monster that wreaked havoc on cities, the cold universe would serve as its final resting place. Although Hulk might spare its life, the Abomination was filled with malice. Those misguided individuals from the United States believed they could control everything. Yet they repeatedly found themselves the subject of ridicule. The Abomination was not something they could dominate for long. It had to perish. Lin Feng's velocity was astonishing, and he soon pierced through the atmosphere while holding the Abomination. The intense friction caused the creature's skin to redden and ignite. The excruciating heat and pain momentarily roused the Abomination from its stupor. No. Desperately, it gazed back at Earth, struggling to grasp Lin Feng, who held it aloft. Yet, all efforts proved futile. Gradually, the sensation of its burning exterior cooled, but simultaneously, a chill enveloped its body. A sense of weightlessness, accompanied by suffocation, surged through the Abomination's mind. The final destination, outer space, was reached. Lin Feng released the Abomination, which began to drift aimlessly in the void. It clutched its throat with both hands, gasping for breath. The sensation of asphyxiation once again clouded its vision. A horrific maw gaped open, yet no sound emerged. Fear, hatred, and fury filled the Abomination's gaze. It could hardly fathom the immense power of the Superman. At that moment, regret washed over the Abomination. Had it known the Superman was so formidable, it would have fled upon encountering Lin Feng. The Superman's strength bewildered and terrified it, and this singular experience might very well cost it its life. The Abomination's robust physique prevented it from losing consciousness immediately. However, its struggles grew weaker. Death was merely a matter of time. Before long, sensing the Abomination's breath fading, Lin Feng's eyes ignited with crimson light. A heat ray pierced through the creature's chest. How many novels and films had Lin Feng consumed? The concept of delivering the final blow was fundamental knowledge. He charged forward and landed one last punch on the abomination. Thus, the shattered body of the abomination commenced its long drift through the cosmos. With the abomination dealt with, Lin Feng's fury subsided considerably, and his spirits lifted. Turning around, he set his sights on the brightly lit area. He shot forth, soaring back to Earth. Exiting the universe was no more complex for him than quenching his thirst. While the abomination possessed formidable strength, it was far inferior to the Superman. Lin Feng could survive in the cosmos, but the abomination could not. Upon reaching the ground, he found that the transformed Hulk had already been taken away by Colonel Ross. This was for the best, sparing Lin Feng the need for cleanup. The next time he encountered the Green Giant, it would likely be during one of Odin's foolish escapades. At that time, it coincided with the narrative of the first Avengers film, and there remained a considerable duration ahead. Lin Feng had no intention of deliberately altering the original plot. He was acutely aware of the terrifying implications of the butterfly effect. Engaging in battles against the likes of the Hulk and Odin's foolish son posed no significant challenge. However, if confronted by beings akin to Odin or Ancient One, Lin Feng realized his chances of victory were rather slim. With a mere portal, the bald sorcerer could seclude himself within the mirror dimension, leaving Lin Feng at a loss regarding his escape. The crowd on the ground watched as Lin Feng soared back, unable to suppress their jubilant cheers. Those two monsters have been vanquished, Lin Feng proclaimed from the air, heralding the conclusion of this unforeseen catastrophe. It is now safe. I urge everyone to return home swiftly. With that final remark, amidst the cacophony of applause, Lin Feng ascended once more into the skies. The damaged streets and injured populace would be attended to by professionals. The devastation wrought by the two monsters instilled a sense of urgency in the unsuspecting citizens of the neighborhood. Fortunately, their superhero proved to be even more formidable than the monsters themselves. Swiftly disappearing from view, Lin Feng shed his Superman attire and donned his ring once again. In an instant, he transformed back into the charming, neighborly young man, unrecognizable even when brushing past others. Susan was no longer at her original spot. Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision and surveyed the area until he discovered her atop a high building. Watching Susan descend slowly from the rooftop, he couldn't help but smile wryly at the disobedient little reporter. Hastening toward her direction, Lin Feng caught her attention as he descended. Now, Susan was glancing around, searching for him. Failing to spot Lin Feng, she reached for her phone to make a call. At that moment, a hand halted her actions. "Hey, Susan." Lin Feng appeared before her with a cheerful smile. "Oh, Lin." Upon seeing him, Susan's eyes glimmered with a hint of jealousy as she leaped into his embrace. "Are you all right?" Her gaze reflected deep concern, her small hands anxiously patting over Lin Feng. She had been greatly worried when the Hulk had struck him into the ground. Having spent so much time together, it was the first instance Susan had witnessed Lin Feng being hit. "I'm fine," Lin Feng reassured her, gently grasping her small hands, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Susan," he called gently. "Hmm?" Susan lifted her head. "I have a cat at home that can do backflips. Would you like to see it?" "Oh, Lin, you have a cat now?" As the words left her lips, Susan suddenly realized something, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "How annoying," she playfully chided. "What kind of cat does backflips? I've stayed at your place before. How was I unaware of a cat? Do you think I don't check the forums?" Lin Feng, undeterred and unabashed, grinned and replied, "What about the backflipping superhero cat? Do you want to see it? What's so special about that?" "I've seen it many times already," Susan responded, her eyes twinkling with amusement, unfazed by his teasing. All right. It was indeed Tony who executed yet another remarkable move. Tony announced he had prepared a surprise for our first date. "Don't you want to take a look?" Susan merely gazed at Lin Feng with a twinkle in her eye, silently encouraging him to continue. "A surprise for our inaugural rendezvous. The symbol of our beginning," Lin Feng emphasized enticingly. Observing Lin Feng's earnest yet anxious demeanor, Susan decided to relent, gently nodding. "Very well, then I shall go and see." This adorable young man mirrored her ideal partner perfectly. Susan understood what returning home with Lin Feng tonight signified. After spending several months together, Susan felt undeniably joyful in Lin Feng's company. Beside him, one always experienced a sense of comfort and security. Moreover, most Eastern gentlemen are remarkably devoted, which undoubtedly reassured Susan. Furthermore, over these few months, their interactions had closely resembled those of a couple, yet they had merely refrained from unveiling that final layer. During this time, Susan had granted Lin Feng several opportunities. Yet without an official relationship, he had consistently restrained himself from making a move. From this, Susan discerned that Lin Feng was both responsible and devoted. Now, with their relationship firmly established, it was entirely reasonable for them to spend the night together. Yes, Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, clenching his fist in delight, as he lifted the bashful Susan into his arms and inquired, "Shall we return to the villa now?" "Wait, Lin. We need to hold on a bit longer." The photos I took must be accompanied by an article tonight," Susan explained, raising her camera. "These images are time-sensitive, and the sooner they are published, the better. Delay. And we missed the initial wave of substantial traffic." "Really?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "How long will that take?" His astonished expression caused Susan to chuckle. "Silly boy. This task doesn't require my direct involvement. I've already informed my assistant. She is on her way here," Susan stated. "She should arrive in about half an hour." Lin Feng sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was only half an hour. Glancing around, he spotted a CAF, a pleasant place to wait. "Susan, shall we enjoy a cup of coffee while we wait?" Chapter 17. Tony's Call. Be cautious. The two sat idly in the CAF, awaiting the arrival of the assistant to collect the news materials for the evening. Only Susan and Lin Feng occupied the CAF. The streets nearby were nearly deserted following the recent calamity. Anxiety pervaded the air, prompting everyone to secure themselves indoors, locking their doors tightly. The only sounds were those of ambulances and police sirens wailing outside, while the television broadcasted urgent news reports. Susan was engrossed in a conversation with her best friend via her mobile phone, while Lin Feng gazed vacantly out the window. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Lin Feng fished his phone out of his pocket. It was a message from Tony Stark, accompanied by a photograph. Upon opening it, Lin Feng recognized it as an image capturing the moment he delivered the final blow to the abomination in outer space, likely taken by Stark Industries satellites. Did this happen so swiftly? Lin Feng pondered, a look of confusion on his face. It seemed he had only just returned to Earth from space about 10 minutes prior. Sighing softly at the clarity of the photograph, he reflected on the rapidity of information dissemination in this age teeming with networks and cameras, surpassing even the speed of his own flight. He had no doubt that this image, along with the night's events, would soon find its way to the desks of various powers. Indeed, within 10 minutes of the incident, Tony was already aware. Lin Feng began to suspect whether Tony was monitoring him. The phone chimed again, this time with a direct call from Tony, who greeted him with his signature banner. "Lin, have you taken your date to outer space?" One could only imagine the expression on Tony's face upon receiving the photograph from Jarvis. "Is this a special feature prepared for your little girlfriend? A superhero cosmic showdown?" Tony continued to jest. "I must say, Lin, you once again have me convinced you are a monster." Lin Feng's prowess left Tony in awe. He had underestimated Lin Feng's strength. "You already know about this." Lin Feng chuckled. "What can I say? Stark Industries satellites just happened to be nearby. By the way," Tony interjected, "should I thank you for not obliterating my satellite?" "Oh, man. My aim is remarkably precise." Lin Feng retorted playfully. "After all, I hold shares in Stark Industries. Why would I destroy my own satellite? However, you do have a point." Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Tonight is indeed unforgettable. I thought that hulking figure was a surprise you had prepared for me." Tony, sitting at home, rolled his eyes. "Please, my friend, you dare question my taste? I distinctly recall telling you, Lin, the surprise I prepared for you is at your villa. Once you bring your little girlfriend home, you will thank me." Tony's words piqued Lin Feng's curiosity. He wondered what the illustrious Iron Man had in store for them. However, after their playful banter, Tony's tone suddenly turned serious. "I called you to warn you about those individuals from J. This situation extends beyond what Stark Industries satellites have captured. Do you understand my meaning? None of those from J are to be trifled with, and if Stark Industries can observe them, so too can they observe Stark." Lin Feng's displayed abilities transcend all comprehension, akin to an extraterrestrial being. The United States government cannot permit such uncontrollable power to manifest, and they are likely to take action. This is precisely why, upon discovering this, Tony immediately reached out to Lin Feng. He aimed to caution Lin Feng, to emphasize the importance of vigilance against potential covert maneuvers. Lin Feng nodded in understanding, providing Tony with a reassuring reply. "I will exercise caution. As long as you are aware, that suffices. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me." Following this exchange, Tony ended the call. As the call disconnected, A dangerous glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Indeed, they were not benevolent, yet conventional firearms posed no threat to him. Only heavy weaponry might present a modicum of danger. Dog system, come forth. Lin Feng summoned. What is it? Disturbing my rest at such an hour? The system responded with a hint of impatience. Can you even sleep? Lin Feng inquired, astonished that a system could require rest. What's the matter? Speak quickly. The system seemed reluctant to engage with him. At my current state, can I withstand a nuclear bomb? Lin Feng questioned, uncertain whether the Iron Man from the original narrative could endure such an explosion, as it was seemingly unaddressed. If he could withstand it, the threat posed by the U.S. government would diminish significantly. If you wish to discuss this, then I am no longer tired. The system's tone elevated. As someone with a superhuman physique, the system elongated its words, delivering the awaited response amidst Lin Feng's anticipation. You cannot withstand it. Am I to endure your excitement? Lin Feng retorted, frustration evident on his face. System, you are truly insufferable. Cough, cough, dear host. Do not be hasty. To withstand a nuclear bomb is quite simple. You merely need to spend reputation points to upgrade to Silver Superman. The system declared. The Silver Superman possesses extraordinary growth capabilities, even at the initial upgrade. You could traverse a nuclear explosion as if it were a mere stroll in the park. The system diligently pitched like an insurance agent. What do you say? Shall we exchange? Indeed, the Silver Superman is formidable. A single sneeze could propel the sun out of the solar system, even breaking temporal barriers to return to the past. However, such abilities are typically reserved for the later stages of development. In the Marvel Universe, it is undoubtedly at least of multiversal caliber. Prior to his crossing over, Lin Feng had a grasp of the various stages of superhuman abilities. To claim he was not tempted would be a falsehood. How many reputation points are required for the exchange? Lin Feng inquired. To exchange for the initial stage of superhuman physique requires 100 million reputation points. Is it truly that exorbitant? Lin Feng exclaimed, incredulous. Are you running a black market? It is not overly expensive, the system clarified. In the initial stages, the exchange for a singular silver superhuman ability is set at a staggering 10 million reputation points. For instance, the initial ability of super hearing requires precisely 10 million reputation points, and it possesses no growth attributes. How many abilities does this superhuman have? I shall refrain from enumerating them all. Do you still consider this exorbitant? With an air of solemnity, the system retorted, the abilities are not costly. It is merely your impoverished state that is to blame, host. Lin Feng, feeling a wave of frustration, took a deep breath, reminding himself that engaging in a battle of wits with the system would only delight it further. How many reputation points do I currently possess? He inquired. The host currently holds 7 million reputation points, the system replied, producing a record detailing the sources of reputation. The points primarily stem from the positive impact you have had on the citizens during this period, along with the enthusiasm contributed by your fan base, which has also been converted into reputation points. Approaching 10 million? Lin Feng pondered, deeming it rather satisfactory. If this trend continues, he could amass nearly 100 million reputation points by the time the events of Avengers: Age of Ultron unfold. Why haven't I gained any reputation points from defeating the Abomination tonight? He queried, flipping through the record of his reputation points, only to discover that there had been no increase today. Could it be that you, the system, have played me false? Host, you have only just completed the task. The buzz on forums and news outlets has yet to disseminate, the system retorted, unable to suppress an eye roll. Very well. Lin Feng sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chapter 18. Another unquiet night, the diligent assistant departed with the documents, returning to the company for overtime. Lin Feng, on the other hand, escorted Susan back to the villa. Before they even stepped inside, they stumbled upon a delightful surprise prepared by Tony Stark. Vivid red roses adorned every corner of Lin Feng's villa. Under the glow of colorful lights, it resembled a vast ocean of crimson, prompting an exclamation of wonder from Susan. What a grand gesture! Lin Feng marveled, truly befitting the affluent Tony Stark. Thousands of roses, the cost of which was unfathomable. Even Lin Feng, typically indifferent to flowers, was profoundly impressed, let alone the impact it would have on a young woman like Susan. Watching Susan frolic joyfully through the sea of blossoms like a child, Lin Feng couldn't help but inwardly exclaim his gratitude for Tony's timely assistance. Hey, Susan, Lin Feng called out, waving at her with a beaming smile. What's the matter, Lin? Susan approached, her eyes sparkling with indescribable happiness and joy. Do you like it? Lin Feng asked, playfully pinching her cheek, which had flushed slightly from her running about. I love it. Of course, I do. Thank your wealthy friend for me. Susan replied with a bright smile. The term wealthy being one she had learned from Lin Feng. Let us take a picture together, Susan urged, pulling Lin Feng into a heart-shaped arrangement of roses. She took out her phone and switched to the front camera, only to realize she could capture only half of Lin Feng's head. Lin, you're too tall, Susan complained playfully. Could you squat down a bit? Lin Feng readily obliged, taking the phone from Susan's hand. He slightly crouched down, wrapping his right arm around her waist, bringing them close together. Through the camera lens, it appeared as though Susan was cradled in Lin Feng's embrace. After capturing the moment, Lin Feng reluctantly released Susan, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy hue. Susan, I have a gift for you, Lin Feng announced. He then extended his right hand and performed a little flourish. In the next instant, a delicate necklace appeared in his palm. The silver chain elegantly supported a transparent gemstone that shimmered subtly. Upon closer inspection, it exhibited a faint grass-green hue, with a luminous aura seemingly flowing within. Though not from a high-end brand, it bore the unmistakable mark of bespoke craftsmanship. Wow! Susan couldn't help but exclaim, this necklace is perhaps the most beautiful one I have ever seen. It was even more enchanting than those she had admired in luxury boutiques with her friends. For you, my girlfriend? Lin Feng gazed into Susan's eyes, speaking slowly. No girl could resist the allure of jewelry, and Susan had a decent understanding of their worth. This nearly transparent gem, reflecting light under the illumination, was undoubtedly of considerable value. Could it be? Susan hesitantly inquired. Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Yet, Lin Feng merely smiled and shook his head, his gaze towards Susan brimming with sincerity. In my heart, nothing is more precious than you. Allow me the honor of putting it on for you, shall I? Without adhering to any decorum, Lin Feng suddenly made his move. His heartfelt words landed heavily upon the fragile walls of Susan's heart. She shyly averted her gaze from his deep, affectionate look. No longer refusing, Susan slowly turned her back, gently lifting her hair to reveal her fair and slender neck. This necklace was not a mere trinket. It was exchanged by Lin Feng in the system shop. The gem, radiating a soft green glow, was a product from the elven homeland. It took a century for a single essence to form from the tree of life. For an ordinary person, prolonged wear would enhance their constitution, and it possessed the power to sharpen vision and calm the mind. Most importantly, it rendered the wearer immune to almost all toxins. This exquisite necklace cost Lin Feng a staggering 10,000 prestige points, not too exorbitant, as he could afford it. Lin Feng adorned Susan with the necklace. The already stunning Susan appeared even more ethereal, her beauty accentuated amidst the sea of roses, resembling a golden-haired elf. Unconsciously, their eyes met, exchanging unspoken sentiments. In that moment, the world faded away, leaving only the silhouettes of one another. The two, experiencing the innocence of first love, found themselves immersed in a sea of roses. The moon, shyly retreating behind the clouds, seemed to join in their intimate moment. As night deepened, Lin Feng and Susan embraced, drifting into a serene slumber. While they slept soundly, many others found it difficult to find rest. For instance, the Black Egg was currently battling dark circles under his eyes, having just concluded a video conference. The meeting revolved around the recent incident involving the Twisted Waste monster. Lin Feng's thoughts had proven correct. His information was now laid before the major powers before the night concluded. His displayed prowess was deemed dangerously formidable. Sending adversaries into outer space was a power incomprehensible to many. Had it not been for Lin Feng's role as a superhero within the Twisted Waste realm, he might have already been surrounded by the U.S. government. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, analyzing Lin Feng's combat capabilities, speculated that he could surpass even the Omega mutants. During the meeting, Black Egg repeatedly emphasized the need for caution regarding Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng was willing to assume the role of a superhero, it indicated a significant possibility of drawing him closer to their organization. However, the others, overly wary of Lin Feng's strength, insisted on swiftly bringing this power under their control. If they could not control him, they contemplated the necessity of destruction. Despite Black Egg's attempts at explanation, the others seemed to have conspired, refusing to relent. With no alternative, Black Egg reluctantly agreed to their terms, presenting an outward facade of compliance. The meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note. Black Egg returned to his office with a scowl. Damn it, he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, causing Coulson to jump in surprise. Control. How on earth do we control him? These individuals have spent so long in the office that their minds have become dull. Here is the coffee you requested, sir, a logistics staff member stammered, placing a cup on the desk and retreating with his head bowed. The director, who had just erupted in anger, was truly terrifying. Taking a sip of the coffee did little to quell the resentment brewing within him. The prowess displayed by Lin Feng was unmatched, surpassing even that of Captain America. Such formidable strength, to the best of the Black Egg's knowledge, was rivaled only by Captain Marvel. To think of summoning Captain Marvel from the cosmos merely to reign in Lin Feng was absurd. After all, Lin Feng had committed no wrongdoing and had continuously assisted the troubled. He was consistently projecting a positive image, widely recognized as the protector of the downtrodden. Any attempts to target Lin Feng, regardless of their success, would yield unimaginable consequences. Would they truly resort to deploying nuclear weapons against a superhero who dedicates his life to saving the populace? Do they believe the American public to be blind? After much contemplation, the Black Egg turned to Coulson. Coulson, tomorrow afternoon, accompany me to Lin Feng's villa. He had no intention of listening to that incompetent group filled with nonsense. Were it not for the need for funding, the Black Egg would have severed ties with them long ago. Such incidents were not isolated. Regarding the Avengers Initiative, he had his own plans. Unbeknownst to the Black Egg, the S.H.I.E.L.D. he relied upon was in disarray. Pierce, that old schemer, was also plotting to draw Lin Feng into his fold. Commands were issued, and Hydra swiftly began gathering data on Lin Feng, devising a strategy to recruit him. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was burning the midnight oil as well. Following a phone call with Lin Feng, he began analyzing the data on him. The previous opportunity to test Lin Feng's physical metrics had been elusive. Falling from space was one thing. Being able to propel oneself off the Earth in a matter of moments was another. The disparity in abilities represented a significant gap. Sir, the data repository for Mr. Lin Feng has been created. Shall I upload it to the data center? Jarvis inquired. Store it on my personal server. No one is permitted to access it, Tony commanded. Numerous factions were tirelessly at work. Clearly, this was yet another tumultuous night. Chapter 19. The Arrival of Ancient One. The future needs you early the next morning. Susan rose with haste, limping her way to the office. There was no alternative. She needed to follow up on the events of the previous night. Leaving Lin Feng alone to ponder in bed. What a workaholic. Lin Feng exclaimed. Isn't it time to rest at home, even in this state? He expressed his admiration for her dedication. After languishing idly for a while, Lin Feng finally got out of bed to tackle the multitude of roses scattered throughout the room. Despite his efforts, progress was slow, and he reluctantly called upon a team of housekeepers for assistance. One by one, the roses seemed insurmountable. Not even a superhero could manage to clear them away in one go. If left unattended, they would soon wither, making the task even more daunting. After a busy morning, the villa was restored to its former glory. Lin Feng collapsed onto the sofa, exhaling a sigh of relief. Even a superhero could feel fatigue from household chores. What a revelation. Having been interrupted by Black Widow during his last attempt to indulge in a day of gaming, Lin Feng resolved to continue his unfinished gaming quest today. Just as he grasped the controller, an unexpected visitor arrived. What was meant to come had finally arrived. In the expansive living room, a golden portal suddenly manifested. A gleaming bald head emerged from behind the door. Lin Feng gasped in disbelief. The Supreme Sorceress? Indeed, the visitor was none other than the Ancient One, the most formidable woman on Earth. She wielded powerful magic to safeguard the planet and governed the Time Stone among the Infinity Gems. Her presence had thwarted the Dark Dimension's invasion of Earth, protecting it throughout the ages. Upon hearing Lin Feng's exclamation, the Ancient One turned her gaze towards him, a faint smile gracing her lips. You know of me. That is quite unexpected. Her tone, however, bore little surprise. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. You seem unfazed, sorceress. The Ancient One shook her head and inquired, May we converse? The invitation from the Supreme Sorceress left no room for refusal. Of course. Lin Feng nodded, having anticipated her arrival. At this moment, he felt a sense of intimidation before the Ancient One. His magical resistance was, in all honesty, negligible. Just a casual toss into the mirror dimension would leave him gasping for air. Moreover, he held a deep-seated respect for this sorceress who had dedicated her life to the protection of Earth. Please, have a seat. Lin Feng gestured for the Ancient One to sit down. After a moment of contemplation, he exchanged some of the system's resources for a batch of life tree tea worth 50,000 prestige points and began to brew it. Is there something you wish to discuss, sorceress? He inquired, presenting a cup of the brewed tea before her. The Ancient One was about to respond when her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the tea Lin Feng had offered. She keenly sensed a life essence within it that she had never encountered before. What is this? The Ancient One's expression shifted to one of genuine astonishment. It is merely a humble tea. The mage need not concern himself. Lin Feng gestured dismissively. This tea, like the necklace gifted to Susan, originates from the same place, products of the elven homeland, crafted from the leaves of ancient life trees that possess immense vitality. They are imbued with miraculous properties that can heal hidden wounds and replenish physical strength and life energy. Gui cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng before taking a sip of the tea. As the liquid coursed through him, an unparalleled sense of comfort enveloped his body. A profound ease washing over him. Gui even perceived that this life energy possessed the potential to extend one's lifespan, though its effects may be modest. Had it been available at the time, perhaps he would not have needed to draw power from the dark dimension. Such extraordinary tea. Even Gui could not help but offer a word of praise. Indeed, it was remarkable. Even someone as formidable as Gui felt a stirring desire to indulge in it daily. If the mage finds it agreeable, Lin Feng chuckled, revealing a small box brimming with tea leaves. A modest gift. I hope the mage will accept it. Gui hesitated to take it at first, recognizing its value. She scrutinized Lin Feng once more, noting his utter lack of reluctance, and then accepted the tea. Since Lin Feng could present a box without a hint of regret, it implied that he possessed an abundance of tea. This gesture represented Lin Feng's goodwill. By accepting it, Gui would feel more at ease. You need not worry that I would bring you harm. That is not the purpose of my visit, Gui reassured him. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief internally, grateful that he was not here to expel him. Otherwise, a confrontation would have been inevitable, and Lin Feng's chances of victory would have been dismally low. You wield great power. I am here to remind you to wield it wisely, Gui continued. I know that you are not of this world. Your existence is not meant to be in the original timeline, and I cannot ascertain whether your presence is a blessing or a curse. Hearing this, Lin Feng internally chuckled bitterly, cursing the ineffectiveness of the system that so easily revealed his non-native status. Indeed, he could not hide from the mage's keen perception. Rest assured. However, I harbor no malice towards this world, Lin Feng asserted with unwavering conviction. Even if I am not from the same realm, I am a citizen of Blue Star. I will not harm Blue Star. On the contrary, I will protect it. This, he hoped, would alleviate Gui's concerns about the potential destruction of Blue Star, which was, after all, Lin Feng's home. Gui nodded, her face adorned with a gentle smile. I can sense that you speak the truth. I also perceive that while you have your flaws, they do not overshadow your courageous heart. Unimaginable calamities await in the future, and this world needs your fearless spirit. You may not yet realize it, but one day, you will bear the responsibilities that lie ahead. Gui spoke as if imparting wisdom, leaving Lin Feng bewildered, struggling to grasp the notion that he possessed a courageous heart. I am unsure of what to think. Continue with your thoughts, Lin Feng. This is a growth you must experience. Master Gui rose to his feet, preparing to take his leave. Without waiting for Lin Feng to bid farewell, Gui added, Thank you for the tea, Lin Feng. Do visit me when you have the time. With that, Gui opened a portal and stepped through. Wait, Master, Lin Feng called out. Gui turned back, still wearing a gentle smile as he regarded Lin Feng. Can I learn magic? Lin Feng inquired, eager to know if he could indeed acquire such knowledge. This did not conflict with superhuman abilities. Having magic like portals would greatly benefit Lin Feng. Magic, perhaps. Gui replied with a nod, yet he continued, but not at this moment. Before Lin Feng could express his joy at the prospect of becoming a disciple, Gui doused his excitement with a splash of reality. When that day arrives, I will return to find you. I cannot linger any longer. You have other guests. With those words, Gui vanished into the portal. Once again, Lin Feng was faced with incomprehensible words. What did he mean by that day? What day was to come? Lin Feng found himself perplexed. What was Gui's purpose in visiting? Only to speak in riddles. Although he could not fathom it fully, he did receive some good news. At least he could learn magic. As for Gui's mention of other guests, who could they be? Lin Feng felt the weight of a mage's words, with 2 out of 3 sentences leaving him in confusion. Yet, it was not long before Lin Feng understood. The doorbell rang, and with a peculiar expression, he approached to open the door. There stood Black Egg, accompanied by Natasha and Coulson, seeking Lin Feng. Chapter 20. Bidding farewell to the Supreme Mage and welcoming the Egg Organization, observing the peculiar trio outside his door, Lin Feng sighed and reluctantly invited them inside. However, he refrained from offering them tea. The leaves of the tree of life were far too precious for such company. Instead, he merely fetched a bottle of mineral water, tossing it to Natasha. Indeed, she was the only one deserving of such a privilege as a beautiful woman. Natasha shot Lin Feng a disapproving glance upon receiving the water, seemingly reproaching him for a prior incident. As they settled into their seats, the one-eyed Black Egg fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Feng, and the atmosphere grew tense. Your actions last night have had significant repercussions. Black Egg launched straight into the matter, cutting to the chase. Repercussions? What repercussions? Does a citizen rallying in the marketplace count? Lin Feng languidly reclined on the sofa. What a joke. Are you trying to pin something on me? Am I to be intimidated? I'm not jesting, Lin Feng. Black Egg replied earnestly. Your conduct last night has already landed on the desk of the Grey Palace. Had I not intervened, you would now be facing a battalion of soldiers. Black Egg deliberately magnified the severity of the situation, probing Lin Feng's reactions. Do not employ your S-H-I-E-L-D tactics to test me, Nick Fury. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, easily seeing through Black Egg's strategy. Pray tell, what crime have I committed? Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully, refusing to engage with the insinuation. A battalion? Even Iron Man wouldn't withstand a single punch from me. If they dare, let them come. Lin Feng confronted him head-on, his demeanor resolute. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Such tactics are rather rudimentary. Noticing Lin Feng's unyielding stance, Black Egg shifted his approach. Lin Feng, we are here to assist you. He began anew, trying to persuade him. Joining the Avengers Initiative will provide assurance to certain individuals. I believe you are astute enough to understand whom I refer to, Black Egg added, confident that Lin Feng would grasp the implication. Lin Feng snorted in response, retorting, why should I assure them? This is not a mere child's play, Black Egg asserted. You require sustenance, Lin Feng. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Offer them security, and in return, they will grant you the life you desire. Having realized that intimidation was ineffective, Black Egg opted for a more conciliatory approach, expertly manipulating the sentiments of those around him. This world is far more intricate than you can imagine. When calamity strikes, we must unite. Intricate? Calamity? Lin Feng glared coldly at Black Egg. He had initially deemed certain matters unworthy of discussion, but now he was prepared to deliver a bombshell. What complexity are you referring to? Is it the Tesseract that perplexes you? I suspect you haven't yet unraveled its mysteries. Indeed, it is rather complex, he acknowledged, aware that S-H-I-E-L-D was still grappling with the enigmatic blue cube, a puzzle far beyond human comprehension. How do you know about the Tesseract? Black Egg's pupils dilated, a surge of anxiety and confusion washing over him. The existence of the cosmic cube is a closely guarded secret of S-H-I-E-L-D. How could Lin Feng possibly be aware of such matters? How do I know? The calamity stems from your reckless experimentation. Lin Feng chuckled. Some things cannot be safeguarded by Earth. Possessing them will inevitably lead to disaster. It has always been a self-inflicted predicament, a perpetual hindsight of wisdom. Is the existence of the Kree not enough to awaken your consciousness? Some individuals are perpetually eager to assert their prowess, believing everything is under their meticulous control. Lin Feng articulated several statements, each laden with overwhelming information. The Black Egg stared intently at Lin Feng, speechless, utterly bewildered by how Lin Feng could possess such extensive knowledge, far beyond his expectations. I shall not join S-H-I-E-L-D, nor the Avengers Initiative. Nick Fury, you need not expend your efforts on me. If those individuals have objections, let them approach me directly. I have no qualms about treating them as I did that monstrous creature last night, Lin Feng declared, asserting that joining such organizations would only impose limitations upon himself. If someone disapproves of him, let them compete in a contest of strength. Upon discerning Lin Feng's resolve, the Black Egg suddenly sighed, his tone softening. Lin Feng, I do not know how you acquired such confidential information, but I must convey that sheer force cannot resolve every issue. Some matters cannot be addressed through mere violence. Since you are disinclined to join the Avengers Initiative, would you consider becoming our external operative? The Black Egg proposed, as it was part of his strategy. At merely 21 years of age, Lin Feng inevitably possessed the arrogance and pride of youth. Coupled with his formidable abilities, it was natural for him to resist subjugation. Lin Feng's perspective was straightforward. He believed in resolving problems through strength. However, in the realm of adults, such an approach often stands as a last resort. It is challenging to coerce a capable young man, a truth the Black Egg understood well, which is why he prepared two plans. Lin Feng was also aware that while brute force may prevail in chaotic times, it is brittle in the current society. He was impetuous, yet fortunate enough to possess sound principles. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng provided his response. I refuse to be beholden to anyone, Director Fury. I am willing to agree to serve as your external asset, provided I remain free from your control. Should you encounter difficulties or require assistance, I am prepared to lend my hand on the condition that adequate compensation is provided. Lin Feng proposed a collaboration that would circumvent SHIELD's oversight, thus averting numerous complications. The Black Egg pondered for a long while, ultimately exhaling a sigh. The challenges posed by Lin Feng exceeded his imagination. From the moment he entered, within just a few exchanges, Lin Feng had seized the initiative. Lin Feng's understanding of the world had far surpassed his expectations. In the Black Egg's mind, Lin Feng now seemed even more formidable than Tony Stark. At least Tony is not as knowledgeable as Lin Feng. It appears that he needs to reconstruct his understanding of Lin Feng's character model. For the time being, this will have to suffice. He Lu Dan nodded, acknowledging that. As an external ally, he had not come away empty-handed. I sincerely hope you will consider this. The Earth needs your capabilities. He Lu Dan remarked delicately. I shall safeguard the Earth in my own manner, Director Fury. As a gesture of goodwill for our initial collaboration, I suggest you return and investigate how many vulnerabilities exist within your SHIELD, Lin Feng proposed, intending to convey his sincerity while simultaneously showcasing his prowess. What you know, I know. What you do not know, I also know. This way, you will treat my inquiries with greater caution in the future. Vulnerabilities? What do you mean? He Lu Dan was indeed ensnared. Cut off one head, and two more shall grow, Lin Feng stated flatly, dropping another bombshell that caused He Lu Dan's pupils to dilate in shock. Bending forward, He Lu Dan's gaze fixated intently on Lin Feng. A mixture of fear and disbelief etched on his face. This is impossible. Hydra should have been entirely eradicated by now. Are you implying that there exists a Hydra presence within SHIELD? I have no reason to deceive you. Do investigate thoroughly, Director Fury. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Otherwise, SHIELD may soon transform into Snake Shield. He Lu Dan ceased his speech, casting a deep, contemplative glance at Lin Feng before gesturing for Natasha and Coulson to leave the villa. He needed to return swiftly to verify this information. If it were true, SHIELD would be in peril. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury and his entourage, Lin Feng felt utterly drained. Finally, he could enjoy a moment of tranquility. Facing off against a formidable opponent was truly exhausting, more so than engaging in a brawl. Chapter 21. The loudmouth and the conspiracy. Lin Feng had finally settled into a quiet demeanor, yet Susan found herself unable to do the same. To be truthful, she regretted her decision to come to work today. Had she known better, she would have heeded Lin's advice and taken a day off to rest at home. Now, as the end of the workday approached, the office's notorious busybody had noticed her unusual demeanor, her peculiar gait, and the silver chain adorning her fair neck. Oh my heavens! The busybody exclaimed. Susan, are you in love? A chill ran down Susan's spine. As expected, the very next moment, her colleagues turned their gazes toward her. Curse that busybody! Susan stifled the urge to slap her, forcing a strained smile as she replied, Yes. Is that so strange? Oh, I knew it, the busybody declared, her face alight with curiosity. Is that necklace a gift from your boyfriend? I don't recall seeing you wear jewelry before. That sizable gemstone must have cost quite a fortune. Susan felt a surge of frustration. Why did her choice of adornment concern her? The busybody's loud voice echoed throughout the office, prompting a flurry of whispers among the staff. Am I mistaken? Susan indeed has a boyfriend. Wasn't that a luxury car that picked her up yesterday? Has she landed a wealthy suitor? Will she resign to enjoy a life of luxury? The envy was palpable. I heard the car belonged to Stark Industries. Could it be Tony Stark? Nonsense. I heard it was a young man, seemingly of Eastern descent, and exceptionally handsome. The chatter grew louder, and Susan, exasperated, held her coffee cup as a shield against the onslaught of speculation. Colleagues, your hushed conversations are a bit too loud. Oh, Susan, I apologize. It was unintentional. The busybody, now feigning remorse, offered a flurry of apologies, though her heart bore no real contrition. This woman was more beautiful than she and outperformed her at work. All the while, she maintained a facade of superiority, only to end up with a fabulously wealthy partner. Their rivalry had long been simmering. The last time, she had implored Susan to relinquish the photos of Superman she had captured, only to be coldly rebuffed while Susan handed them over to a new employee. The busybody had harbored resentment ever since. Some individuals are like that. They bear no grudge, yet cannot abide by your success. Never mind, it's all right. You may return to your work. Susan waved her hand in resignation, signaling for her to leave her presence. Susan. Suddenly, amidst the murmurs, a furious voice erupted. At the sound of that shout, the busybody smirked, knowing her scheme had succeeded. She had sensed something amiss with Susan from the start, but had deliberately waited for John to arrive to expose her, intending to trip Susan up. Oh my goodness. It's John. Panic ensued, and the onlookers, eager for drama, abandoned their tasks, fixated on the unfolding spectacle around Susan. John stormed up to Susan, his face contorted with rage, the flesh on his cheeks trembling with every movement. Upon hearing that Susan had a boyfriend, coupled with her peculiar gait, he seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. In an instant, his fury surged as if struck by lightning, akin to the sensation of a cherished flower he had nurtured being plucked away by another. How could you possibly have a boyfriend? John roared, his expression grotesque, causing Susan to take 2 steps back in fright. Are you out of your mind, John? She retorted, both amused and exasperated. What does my having a boyfriend have to do with you? You. John stammered, rendered speechless, his face reddening as he pointed at Susan, trembling with indignation. Yes, why should she inform you about her relationship? He thought bitterly. You. Are you involved with him? His heart bled with jealousy. Tell me, is it for money that you are with him? In a fit of rage, John lost his composure and hurled accusations. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Susan, her face flushed with anger, struck John across the face. Are you insulting my character, John? The onlookers in the office stood in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The spectacle was truly explosive. John, momentarily stunned by the slap, regained his senses and instinctively protested. No, Susan. You know my feelings for you. How could you have a boyfriend without my consent? Susan was once again taken aback by his absurd remarks. John, I have clearly rejected you. I do not like your type. We are merely colleagues. Please cease your pursuit. My boyfriend will be unhappy if he finds out. With that, Susan turned on her heel and walked away, her gait oddly peculiar, igniting a desire within John to explode on the spot. What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do? John shouted, incensed at the sight of his colleagues gaping in shock. As he glanced at the office, he saw everyone hastily avert their gaze, pretending to focus on their tasks. In that moment, John resembled a ferocious hyena, ready to lash out at anyone who dared to cross his path. Watching Susan's retreating figure, his eyes darkened with jealousy and resentment. You will regret this, you wretched woman, he muttered under his breath as he turned to stride back to his office, downing an entire cup of cold water. John found that his anger had not diminished in the slightest. Susan was beautiful, charming, exuding a vivacity that seemed untouched by the outside world. Every smile and frown of hers captivated John's attention. She was, without a doubt, the most enchanting flower he had encountered in his romantic escapades, and the only one he could not possess. Now, however, she had been claimed by another, a humiliation he could not bear. Damn it, John shouted, vowing that both Susan and her so-called boyfriend would come to regret their choices. If he could not have her, he would ensure that no one else enjoyed her either. Just as John's fury reached its peak, a sudden knock echoed through the office. Knock, 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 who is it? John asked impatiently. The door swung open, revealing the ever-intrusive Flora. John regarded her with a mixture of recognition and intrigue. Flora was intricately woven into the fabric of his life, serving as one of his informants at the radio station. Though her appearance was unremarkable and marred by crow's feet, Flora possessed an undeniable knack for manipulation, and John, with his indiscriminate appetites, found it hard to resist her allure. What brings you here? John inquired, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Flora edged closer, perching herself atop his desk, her voluptuous figure causing a familiar stir within him, igniting the suppressed flames of his desire once more. I know. You must be yearning for revenge against Susan. Am I right? Flora declared, interrupting his thoughts. Don't be so quick to deny it. That vixen dared to betray you. She pressed a finger against John's plump lips, silencing him. I have a complete plan. Would you care to hear it? Her voice was laced with temptation, clearly aware of John's vengeful nature. Oh, pray do share. John responded, his hesitation quickly giving way to intrigue. He and Flora were partners in a multitude of schemes that undermined the station's interests. and he held no fear of her betrayal. Upon sensing John's interest, Flora flashed a captivating smile. Producing a stack of documents and laying them before him, she began to unveil her scheme. As he listened, John's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was astonished by her cunning intellect. "Impressive, Flora. I had no idea you could devise such a plan," he exclaimed. His gaze fixed on the pile of evidence before him. "And most crucially, with this proof, that Vixen cannot escape her fate." Flora smirked dismissively. "That deceitful woman stands no chance against us. Wouldn't you agree, my dear John? I cannot fathom why she would abandon someone as charming as you for a mere pretty boy." She shamelessly lavished praise upon him, knowing that by stroking his ego, she could secure her own desires. This tactic had served her well, enabling her to infiltrate the BBC with relative ease. "Indeed, you make a valid point," John replied, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Noticing Flora's lingering silence, he understood her unspoken request. "Without sustenance, a horse cannot run." "Very well, I shall communicate with the higher-ups, and the task of shadowing Superman will henceforth be yours. For now, help me alleviate my frustrations." With that, he seized Flora's head, drawing her towards him. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, yet she offered no resistance. Thus, the clandestine plot against Susan began to unfold within their treacherous alliance. Chapter 22. "Oh, my friend, you are suffering from palladium poisoning after a few days of much-desired tranquility." Lin Feng found himself once again captivated by a live broadcast featuring Tony Stark on television. The hearing regarding the surrender of the Iron Man suit was unfolding before his eyes, and Lin Feng realized that the plot of Iron Man 2 was upon them. This meant that, at this juncture, Tony must already be afflicted by palladium poisoning, potentially even more severely than depicted in the original storyline. Tony's indomitable spirit would not allow Lin Feng to be the sole focus of public attention. His frequent appearances in the suit would only exacerbate the palladium toxicity. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng decided to make his way to Stark's mansion. Given that it was broad daylight and flying would attract undue attention, he opted to drive instead. Before arriving at Tony's residence, Lin Feng encountered Pepper Potts. "Hey, Pepper, is Tony home?" he inquired as he approached the mansion. "What's wrong? Did Tony upset you?" As he drew nearer, Lin Feng keenly observed that Pepper's expression was clouded with frustration, clearly indicating her anger. "Oh, Mr. Lin Feng?" Pepper turned in surprise, quickly responding to his question. "You have no idea what that scoundrel has done. He donated all our modern art collections without consulting me. Not a single piece remains. He gave them all away." "To what? The Boy Scouts of America?" she exclaimed, her ire palpable. "Do you realize, Lin Feng, that I spent 10 whole years curating those items? He didn't even bother to inform me before donating everything." The fiery Pepper stamped her foot in exasperation, leaving Lin Feng feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his nose. "I won't discuss this further, Lin Feng. I am going to confront him right now." With that, Pepper turned to stride towards the mansion. Observing this, Lin Feng hurriedly stepped in front of her. "Hey, Pepper. Tony, how should I put it? Tony has been dealing with some issues." He hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the matter of Tony's palladium poisoning. "He has issues? What could possibly be troubling him? Is it yet another infatuation with a cover girl?" Pepper's suspicion ignited an unnameable fury within her. All right, Pepper," Lin Feng said, resigned. "You know, Tony has been relying on that life-sustaining." He gestured in a circular motion over his chest. "The arc reactor?" Pepper asked, puzzled. "Yes, that very device saved his life, but it is simultaneously endangering it." Lin Feng elucidated. "The core of the reactor contains palladium, and Tony is now suffering from palladium poisoning. I fear he is yet to find a solution. If he cannot discover a new element to replace the palladium, his life may be on borrowed time. Thus, his mood and mental state may not be in the best condition." "Oh my God." Upon hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Pepper Potts displayed a mixture of surprise and concern. "He never mentioned this to me." At that moment, Pepper felt flustered. Upon learning from Lin Feng that Tony's life was on a countdown, her previous anger had vanished. "No, I must see him." "Hey, wait, Pepper." Lin Feng called out to her once more. "I am here to address Tony's palladium poisoning. Allow me to handle it, all right? Do you have a way to cure him?" Pepper gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. "Indeed, Miss Potts. But I require a small favor from you." Lin Feng smiled, asking, "Could you prepare a pot of hot water and 2 cups for me?" "Is it really that simple?" "Yes, just prepare that for me. I will go speak with Tony first." "All right, fine. I'm counting on you, Mr. Lin Feng." Skeptical, Pepper ascended the stairs to prepare the hot water, aware that she was of little assistance in this matter. Though her heart was willing, her hands were tied. Now that Lin Feng claimed he had a solution, she could only place her trust in him. As Pepper departed, Lin Feng made his way towards the underground workshop, activating his super hearing to ascertain Tony's current condition. How much of this vile concoction must I consume in a day? Tony Stark grimaced as he lifted a glass of chlorophyll juice, the palladium poisoning rendering him dizzy and fatigued. After downing most of it in one gulp, Tony retrieved a metal device the size of a matchbox. Measuring palladium levels, he pressed his finger against the instrument. Blood toxin level at 43, sir. Just as Lin Feng had anticipated, Tony's blood toxin level was nearly half higher than in the original narrative due to his frequent use of the suit. Prolonged use of the suit has exacerbated your condition, sir. Irritated, Tony drummed his fingers on the table, only to be informed by J.A.R.V.I.S. that the energy had been depleted. After replacing the reactor core, Tony gazed at the black spiderweb pattern on his chest with resignation. Sir, J.A.R.V.I.S. suddenly interjected. Mr. Lin Feng has arrived. Lin? What does he want? J.A.R.V.I.S. hastily set down the t-shirt and took a sip of the chlorophyll juice. At that moment, Lin Feng walked in, immediately noticing Tony drinking the green concoction. Hey, Tony. Is it tasty? Lin Feng couldn't help but tease, noting that the flavor of chlorophyll juice was hardly delightful. What is this? Your new recipe? Indeed. It's green and healthy. I suggest you try a cup as well, buddy. When it came to banter, Tony was never one to back down. What brings you here, buddy? Tony retorted. Here to sample my new beverage? Oh no, Tony, I came to have tea with you. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Realizing he couldn't outsmart the system, let alone Tony. Tea? I have no time for that. Tony shook his head. He disliked the bitter taste, much like the chlorophyll juice, which he consumed solely to alleviate his palladium poisoning. Don't say that, my friend. Trust me. My tea is not something everyone can partake in. Lin Feng stepped forward, unceremoniously clasping Tony's shoulder and pulling him upstairs. He is far more effective than chlorophyll. You will come to appreciate it, Lin Feng remarked, gesturing towards the arc reactor nestled in Tony's chest. You know? Tony, gazing at Lin Feng's playful expression, pointed to the reactor at his own chest, uncertainly inquiring. Of course I know, Tony. Lin Feng sighed, continuing, palladium poisoning, that much I can deduce. Tony fell silent upon hearing Lin Feng's response, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, allowing Lin Feng to guide him to the sofa in the living room. Here's the hot water you requested, Pepper announced, descending with a tray and placing the steaming water and cup on the table. Oh, Pepper, you're here too? Tony raised an eyebrow, glancing up. He couldn't shake the feeling that something seemed amiss with Pepper today. He turned to Lin Feng. Dude, she can't possibly. Indeed. I've realized it, Tony. Pepper settled onto the sofa beside him. Oh, good heavens. Tony slapped his forehead in despair, his expression one of anguish. Are you trying to let the whole world know that I am surviving on chlorophyll? You cannot hold Lin Feng accountable, Tony. Pepper's beautiful eyes were locked onto him, filled with anger, frustration, and above all, concern. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing Pepper's fury, Tony found himself in a precarious situation. Pepper. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. I've been searching for a way to manage this. Trust me, I can resolve it. And even if I had told you, it would have been futile upon hearing this. Pepper's face fell into a mask of grievance. Damn it. Tony silently cursed himself for his choice of words, realizing he had misspoken. I didn't mean it like that. Pepper, I was just... You think I'm useless, don't you, Tony? Tears welled in Pepper's eyes. I quit. I want to resign. Tony, you never consider others' feelings. You even donated all my 10 years of hard work away. I've had enough. No. Tony began to panic. I didn't mean you're useless. That was my intention. Pepper, please let me explain. What do you mean then? You didn't even tell me about your palladium poisoning. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved Pepper became, wiping away her tears. What I meant was... Tony's eyes flickered with an idea to soothe Pepper's distress. I want you to become the Chief Executive Officer. Chapter 23. The Fury of Pepper and the Revelation of Truth. I mean it. Tony inhaled deeply. I wish to appoint you as the Chief Executive Officer. At these words, Pepper's tears paused, and she gazed at Tony in disbelief. Have you been drinking? I had some chlorophyll. Tony replied. And without allowing Pepper a moment to respond, he earnestly continued. I hereby appoint you as the chairperson and executive director of Stark Industries. This is effective immediately. Wow. After a moment of realization, Pepper's tears flowed more profusely, Tony's appointment felt to her like a last will, and the sorrow overwhelmed her, causing her to sob even louder. Tony gasped, unsure of what to do with his hands, raised awkwardly in the air. Should he comfort Pepper? It felt inappropriate. Goodness, how could he soothe her? He turned in frustration to the source of his troubles, the silent Lin Feng, who had been an observer throughout this emotional turmoil, even taking time to soak the leaves of the Tree of Life. Seeing Tony's gaze, Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, regretting having informed Pepper about Tony's palladium poisoning. Who knew this woman was so sentimental? Buddy, this is all you're doing. Tony vented silently to Lin Feng, who understood his unvoiced complaints. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat loudly, drawing Pepper's attention. At that moment, Pepper remembered Lin Feng's presence, and her face flushed. Pepper, have you forgotten why I'm here? Lin Feng smiled, then pushed 2 cups of brewed tea towards them. A peculiar aroma wafted through the air, refreshing both of them. Try it. This is a rare treasure that money can't buy. Especially for you, Tony. This tea is remarkably effective for your palladium poisoning. Lin Feng pointed at Tony as he spoke. Pepper was somewhat taken aback, pointing at the teacup. This can cure Tony's palladium poisoning? She recognized the tea as Eastern leaves, but had never heard of tea being able to treat palladium poisoning. Oh, Miss Pepper, you'll know once you try. Lin Feng replied with a smile. And this tea is beneficial for women as well. Drink it while it's hot. Skeptical yet intrigued, Pepper lifted the teacup, observing the unfamiliar leaves steeping within. The tea was a delicate shade of green, almost as if a translucent mist floated within it. As she took a sip, before she could discern any flavor, a warm sensation enveloped her limbs. Oh my God! Pepper's once dull complexion visibly transformed, becoming fairer before her eyes. The blemishes from long nights of work began to fade, and her hair gleamed with renewed luster. I feel unprecedentedly invigorated, Pepper exclaimed, astonished. This is simply incredible! WTF? Tony witnessed this miraculous transformation. Pepper, have you become younger? Upon hearing this, Pepper immediately retrieved a small cosmetic mirror from her bag, exclaiming in wonder at her reflection. Without hesitation, Tony raised his teacup and took a sip as well. In an instant, a warm current surged from his stomach, flooding every corner of his body. The dizzying sensation brought on by palladium poisoning dissipated, and his limbs regained their strength. Tony abruptly lifted his t-shirt to inspect his chest. The black spider-like patterns visibly receded towards the reactor, vanishing entirely in mere moments. Damn it! Tony could scarcely believe his eyes. He retrieved a small device, a palladium content tester, and without hesitation pressed his thumb onto it. A sound chimed, and the device provided its results. Palladium content, 0. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. soon followed. Congratulations, sir. Palladium levels have been reduced to 0. This defied logic, Tony exclaimed, turning to Lin Feng, only to realize with overwhelming joy that he was no longer facing death. Who cares about the science of it? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What matters is that it saved your life. You're right. Tony nodded in agreement, momentarily setting aside the scientific implications. At least his life was preserved. During this period, in his desperate quest to resolve palladium poisoning, Tony had exhausted every possible avenue and still found no suitable alternatives. Now, Lin Feng had presented him with this miraculous tea, capable of completely eliminating his palladium poisoning. Simply unbelievable. What kind of tea is this? Where can I procure it? Tony inquired, realizing that with this tea, he could fearlessly don the Iron Man suit without the threat of poisoning again. As soon as Tony spoke, Lin Feng understood his thoughts. You cannot rely on this tea forever, Tony, Lin Feng cautioned. This tea only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. I understand what you're saying, buddy, Tony responded, a hint of bitterness in his voice. But I've tried every combination, every element. None can substitute for palladium. It's both saving my life and endangering it. What am I to do? This was, thus far, the gravest life crisis Tony had encountered. Its deadly nature was insidious, yet its resolution was profoundly challenging. No, Tony, Lin Feng said enigmatically. You haven't explored every method yet. What do you mean? Tony asked, confusion etched on his face. What other methods haven't I tried? Indeed, Tony, Lin Feng nodded. It is something your father left for you. What? Tony's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. In the coming days, the Black Egg should seek you out. Oh, you mean that director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng remarked, still intent on not drastically altering the original storyline. Tony must endure what he was meant to experience. One cannot whimsically alter another's life trajectory based on personal whims. Unless in the face of mortal danger, this had been Lin Feng's guiding principle since acquiring his powers. Why would he come to see me? Tony pondered. I've already expressed my lack of interest in his superhero organization. I don't want to meet him. He waved his hand in refusal. Lin Feng remained silent, wearing a mysterious smile that left Tony feeling perplexed. A fleeting spark illuminated Tony's mind, as if he had suddenly grasped something significant. Could it be that he had found a solution to the issue concerning palladium? Not quite, Tony, Lin Feng elucidated. You may be unaware, but your father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he left behind something for you. Before Tony could express his confusion, Lin Feng continued. What he left can indeed resolve the palladium dilemma. So, when the black egg approaches you, it would be wise to heed his words. In the original narrative, the black egg indeed delivered to Tony a legacy left by Howard. Although there exists an element of unpredictability in this storyline, it is unlikely to deviate significantly. Even if there were to be a deviation, Lin Feng felt assured of his ability to cushion any consequences for Tony. I shall not intrude on your conversation any longer, Lin Feng declared, rising to take his leave. He produced a small pouch containing leaves from the Tree of Life and handed it to Tony. These are some tea leaves for you and Pepper to enjoy. This was Lin Feng's contingency plan, a safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances involving Tony Stark. Oh, and remember, do not indulge too frequently. Excessive consumption may yield adverse effects, Lin Feng cautioned. Once a week will suffice, steep one leaf at a time. It will benefit both you and Pepper, enhancing your constitution. I must express my gratitude to you, my friend, Tony remarked, his face brimming with emotion as he gestured towards the small pouch in his hand. Is there more? This seems rather scant. Get lost. You won't find this anywhere else in the world, Lin Feng retorted, visibly exasperated. The rest just enough for you to resolve your issues and still have a substantial amount left over. Tony, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, teased Lin Feng, while Pepper, genuinely touched, bowed in gratitude towards Lin Feng, leaving him feeling quite appreciative of her thoughtfulness. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Feng set off in his car towards the place where Susan worked. He was on his way to pick her up after her shift. Chapter 24. A new mission. As I journeyed from Las Vegas, I observed the desolate landscape, devoid of human presence. Lin Feng drove his sports car along the highway, cheerfully humming a tune he had heard prior to his transformation. How delightful it was. He smacked the steering wheel in exuberance. If I had not become a superhero, I could certainly thrive as a ghostwriter, amassing wealth beyond measure. Enough with the singing, host. Your voice is unbearable. The system's voice interjected abruptly, interrupting Lin Feng's merriment. Your singing is so dreadful it makes me want to retch. The system, as ever, was insufferable. What nonsense. Do you possess any musical talent yourself? How dare you criticize my singing? Lin Feng retorted, though he could not help but ponder the system's unusual emergence. Typically, the system remained silent unless summoned. Yet today it had chosen to make an appearance. Could there be a purpose behind this? With that thought, Lin Feng inquired, You've come forth on your own accord. Is there something you wish to discuss? Astute observation. The system snapped its fingers. I merely wish to implore you to cease your singing. It is far too painful for my ears. Clearly, you have no intention of letting this go, Lin Feng remarked, his expression growing cold. If there is nothing of substance, then I shall take my leave. We are all adults here and quite busy. Very well. Very well. Let us speak seriously, the system replied, redirecting the conversation. Tell me, host, do you not feel that your rate of earning reputation is woefully sluggish? As your system, I can hardly bear to witness it. It lamented. Considering the impact of your previous encounter with the abomination, your current reputation stands just above 10 million. At this pace, when will you ever acquire the silver superhero status? Come now, I am indeed putting in considerable effort. Lin Feng protested, feeling aggrieved by the system's remarks. After all, he diligently fought against evil each day, albeit reserving 2 days a week for gameplay. Was 10 million points truly insufficient? The narrative had only just begun. Did the system expect him to venture into the cosmos to confront Thanos? If you think my reputation accrual is slow, why not assign me a couple more tasks? Lin Feng shot back without hesitation. What a coincidence you should mention that. The system replied, following Lin Feng's lead. I have come to bestow upon you a new mission. Surprised? Intrigued? Lin Feng scoffed with a cold laugh, suspecting ulterior motives. Typically, missions were announced straightforwardly. The system's unusual approach suggested something amiss. Though slightly intrigued, he pressed, What do you mean by slightly intrigued? Allow me to clarify, the system said, slightly irritated. This mission offers exceedingly generous rewards. How generous, you ask? Lin Feng scoffed again, dismissing the notion. The highest reputation reward currently offered was a mere 100,000 points. He had little hope for anything worthwhile. To earn reputation, one must rely on their own efforts to heal and save lives. A guaranteed minimum of 10 million reputation points. What do you think? As the R8 came to a sudden halt, Lin Feng questioned his own ears. 10 million reputation points? Indeed. The system hummed with satisfaction. So, are you interested now? Absolutely, esteemed system, please elaborate. Lin Feng exclaimed, exhilarated. A task worth 10 million reputation points could replace an entire period of his labor. If such tasks are available, I would gladly welcome more. The system, evidently pleased with Lin Feng's enthusiasm, emitted a chime. You have received a new task. External Assistance Task. Save the Blue Star in the DC Parallel Universe. Prevent the fusion of the Mother Box. And defeat the Desaad and the corrupted Superman. The mission derives from the Justice League movie. Task duration, 10 days. Task countdown, 3 hours. Task reward 110 million reputation points. Task reward 2. Reputation points awarded based on the host's performance rating. Lin Feng, after reviewing the task, found himself somewhat bewildered. It was a mere string of words. How could he both comprehend and struggle to understand at the same time? System, what is going on? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. DC Universe? Does this mean I must traverse there to complete the task? Having already crossed into the Marvel realm, could he also venture into DC? Correct, dear host. The system responded, eager to clarify. This task necessitates your journey into the DC Universe for its completion. Lin Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. And what exactly do you mean by Desaad and the corrupted Superman? I recall the original plot differently. Why must I contend with Superman? He was at a loss. Questioning the system. Are you taking advantage of my unfamiliarity with the original work? Without defeating the Desaad, where do you think your 10 million reputation points will come from? The system retorted. Do you not understand that greater risks yield greater rewards? Faced with the system's rebuttal, Lin Feng could only shake his head in disbelief. All right, then please explain the extent of the risks involved. Wait until I finish speaking before you raise any questions. Interrupt me again, and I shan't continue. Very well. Commence your exposition. Lin Feng gestured as if to say, the floor is yours. The system rolled its eyes and proceeded to detail the task. In this mission, you will confront a vast organization formed by villains from numerous parallel worlds. They also possess entities akin to the system, albeit lacking my intelligence. Lin Feng paused for a moment, taken aback. Could they be traversers from beyond the fourth wall? Am I not the sole anomaly? They are not traversers from beyond the fourth wall, but rather unknown villains hailing from various movie and even comic book realms. Interestingly, each of them possesses a system panel equivalent, yet these are subsystems governed by a primary system. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Please, elaborate further. The system paused momentarily, yet declined Lin Feng's request. Given the current strength of the host, it is wiser not to know too much. The system and the host share a symbiotic relationship. Their fortunes are intertwined. As the host's power grows, the feedback to the system increases correspondingly. Thus, to rapidly enhance both their capabilities, the subsystems have chosen to embody malevolent personalities from parallel worlds. The hosts inhabited by these subsystems are referred to as exiles. Once they attain sufficient power, their inner malevolence and desires are magnified. They wreak havoc upon the narratives of various parallel worlds, thereby allowing them to siphon energy when the timelines converge. The greater the deviation from the original narrative, the more energy is generated at the convergence of the timelines. At this point, the system paused again, seemingly allowing Lin Feng time to process the information. The task you have undertaken is a distress mission originating from the DC Parallel Universe. A few days prior, an exile disrupted the main storyline of the Justice League by providing the Wasteland Wolf with a mystical artifact. This artifact enabled the Wasteland Wolf to resurrect and control Superman. Clark Kent, Batman, Wonder Woman, and their allies found themselves utterly outmatched, suffering repeated defeats. Ultimately, a mother box was carried by the Flash, Barry Allen, as he darted across the globe to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Wasteland Wolf and Superman. Your mission, dear host, is to eliminate both the Wasteland Wolf and Superman, thus aiding in the convergence of the timeline. By doing so, the energy required for the convergence will be significantly reduced. However, you must remain vigilant against the potential emergence of the exiles. Due to the system's constraints, if they conceal themselves in the shadows, we will be unable to detect them. Although the exiles are not particularly adept in direct confrontation, they are generally skilled in employing treacherous tactics. These are the aspects you must be cautious of. The system continued to elaborate extensively. Chapter 25 Farewell to Susan. Preparing for the journey, Lin Feng comprehended the situation. This essentially resembled a heavily modified narrative of the Justice League. The objective was to confront the corrupted Superman and steer the plot back onto its rightful course. This would result in a diminished energy accumulation from the convergence of world lines, consequently reducing the energy that the exile could acquire. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and articulated several uncertainties. Firstly, aside from the moral implications, why should we prevent the exile from siphoning energy from the world line? This seemingly does not impact our own reality, does it? His first question, though somewhat harsh, was indeed pertinent to a scenario that did not unfold in his world. Yet the system insisted on intervening, indicating that there were hidden complexities involved. Although he now possessed the strength of Superman, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the fact that a corrupted version could be thrice as formidable. He had no desire to confront Superman without just cause. Upon hearing Lin Feng's doubts, the system elucidated by assisting in the reduction of energy consumption during the world line's convergence. A portion of that energy would be allocated to you. In simpler terms, by aiding him in minimizing his expenditure, he would in turn bolster your strength. That makes sense, Lin Feng nodded. The gifts from the will of the world should not be too meager. However, I have another question. Are there no powerful beings in the DC universe? They could easily handle the corrupted Superman and the exile, thus restoring the world line to its original state. Why, then, has this task been assigned to us? This was the question that weighed most heavily on Lin Feng's mind. The assignment of such a mission to him seemed to disrupt the logical flow of events. It was akin to the Marvel universe he currently inhabited. If there truly existed exiles wreaking havoc on the primary narrative, surely there would be formidable beings capable of vanquishing them with ease. Yet, the system's response surpassed Lin Feng's expectations. They are unable to intervene. Host. Allow me to provide an analogy. This scenario differs markedly from the narratives you have previously encountered. The simplest and most comprehensible analogy is that even the strongest of strongmen cannot lift themselves. Should they intervene, it would precipitate even greater upheaval within the world line. There are also exceedingly clandestine circumstances at play. Given your current level of strength, I cannot divulge further details. Is Superman's power deemed insufficient in the eyes of the system? Lin Feng was taken aback. You believe it is adequate? The system retorted. You cannot even defeat Ancient One on Earth. Do you truly think you are a match for what lies beyond in the cosmos? You must reach at least the mid-tier of Silver Superman's strength to comprehend more. For now, focus on swiftly enhancing your abilities, following the directives of this system. Did not Ancient One also inform you? Greater trials await you. To persuade Lin Feng, the system even invoked the name of Ancient One. Very well, Lin Feng replied resignedly. Indeed, in the cosmic arena, Superman might not suffice. One last inquiry. Is there a risk to life in this mission? Risk to life? The system paused momentarily, contemplating before responding with a hint of uncertainty. There should be none, I suppose? What do you mean by should be none? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Please clarify your words. The system elucidated. Indeed, the Dark Superman is a Superman, but you are also a Superman. It continued. I believe the issue is not significant. Did I not mention that the only thing to be particularly cautious of is the exile? Very well. Lin Feng was utterly speechless. Such a statement was tantamount to saying nothing at all. He had always known that his journey through dimensions would not permit him a leisurely existence. As he anticipated, saving the Marvel universe was merely the beginning. He was destined to rescue other realms as well. Furthermore, the information divulged by the system instilled a sense of urgency within Lin Feng. He had initially thought that becoming Superman would render him invincible in the early stages. Yet the revelations from the system indicated that he must rapidly enhance his strength. A vague premonition crept upon him. His days of complacency were numbered. With one final query, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Are you so familiar with the exile system? Can I infer that you communicate with those subsystems? He questioned. You are not. Perhaps a villain yourself? The system fell silent in response to Lin Feng's inquiry. He chose not to rush it, simply driving while awaiting its reply. After a considerable pause, the system's voice resonated once more. Your assumptions are correct. This system is designed for the evolution of superhumans, and there is indeed communication between us. However, I shall not engage in actions that would endanger the world. The system's response confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. What he had initially viewed as a straightforward tool appeared to conceal unspeakable secrets beneath its surface. Let me make another guess. Is it only upon my transformation into a silver Superman that I can acquire more information? Lin Feng inquired, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Such a cliché narrative mirrored those found in novels. The system's reply, predictably, aligned with Lin Feng's expectations. Indeed, once the host exchanges for the Silver Superman template, deeper insights will be revealed. Rest assured, since the system is bound to you, we shall rise and fall together. All efforts are aimed at securing a prosperous future for both the system and the host. All right, I shall trust you this once. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. His current abilities were bestowed by the system, and regardless of its assurances, he remained acutely aware, vigilant to avoid any passive predicaments. He chose not to dwell further on this matter, for all would be unveiled upon the exchange for the Silver Superman template. As he contemplated the impending tasks, Lin Feng received a call from Susan and returned to the villa. After a brief preparation of dinner, they nestled together on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Lin Feng glanced at the task timer. Less than an hour remained before he would traverse to DC. He felt compelled to convey certain matters to Susan, otherwise her worry would grow should he vanish without a word. Lin Feng, at this moment, was no longer a solitary figure. With these thoughts in mind, he spoke. Susan, I may need to be away for a while. Approximately 10 days, but no longer than half a month. Lin, where are you headed? Susan sat on the sofa, leaning against Lin Feng. Upon hearing that Lin Feng would be gone for such an extended period, she lifted her petite head and inquired with a hint of confusion. Oh, darling, you know I am Superman. Lin Feng embraced Susan and, feigning nonchalance, replied with a smile, I have some matters that require my attention. It's merely 10 days. It will pass swiftly. Observing the worry etched on Susan's delicate face, Lin Feng sought to reassure her. Here is a means of contacting me. Lin Feng handed Susan a card bearing Tony Stark's contact information. I may be unreachable for a while. If you need anything, just call Iron Man. Lin Feng explained, having already consulted Tony, who would keep an eye on Susan during his absence. This is called being prepared. I understand, Lin. Susan nodded, accepting the card. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, will you be in danger? What are you thinking, sweetheart? Of course, there is no danger. Lin Feng confidently patted his chest, showcasing his sturdy pectorals. What in this world could possibly threaten Superman? Naturally, Lin Feng would not admit to any danger, as that would only incite unnecessary worry. All right, Lin Feng reassured her, there's no need to fret. It's just that this journey is a bit lengthy, which is why it will take so much time. Just wait patiently for my return. I shall bring you a gift. Susan, her face still marked with concern, nodded and cautioned. Then please be careful while you're out there alone. Hearing Susan's words of concern, Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After glancing at the time, with only 10 minutes remaining, Lin Feng donned his Superman suit and stepped outside the villa. Remember what I said. If you encounter any issues, seek out Iron Man. Don't be shy with him. He still owes me something. After reiterating his advice, Lin Feng gently kissed Susan's forehead and then soared into the sky. With a resounding boom, Lin Feng swiftly vanished from Susan's sight. Watching Lin Feng fly away, Susan remained rooted in place for a long time, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Although Lin Feng assured her that this journey posed no danger, Susan was a wise woman. Superman, who is he? An entity capable of lifting cargo ships and sending monsters into outer space. If even Superman required several days to address certain matters, could they truly be devoid of peril? Clearly, Susan understood that Lin Feng downplayed the danger to spare her worry. She could not prevent him from confronting threats, otherwise he would no longer be Superman. Gently clutching the pendant Lin Feng had given her, Susan silently offered her blessings for his safety. Chapter 26. Traversing DC. Batman is on the brink of death high above in the sky. The system remarked somewhat exasperatedly, I must inform you, host, that traversing at ground level suffices. There is no necessity to soar so high. Lin Feng scoffed in response. What do you know, you wretched system? I ascend to such heights to spare Susan any concern. The less she knows, the happier she will be. Having articulated his point, Lin Feng couldn't help but add a derisive comment. It's evident you are a solitary system. Lacking this simple understanding. Be gone. With a scowl, the system retorted, prepare for your journey. This system shall transport you to engage in a delightful encounter with Superman. Buzz. As soon as the system's words fell, a crimson portal materialized before Lin Feng. It was a teleportation gate, connecting the Marvel and DC universes. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stepped through. The passage within the gate was brief, and soon Lin Feng emerged on the other side, finding himself in the DC universe above the blue planet. At the very moment Lin Feng crossed the threshold of the portal, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, who had been meditating on Earth, abruptly opened her eyes. She sensed the sudden vanishing of Lin Feng's presence within the cosmos. Puzzled, she retrieved the time stone, peering into the future in hopes of locating Lin Feng. The system's portal had directly transported Lin Feng to the skies above the DC universe, specifically over the region known as the Twisted Land, under the light of day. Ding! The system's voice echoed once more. The task has commenced. A countdown of 10 days is in effect. Please complete your mission within the allotted time. With that, the portal gradually faded from sight. Time was of the essence, and Lin Feng hesitated not. Prior to his traversal, he had devised an action plan. And now he employed his superhuman hearing to envelop the entire United States, gathering information. In an instant, a deluge of sounds surged into Lin Feng's consciousness. He held his breath, centering himself, and meticulously discerned the cacophony. His intent was to locate Batman and his companions to ascertain the current circumstances. According to the information provided by the system, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman should be together at this juncture. Indeed, as Lin Feng anticipated, within less than half a minute. He pinpointed the desired sounds. Found it. Lin Feng's eyes flew open as he detected the conversation between Diana and Victor. Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated, and Lin Feng propelled himself towards the source of the sound at breakneck speed. In a tranquil private hospital, within a patient room, Bruce Wayne lay on the bed, his breath faint. His right chest had been pierced by the darkened Superman, Clark Kent, using his heat vision. Had it not been for Diana intervening to block a strike, Batman would likely have already met his demise. After several hours of emergency treatment, they managed to pull Bruce back from the brink of death. Yet a full day had elapsed, and Bruce Wayne remained unconscious. His injuries were grave, and the situation was dire. The blue planet of DC stood on the precipice of disaster. In the patient room, 3 or 4 individuals were either seated or standing. Diana, Aquaman, Victor, and Bruce's loyal butler, Alfred. At this moment, several individuals wore expressions of sorrow, bearing injuries upon their bodies. Victor was diligently repairing his mechanical form. Alfred stood by the bedside, his eyes glistening with tears. He had watched Bruce grow, witnessing his transformation into the embodiment of justice, Batman, observing him fall and rise time and again. Yet, this time was different. The severity of Bruce's injuries was such that even if he were to recover, he could never again don the mantle of Batman to vanquish evil. The food Alfred had brought lay untouched upon the table. The danger to Blue Planet had not yet abated, and the strategist of the superhero team was incapacitated. At this moment, none felt inclined to eat. Sighing softly, Diana cast a glance at Bruce on the hospital bed, realizing that among them, her injuries were the least severe. "This is not your fault, Diana," Victor interjected. "Had you not intervened in time, Bruce would have had no chance for rescue." Hearing Victor's words, Diana felt a modicum of relief. "I know, but if I could have blocked Clark's attack sooner, Bruce would not have sustained such grave injuries. Now is not the time for such discussions." Aquaman, who had remained silent until now, interrupted their exchange. "The pressing issue is, what shall we do next?" At these words, a wave of confusion washed over them, and silence once again enveloped the room. Indeed, what were they to do now? Bruce Wayne, the very mind of their operations, lay incapacitated, perhaps never to rise again. Barry Allen traversed the globe with the last mother box, afraid to linger in any one place for too long. The darkened Clark Kent would soon seek out Barry, seize the mother box, and extinguish Barry's life with ease, as one might crush an ant. The thought of Clark's eyes, glowing with a sinister crimson hue, and his ghastly green visage filled them with dread. Clark Kent had fallen under some form of control. Alfred adjusted the blanket around Bruce and turned to the others. "His condition is clearly abnormal. I observed your battle through Master Wayne's camera. The most plausible explanation is that Master Clark has been ensnared by something akin to magic. To defeat Clark, we must uncover the identity of the one controlling him." Alfred continued, "I surmise it must be that creature known as the Wild Wolf. Therefore, to save the Earth, we must first locate the Wild Wolf. As for Master Clark, though it may not be an ideal solution," Alfred said, retrieving a suitcase and opening it to reveal several green crystals resting quietly within. "Kryptonite will impede his movements." He gently set the suitcase upon the table, gazing at the crystals with a hint of regret. Had Master Wayne brought kryptonite last time, perhaps the outcome would have been different. I shall go and heat the food for everyone. We must be nourished to muster the strength to continue our fight against the darkness. With that, Alfred departed the room. In the ward, silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, each contemplating the words of Afyu. After a prolonged pause, Diana could no longer restrain herself and spoke. We have no means to locate Darkseid. The monstrous entity will not reveal himself until the third mother box is activated. The last unactivated mother box lies in Barry's possession, while Superman scours the world for him. Even if Darkseid were to appear, how could we contend against both him and Clark? Our time is running short. Diana sighed once more, the situation veering into a stalemate, a prospect none desired to witness. Aquaman, with a furrowed brow, rose from his seat, his trident crashing against the ground with a resounding thud. Then we shall confront Clark first. It is our best course of action to eliminate this formidable adversary. Otherwise, should the mother box fall into Clark's grasp, the consequences would be dire. Diana nodded in agreement. With kryptonite, we may have a chance. If we can sway the controlled Clark to our side, our odds will significantly improve. Victor, can you pinpoint Barry Allen's location? She inquired, turning to Victor. Victor's mechanical eye glowed crimson. Yes, Mr. Bruce has implanted a tracker within him. I can monitor Barry Allen's whereabouts at all times. The pressing issue remains, once located, who will confront Clark? His expression reflected grave concern. The combined strength of the few present was insufficient to face Superman. A viable strategy must be devised to have any hope of subduing him. This was almost their last glimmer of hope, and they had to tread carefully. Diana was the first to speak. Allow me to take on this challenge. I will restrain Clark. Among them, Diana bore the least injuries and possessed formidable strength. Believing that this crucial task rightfully belonged to her, she felt confident in her ability to hold Superman at bay for a brief period. Victor, you are responsible for crafting the kryptonite into a weapon. Wait for the opportune moment to strike it into Clark. Victor nodded silently in agreement. I will assist you in restraining Clark. Aquaman Arthur declared, his left arm marred by a wound inflicted by heat vision, oozing a dark, crimson essence that hindered its healing. The corrupted Clark's heat vision seemed to have mutated, rendering the injuries he inflicted nearly impossible to heal. You should stay behind to protect Bruce, Arthur, Diana remarked, glancing at Aquaman's injured arm and shaking her head. I can manage. Let me go? Arthur insisted, striking the ground forcefully with his trident, signaling his readiness. Diana fell into silence, her concern for Arthur's diminished combat capabilities weighing heavily on her. The risk was too great. A single misstep could cost him his life. As the group exchanged silent glances, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed through the room. None of you can. Let me take over. Chapter 27. You all are inept. Let me handle this. A sudden, unfamiliar voice interrupted the conversation among the group. Who? Their pupils dilated in alarm as they turned towards the source of the sound. To their astonishment, a strange man had appeared by Bruce's bedside, holding something in his hand, and the bandages that had covered Bruce were now strewn across the floor. The group had been utterly oblivious to his presence until this moment, an unsettling sense of dread enveloping them all. Get away from Bruce. Without a moment's hesitation, Aquaman seized his trident and hurled it forward. Buzz. Bang. The man did not even lift his head, extending his right hand to effortlessly grasp the incoming trident, absorbing its tremendous force as if it were nothing more than a mere trifle. A wave of unease washed over the group, their thoughts racing in turmoil. But there was no time for contemplation. The stranger had torn Bruce's bandages to shreds. He was clearly intent on harming him. Victor's artillery system was unsuitable for a confrontation in such close quarters, as it would undoubtedly jeopardize Bruce's life. Arthur's left arm was injured, and the trident had been caught, leaving only Diana to act. In the next instant, Diana summoned her strength, lunging forward with a powerful fist aimed at the intruder. Boom. Lin Feng reluctantly set aside his task, using his left hand to intercept Diana's punch, the force of their collision sending the remnants of Bruce's bandages flying. Hey, calm down. Diana, and Arthur too, Lin Feng exclaimed, tossing the trident back to Arthur. Aquaman reclaimed the trident, directing it once more at Lin Feng. But this time he refrained from throwing it. Instead, with a wary expression, he inquired, Who are you? What are you doing to Bruce? Lin Feng raised a small green vial in his hand, shaking it gently. I am treating Bruce. Trust me, I mean no harm. He then pointed at Bruce's wounds, adding, If you don't believe me, look. The group, filled with suspicion, cautiously approached the bedside, gazing intently at Bruce's injuries. What unfolded before them exceeded their comprehension. Lin Feng held a small test tube filled with a vibrant green liquid, meticulously dripping it onto Bruce's chest wound. Miraculously, they witnessed Bruce's internal injuries and wounds healing at an astonishing rate. "Oh my goodness! It's actually healing!" Diana gasped in astonishment. The monitors connected to Bruce displayed a rapid recovery of his vital signs. The injuries that once seemed insurmountable were healing before their very eyes, leaving the group in awe. And they began to realize that this newcomer was at least not an enemy. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. After administering nearly half of the vial's contents, Lin Feng finally ceased his efforts. "That should be sufficient. The rest depends on Bruce's recovery now." "Who are you, really?" Diana voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. "Could you be a friend of Bruce's?" "Well, I am Lin Feng," he replied. Lin Feng gently covered Bruce with a blanket, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the group. "I am here to assist you," he declared. "Assist us?" Aquaman scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping him. "We do not require your aid. Do not presume that because you withstood my blow, you possess extraordinary strength. Injured as I am not at half my usual power, and you remain oblivious to the magnitude of the trouble we currently face." Aquaman Arthur was thoroughly displeased with Lin Feng's nonchalant dismissal of his attack, feeling that his injury had hindered his performance. Lin Feng's demeanor, as if he were here to help, further irked him. "Do not speak so, Arthur," Diana interjected. "He has already aided us." Her words held a deeper meaning. At the very least, Lin Feng had rescued Bruce. "Thank you for saving Bruce," Diana expressed sincerely, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng as she extended her gratitude. "However, we cannot allow innocence to be placed in peril. You do not comprehend the challenges we are confronting," Diana explained. Although the man before them seemed somewhat capable of evading their defenses, it did not imply he possessed the means to contend with Clark. Having clashed with Clark, Diana was acutely aware of his formidable nature. Yet, Lin Feng shook his head and replied with a smile, "Since I am here, it signifies my understanding of the ordeal you face. If I am not mistaken, Superman is aware of your presence, but has yet to seek you out, as his primary objective is to locate the last mother box. I believe you have no alternative, while I recognize Clark's strength. I am confident in my ability to confront him. You may find it hard to grasp the gravity of my words, but allow me to demonstrate." With that, Lin Feng began to levitate gracefully into the air. In the next moment, a black battle suit enveloped him, clad in a pure black bodysuit. Complete with a flowing black cape, the prominent S-shaped emblem emblazoned on his chest symbolized hope, mirroring Superman's attire, albeit in differing hues. Where Clark donned red and blue, Lin Feng's ensemble was entirely black. The group stared, dumbfounded, at Lin Feng hovering above them. That attire was all too familiar. "WTF?" Aquaman questioned, suspecting he might be seeing things. "Another Superman? Are you also a Kryptonian?" Diana exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that another Kryptonian existed on Earth? The last one should have perished at Clark's hands, Zod, who fell during the battle that invaded Blue Planet, vanquished by Clark himself. Sort of Lin Feng was not inclined to elaborate further. He was merely here to fulfill a mission, and acknowledging his identity would aid his endeavors. Just then, Victor's mechanical arm emitted a sudden buzz, uncontrollably morphing into the shape of a cannon aimed directly at Lin Feng. "Victor, what are you doing?" Diana gasped in alarm, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. At this moment, Victor was drenched in cold sweat, desperately attempting to maintain his composure. "I apologize. It is my automatic defense system. It sensed danger." He felt himself losing control. As he spoke, a missile launched suddenly, its red indicator light flashing with a countdown to release. Lin Feng, witnessing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. He hastily stowed away his superhero suit and descended from the air, muffling his presence. "Hey, buddy, take it easy. I am not your enemy," he reassured. Though internally he scoffed at the bizarre system. In the original narrative, it seemed that a single rocket launcher had led to a collective thrashing from the superhero. Perhaps sensing the absence of danger, Victor's mechanical arm finally fell silent, reverting with a couple of clicks. This unexpected turn of events left the others in a cold sweat. And it was only when Victor returned to normal that they collectively exhaled in relief. What a close call. Had a missile been fired, they might have found themselves facing yet another adversary akin to Superman. Fortunately, Victor had managed to regain control. Lin Feng understood that Victor was not entirely at fault. The overwhelming sense of intimidation brought by Superman was significant. In the original tale, Victor had indeed lost control of his system. If Tony had been present, perhaps he could have made some adjustments. Diana, feeling embarrassed, turned to Lin Feng to apologize. "I'm sorry. Victor's system is extremely sensitive. He did not mean to." Lin Feng nodded, responding nonchalantly, "I understand. Do not worry, it does not concern me. Now, do you believe I can assist you?" The group exchanged glances before collectively nodding, their spirits visibly lifting. Lin Feng's presence had ushered in a renewed sense of hope, regardless of his origins. His actions had demonstrated that he was at least not an adversary. Bruce's vital signs had stabilized. The group, previously burdened with worry, finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Although they were still uncertain of Lin Feng's exact capabilities, being a fellow Kryptonian suggested he could stand against Clark. Moreover, with the presence of kryptonite on their side, if Lin Feng could momentarily subdue Clark, they would have the opportunity to administer the kryptonite into his system. Things were progressing in a favorable direction. Seeing the others nod in agreement, Lin Feng smiled casually. His mission was to defeat the Wasteland Wolf and Superman, thereby saving the DC Blue Planet. He could easily act independently, directly locating Barry to seize the Mother Box and lure out the Wasteland Wolf. His engagement with the DC superheroes and the rescue of Batman was merely a means to an end. As the mission concluded with a note, the specific rewards would be determined by the host's evaluation of the event. This was akin to a hidden quest in a video game, and Lin Feng intended to see if his suspicions were correct. If he guessed right, the rewards would be all the more substantial. If wrong, the losses would be minimal. Chapter 28. Bruce Awakens. Initial planning, Bruce felt as though he had been ensnared in an interminable dream. In this reverie, formidable extraterrestrials invaded the Blue Planet, intent on acquiring 3 mother boxes to bring about its annihilation. He had rallied an array of extraordinary individuals from various corners of the world, determined to resist with every ounce of strength. Yet, despair washed over him as he discovered that the aliens had ensnared Superman under their control. Following a fierce battle, his companions bore grave wounds, and Bruce was compelled to activate his contingency plan. He instructed Barry Allen to flee with the last mother box, urging him to traverse the globe relentlessly, thus evading Superman's detection, while Bruce himself resolved to return and forge a kryptonite weapon to confront Superman, believing this to be their only chance for victory. However, it appeared that the controlled Superman had no intention of affording him that opportunity. A terrifying heat vision beam struck him, an attack he could not evade. The searing pain in his chest signaled that he had been hit, and the copious blood loss swiftly rendered him unconscious. In his final moments of consciousness, he beheld Diana, shield in hand, intercepting the lethal beam and saving him. Thus, laden with bitterness and despair, Bruce succumbed to darkness. This was the gravest calamity he had encountered since assuming the mantle of Batman. His adversaries were a powerful alien race, and the sole being on Earth capable of contending with them lay under their dominion. Bruce was at a loss as to how to engage in this battle. The flicker of hope for victory dimmed as Clark remained under control. How to confront the mighty Superman, how to vanquish the aliens, how to salvage the Blue Planet, these daunting questions seemed to recede further from his grasp. Throughout his life, he had endured countless injuries, yet he had always persevered. However, this time, he was uncertain if he would awaken again. Yet, Bruce was undeniably fortunate. The Blue Planet still required his salvation. In the enveloping darkness, time slipped away unmeasured until he suddenly felt a refreshing coolness coursing through his body, followed by a steady warmth that gradually restored his consciousness. This warm current incessantly mended his form, allowing Bruce to regain sensation slowly. The conversations of several individuals in the infirmary penetrated his ears, each utterance revealing the current state of affairs. Was it that stranger named Lin Feng who had saved him with a miraculous liquid? It seemed Lin Feng was also a Kryptonian. In that moment, as he listened to Diana's inquiries, Bruce sensed a glimmer of hope for the Blue Planet. Salvation was still within reach. The arrival of Lin Feng made Bruce acutely aware of the capriciousness of fate. Across from them stood a Kryptonian, and here they had another. Upon hearing Lin Feng express his willingness to assist them, Bruce felt a resurgence of hope. He wished to speak, yet found himself unable to control his body, even struggling to open his eyes. He centered himself, carefully attuning to his body. His senses had not fully returned, and a peculiar pain and itchiness emanated from his right chest. He surmised that healing was underway, as the discomfort gradually subsided until it vanished entirely. After a considerable duration, once the sensation of pain had completely dissipated, Bruce gradually opened his eyes, albeit still feeling somewhat feeble. The white ceiling. As he slightly turned his head, he discovered Alfred seated beside him. Alfred's voice was too faint. Alfred did not hear him. Alfred, help me sit up. Bruce raised his voice a notch. Oh my goodness, Master, you're awake. It was only then that Alfred realized Bruce was calling for him. He excitedly assisted Bruce in sitting up, his movements gentle, while repeatedly expressing gratitude to the heavens. Upon noticing Bruce had regained consciousness, several individuals in the room quickly gathered around. Although Bruce appeared pale, the gaping wound on his chest had entirely vanished, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Indeed, I am awake, Bruce said as he leaned back. His immediate gaze fell upon the sole unfamiliar face in the room, a man with black hair and dark eyes, seemingly of Eastern descent, who was smiling at him. Hello. Bruce, he spoke. Recognizing the familiar voice, Bruce confirmed, You must be Lin Feng. Thank you for the potion you provided. Oh, how did you know? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled about how Bruce recognized him upon awakening. Diana and the others also cast curious glances. Bruce smiled politely and explained, I regained consciousness while you were treating me. I just couldn't awaken immediately. Lin Feng nodded, understanding dawning upon him. That made perfect sense. Alfred, concerned, inquired, Master, how do you feel? I believe my injuries are no longer an issue, though I still feel a bit fatigued, Bruce replied, affirming that he was all right. He glanced down at his chest, where the wound had left no trace. What a remarkable potion, Bruce marveled. Bruce, now that you are awake, matters will be much simpler, Diana remarked, visibly relieved. Bruce's awakening, aided by another Kryptonian, heralded a turning point in the grave crisis facing Blue Planet. Superman was tirelessly searching for Barry Allen, and time was of the essence. Should he acquire the last Mother Box, the consequences would be dire, a truth everyone understood. Bruce nodded in acknowledgement to Diana, then turned to Alfred, instructing, Alfred, please bring me something to eat. Having awakened, Bruce felt the pangs of hunger. He needed sustenance to replenish his energy. Of course, Master, Alfred replied, nodding before departing to prepare food. The meal that had just been brought was already cold, so Alfred planned to ask the chef to prepare something nourishing. Considering Bruce had just escaped the brink of death. Reflecting on this, Alfred cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng, knowing he had rescued Master Bruce from the jaws of death. After Alfred left, Bruce turned to the others, nodding as he said, We currently do not have much time. The others nodded in agreement, understanding that Bruce had something significant to convey. We must prepare urgently. Victor, is it possible to communicate with Barry? Bruce inquired, directing his gaze towards Victor. Victor assured him, indeed, the tracker I provided is equipped with a communication feature. It is prudent to attach it to Barry. Bruce nodded, then turned his attention to Aquaman. Arthur, do you still possess combat capability? He noted the bandaged arm of Aquaman, which hung limply. Of course, Aquaman retorted defiantly, attempting to raise his arm to demonstrate that he was unimpeded. However, after several attempts, he was unable to lift it, prompting the others to shake their heads in disbelief. Observing this, Lin Feng generously produced a small green vial and tossed it to Aquaman, stating, Just 2 drops, no more, will suffice to heal your injuries. Do not use any excess. It is quite precious. Aquaman received it with a serious expression and nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Having witnessed the miraculous properties of the green liquid firsthand, he recognized the shared threat they faced and was unwilling to be overly formal with Lin Feng. Without hesitation, he began to unwrap the bandage from his left arm. Before them lay a grotesque wound, emanating a bizarre blackish-red glow, with the depth revealing bone, causing the onlookers to gasp in shock. Aquaman cautiously opened the green vial, allowing 2 drops to fall onto the wound, adhering to Lin Feng's instructions. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, the liquid met the injury with a sizzling sound, as the ominous glow gradually dissipated, unveiling the flesh beneath. As the last remnants of the blackish-red light vanished, the wound began to close slowly, healing progressively under the influence of the remaining green liquid. In no time, the injury had entirely vanished. Though they had witnessed this phenomenon only moments prior, the spectacle still left them in awe. With the wound now gone, Aquaman rotated his left arm in a circle, a glimmer of renewed vitality in his eyes. It's healed. Remarkable. Bruce also turned to Lin Feng, expressing his gratitude once more. Aquaman was an indispensable asset to the team, and Lin Feng's willingness to offer such a precious remedy was duly noted by all. In that moment, they collectively acknowledged Lin Feng as an ally. Their confidence in overcoming the Wasteland Wolf and saving Blue Star significantly bolstered. Chapter 29, Barry's Predicament. Pre-war dialogue after returned with food, and everyone gathered to partake in the meal. Previously, due to the dire circumstances and Bruce's uncertain fate, they had scarcely eaten. However, With the emergence of newfound hope, hunger began to take hold, and they eagerly indulged. Lin Feng also produced 2 bottles of liquor brewed from the leaves of the life tree, distributing it among the group. This elixir could swiftly restore energy and stamina, a rare and valuable commodity worth 10,000 prestige points per bottle. The others were no longer as curious about Lin Feng's remarkable items, having previously witnessed the wonders of the green liquid. As they dined in the hospital, they engaged in discussions regarding their current situation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, the Flash, Barry Allen, was sprinting at incredible speed, his face etched with fatigue, yet unwilling to relent. In a brief span, Superman had detected him 3 times. Perhaps fortune favored him, as he had narrowly escaped unscathed on each occasion. At that moment, tears brimmed in his eyes. His timid nature left him with little courage to confront the formidable Superman alone. Clutching a box, Barry prayed for Batman's support to arrive swiftly. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Fortune smiled upon him. After evading Superman's pursuit, he discovered several thick lead plates in a basement. He shielded himself with the lead, gasping for breath, relishing the hard-won respite. He understood that Superman's X-ray vision could not penetrate lead. Finally catching his breath, he retrieved the tracker Batman had given him and pressed the button. The green communication light illuminated. He quickly tapped out a distress signal in Morse code, repeating it a few times before shutting off the device. Poor Barry Allen dared not utter a word. Who knew if Superman might employ his super hearing to locate him? Even the code was kept to a minimum. Now, all he could do was hope for swift assistance. Perhaps his prayers were heard. Batman successfully received the distress signal. At that moment, having satisfied their hunger, the group gathered around a round table, deliberating their next course of action. After consolidating the information, Bruce laid out a specific plan. First, we must secure the final mother box. With Lin Feng's involvement, I believe we can protect it, Bruce said solemnly. Simultaneously, we need to employ kryptonite weapons to subdue Clark. We must strive not to kill him. I intend to forge a pair of handcuffs to temporarily restrain him. Without Clark's combat prowess, and with the mother box in our possession, I doubt that the D-Sod will remain passive. He covets the mother box and must come to us. We will set a trap and await his arrival. What do you think? Any objections? With that, Bruce surveyed the group. Several individuals nodded in agreement, affirming that there were no objections to the plan they had painstakingly devised over the course of the day. Should any discrepancies arise, they could adapt accordingly. Finally, Bruce turned his gaze toward Lin Feng, the sole external ally in this endeavor and the most formidable among them. Regardless of his extraordinary abilities, the weight of confronting the superhuman threat rested squarely upon his shoulders. I have no objections, Lin Feng replied, understanding Bruce's unspoken question with a mere nod. Observing this, Bruce contemplated for a moment before stating, "Very well then, Victor, you and I shall proceed to forge kryptonite weapons. Once they are prepared, we will set forth to rescue Barry. Lin Feng, Diana, and Arthur, you should take a moment to rest and replenish your strength. The creation of the kryptonite weapon will require approximately 1 hour." The others nodded in agreement, and Bruce led Victor down to the basement. The spacious room felt somewhat empty with just the 3 remaining individuals. Not knowing what to say, they lapsed into silence. After a while, Diana felt that it would be better to lighten the atmosphere, especially since they would soon be fighting side by side. She took the initiative and turned to Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked back at her. Yes? Are you truly from Krypton? I mean, why haven't I seen you before? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Strictly speaking, I do possess Kryptonian blood. As for my combat prowess, you need not worry. I have all the abilities that Clark possesses. Oh, that's not what I meant. I do not doubt your strength, Diana clarified. I merely assumed that Clark was the last Kryptonian. If he were to awaken and discover that another of his kin exists, he would surely be overjoyed. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly. If I am not mistaken, Clark is indeed the last Kryptonian in this universe. However, in another realm, he has a cousin named Kara Zor-El, known as Supergirl. In that world, she is referred to as such. Supergirl? Aquaman, intrigued, leaned in. Is she beautiful? Lin Feng responded with a tactical retreat. What does her beauty matter to you? Do you not have Mara? Goodness, you are truly Aquaman. Not just any Aquaman, Arthur said, while Diana shot a disapproving glance at him, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. I was merely curious. Is she powerful? Aquaman inquired. Very powerful. Though her abilities may not surpass Clark's, Lin Feng added. And she is indeed quite beautiful. As for myself, I hail from a far more distant universe, which cannot even be classified as a parallel universe to yours. Lin Feng continued, in my realm, I believe I am the only one with Kryptonian blood. It appears that in the Marvel universe, there are no Kryptonians at all, making me quite unique. You must feel very lonely, Diana said, her eyes filled with sympathy, which made Lin Feng feel somewhat uneasy. It cannot truly be classified as loneliness, as I still have friends. Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head. How did you come to our universe? Aquaman Arthur inquired with curiosity. Lin Feng took a sharp breath. Well, explaining this is quite intricate. I cannot elucidate it thoroughly, as my arrival is indeed peculiar, involving far too many elements. He shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. The matter of his system must remain undisclosed. After all, Lin Feng essentially belonged to the audience beyond the fourth wall, and his existence was absent from the narrative. After a moment's reflection, Lin Feng offered an analogy. If one were to articulate it, it would be akin to your planet, Blue Star, sensing danger and calling out for help. Hence, I arrived. All right. Both Diana and Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and probing too deeply might provoke discomfort, which is rather impolite. Seeing that they refrained from further questioning, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. He pondered whether Kara existed in this universe. He was quite intrigued to meet this Supergirl. His interest in her was multifaceted. However, Lin Feng recalled having only seen Supergirl in the television series, with no mention of her in the films. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to encounter her. As the three engaged in their casual banter, Bruce entered the room. Friends, it's time to get to work. Bruce announced to the group, the fighter jets are ready, and Barry cannot wait much longer. We must depart immediately. Chapter 30, Kryptonite Weapons? Allow me to observe. After preparing themselves, several individuals boarded the aircraft and swiftly flew towards the location of Barry Allen. On board, Batman retrieved 2 weapons forged from kryptonite and handed them to Diana. As for why he did not give them to Lin Feng, Bruce understood that Lin Feng was also a Kryptonian, and kryptonite would be equally effective against him. This comprised a pair of kryptonite handcuffs and a dagger, Bruce explained. Lin Feng's task was to temporarily subdue Clark. Diana, when the opportunity arises, place the kryptonite handcuffs on Clark. This way, he can be restrained without threatening his life. Diana nodded and accepted the items. Both weapons were securely housed within a lead box to mitigate any adverse effects on Lin Feng. As for the dagger, hold on to it for now. Utilize it if the opportunity presents itself. If not, we will address that later, Bruce added. I have also prepared several kryptonite bullets as a contingency within Victor's weapon system. Time is of the essence, and the number of crafted kryptonite bullets is limited. They should be used sparingly, as they pose a significant threat to Clark. Lin Feng, full of curiosity, approached and inquired, May I take a look at the kryptonite weapons? His intrigue stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether kryptonite would truly affect him. Upon hearing this, Diana was taken aback. Lin, does your world lack kryptonite? This substance could render you powerless. Bruce, too, was puzzled and asked, Lin, you have never encountered kryptonite? Lin Feng nodded and clarified. I hail from another universe where kryptonite does not exist, and I wish to see if it will have any impact on me. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce scrutinized Lin Feng and, with slight hesitation, turned to Diana, saying, Diana, perhaps you should allow Lin Feng to see it. Understanding the capabilities of kryptonite will better equip him to confront Clark. Diana agreed, nodding in affirmation. She extended the lead box and cautioned, Lin Feng, exercise caution. Proximity to kryptonite may induce discomfort. Should any issues arise, I will promptly seal the box. With that, Diana carefully opened the lead box. Lin Feng, intrigued, leaned closer. Inside the box lay a dagger and a pair of handcuffs. The dagger was entirely forged from kryptonite except for the handle, while the handcuffs were partially metallic, likely for enhanced durability. As he approached the kryptonite weapons, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He felt his blood accelerate in circulation, accompanied by a subtle wave of fatigue enveloping his entire being. Nevertheless, he discerned that he had not lost his combat prowess. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Clark, when near kryptonite, would typically collapse, as its effects were profoundly debilitating for him. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng, under the astonished gazes of his companions, seized the kryptonite handcuffs. He wished to test whether contact with kryptonite would inflict harm upon him. The instant he made contact, the sensation of fatigue intensified. Lin Feng felt his blood racing, and he became increasingly weakened, accompanied by a faint but distinct sense of palpitations. Yet, The anticipated loss of combat effectiveness did not materialize. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he attentively perceived his own body. It would be inaccurate to say there was no impact at all. His combat strength had likely been diminished by approximately 30 to 40%. Beyond that, he experienced no other discomfort. This indicated that the influence of kryptonite on Lin Feng was markedly less pronounced than it was on Clark. A surge of joy welled up within Lin Feng. The system's claims regarding the optimization of the Superman bloodline were indeed not mere exaggerations. Upon returning the handcuffs to the lead box, the unsettling sensation vanished instantly, and Lin Feng returned to a normal state. He exhaled deeply and addressed the astonished onlookers, stating that the situation was not as dire as imagined. It seemed that only a portion of his combat strength had been diminished, causing some discomfort, but no other sensations accompanied it. Bruce marveled, "Aren't you a Kryptonian? Has the effect of kryptonite weakened?" The thought weighed heavily on Bruce's mind. If the potency of kryptonite had indeed diminished, it would not bode well for the group, as it implied that Superman was now entirely beyond his control. Diana, however, pondered aloud, "That seems unlikely. The effect of kryptonite on Lin Feng appears minimal. Possibly because he is not from our universe." Bruce, puzzled, interjected, "I was just about to ask what Lin Feng meant by not being from our universe." Diana then reiterated Lin Feng's previous statement. Upon hearing it, Bruce raised an eyebrow, slightly relieved. "So there is an additional layer to this." Lin Feng nodded in affirmation, explaining, "Indeed, kryptonite should pose no issue. The primary factor lies in my personal uniqueness. You may regard me as an outsider. Once this incident is resolved, I shall take my leave." Lin Feng expressed this sentiment primarily to reassure Batman. If an untroubled Kryptonian remained on Earth, it was likely that Batman would struggle to find peace. Clark served as a precedent, had it not been for kryptonite. Who could say whether Batman would have allowed Superman's power to flourish unbridled? This incident further validated Batman's concerns. An uncontrolled Superman could be exceedingly terrifying. Just look at the darkened Clark. Oh heavens! Lin Feng, now aware of his immunity to kryptonite, felt quite pleased. The others, however, bore a variety of emotions. Bruce wore a somber expression, lost in thought. Diana appeared anxious, contemplating the upcoming battle, while Aquaman nonchalantly fiddled with his trident. Whether it was kryptonite or not, he was indifferent. Once this conflict concluded, he planned to return to the depths of the ocean and seek out Mara, leaving terrestrial matters behind, uninterested and uninformed. Mara was far preferable. Suddenly, amidst the scattered thoughts of the group, an urgent beeping sound resonated within the aircraft. The group turned towards the source of the sound. The control panel was alerting them. An incoming message. Victor rushed to the control panel and pressed a button. The beeping ceased, and soon the voice of the Flash, Barry Allen, echoed through. Bruce stepped forward, activating the speaker function. "Barry, is that you?" "Oh, thank heavens. I am finally connected." From the communicator emanated the voice of Barry Allen, weary yet tinged with surprise. It's me, my friends. I fear I might not last much longer. I cannot hold onto the mother box." Barry's voice quivered, accompanied by labored breaths. He had been located by Superman, and he felt his strength waning. Barry questioned the purpose of continuing to run, knowing that Superman would soon catch up to his exhausted self. While Batman and the others were far away on the other side of the Earth, he sensed that he could no longer safeguard the mother box. Upon hearing Barry's predicament, the expressions of his companions turned grave. Bruce spoke in a measured tone. "Stay calm, Barry. We are en route to your location. You must hold on, Barry. If we lose the mother box, the blue planet will face annihilation. Barry, believe in yourself. Just endure a little longer." "Oh, thank the heavens, you have actually arrived. How long until you reach me?" A glimmer of hope appeared in Barry's eyes. He felt he could run once more. Bruce's words surged through him like a dose of adrenaline, reigniting his spirit. However, Bruce gazed at the data displayed on the device, falling into a contemplative silence. Estimated time of arrival, 51 minutes and 37 seconds. Chapter 31. Barry's plea for help. Lin Feng set off towards Barry. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce spoke. "We will arrive in half an hour." Upon hearing this, Barry nearly stumbled to the ground in despair, exclaiming, "What? Another half hour?" He glanced back. His face twisted in terror as he saw the looming figure of the superhuman hovering in the air, no more than 100 meters away. A tremendous sense of impending doom surged within him, prompting Barry to quickly change his course. In the next instant, a searing energy beam struck the very spot where he had just been. "Oh heavens! I can't last another half hour." perhaps in the next moment. I will perish beneath that heat ray, Barry shouted, his steps becoming unsteady. The prolonged ordeal had intensified his weariness. Inside the aircraft, the others, having heard Barry's response, exchanged grave looks, remaining silent. Observing this, Lin Feng stepped forward resolutely. I can go ahead. Noticing the attention of the others on him, he nodded and continued. My flight speed is extraordinary. Open the hatch, and I shall fly ahead. Let Barry run towards my direction. I will reach him as swiftly as possible. The others' expressions brightened at his words. Bruce nodded decisively. Very well, Lin Feng, you go first. You must save Barry and the mother box. This is crucial for the fate of Blue Star. With that, Bruce placed a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, his eyes filled with gravity and trust. Lin Feng nodded silently, focusing his thoughts, and in the next moment, his black suit materialized around him. Bruce handed Lin Feng a headset. Take this. We can communicate at any time. Are you ready? Lin Feng accepted the headset, affixing it to his ear, and replied, ready. Open the hatch. In the next instant, Bruce pulled the hatch lever, and the air was instantly siphoned out of the cabin. Lin Feng offered no resistance, propelled out into the void. With a swift turn, he shot towards Barry's location like a meteor, leaving trails of sonic booms in his wake. His speed surpassed that of the aircraft by tenfold. The others aboard were prepared, remaining safely inside as Lin Feng soared away. Once he had departed, Bruce closed the hatch and activated the communication system, connecting Lin Feng. Simultaneously, a green light representing Lin Feng's position appeared on the aircraft's control panel. Victor, upon inspecting the data, brightened and declared to the others, there is hope. Lin Feng's speed is remarkable. At this rate, he should reach Barry in under 5 minutes. Hearing this, the group felt a slight easing of tension. Truly, he was a Kryptonian, flying at speeds several times that of sound, vanishing in an instant from their sight. Bruce re-established the communication. Barry, do you hear me? Barry, I can hear you. Barry's voice came through the communicator once more. Guys, perhaps it's time to say goodbye. I'm sorry, I cannot protect the mother box. A weary Barry delivered his farewell. Oh, Barry, do not give up. Diana stepped forward, her face etched with concern. Bruce also urged, Barry, do not give up. Lin Feng is racing towards you. Hold on for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, and he will be here. Stop deceiving me, Bruce. By the way, who is Lin Feng? Barry retorted, I am not deceiving you. Barry, Lin Feng is our secret weapon. He is the clandestine force capable of rivaling Superman. Bruce hurriedly replied, knowing that instilling hope in Barry was crucial for them to endure until Lin Feng's arrival. Having finished his words, Bruce manipulated the controls, connecting Lin Feng's earpiece to the communication channel. Hello, Barry Allen, I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the channel. The biofield allowed him to communicate even while flying at super speed, and he had overheard the conversation between Bruce and Barry, understanding Bruce's intentions. Trust me, my friend. I also possess Kryptonian blood. I am racing towards you at full speed. Hold on. Lin Feng's succinct words struck Barry's heart like a potent stimulant. Oh my God, is this real? Barry exclaimed, his excitement causing him to stumble over his words. He couldn't help but complain, why didn't we use this secret weapon earlier? The others in the aircraft exchanged glances, equally perplexed. We wish we could have deployed it sooner, but the secret weapon only emerged today. What could we do? Bruce interjected. Barry, run towards your southeast. That is where Lin Feng is heading. Received, Commander. I will endure for 2 minutes. Hope surged within Barry, his body once again brimming with strength. He summoned the last remnants of his potential, racing like lightning back towards the southeast. As he cut off the communication, the others in the aircraft focused intently on the screen displaying coordinates, where a line of data and 2 signal points appeared. The 2 signal points were rapidly converging, with the data indicating that they would overlap in just 2 minutes and 38 seconds. The group fervently prayed for Barry to run faster and for Lin Feng to fly quicker. None wished to witness the impending disaster. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had pushed his speed to the utmost limit, drawing energy from the sun's radiation. Barry, sprinting at breakneck speed, found himself in dire straits. The controlled, darkened Clark seemed to toy with him like a cat with a mouse, occasionally unleashing heat vision that altered Barry's trajectory. Time and again, Barry narrowly evaded the blasts, acutely aware that a single hit would spell his doom. He could only pray for the 2 minutes to pass swiftly. Perhaps Barry's luck had run out. As Clark unleashed another heat ray, Barry's evasive maneuver faltered by a mere fraction, resulting in a glancing strike to his ankle. In an instant, A cry of agony escaped Barry's lips as he exited his superspeed state. Losing his balance, he tumbled across the ground, coming to a halt. The heat ray had merely grazed his ankle, but had taken most of the flesh with it. The excruciating pain surged through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow as he clutched his ankle, howling in torment. The mother box was carelessly cast aside nearby. As Barry came to a halt, a sinister smirk seemed to flicker across the darkened visage of Clark. He gradually descended from the sky, retrieving the mother box. Barry watched in horror as the artifact slipped into Clark's grasp, a wave of dread washing over him as he fought through the pain to activate his communicator. Superman has struck me. He has acquired the mother box. The moment those words were uttered, Batman and his companions in the aircraft felt their hearts sink, their pupils contracting in alarm. It's over, folks. This time, it truly feels like goodbye. Oh no, it should be farewell forever. Clark, now in possession of the mother box, cast his gaze upon the incapacitated Barry, his bloodshot eyes gradually turning crimson as he charged his heat vision. Barry understood all too well that he could not evade this impending blast. His feet bore the weight of grievous injury, rendering him unable to access his super speed. This time, escape seemed an impossibility, and he resigned himself, closing his eyes in acceptance. At that moment, a voice as melodious as a celestial choir resonated in his earpiece. Hey, Barry. I see you. Chapter 32. Timely Arrival. The Initial Clash. Hey, Barry, I see you. Lin Feng's voice suddenly resonated. The unexpected sound jolted Barry awake. In the next moment, akin to a meteor colliding with the earth, Clark, who was still enveloped in the scorching rays of heat, was sent flying by the swiftly approaching Lin Feng. His robust figure whistled through the air, vanishing from Barry's sight in an instant. The sound of air being sliced apart followed. As the ensuing storm carved a trench along Lin Feng's flight path. Caught off guard, Barry Allen was also propelled over 100 meters, but fortunately, Lin Feng caught him just in time, preventing a harsh fall. As Lin Feng gently placed Barry on the ground, he tossed him a box, the last mother box. In the fleeting moment of sending Clark flying, Lin Feng had deftly snatched it up. Got it, Barry. Barry fumbled to catch the mother box, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Lin Feng floating before him. Oh my gosh. Barry was astounded to see Lin Feng dressed identically to Superman, save for the slight variation in the color of his suit, momentarily forgetting the pain in his ankles. Another Superman. Lin Feng nodded. Did I not mention my Kryptonian lineage? However, this is not the time for such discussions. Clark is returning. With that, Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he glanced towards the direction where Clark had been sent tumbling. At that moment, Clark had already regained his composure and was soaring towards them. Lin Feng, gathering his strength, surged forward to draw the battlefield away, ensuring Barry's safety. All were Supermen, their flying speeds nearly indistinguishable. In the blink of an eye, the two collided midair. The darkened Clark appeared to be incensed by Lin Feng's surprise attack, his visage growing increasingly grotesque. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder if this was a zombie Superman, transformed into this horrific visage with a greenish hue. There was no time for reflection, as Clark swiftly appeared before Lin Feng, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with tremendous force. Lin Feng, unwilling to relent, retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! The impact of their fists echoed as if the air itself had been ignited, a violent gust erupting from the point of contact. The destructive force was palpable. As the two Supermen clashed, the very air seemed to warp around them. Seeing Lin Feng withstand his blow, Clark's eyes flared crimson. In the next heartbeat, a beam of heat vision shot towards Lin Feng's head. However, Lin Feng had anticipated it, swiftly ascending to evade the searing ray. Then, with a swift dive, Lin Feng's charged fist struck Clark squarely in the face. Bang! Crash! The darkened Clark was driven into the ground by the blow, creating a massive crater in the solid pavement. The sound of the impact reverberated, sending shockwaves outward. Barry, 100 meters away, felt a wave of pressure hit him, momentarily blinding him. As the pressure dissipated, Barry stared in awe at the spectacle before him, two Supermen clashing with terrifying ferocity. Oh, dear friends, you truly must witness this scene. Barry murmurs into his headset, as if two deities from myth are engaged in a fierce battle. With a thunderous roar, Clark is thrown into disarray. In the next moment, a dark crimson light emanates from the pit. It is Clark's heat vision, surging forth with an eerie black-red hue. The speed of this heat ray surpasses even the previous red variant, moving with astonishing swiftness. Lin Feng sidesteps just in time. the heat ray barely grazing the tips of his hair as it ascends into the sky. A strand of black hair is vaporized, causing Lin Feng's pupils to constrict sharply. The power and velocity of the heat ray have both intensified. With a resounding crash, the corrupted Clark bursts forth from the pit, his form drastically altered from before. He now looms larger, his eyes glowing with a sinister black-red light, muscles bulging as if ready to burst, and his face radiating an otherworldly green luminescence. Lin Feng stands there, utterly astonished. What in the world is this? Has Clark mutated once more? Before Lin Feng can ponder further, Clark appears before him as if teleporting, delivering a brutally unrefined punch with blinding speed. The force is overwhelming, far exceeding anything Lin Feng has encountered thus far. He barely manages to cross his arms in front of his chest for defense. The impact sends him hurtling thousands of meters away. Pain surges through his arms, leaving them numb, while a sharp ache blossoms in his chest, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Regaining his footing, a barrage of heat rays follows, illuminating the sky with a tempest of black and crimson light. Lin Feng pushes his flying abilities to the limit, evading the relentless assault of heat rays. At this magnitude, even a glancing blow would leave him grievously wounded. Cold sweat pours down his brow as he calls out to the system. System, do you comprehend what has transpired with Clark? How has he suddenly become so powerful? Is he akin to Doomsday now? The system responds. When Clark is controlled and darkened, he enters a state akin to frenzy, greatly amplifying his combat prowess for a brief period. This is the effect of the artifact I previously mentioned. Dodging yet another heat ray, Lin Feng inquires, is there no limitation to this? The system replies, there is. It is estimated that this state will last for approximately 1 hour. If you can withstand this duration, you may have the opportunity to turn the tide. Lin Feng curses in disbelief. Do you truly think I can endure for an entire hour? At this moment, he is intensely focused, knowing that a single hit from a heat ray could spell his end. He never anticipated that the heat ray could be wielded in such a manner, akin to the laser storms he had witnessed in a previous life. Devoid of the need for charge-up, the system falls silent for a moment before stating, if this continues, I fear you will not survive. Lin Feng's eyes twitch in anxiety. What then? There is no recourse. We must activate the contingency plan, the system declares. Lin Feng's eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, Dog system, do you have an alternative plan? Quickly, what is it? The system cleared its throat and replied, Host, initiate tactical retreat. What nonsense is this? Lin Feng was utterly bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard. The system continued, run away. If you can't win, flee. Are you serious? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Fleeing in front of Batman and his companions? He would be utterly humiliated. The system seemed to anticipate Lin Feng's thoughts and bluntly stated, is maintaining your pride more important than your life at this moment? Damn it, you are such a coward. You asked me for assistance, and now you want me to run away. Lin Feng felt a surge of frustration. What will happen to Bari if I flee? He inquired further. If you cannot protect yourself, what concern do you have for his fate? The system's tone suddenly turned devoid of any emotion, leaving Lin Feng in a contemplative silence. Chapter 33. The Emergence of the Wasteland Wolf. The mother box stolen in a fleeting moment of distraction, Clark seized the opportunity. With a single, powerful punch, Lin Feng was sent crashing into the ground, creating a colossal pit. Now, he experienced the same treatment that Clark had previously inflicted upon him. A surge of blood welled up, and Lin Feng coughed up a mouthful of crimson. He felt as though the arms he had used to defend himself had lost all sensation, rendered numb and agonizing. If he did not flee soon, he might truly lose his life. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears once more. Gasping for breath, Lin Feng slowly ascended from the pit. The darkened Clark hovered in midair, locking eyes with Lin Feng. In the next instant, both of them emitted a menacing glow from their eyes. Two beams of energy, one black and one red, collided in the air. It was evident that Lin Feng's beam was no match for Clark's, and he was pushed back relentlessly. Realizing that his energy beam was ineffective, Lin Feng swiftly halted his attack. The black and red beams struck the ground, igniting a blazing inferno. Host, the portal is ready. You can return to the Marvel world at any time. The system's voice resounded again, almost as if it were enticing Lin Feng to flee. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Leave? How can I? I wish to escape, but my conscience weighs heavily upon me. He shook his head. His presence had brought hope to Batman and the others. If he were to abandon them now, not only would it be disgraceful, but his conscience would not allow it. He questioned himself, He was not the type of person to act so irresponsibly. Moreover, if he fled now, he would indirectly seal Barry's fate. With this thought, Lin Feng's gaze hardened. I cannot flee. Our kind does not entertain the notion of retreat. He roared, silencing the system with his determination. Lin Feng forced himself to maintain composure, seeking out any weaknesses in Clark's defenses. Retreat was not an option, but he was not without hope. After several exchanges, Lin Feng realized that the controlled Clark fought in a straightforward manner, lacking any semblance of combat finesse. If he could find the right opportunity and angle, a counterattack was possible. Without hesitation, Lin Feng employed a strategy of evasion, circling around Clark while inquiring through his earpiece about Batman's arrival. With Diana equipped with kryptonite weaponry, once she arrived, Lin Feng could turn the tide. Less than 10 minutes. Bruce's voice came through. 10 minutes of keeping Clark at bay was not a long time, especially with the sun shining brightly during the day. Lin Feng felt confident in taking a calculated risk. However, not everyone was willing to indulge Lin Feng's gamble. Unbeknownst to Barry, as the two superhumans clashed fiercely, a pale blue beam of light appeared behind him. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Barry felt all his strength drain away in an instant, leaving only agony. It was the Wasteland Wolf. The Wasteland Wolf had been transported by the beam of light and wasted no time in bringing down an axe upon Barry, nearly cleaving him in two. Poor Barry, unable to utter a cry, was ambushed and found himself on the brink of death. With a swift kick, the Wasteland Wolf sent the barely conscious Barry sprawling. Before seizing the mother box from the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In the grand scheme of things, what could a scuffle compare to the significance of the mother box? This was the true objective of the Wasteland Wolf. As the apocalypse loomed, he called out triumphantly, capturing the attention of both combatants suspended in midair. Clark, come with me. With a command, a beam of light reappeared. Lin Feng, witnessing Barry's fallen form and the pool of crimson blood beneath him, felt a surge of anger and urgency. Damn it, what a lack of chivalry. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Clark seized the opportunity, landing a punch to Lin Feng's side, sending him hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, Clark obeyed the Wasteland Wolf's orders and flew to his side. A pale blue beam enveloped the two, teleporting them away. With the mother box secured, there was no need to engage further with the Superman. The unpredictability was too great. Lin Feng, returning to the ground, was consumed by fury as he watched the portal vanish, feeling utterly powerless. Turning back to Barry, he was relieved to see that he still clung to life. Hastily, he retrieved a small green vial, half filled with liquid. Unscrewing the cap, he carefully dripped it onto Barry's chest wound and the injury on his ankle. With just a few drops, Barry's wounds began to heal rapidly, his breathing stabilizing once more. He gingerly touched his injury and flexed his ankle, astonished as he exclaimed, "You saved me, Superman." In that moment, tears threatened to spill from Barry's eyes. Little did anyone know the immense pressure he had endured during this time. Just as he had begun to glimpse hope, the Wasteland Wolf's treacherous strike had left him in peril. Life truly is a roller coaster of highs and lows. Now, all Barry yearned for was to weep freely, take a hot bath, and indulge in a sumptuous feast. Yet, his dreams were momentarily dashed. The situation worsened. Lin Feng sank onto the ground, resting momentarily. He gazed up at the sky, his expression grave as he proclaimed, "Things have taken a turn for the worse. Barry, they have taken the mother box." This marked Lin Feng's first arduous battle since acquiring Superman's abilities. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. The Wasteland Wolf had made off with the mother box, and Lin Feng had believed he could thwart it all. Reality had delivered a harsh lesson. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not dwell in despair. After all, compared to the original narrative, this incident was rife with unpredictability. And Clark was the greatest variable of all. A low hum echoed as a black aircraft gradually descended before the two. Batman and his companions arrived belatedly. Bruce, clad in his bat suit, emerged from the craft, followed closely by Diana and others. Upon seeing the two seated on the ground, he noted their troubled expressions. Taking in the surroundings, he observed irregular craters scattered about, evidence of a recent fierce battle. Not spotting the mother box, Bruce's countenance grew serious. "Oh guys, you finally made it," Barry exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with emotion at their arrival. Bruce nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your efforts, Barry. Are you injured?" Barry leaped up, exclaiming, "I nearly perished. It was Lin Feng who cured me with a peculiar—" "Oh no, a miraculous liquid." Observing Barry's exuberance, Bruce shifted his focus to Lin Feng, who appeared somewhat disheveled. His hair was tousled. His face bore a slight pallor that was gradually fading, yet his battle attire was marred with numerous tears and scratches. Before Bruce could utter a word, Lin Feng spoke directly. The situation has deteriorated, Bruce. Clark has grown considerably stronger since his control, and they have seized the mother box. At this revelation, Bruce's expression darkened. Confirming his suspicions, Diana rushed over, her keen eyes immediately noticing Lin Feng's injuries. Lin Feng, you're hurt. She relinquished her weapon and approached him to inspect his wounds. Beneath the tattered fabric of his armor lay gaping wounds, exuding a sinister black-red aura, stubbornly refusing to heal. Blood slowly seeped from the injuries. The darkened and frenzied Clark's heat vision, akin to sorcery, rendered even Lin Feng's superhuman constitution incapable of swift recovery. Lin Feng turned to Diana, offering a faint smile. He nodded reassuringly, "Do not worry. I am fine." He then glanced back at Bruce, saying, "I apologize, Bruce, for failing to safeguard the mother box." Bruce calmly nodded. "This is not your fault, Lin Feng. We still have a chance. Let us board the aircraft and discuss the details." Bruce bore no grudge against Lin Feng. It was already a feat for him to rescue Barry from Clark's grasp. Upon hearing Bruce's words, Lin Feng shook his head, preparing to tend to his wounds. Clark's dark red heat vision seemed almost enchanted, severely impeding his healing process. "Let Barry explain. He knows everything," Lin Feng declared. "I must venture into outer space. Without the atmosphere's interference, the intense solar radiation will expedite my recovery," he elucidated. "Once I am healed, I will seek you out." Bruce, understanding the sun's influence on Superman, nodded in agreement. "Very well. When you are ready, proceed to my base. Here is the address." Bruce produced a card from somewhere, inscribed with a line of text. "Make haste. Our time is limited," he added. Lin Feng took the card, nodded at Bruce and the others, then swiftly ascended, vanishing from their sight. Chapter 34. The Tardy Novice's Gift Package. Upon witnessing Lin Feng take flight, the group exchanged glances, a subtle unease settling over them as they sensed something amiss with his demeanor. Bruce addressed Diana and the others, urging them to grant him a moment. Subsequently, he led them aboard the aircraft, directing it towards the base. Inside the aircraft, Bruce handed Barry a bottle of water. "Barry, please elaborate on the events that transpired." Barry nodded, articulating the sequence of events with meticulous clarity. The harrowing and unpredictable narrative furrowed the brows of his companions. After a lengthy recounting, parched and fatigued, Barry took a long swig from the water bottle. Bruce summarized, "So, Clark, under control, has grown even more formidable. And during Lin Feng's confrontation with him, the desolate wolf appeared and seized the mother box?" Barry affirmed, "That is essentially correct. It's becoming increasingly problematic." Bruce's expression turned grave. He had initially believed Lin Feng's arrival could counterbalance Clark's power. Yet, he did not anticipate Clark's enhancement in strength, compounded by the threat of the desolate wolf. A sharp pain throbbed at his temples. The others fell into contemplative silence, processing this distressing intelligence. Diana glanced around at her companions and spoke. "We cannot blame Lin Feng for the theft of the mother box. The situation surpassed all our expectations." Upon hearing this, Bruce recognized Diana's concern. She feared that Lin Feng might be held accountable for the loss of the mother box. He reassured her, "No one will hold Lin Feng responsible. On the contrary, we owe him our gratitude. Without him, Barry and I might no longer be here." Aquaman and Victor nodded in agreement, acknowledging the considerable assistance Lin Feng had provided. Such unforeseen circumstances could not be placed upon his shoulders. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the sluggish pace of the aircraft. Had they arrived sooner and restrained Clark with kryptonite, the outcome might have been different. Yet, the situation was not beyond redemption. Victor, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Assembling the 3 mother boxes requires a certain amount of time. We still have a chance." Noticing the attention he garnered, Victor emphasized each word. "This is our final opportunity." In the vastness of space, Lin Feng uncorked a small green vial and consumed its remaining contents in one swift motion. At the instant of ingestion, a surge of vitality coursed through his veins. Coupled with the sun's radiation, the wounds inflicted by heat rays began to mend gradually. As he recuperated, Lin Feng contemplated the forthcoming actions. According to the original narrative, the assembly of the 3 mother boxes necessitated a specific time frame. He recalled that in the source material, the desolate wolf completed the assembly in a matter of hours. Once the 3 mother boxes fused, With Barry's assistance, Victor entered the mother box, separating them once more. This was the storyline of the original work, where Clark was an ally. Now, however, Clark stood as an adversary. The paramount threat that required resolution was none other than Superman Clark. He found himself in a position of merely evading Clark's advances. However, Clark now finds himself under the command of the Wasteland Wolf. Should Clark disregard his own safety and proceed to eliminate Batman and his companions one by one, the mission would undoubtedly result in failure, heralding the apocalypse for the world. The pressing issue lies in how to contend with the frenzied version of Clark. Lin Feng observes that this altered Clark exhibits a marked preference for utilizing heat vision attacks, rarely engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Thus, the challenge of affixing kryptonite handcuffs upon him presents itself as a formidable dilemma. "Dog system," Lin Feng exclaimed. "System, what is it? Is there a temporary method to enhance my strength?" Lin Feng inquired. "Is there something in the store that I can afford, which could bolster my power for a brief period?" "System, there isn't. Such a vast store, and you lack even a temporary buff?" "System, I meant there's nothing within your budget." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression turned blank and helpless. How could he not afford a temporary buff with over 10 million points? Was he truly destined to kite Clark once more? All right. I won't tease you any further." The system's voice echoed again. Observing Lin Feng's exasperated and awkward demeanor, the system chuckled. "There are buffs available, but I possess a more advantageous solution." In truth, the dilemma presented to the host earlier, whether to flee or remain, served to assess the host's character and sense of responsibility. Specifically, it was to ascertain whether the host's values aligned correctly. This was a test of character. Passing it would grant the issuance of a novice gift package bound to the system. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. A novice gift package? I knew something was lacking. Indeed, how could I bind to a system without a novice package? Shouldn't that be standard? And you devised a character test for this? Lin Feng felt both speechless and indignant, on the verge of cursing. "Isn't that rather childish?" The dog system retorted. "Hey, this is hardly my fault. There simply hasn't been an opportunity to assess your character and sense of responsibility. When you make a choice, the system can detect your true thoughts and attitudes. In such moments, your instinctive choices reveal the correctness of your values. You must have sensed it too. Had the Wasteland Wolf not intervened, within 3 minutes you would have been pierced by Clark's heated rays." Lin Feng nodded, recalling how he had sustained multiple injuries from Clark's heat vision. The pain had been excruciating, yet he had not uttered a word of distress. The system continued. "Do not underestimate this seemingly trivial test. Should you fail, not only would you forfeit the novice package, but the system would also unbind shortly thereafter." At these words, Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that a mere choice could yield such drastically divergent outcomes. Fortunately, he had passed the test. Otherwise, if the system unbound, whom could he turn to for solace? Very well, the novice package is a specialized gift for Superman. It has been dispatched to the system warehouse. Do hurry and take a look, the system announced. It contains precisely what you require at this moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng eagerly opened the system repository. Indeed, he discovered a parcel shimmering with golden light. Upon clicking to reveal its contents, he found 4 gems, 2 of which were of the same hue, along with 2 silver wristbands featuring smooth surfaces and peculiar patterns. Lastly, there was a card that flickered with a silvery glow. Lin Feng meticulously examined the attributes of these items. Special red kryptonite. This stone significantly enhances the abilities of a superhero for a brief period, for hours. Special platinum kryptonite. This grants a mere mortal the full capabilities of a superhero for a limited time, 2 hours. Superman wristbands, crafted from a unique metallic material. These can embed various ability gems and channel their power to the wearer. Upon reading this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. These items were indeed treasures. Whether it was the wristbands or the 2 types of kryptonite, they were a perfect match for him. The items, without a doubt, belonged to the Superman gift package, all associating with the superhero theme. However, when he laid eyes on the final silvery card, Lin Feng fell silent. Subsequently, his body trembled with joy. Silver Superman Experience Card. As the name implies, it allows one to experience the formidable powers of the Silver Superman for a duration of 4 hours. Just seeing the card's name filled Lin Feng with immense happiness. Were it not for the absence of air and space, he might have burst into laughter. What a stroke of luck this was. The Silver Superman transformed his humble means into something grand. It was akin to upgrading from a modest firearm to a cannon, or from a tricycle to a luxury car. Lin Feng couldn't help but echo Barry's sentiments. Life truly is a roller coaster. Next time he encountered Clark, he would surely have the upper hand. The Silver Superman in the comics often displayed an array of incredible powers. However, this card would only allow Lin Feng to experience the fundamental abilities of the Silver Superman, such as super flight and enhanced stamina. Yet, this would be sufficient to defeat the enraged Clark. The two kryptonite stones required no further elaboration. The platinum kryptonite could be worn by Susan, activated in times of peril, thereby assuring Lin Feng of her safety. As for the wristbands, their purpose was clear, to conveniently accommodate the kryptonite gems. After the initial euphoria, Lin Feng gradually regained his composure. He pondered for a moment before extracting a piece of special red kryptonite and one Superman wristband from his backpack. A confrontation with Clark awaited him, but this battle would not be as hasty as the previous ones. The Silver Superman experience card was precious, with only one in existence. It was best conserved for a critical moment. First, he would utilize the special red kryptonite to ascertain the extent of its enhancement. Additionally, the green kryptonite's effectiveness against Clark far surpassed his own capabilities. Even without relying on the Silver Superman experience card, victory seemed assured. There was no need to squander such a valuable asset. Chapter 35. Pre-war conversations and collective actions. The Superman wristband, a lustrous silver hue, measured approximately 3 to 4 centimeters in width. Its surface was adorned with numerous meticulously aligned patterns, exuding a sense of advanced technology with their subtle coloration. Lin Feng cautiously brought the special red kryptonite closer to the wristband. In an instant, the wristband's surface began to ripple like flowing water, gradually forming an oval-shaped indentation. As Lin Feng gently placed the kryptonite into the hollow, it was instantaneously ensnared. The patterns on the wristband rapidly transformed into a radiant crimson glow. After a brief span of 2 to 3 seconds, the brilliance gradually faded, leaving the patterns in a delicate shade of dark red. This remarkable wristband, reminiscent of Tony's nanotechnology from the Avengers, Infinity War, possessed the ability to morph at will. Lin Feng expressed his delight, adorning his left wrist with the accessory, which promptly adjusted its size to fit snugly against his arm. Concurrently, Lin Feng's mind was flooded with instructions on how to utilize the wristband, accompanied by a prompt inquiring whether he wished to employ the special red kryptonite. Choosing to defer its use for the moment, he casually altered the wristband's color to black, a feature it possessed. Preferring the elegance of black over silver, Lin Feng found the combination of the black wristband with the dark red kryptonite and faint dark red patterns to be visually striking. Notably, the instant Lin Feng donned the wristband, he perceived a marked acceleration in his absorption of solar radiation. Surprised, he realized that this wristband could enhance his capacity to absorb radiation from yellow stars, an unexpected boon. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng examined the wristband, multiple wounds on his body had already healed, leaving no trace of injury. He spent 10,000 prestige points to restore his black Superman suit and soared back towards Blue Star. Following the address provided by Bruce, Lin Feng swiftly arrived at Bruce's base. Inside, the group was gathered in the dining hall, enjoying their dinner, although their expressions were rather grim. As Lin Feng descended slowly, he caught their attention. With a slight smile, he addressed Bruce and the others. "Hey, fellows, is there a meal for me?" Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Bruce's demeanor relaxed somewhat as he quipped, "Does Superman still need to eat?" Lin Feng chuckled and settled down beside Diana, finding the company of a beautiful woman far more pleasant than sitting next to a few burly men. Of course, sustenance was not merely for filling one's stomach. Alfred, the butler, approached with a plate and set it before Lin Feng. "Master Lin Feng, your dinner." "Thank you, Alfred." Lin Feng replied with a grateful nod. Diana inquired, "Lin Feng, are your injuries healed?" Observing Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor, she couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng nodded at her. "I'm mostly fine now. How are things progressing? Have you located the position of the Desolate Wolf?" His question cast a pall over the group, as they lacked any means to find the mother box, unlike the Desolate Wolf, who could sense it once activated. Bruce shook his head, while Victor remarked, "I can sense the mother box, yet I cannot discern its location." Lin Feng clicked his tongue, seemingly unfazed. "I might know where they are." Upon hearing this, the others paused, their utensils halted, and they fixated on Lin Feng, eager for him to elaborate. The abandoned nuclear power plant in Bear Country. Lin Feng casually mentioned an address as the others turned their gaze toward him. Batman exchanged glances with the group. At this moment, Lin Feng was not one to jest. Diana, Possessing some knowledge of the place, confirmed, the power plant that suffered a nuclear incident 30 years ago? Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. Barry interjected. That location is so hazardous that even soldiers cannot enter. The intense radiation could sprout a foot from your neck. You are indeed correct, Barry. Lin Feng nodded again, stating, but now the radiation has dissipated. The Wasteland Wolf gathered the radiation to establish his base. Bruce, do you not have a satellite? A glance will suffice. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Bruce immediately rose, abandoning his meal. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. What was the point of continuing to eat at such a time? The blue planet was on the brink of destruction, if they did not thwart the forces of unification. This meal would be their last supper. Bruce led them to a workspace, where he began to operate a series of instruments. Before long, the screen illuminated, displaying a cascade of data, swiftly pinpointing the nuclear power plant in Bear Country. The group observed via satellite that the shape of the plant had indeed transformed. As expected. It is here, Diana exclaimed. What is he constructing? Aquaman inquired, perplexed. The satellite images revealed a colossal barrier enveloping the nuclear plant. It appeared to be a protective layer, shielding the forces of unification within. Bruce's expression turned grave. This is a barrier generated by the mother box during its fusion. The optimal approach is to strike from above. Diana turned to Bruce, asking, how do we separate the mother boxes? Explosives cannot sever the mother boxes. They would merely provide energy, strengthening them, Bruce explained. Indeed, the mother boxes could absorb and convert energy, and relying on conventional explosives to separate them was impractical. At that moment, Victor, with his mechanical form, stepped forward and spoke solemnly, I shall do it. The others turned their attention to Victor as he nodded and elaborated. I will enter the mother box and merge with it. By weakening their connection, we can dismantle them. However, Diana shook her head. That is not a prudent plan. You would have to face the forces of unification alone, and we cannot predict what may transpire within. Do you possess a better solution? Victor gazed calmly at Diana. She fixed her serious stare on him, stating, the combined power of 3 mother boxes is enough to annihilate the world. If you so much as reveal a hint of vulnerability, they will penetrate your mind and destroy you. Victor nonchalantly remarked, as long as I can get in. Buying time is all that matters. You will perish, Victor. If we do not act, we shall all meet our doom. Did you not wish for me to unleash my superpowers? The moment has arrived. I have lost everything. I have nothing left to fear, Victor stated. Although the current narrative diverges somewhat from the original, Victor's father has indeed passed away. Having lost his last family member, Victor has been suppressing his emotions. He now yearns for release and vengeance. Diana fell silent, uncertain of what to say next. Well then, should we prepare to assault the base of the Wasteland Wolves? Barry suggested. Aquaman stepped forward in agreement. Indeed. Let us descend into hell and wage war against the devil and his legion. Barry, still somewhat apprehensive, replied, you speak of the Wasteland Wolves, who have likely faced countless superheroes across the thousands of planets he has destroyed. If he has triumphed over them all, what are our chances? I do not care how many demons he has vanquished in his myriad hells, Bruce interjected, his gaze resolute. He has never defeated us. United, we stand. Upon hearing Bruce's unwavering words, the group fell silent, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement. All right, I have one final question. Are we to confront Clark as well? Barry asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The former Clark had been his idol. But now that idol had morphed into a nightmare. In Barry's mind, no one on the blue planet had the courage to face the formidable Superman. Especially now that Clark had grown even more powerful. After posing his question, the group's eyes instinctively turned to Lin Feng, who had remained silent throughout. The implication was clear. Within the team, only Lin Feng could confront Clark directly. Lin Feng nodded and spoke. It's not a problem. I will hold Clark at bay. Diana, please hand Barry the kryptonite weapon. While I restrain Clark, Barry, you must put the kryptonite handcuffs on him. A very astute solution, Barry replied, though fear flickered within him. When Lin Feng called his name, instructing him to cuff Clark, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Me? Oh man, that's not happening. It's all right. Just use your speed to put the handcuffs on him. It's quite simple, Lin Feng said, patting Barry's shoulder reassuringly. Besides, I'll be there to hold Clark. You can manage this, can't you? Come on, believe in yourself. You are a superhero. Lin Feng's words lifted Barry's spirits considerably. He murmured to himself, I am a superhero. I am a superhero. It was no wonder Barry felt a surge of excitement. Being called a superhero by someone like Superman was bound to elate him. Observing Lin Feng's encouragement of Barry, Diana shook her head, a smile breaking through. Lin Feng was indeed correct. As Lin Feng restrained Clark, Barry secured him with handcuffs. This was the simplest and least risky course of action for Barry. Placing the lead box into Barry's hands, Diana chuckled. "It's all up to you now, superhero." Barry found himself lost in the moment. Bruce, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. At least the atmosphere before the battle was rather pleasant, wouldn't you agree? All right, it's time for us to embark on our journey. Chapter 36, The Resolution of Clark, the scale of victory within the confines of the abandoned nuclear power plant. A towering barrier of crimson energy had materialized. 3 mother boxes hovered before the formidable figure of the Wasteland Wolf, flanked by the red-eyed Clark. The moment had finally arrived. One I had awaited for what felt like an eternity. The Wasteland Wolf, seemingly engaged in a sacred ritual, prepared to embrace the impending arrival. Redemption was within my grasp. The Wasteland Wolf could hardly contain his excitement. He had long anticipated this moment. Merge. Become one. The 3 mother boxes radiated a blinding brilliance as they collided. Under the gaze of the Wasteland Wolf, the merging process commenced, emitting a sonic wave that rapidly spread across the globe, heralding an ominous omen. Simultaneously, the Atlanteans and the Daughters of the Amazons looked on, entranced by the direction of the mother boxes. A chilling sense of foreboding enveloped them, accompanied by an air of despair. Within the nuclear facility, the demonic entities descended in droves, kneeling reverently before the mother boxes, awaiting the arrival of Darkseid. As the swarm of demons bowed, a thunderous explosion echoed, a cannonade that reverberated through the air, followed by a second and a third. The crimson barrier quaked violently. The Wasteland Wolf glanced upward to witness a gaping hole blasted through the shield, as a colossal black aircraft penetrated the perimeter. It was Batman and his allies. "The bothersome insects have arrived," the Wasteland Wolf exclaimed, seizing his axe. To dare disrupt Darkseid's arrival at such a critical juncture ignited a fierce rage within him. "Clark," he bellowed, "leave none alive." At his command, Clark's eyes blazed with crimson light as he unleashed a searing heat vision aimed at the aircraft. Yet, from the side, another beam of heat struck him, propelling Clark away just before the aircraft could be hit. It was Lin Feng, who had disembarked the craft early. The aircraft landed smoothly, with Batman, Diana, and others leaping out. Lin Feng rushed toward Clark, while Barry concealed himself behind a structure, retrieving his kryptonite handcuffs, psyching himself up. Batman, Diana, and Victor advanced against the Wasteland Wolf, beset by countless demonic entities that impeded their progress. The Wasteland Wolf roared, "Clark, end this battle swiftly." Responding to the command, Clark unleashed a furious roar. His muscles swelled once more, and in an instant, the savage Clark from days prior re-emerged. His fierce visage turned toward Lin Feng, who braced himself as Clark propelled forward with tremendous force. "Come at me," Lin Feng thought, as the Superman wristband on his arm glowed with brilliant red light. A surge of immense energy coursed through Lin Feng's being, granting him an unparalleled strength. The special red kryptonite had more than doubled his abilities. He recalled a phrase, "You have been enhanced. Go forth." With determination, Lin Feng unleashed a punch toward Clark. The Clark who had effortlessly dominated Lin Feng just hours earlier was now sent flying, crashing into a nearby structure from the force of that singular blow. Immediately, a thick, almost tangible heat ray struck Clark. Lin Feng's heat ray forcefully propelled Clark, creating a gaping hole in the building, sending him hurtling out of the nuclear power station. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leaped through the opening in pursuit of Clark. Barry, taken aback by the enormous breach, wondered in disbelief. Had Lin Feng also grown stronger? Regaining his senses, Barry vanished from his spot, sprinting after Lin Feng. He had not forgotten his mission, to assist Lin Feng in placing the kryptonite handcuffs on Clark. With a roar, the airborne Clark steadied himself. Though Lin Feng's heat ray had not inflicted fatal harm, it had caused him excruciating pain. Enraged, Clark unleashed a dark red heat ray in retaliation. Undeterred, Lin Feng countered with a red heat ray of his own. The two beams collided mid-air, reminiscent of a scene from Daylight. However, unlike before, Lin Feng showed no signs of retreat. The immense energy coursing from the red kryptonite seemed inexhaustible, flowing continuously into Lin Feng's being. Bang! The point of contact between the heat rays erupted in a violent explosion, generating a powerful whirlwind. Realizing the heat ray was ineffective, Clark charged at Lin Feng, throwing a punch. Lin Feng effortlessly sidestepped, retaliating with a forceful strike. With a resounding thud, Clark was sent crashing to the ground. Lacking self-awareness, he seemed to have lost his combat experience as well. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly moved behind Clark, wrapping his arms under Clark's armpits to restrain him. "Barry, now's your chance," he shouted. Clark's immense strength made it challenging for Lin Feng to maintain control for long. Time was fleeting. Hearing Lin Feng's call, Barry remained unusually calm and cautious. As lightning flickered around him, everything slowed, as if frozen in time. While running, Barry retrieved the kryptonite handcuffs from the lead box and charged at Clark. A terrifying scene unfolded as Clark slowly turned his head, dark red light flaring in his eyes, targeting Barry. In Barry's moment of panic, Lin Feng acted first, delivering a headbutt to the back of Clark's head. Clark's head drooped immediately, severing the heat ray connection. Barry approached Clark, unable to muster the courage to look at his grotesque visage. With a decisive click, he fastened the kryptonite handcuffs around Clark's wrists. In his haste, Barry lost control of his momentum, colliding with both Clark and Lin Feng before retreating at high speed. With another furious roar, Clark knelt down. At that moment, the veins in his arms throbbed, gradually turning green. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. The kryptonite handcuffs had taken effect. Clark, stripped of his combat prowess, knelt on the ground, howling in agony. Lin Feng exhaled deeply and turned to Barry, commending, "Well done, Barry." The process went remarkably smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. Having experienced the earlier setback, Lin Feng remained vigilant, attuned to every sound and sight, lest an unexpected turn of events should strike him again. There was no time to rest. As Batman and his companions were still engaged in a confrontation with the desolate wolf, he needed to return to assist them. "You stay here and await Victor's signal. I shall confront the desolate wolf," Lin Feng instructed Barry once more. Victor required immense electrical power to access the mother box, which necessitated Barry's near-light speed running to support him. Upon seeing Barry nod in agreement, Lin Feng ascended into the air, swiftly returning to the nuclear power plant. Inside, Bruce maneuvered amidst the demons, vanquishing them with ease. The demons proved no match for Batman, yet their sheer numbers posed a slight challenge for Bruce. Victor stood before the mother box, his hands weaving multiple black lines in an attempt to penetrate its interior. Meanwhile, Diana and Aquaman were besieging the desolate wolf, but the situation was dire. The beast was far too formidable for them. With a single swing of his axe, Aquaman was sent sprawling, unable to rise for an extended period. He felt speechless, as it seemed he had been perpetually on the receiving end of blows since the desolate wolf's arrival on Earth. Just as the wolf raised his axe to strike Diana, Lin Feng dashed forward, delivering a kick that surpassed the speed of sound, embedding the desolate wolf into the wall. Helping Diana to her feet, Lin Feng shouted, "Victor, Barry is ready. How are you faring?" Upon receiving the news, Victor's spirits lifted, and he hastened his efforts. Gasping for breath, Diana looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How is Clark?" Lin Feng replied with a smile, "It went smoothly. He has lost his fighting capability." "Really?" Hearing that Clark was incapacitated, Diana couldn't help but display a glimmer of joy. This was indeed the most significant piece of good news since the desolate wolf's invasion of Blue Planet. The balance of victory had begun to tilt in favor of humanity. Chapter 37, The Savage Beating of the Wolf. The emergence of Darkseid the Wolf of the Wasteland gasped as he fell from the wall. Upon the arrival of Lin Feng, he beheld the extraordinary attire of the Kryptonian. Initially, he paid little heed to this newfound Kryptonian, convinced that his formidable ally, Clark, was more than sufficient. However, when only Lin Feng returned after their departure, an unsettling sensation began to brew within him. "Clark," the wolf bellowed, "where have you gone?" After calling out twice with no response from Clark, the wolf's expression darkened. After a brief moment of hesitation, he retrieved a black box, an artifact that granted him control over Clark. This mysterious object came from an enigmatic figure allied with his master, Darkseid. The box remained unscathed, shrouded in a malevolent aura, indicating that his grip over Clark had not waned. The wolf was perplexed. Why was Clark absent? Observing the wolf's frantic shouting, Lin Feng glided over. The sight of Lin Feng in his dark Kryptonian attire only exacerbated the wolf's dismay. "Another Kryptonian!" Lin Feng crossed his arms and scoffed. "Cease your wailing. Clark has returned to his senses. He is no longer under your control." "This is impossible," the wolf retorted, glancing again at the undamaged box in his hand. "Oh?" Lin Feng tilted his head with a smile. "You doubt me? Then why is Clark not here?" The wolf found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he recognized the likelihood that what the Kryptonian claimed was indeed true. Curse that Kryptonian! He spat, his grotesque visage darkening with resentment. He recalled the cloaked figure who had bestowed the black box upon him. That robed human. I knew he was untrustworthy. In a fit of rage, the wolf hurled the box to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. If Clark had escaped his control, what purpose did this artifact serve? As the box shattered, a wisp of black smoke drifted away with the wind. In an instant, a chilling breeze swept through, as if something had been released. Lin Feng gazed at the remnants of the crushed box, his eyes flickering with realization. Could this be the artifact that the system had mentioned, capable of controlling Clark? Indeed. The next moment, the voice of Barry crackled through the earpiece. Hey, guys. It seems Clark has returned to normal. Lin Feng's expression became remarkably animated. Barry. It's Lin Feng. Remove the kryptonite handcuffs from him at once. Right now? Shouldn't we confirm first? Barry hesitated, having witnessed the dark crimson glow in Clark's eyes dissipate. The formerly glowing green hue returned to its usual color, yet he remained reluctant to remove the cuffs, fearing a potential retaliatory punch from Clark. Clearly, Barry harbored some trepidation regarding Clark. Detecting Barry's uncertainty, Lin Feng could not suppress a chuckle. Do not worry, Barry. I have confirmed that the device controlling Clark has been destroyed. Lin Feng's words served as a reassuring balm. Barry instantly exhaled in relief. Thank heavens. I shall remove it at once. Upon overhearing the dialogue between Lin Feng and his comrades, the Wasteland Wolf initially felt puzzled, only to suddenly awaken to the truth. He had been deceived. Clark was merely temporarily restrained, not completely out of control, and he had foolishly destroyed the black box that kept Clark in check. Cursed be it. In a fit of rage, he raised his axe and charged at Lin Feng, bellowing, for Darkside. As the axe swung towards him, Lin Feng was about to evade when a thought crossed his mind. He paused, tilting his head slightly, contemplating whether this might help restore the original storyline. Bam! The Wasteland Wolf's battle axe struck Lin Feng's left shoulder. Lin Feng felt as though he had been hit by a wooden stick wielded by an infant, barely a scratch. Not even a hint of pain. Is that all? Lin Feng scoffed, mimicking the original tale. He slightly tilted his head and exhaled a chilling breath towards the battle axe. The axe began to freeze at a visible pace. Bam! With a single punch, Lin Feng shattered the axe into fragments. The Wasteland Wolf, incredulous, glanced at his hands and then back at Lin Feng. In a fluster, he attempted to retaliate, only to be sent sprawling by a sudden kick from Lin Feng. Fuming, the Wasteland Wolf pounded the ground in frustration. He rose and charged at Lin Feng once more. Lin Feng stood unperturbed, ready to meet him head-on. The Wasteland Wolf's attacks posed no threat. As the wolf lashed out with a claw to Lin Feng, it moved in slow motion, allowing him to easily dodge. Seizing the moment, he retaliated with a punch, sending the Wasteland Wolf flying towards Diana. Seeing the Wasteland Wolf hurtling in her direction, Diana shouted fiercely. The two protective silver bracelets collided with a resounding crash. Buzz! A sharp sound echoed as the sonic waves dispersed, sending the Wasteland Wolf careening again, this time towards Aquaman. Aquaman seized the opportunity, sweeping his trident with formidable force against the Wasteland Wolf's midsection. The Wasteland Wolf flew through the air like a volleyball, returning towards Lin Feng. He was tossed back and forth like a mere plaything, utterly helpless. Lin Feng met the Wasteland Wolf with a powerful punch that sent him soaring into the sky. With remarkable speed, Lin Feng ascended, overtaking the Wasteland Wolf midair, and struck him down towards the ground, adhering completely to the narrative of the original film. Before the Wasteland Wolf could recover, Lin Feng descended and delivered another devastating blow. His eyes glowed crimson as he unleashed a searing heat ray towards the Wasteland Wolf. The Wasteland Wolf howled in agony as his armor disintegrated under the intense heat. The scorching beams severed one of his horns, eliciting another cry of pain. Following up with another punch, the Wasteland Wolf was left utterly dazed, struggling to regain his senses. Having resolved the situation with the Wolf of the Wasteland, Victor successfully connected to the Unity. Barry, I have linked to the Unity, he exclaimed. I require a substantial current to proceed. Victor's face contorted with strain. He could only maintain a brief connection to the Unity and needed Barry's assistance to access the mother box. Hurry. Barry, who was circling outside, received the message. He surged towards Victor, crackling with blue and white electricity. Clark soared behind him, providing protection. Barry, where are you? Victor seemed oblivious to Barry's response, continuing to call out desperately. The mother box was on the brink of fusion. Without power, he would be unable to enter. Barry kept his head down, sprinting fervently, continually motivating himself. Buzz! Just as the mother box was about to completely merge, a circular blue portal appeared nearby with a resonant sound. Lin Feng, Diana, and Aquaman advanced cautiously, eyeing the portal. Lin Feng, however, understood that Darkseid was likely making his appearance. The portal gradually took shape, revealing what lay within. As anticipated, several monstrous figures turned to face them, It was indeed Darkseid accompanied by two of his subordinates. "Host, be cautious. It is the exile." The system's voice abruptly interjected. Lin Feng's pupils constricted at the system's proclamation. He noticed an individual beside Darkseid, a character not present in the original narrative. Cloaked in a black robe that concealed their entire form. Their face was obscured, leaving their gender indeterminate. Lin Feng realized that this must be the exile spoken of by the system. Upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze, the figure in the black robe seemed to acknowledge his attention. Lin Feng activated his X-ray vision, yet he could not penetrate the layer of the robe, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. The system had not exaggerated. His X-ray ability was utterly ineffective against the exile's garb. Within the portal, Darkseid observed the scene outside with an impassive expression. Kryptonians. A woman endowed with the power of the old gods, and an Atlantean wielding a trident. This reminded him of a long-ago battle. He awaited the complete fusion of the mother box before stepping through the portal. Darkseid noted that Victor was desperately trying to prevent the fusion, yet he remained unfazed. He had no belief that the civilization of Blue Planet could thwart the merging of the mother box. Look, it is about to fail. Darkseid had been searching for the anti-life equation for countless ages. He did not mind waiting a moment longer. "Barry!" Victor, drenched in cold sweat, shouted again. Time was running out. The fusion was nearing completion. No sooner had he spoken than time itself seemed to stand still. Everyone appeared frozen in place. Lin Feng, with his super speed, instantly recognized that Barry had arrived. Turning to look, he indeed saw Barry racing from the nuclear power station. Above him, Superman, Clark, had regained his normal form, providing him with protection. Meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Clark exchanged a complex look with him. He nodded in acknowledgement and continued to follow Barry. In the original narrative, Barry was struck by a creature of darkness, nearly leading to the annihilation of Blue Planet. However, under the vigilant protection of Superman, Barry did not replicate such a grave error. He successfully made contact with Victor, transmitting the electrical energy. In an instant, Barry found himself within the confines of the mother box. He was not deceived by the traps hidden inside. Instead, he forcefully pulled apart the three humanoid manifestations of the mother boxes. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone comprehended the situation, the impending fusion of the mother boxes had once again separated into three distinct entities, reverting to their original state before the merging began. Chapter 38. The initial encounter with the exile, proclaiming victory. Lin Feng. Victor exclaimed with a powerful shout. Alone, he lacked the strength to sever the connections of the forces at play. Having read the original text, Lin Feng clearly understood his intent. With a swift movement, he dashed forward, his hands pushing against two mother boxes, exerting force outward. Empowered by the crimson kryptonite, Lin Feng's strength surpassed that of Clark in the original narrative by a considerable margin. With a resounding thud, he effortlessly severed the connection between the three mother boxes, causing them to fall to the ground and revert to their inactive state. At this moment, the Wolf of the Wasteland finally regained some composure and stood up. He touched his head, bloodied hands revealing the pain and dizziness he felt. The upper half of his armor had been obliterated by heat vision, exposing the flesh beneath. Darkseid stood behind the portal, watching him with indifference. The mother boxes had returned to their dormant state, signaling his defeat. The Wolf of the Wasteland felt humiliated, utterly disgraced before his master once more. With a fierce roar, he directed his fury toward Lin Feng and his companions, his heart brimming with resentment. He had annihilated countless worlds, yet he had faltered on this small blue planet, all while under Darkseid's scrutinizing gaze, in such a disheveled state. With nothing left but impotent howling, he vented his inner rage. In the next moment, his roar abruptly ceased. The merciless Aquaman had lunged from behind, thrusting his trident through the Wolf of the Wasteland's heart. Blood streamed down the trident, and excruciating pain engulfed the creature's body. Respecting the original narrative, Lin Feng swiftly moved forward, delivering a punch that sent the Wolf of the Wasteland tumbling toward the portal. Diana followed suit, leaping to deliver a downward strike that severed the beast's grotesque head. Amid this series of coordinated attacks, the body and head of the Wolf of the Wasteland were unceremoniously cast into the portal, rolling several times. Darkseid stepped on the still rolling head with force, brutally crushing the remaining horn, extinguishing the light in the creature's eyes, silencing its breath. The battle for the invasion of the Blue Planet culminated in a complete victory for the defenders. Lin Feng, Batman, Diana, and the others approached the portal, gazing defiantly at Darkseid with a clear message. Should you come, you shall remain here forever. Panting heavily, Darkseid, still consumed by rage, faced yet another defeat. The mother boxes had been separated, and the energy-depleted portal began to close slowly. Unnoticed by anyone, a nearly invisible black thread quietly slipped past the crowd's gaze, entering Lin Feng's body. As he watched the portal close, Darkseid turned to the figure shrouded in a black cloak beside him, suppressing his fury. "Exile, is this what you meant by no unforeseen occurrences?" A sharp, piercing voice emanated from beneath the cloak. "Are you questioning me, Darkseid?" Darkseid glared at the cloaked figure, choosing silence. He still had use for the exile and was unwilling to provoke him further. "Rest assured," the exile's voice echoed again. "That meddler will not have an easy time." Upon finishing his words, the exile gradually vanished from sight, leaving behind only the unbridled fury of Darkseid. "I have long stated," Desaad intoned solemnly, "that the wasteland wolf shall falter. My master, now that the mother box lies in ruins, how will you reclaim your prize?" Darkseid cast a cold glance in his direction. "The anti-life equation has already been identified. I shall procure it at any cost, even through ancient means." As the portal sealed shut, Lin Feng was greeted by the melodious chime of the system announcing his rewards. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mission to save the DC world. Now, we shall tally your rewards. This time, the host has earned a reputation value of 10 million. Mission evaluation, a rank, reward reputation, 10 million points. Additionally, a gift from the World-S Convergence, 8 million points. The host's total reputation value amassed is 28 million points. Marvelous," Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished by the substantial reputation granted. "A staggering total of 28 million points. Indeed, high risks yield high rewards," he mused, reveling in this remarkable windfall. With his initial 10 million, Lin Feng now boasted over 40 million in reputation points. The exchange for the Silver Superman template was now within reach. With the threat from Blue Star finally dissipated, Batman and his companions gradually felt a sense of relief. Driven by their sense of duty and honor, they had resisted every calamity that befell Blue Star. The group gathered atop the high tower, welcoming the dawn. As the sun rose, Clark stepped forward, standing before his companions. With a hint of remorse, he spoke, "I apologize, everyone. I have witnessed all that I have done, and I can scarcely believe it was I who committed such acts." Lowering his head, his heart brimmed with guilt, though he had been controlled. The memories of his actions lingered painfully in his mind, evoking deep shame. Exchanging glances, the others understood silently. None held Clark accountable. He had been manipulated, and his actions were not of his own volition. Diana stepped forward, offering words of solace. "It is not your fault, Clark. We all know you were under control." Clark lifted his gaze to meet Diana's sincere eyes, which eased his guilt somewhat. Bruce also approached, extending his hand but hesitating midway. After a moment of contemplation, he gently patted Clark on the shoulder. "It is good to have you back, Clark." Bruce, he recalled the moment he unleashed heat vision, nearly claiming Bruce's life. At that moment, Barry also stepped forward, his gaze filled with sincerity as he looked at Clark. "As long as you have returned to us, you remain my idol." Aquaman and Victor were not well acquainted with Clark. They merely nodded in his direction, perceiving that none of them harbored any resentment towards him. Clark's heart swelled with a medley of emotions. At last, his gaze fell upon the familiar yet unrecognized figure with whom he had exchanged blows, a fellow Kryptonian. Noticing Clark's attention, Lin Feng approached with a smile and extended his hand. "Let us be introduced. I am Lin Feng." Clark shook his hand, uncertainty clouding his voice as he inquired, "Are you also from Krypton?" Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head. He understood the depth of Clark's solitude. Being the last of his race, such isolation was a burden few could bear. Observing Clark's confusion, Lin Feng clarified, "I indeed possess Kryptonian blood. But I am not a Kryptonian from this universe. I hail from a different universe." Clark, taken aback by Lin Feng's revelation, asked, "Could you elaborate?" "Certainly, Clark. However, I believe we should first take a moment to rest. Moreover, you ought to return and see Martha, as well as Lois." As Lin Feng's words settled in, Clark was instantly reminded of his mother and girlfriend. Yes, I must go see them. Having been resurrected, this was his second chance, and he yearned to reunite with his mother and fulfill his proposal to Lois, who had yet to provide an answer. Casting another glance at Batman and the others, Clark's intention was unmistakable. Batman stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder once more. "Go on, Clark. First, visit them. Then take some time to rest. Once you feel rejuvenated, come back to the base." Clark nodded, then soared into the sky, vanishing from their sight. As Clark departed, Bruce turned to Lin Feng. "Would you care to stay at my villa for a few days? Surely you do not intend to return just yet?" Let us treat you properly for a while. Lin Feng had played a pivotal role in this invasion battle. Without his restraint on Clark, their chances of success would have been nearly non-existent. Diana chimed in, indeed. Lin Feng, how about I show you around Metropolis? I know of many delightful cuisines. I can take you to savor them. Mary also joined in the invitation. Seeing their enthusiastic offers, Lin Feng nodded with a smile. All right, I shall linger here for a few days. Furthermore, I must share some insights about Krypton with Clark. He resolved to enlighten Clark about the existence of numerous Kryptonians across the cosmos, hoping to alleviate his feelings of being the sole survivor of his race. For the next few days, I will be in your care, Lin Feng requested. In response, everyone smiled and nodded. Not a bother at all, Lin, Diana assured him with a grin. Let us return now and rest. I believe everyone is weary, Bruce directed, having just been struck by a demonic weapon. Feeling a twinge of pain, he would need Alfred to prepare some cold compresses for him. Chapter 39. After the war, Clark extended an invitation following the crash of the aircraft. Fortunately, Bruce had managed to contact another helicopter. By the time everyone returned to Bruce's base, it was already noon. After partaking in lunch, Bruce arranged several rooms for the group to rest. After 2 days of combat, even those with physiques significantly superior to the average human would feel fatigued. None of them declined the offer and expressed their gratitude. However, Lin Feng chose not to rest at Bruce's estate. He requested some money from Bruce and departed alone. Upon leaving, Lin Feng selected a serene beach, adorned with sunglasses. He reclined on a beach chair, basking in the sun while listening to the soothing sound of the waves. Simply soaking up the sun was sufficient to replenish his vitality and energy. How convenient. The sea breeze wafted in, occasionally accompanied by the cries of seagulls and the murmurs of beachgoers. Lin Feng relished this tranquil atmosphere. How he wished Susan were by his side at that moment. Perhaps upon his return, he could take Susan on a seaside getaway. As he contemplated Susan, Lin Feng suddenly recalled the Superman wristbands on his wrist. He resolved to gift the other wristband to Susan upon his return, along with a piece of platinum kryptonite. This would alleviate any concerns regarding her safety. And he could even adjust the wristbands to a couple's design. Lin Feng was quite fond of this wristband. Bored from sunbathing, Lin Feng perused the system shop, eager to discover if there were any special kryptonite available. Having experienced its benefits once, he was genuinely impressed. If such items were available, he would consider purchasing several for future needs. Upon opening the shop, he encountered an unexpected item, Black Widow's original lingerie, on sale today for merely 5 reputation points. Lin Feng's lips twitched. He recalled it previously selling for 10 reputation points. He quickly dismissed this and continued searching for what he truly needed. After some diligent searching, he found what he was looking for, special red kryptonite, 1 piece for 1 million reputation points, and special platinum kryptonite, 1 piece for 2 million reputation points. The prices were relatively reasonable, not overly exorbitant. Platinum kryptonite could grant an ordinary person Superman's abilities for 2 hours, which was quite a bargain. Continuing to scroll through the offerings, he discovered several varieties of kryptonite. Among them was the cheapest option, special gold kryptonite, 1 piece for 200,000 reputation points. Effect: it would strip the wearer of all Superman abilities for 12 hours. Lin Feng was taken aback. What sort of kryptonite is this? He inquired about the absence of the Superman wristbands. What do you need them for? Didn't the grand package provide you with 2? I was curious if having multiple would allow me to fit in more kryptonite and become even more powerful. You would not gain any additional strength, host. What if I wore 2 wristbands, one with platinum kryptonite on my left hand and gold kryptonite on my right? What would happen? Lin Feng's imagination was ignited. Gold kryptonite negated all Superman abilities, while platinum kryptonite endowed an ordinary person with Superman's powers. The prospect of wearing both simultaneously sparked an insatiable curiosity, compelling him to experiment. With a perplexed expression, the system inquired, why not give it a try? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng hesitated as he gazed at the golden kryptonite stones within the shop, his fingers fidgeting indecisively over the prospect of purchase. Ultimately, he decided against it. Perhaps it's best to let this go, Lin Feng sighed. Contemplating the potential loss if it were to explode, what a waste that would be. The mere curiosity costing him millions of prestige points felt utterly unworthy. By the way, system, is there truly a Superman wristband available for sale? I haven't been able to find one. The system promptly responded. The Superman wristband is located in the Level 2 store, priced at 2 million prestige points. Why is a single wristband so exorbitantly priced? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed. The system elucidated, in addition to the ability to install gemstones, The wristband significantly enhances your efficiency in absorbing solar radiation. Lin Feng pondered this function alone and felt it hardly justified the 2 million prestige points. The system quickly addressed Lin Feng's confusion. This price is not unreasonable. The Superman wristband is several times more durable than vibranium. Furthermore, it possesses a degree of shape-shifting capability, capable of fully enveloping your entire forearm, thereby exponentially increasing your efficiency in absorbing solar radiation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. It has that functionality too? He gazed at the wristband in his hand, and with a mere thought, it swiftly flowed like liquid, ascending his wrist until it completely encased his forearm. Resembling a sleek black sleeve, Lin Feng felt invigorated. Indeed, the efficiency of radiation absorption had surged, surpassing the previous rate by several folds. What a remarkable item, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, this seemed to exceed the value of 2 million prestige points, didn't it? Sensing Lin Feng's skepticism, the system elaborated, "Host, your Superman wristband is capable of more than merely housing kryptonite. It can also embed all 6 infinity stones." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but only briefly. After all, wasn't he Iron Man also able to create gauntlets embedded with infinity stones? Fine, you can choose not to purchase it. The system seemed momentarily at a loss for words in the face of his retort and fell silent. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, deeming the merchant unscrupulous. He continued browsing the shop, discovering an array of unfamiliar items for sale, some useful, others not, with values ranging from a few prestige points to millions. He even spotted the 50 Malawian kwaches, the nanosuit crafted by Tony Stark. However, it was in the level 2 store, and the icon was grayed out, indicating it was unavailable for purchase. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, resolving to buy a set once he unlocked level 2 store privileges. Almost no boy could resist the allure of an Iron Man suit, and he was no exception. Suddenly, while Lin Feng perused the shop, searching for any peculiar items, the beachgoers erupted in excitement, interrupting his shopping experience. "It's Superman! It's really Superman! Superman has arrived!" The tourists exclaimed, their eyes trained on the sky. As Lin Feng's thoughts stirred, he too discerned an unusual sound slicing through the air. Lifting his gaze, he observed Clark hovering above him. Rather than donning his iconic superhero attire, Clark was clad in casual homeware. Lin Feng regarded him with a hint of perplexity. What could Clark possibly want? As Clark descended, he greeted the encircling crowd of onlookers with a smile before turning his attention to Lin Feng. "I apologize for approaching you in this manner, but I inquired with Bruce, and he mentioned that you lacked contact details." Lin Feng scratched his head. Indeed, he had not brought along any mobile communication devices. It was rather challenging for these individuals to locate him, let alone reach out. "Well," Lin Feng shrugged, "is there something you need from me?" Clark nodded earnestly. "You mentioned wanting to discuss matters pertaining to Kryptonians. Is it urgent?" Lin Feng was taken aback that mere hours had elapsed before Clark sought him out again. Clark nodded once more, a touch of regret in his voice as he said, "I wasn't certain when you would be leaving, Lin." After visiting his mother and girlfriend upon returning home, Clark had not spent much time with them before seeking Lin Feng again. Family time could wait until after Lin Feng departed. This reasoning was sound, and Lin Feng found it hard to refute. "All right then. I have no pressing matters at the moment," he said, rising to his feet. "Shall we converse here?" The beachgoers had formed concentric circles around the two, their awe and trepidation toward Clark rendering them hesitant to approach. "Certainly not. Follow me." With that, Clark soared into the sky, propelling himself towards a specific direction. Lin Feng, observing this, shook his head and gradually ascended to follow. The crowd of astonished spectators was left behind, some in disbelief. Were there truly 2 superheroes? Chapter 40. Speculations about Clara. Lin Feng's return. Lin Feng never anticipated that Clark would take him to the farm, the very farm that had been seized by the bank due to his mother's inability to repay the loan. Clark stepped down, opened the door, and beckoned Lin Feng inside. As he entered, Lin Feng observed that most of the furniture had been removed. Fortunately, there remained a table and a few chairs. Clark, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Bruce helped me with the paperwork. I will soon be able to return here to live. Please, have a seat while I pour you a cup of coffee." He gestured towards a chair. Lin Feng, undeterred by the sparse furnishings, settled down and took in the surroundings of Clark's childhood home. "What about your mother?" Lin Feng inquired. "She's with Louise. Once the paperwork is finalized, we will need to bring back the furniture," Clark replied. Lin Feng nodded, appreciating the serene environment of the 2-story house nestled within the farm. He had once envisioned a life like this, but before his journey, he could hardly afford such a place. However, with the assistance of his affluent friends, Lin Feng now resided in a grander abode, albeit lacking the natural comfort and warmth that Clark's setting exuded. Coffee. Clark returned, carrying 2 cups and taking a seat across from Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted the cup to his lips, finding it quite hot. Yet, for a being like Superman, it was inconsequential. Setting the cup down, Lin Feng nodded at Clark. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I will share all that I know. Clark, cradling the coffee cup on the table, hesitated before speaking. I wish to know if I am truly the last of my kind in this world. In a bid to save Earth, Clark had once snapped Zod's neck. To Earth, this action was just. However, to the Kryptonians, Clark was the harbinger of the demise of the last of his kin, excluding himself, of course. This realization left Clark in a state of confusion for quite some time, accompanied by an enduring sense of solitude. Fortunately, he had Martha and Louise by his side. Without them, he feared he might still be lost in his existential quandary, uncertain of how long it would take to find his way out. Lin Feng had anticipated Clark's question and was not surprised by it at all. To the best of my knowledge, you are indeed the sole surviving Kryptonian in this universe. Upon hearing Lin Feng's response, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Clark's eyes. Is it truly so? He murmured, slowly rotating the coffee cup in his hands, lost in thought. This revelation, though disheartening, was not unexpected. Upon Zod's arrival on Earth, Clark had come to understand that Krypton had perished. His biological parents had also succumbed during that time. It was only after Zod's fate had been sealed by Clark's own hands that he fully grasped his status as the last of his kind. Yet, Lin Feng's appearance had ignited a flicker of hope within him, an identical Superman suit, akin superhuman abilities. For a fleeting moment, he had entertained the notion that perhaps a community of Kryptonians existed unbeknownst to him. However, the outcome revealed that Lin Feng was not a Kryptonian from this universe. Sensing Clark's disappointment, Lin Feng shook his head with a hint of amusement. He understood the loneliness that Clark experienced, stemming from being the last of his kind. Imagine, if in this vast universe, only one human remained. How profoundly lonely and despairing that would be. Clark, are you familiar with parallel universes? Lin Feng inquired, with a subtle intention to remind him. Parallel universes? Clark paused at Lin Feng's question, then nodded slowly. I used to know about them, but I thought they were merely theoretical until I saw you. That's when I began to believe in their existence. Noticing Lin Feng's silence and smile, a thought flickered in Clark's mind. Could there be Kryptonians in parallel universes? Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, in countless parallel universes, numerous Kryptonians exist. Clark, you are not alone. As far as I know, in one of those parallel universes, there exists another version of you, and that version has a cousin. Cousin? Clark fixated intently on Lin Feng. As Lin Feng spoke, Clark's eyes gradually lit up with the joy of discovering he had kin, even if they were not in the same universe. Indeed, her name is Kara Zor-El, Lin Feng continued. In that universe, Krypton faced its own existential crisis, and Kara Zor-El was sent to Earth to protect you, the counterpart of that world. However, her spacecraft was caught in an explosion and fell into the Phantom Zone. It wasn't until 24 years later that she inadvertently crash-landed on Earth. She, like you from that world, protects the Earth and its citizens. At this point, Lin Feng suddenly furrowed his brow and paused. What's wrong, Lin Feng? Clark, who had been engrossed in the narrative, noticed Lin Feng's abrupt halt and questioned with curiosity. Lin Feng remained silent. He suddenly recalled that characters in parallel worlds bore striking similarities. Although the films provided no such information, if Kara Zor-El existed in the parallel universe, could she also exist in this world? Lin Feng contemplated for a moment, hesitating to share this conjecture with Clark, voicing it would undoubtedly rekindle hope within him. Yet, if this universe lacked Kara Zor-El, it would inevitably lead to another disappointment for Clark. Lin Feng, if you have something to say, please do. Clark discerned Lin Feng's hesitance and spoke directly. He suspected that Lin Feng might be contemplating information pertinent to him. Lin Feng gazed at Clark, his expression complex, a blend of pleading, hope, and gravity. With a sigh, he finally articulated his speculation. As anticipated, this conjecture moved Clark profoundly. His mind began to race, contemplating how he might locate his cousin if she existed in this world. Yet, regrettably, the information at hand proved to be scant. After much contemplation, Clark found himself at an impasse, unable to restrain his curiosity. He once again inquired of Lin Feng, do you possess any means to ascertain the existence of my cousin? Lin Feng shook his head, acknowledging his inability to confirm Kara's presence. Ultimately, he offered a singular piece of advice. You should spend more time basking in the sun of the universe, Clark. Often, enhanced strength renders challenges more manageable. If you cannot ascertain her existence now, strive to empower yourself. Oh, and do keep an eye on Barry. That lad possesses a remarkable agility, Lin Feng remarked with a wink, implying that one day Barry might just dash into another universe. Having drained his cup of coffee, Lin Feng rose to take his leave. He had shared all the knowledge he possessed with Clark, hoping that within this universe, Kara truly existed. Providing Clark at least one kindred spirit, Clark accompanied him to the door, and Lin Feng waved farewell, soaring skyward. In the ensuing 2 days, Diana guided Lin Feng on a tour of Metropolis, while Barry treated him to a plethora of culinary delights. Aquaman Arthur invited Lin Feng to the depths of the ocean for a fishing expedition, and even Bruce inquired if Lin Feng had any particular needs. Only Victor maintained a semblance of normalcy, gifting Lin Feng a pair of headphones he had crafted himself, adorned on either side with Superman's iconic emblem. Victor believed that the life of a superhero was arduous, and this meticulously designed, high-quality headset would afford Lin Feng moments of relaxation. In truth, Lin Feng was keen to jest that his own world was not devoid of such luxuries, and that he was no stranger to the finer things in life. Nevertheless, out of respect for their heartfelt gestures, Lin Feng refrained from expressing his thoughts. After indulging in 2 days of exhilarating escapades under the watchful eyes of numerous superheroes, Lin Feng stepped through the portal, bidding farewell to the DC Universe. Chapter 41. Homecoming, Sky, Susan, Rumors, Marvel Universe. The night sky of the trickster. Suddenly, a flickering portal appeared, radiating a soft glow. As the light faded, Lin Feng gradually materialized in midair. During the season, nightfall arrived rather early. Lin Feng retrieved his phone, which he had stored in the system space while on a mission in DC. He had forgotten to check whether the Marvel phone would work in DC. Glancing at the time, it was just past 7 in the evening. Lin Feng took note of the date. Over a week had elapsed since his departure. He had spent approximately 4 or 5 days in DC. It seemed that the flow of time in the two worlds was distinct. Lin Feng calculated that the time ratio was roughly 2:1. Fortunately, it had not exceeded the 10 days Susan had mentioned. Stowing away his phone, Lin Feng discerned his surroundings. The system had not transported him back to his point of departure, but instead opened a portal above the trickster. Unbothered, he activated the invisibility feature of his ring and leisurely made his way toward his villa. The lights were on, indicating that Susan was home. Ever since they became a couple, Lin Feng had persuaded Susan to relinquish her rented apartment and move in with him, under the pretext of saving money. Those who understood the underlying intentions knew the truth. Descending gracefully, Lin Feng opened the door. The living room was illuminated, yet devoid of any presence. However, sounds emanated from the kitchen. With a sly grin, he stealthily approached. Yet, midway, his steps faltered, and the smile faded from his face. A stranger, a black-haired woman, was facing away from him, engaged in culinary tasks. Clearly not Susan, as their heights differed. Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion. What was going on? A thief? Unlikely. What kind of thief would cook in someone else's home? Just as Lin Feng prepared to inquire, the woman spoke first. Sky, dinner's ready, she called, carrying the prepared dish to the table while shouting upstairs. Turning around with the plate in hand, she was taken aback, her gaze locking onto Lin Feng's. Sky? Lin Feng exclaimed, momentarily stunned by her visage. You know me? Sky gasped, her eyes flickering with surprise. Indeed, the black-haired woman was Sky, known as Quake in the Marvel Universe. At this point in time, Sky had yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D., as Lin Feng recalled that she only became part of the agency after the timeline of the first Avengers film. Currently, Sky was still a rebellious figure, opposing S.H.I.E.L.D. at every turn, wielding exceptional hacking skills. However, this was of little consequence. What perplexed Lin Feng was why Sky was in his home. Squinting his eyes, he directly inquired, What are you doing in my house? Sky slowly placed the dish on the dining table, her mind racing to concoct a plausible lie. All the while feeling an undeniable curiosity. She and Lin Feng had virtually no intersection in their lives. Why did Lin Feng know her name? He observed her actions with a calm demeanor, awaiting an explanation. Fortunately, Lin Feng was aware that she had not yet joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, he might suspect that the Black Egg had begun to stir trouble again. Before Sky could speak, footsteps echoed from the stairs. Susan descended, and upon unexpectedly spotting Lin Feng's return, she exclaimed and rushed into his embrace. "You're back." Though Lin Feng was taken aback by the sudden affection, he felt no joy. He keenly sensed a hint of grievance in Susan's tone, causing his heart to skip a beat and his brow to furrow in concern. What was amiss? Had she been wronged? Gently pushing her away, he observed her reddened eyes and the unmistakable signs of tears. In an instant, Lin Feng's expression turned serious. "Susan, what happened? Who bullied you?" Susan's tear-streaked eyes resembled those of a distressed rabbit. Pouting, she gazed at Lin Feng like a wounded creature. "I was fired from the company." The words tumbled out, laden with injustice. Lin Feng found himself at a loss. He had not anticipated such news. What was there to weep over? With her connections in the realm of Superman news, securing a position at another station should be effortless. However, a sudden realization struck him. Something felt amiss. Susan possessed vast resources regarding Superman, with headlines from nearly every station featuring her work. To the public, she had become Superman's exclusive journalist. Why then? Would a station choose to let her go? There must be underlying circumstances at play, and the most likely scenario involves someone targeting Susan, meddling in her affairs. Otherwise, even if she had been dismissed, her reaction would lean towards anger rather than sorrow. The thought of Susan being wronged ignited a surge of righteous anger within Lin Feng. He lowered his head, gently wiping away her tears. There, what's the matter?" His soothing tone concealed a flicker of fury. Guiding Susan to sit at the dining table, he pressed further. "Tell me, why did the station fire you?" Cradled in Lin Feng's embrace, Susan felt her emotions swell. The grievances she had endured during this time rushed back, toppling the fragile equilibrium she had established. The resolve she had promised herself seemed to vanish into thin air. With a quavering voice, she began, They said I was." But before she could finish, she clung to Lin Feng once more, burying her head in his chest as uncontrolled sobs erupted. Lin Feng had never encountered such a scene before, and he was momentarily at a loss, his hands hovering awkwardly in the air. Her tears extinguished the anger simmering within him. Goodness, how deeply had this girl been wronged? Lin Feng felt his shirt dampen from her tears, a testament to her distress. He turned his head to look for a tissue, but was firmly embraced by Susan. Unable to move. "Here." A feminine voice chimed as a tissue box was handed over. It was Sky, who had been momentarily overlooked by Lin Feng due to his focus on the distressed Susan. Lin Feng cast a glance at Sky, accepted the tissues with a nod of thanks, and then proceeded to wipe Susan's tears. The mucus had escaped, adhering to Lin Feng's shirt, leaving him in a state of amused disbelief. Susan, realizing her embarrassing predicament, felt a flush of redness spread across her face. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, straightening up and allowing Lin Feng to tend to her tears, all the while stifling sobs. Observing this, Sky sighed and took a seat opposite them, stating, "Let me explain what happened." Lin Feng continued his task, casting a quick glance at Sky and nodding in acknowledgement. Susan was dismissed from the radio station due to a rumor. That day, a luxury car from Stark Industries had come to pick her up after work, and someone captured a photograph, which led to the unfounded gossip that Susan was involved with Tony Stark. Sky succinctly outlined the sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng paused, his hands momentarily stilled. "I was the one who picked up Susan, and I am also a shareholder of Stark Industries. How could they think otherwise?" He then gently addressed Susan. "Darling, didn't you clarify?" I did," Susan replied through her hiccups. "But they said you were the driver." They didn't believe my explanation. They even claimed that I had an improper relationship with Superman. They said the reason I always managed to capture Superman's photos was that I climbed onto his bed. With that, Susan burst into tears again, sobbing even more intensely. She felt utterly wronged. Despite her relentless efforts and significant contributions to the radio's headlines, none of her colleagues believed her. She couldn't comprehend what she had done wrong. After listening to Susan's fragmented account, Lin Feng felt the anger that had just subsided surge back to the forefront. How on earth did such a rumor even emerge? Chapter 42. The Unfathomable Malice. Lin Feng encounters a dilemma. Sky produced a laptop seemingly from nowhere. Mere rumors were insufficient for the station to dismiss Susan. She powered on the device, retrieved certain information, and presented it to Lin Feng. "Take a look at this." Lin Feng glared at the screen, and as he beheld the contents, his pupils constricted in shock. Rumors concerning Susan had indeed infiltrated major forums and tabloid news. BBC Radio's Susan Carter allegedly spent a night with Tony Stark. Where did Susan Carter's Superman news originate? A reporter rising through the ranks, Susan Carter Superman-'s commentary on Susan Carter walking a fine line. Iron Man and Superman engage in a rivalry for her affection. Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he scrutinized these headlines, each more absurd than the last. The most popular comment garnered nearly 10 million likes, comprised almost entirely of images related to Susan. Pictures captured her in a luxury car bearing the Stark Industries emblem, strolling with Superman on the street, and even a digitally altered image of them sharing a kiss. Lin Feng could discern the manipulation in the kiss photograph. Yet such revelations did little to quell the rampant speculation among onlookers. The internet thrives on such narratives, and with the damning photographs and the endorsement of BBC Radio, few sought to verify the authenticity of the images. Sky clicked the mouse, navigating to the Superman forum, where a torrent of posts refreshed incessantly, filled with comments and discussions. Many awaited Superman's clarification, while others fervently defended him. Lin Feng's expression had never been so grim. Susan instinctively shrank her shoulders, sensing the surrounding atmosphere grow markedly colder. Someone is orchestrating these rumors. Lin Feng's voice emerged hoarse. Sky nodded in agreement, clicking the mouse again to reveal 2 photographs. According to my investigation, these 2 individuals are responsible. Who are they? Lin Feng inquired icily, the inexplicable malice within him seeming to intensify, his eyes burning as if ready to ignite. Susan had never witnessed Lin Feng's fury to such an extent. She nervously tugged at his sleeve, yet he remained oblivious to her gesture, fixated on the screen. His frigid gaze locked onto the 2 images as though they were corpses. Sky scrolled, revealing their profiles. The rotund man with a jolly face was named John, the nephew of the BBC station's boss. Sky enlarged John's photograph, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. He is the mastermind behind this affair. From my research, he has pursued Susan multiple times, only to be rebuffed. After Susan confirmed her relationship with you, John publicly humiliated her in the office, ultimately making a fool of himself. I suspect this is his motive, Sky elaborated. The mentality of destruction upon unattainable desires is a deeply distorted extremity that Sky has frequently encountered online. After stating this, Sky opened another photograph. This elderly woman, named Flora, is one of John's mistresses. Much of the information was provided to John by her, making her, in a strict sense, one of the masterminds behind this rumor. She had previously requested Susan to relinquish the Superman news to her, only to be met with Susan's refusal. According to my investigation, the old woman harbors intense jealousy. Susan is beautiful, kind-hearted, and possesses considerable popularity and stature within the Superman information radio. Coupled with Susan's rejection of her request, Flora has since held a grudge against her. As Sky continued, she opened another image, revealing the comment that garnered an astonishing 10 million likes. According to my findings, this comment was orchestrated by individuals hired by Flora, who simultaneously employed a multitude of internet trolls. Many of the maliciously distorted photographs also originated from their efforts. That is the general situation. With that, Sky ceased her speech and took a sip of water, allowing Lin Feng time to process this information. Lin Feng gazed coldly at the information before him. After a pause, he turned his piercing gaze back to Sky and, through gritted teeth, inquired, Sky, with your exceptional hacking skills, why do you not eliminate this information? His voice rang with barely contained anger, his eyes icy and piercing. Sky was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a question from Lin Feng. The moment their eyes met, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. What a chilling, furious, yet sharp gaze it was. An involuntary shiver ran through her, and her mouth fell slightly agape. A single word lodged in her throat, as she sensed that a poor response could spell her doom at any moment. She could not fathom why such a feeling arose. Yet beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Lin, what are you saying? Do you know Kay? Susan, seated nearby, regarded Lin Feng with disbelief. How could he place blame on an innocent person? She understood Lin Feng's character and felt he was unusually irritable today. It was not normal. Her name is Kay, not Sky. Lin. Susan grasped Lin Feng's arm in an effort to clarify. Kay has already been helping me tremendously. She is my best friend. What is wrong with you tonight, Lin? I sense something is off. Susan's eyes, tinged with worry, looked into Lin Feng's. Hearing her words, Lin Feng became acutely aware of his own disquiet. That inexplicable, malevolent fire seemed to be consuming his rationality. Even more troubling was his growing inability to suppress this inner turmoil. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced a smile that was more painful than sorrow. I apologize, Sky. I did not mean to. I am merely overly concerned for Susan. Upon uttering these words, The pressure weighing down on Sky suddenly lifted, and the sensation of being scrutinized by death gradually dissipated. Sky exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. A bitter smile graced her lips as she explained, "It is not that I didn't offer my assistance, but by the time I became aware, the situation had spiraled into a considerable predicament. The rumors had already gained substantial traction, disseminated systematically across various platforms, networks, forums, personal shows, and news outlets, overwhelmingly saturating the discourse. Even if we were to contain them now, it would be of little consequence." She sighed, acknowledging her unparalleled hacking skills. Yet, in the face of such a fully developed situation, her actions would only incite further suspicion, potentially exacerbating the issue. Sky continued, "To quell this rumor, we must present compelling evidence, at the very least, a clarification from Tony Stark and Superman. However, this poses a significant challenge for us." With a shake of her head, she added, "Setting aside whether Stark would even address the matter, we cannot even reach Superman." At this juncture, Sky sighed again, realizing that her hacking prowess was her sole asset. Assisting Susan in identifying the instigator was already stretching her capabilities. After Sky finished speaking, Susan discreetly glanced at Lin Feng. Though Kay was her closest friend, she had refrained from disclosing that Lin Feng was Superman. She believed it to be Lin Feng's private matter. If he chose not to divulge it, neither would she. Respect is mutual. Noticing the silence between them, Sky's fingers danced across the keyboard. "You needn't worry excessively. After all, Susan is my dearest friend. I do have an alternative clarification plan, albeit it is somewhat convoluted and less effective, but it is a necessary course of action." Sky understood that persuading Stark and Superman would not be an easy feat. Interrupting her, Lin Feng, in a fit of agitation, tapped his fingers rhythmically against the table. "We don't need a second plan. We require a better one. I will contact Stark to address the issue. As for Superman, he will make an appearance. Whether through a video or a dedicated press conference, they will not refuse." Sky was taken aback by Lin Feng's declaration. She glanced at Susan, then back at Lin Feng. "Goodness, is this boyfriend of my best friend truly this formidable? Surely, he cannot be boasting." Regardless of Sky's musings, Lin Feng already harbored intentions. "Susan, stay home and be safe. I am stepping out." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. "Lin, where are you going?" Susan called after him. Lin Feng turned, his expression fierce. "I am going to snap the necks of those two wretches." Chapter 43. Dark Magic? A visit to Ancient One. Regardless of Sky's thoughts, Lin Feng had already devised a plan in his heart. "Susan, stay at home and behave. I'm stepping out for a while." With that, Lin Feng strode towards the exit. "Lin, where are you going?" Susan called from behind. Lin Feng turned his head, his expression somewhat menacing. "I'm going to snap the necks of those two wretched individuals." At this proclamation, Susan nearly lost her composure. She rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's waist and pulling him back. "No, Lin, please calm down. You'll end up in jail." She believed Lin Feng had truly lost his sanity. After his brief outing, Lin Feng returned, seeming like a completely different person. He chuckled softly, for indeed, the thought of breaking the necks of those instigators crossed his mind. Yet, he had not lost his reason, understanding that violence was not the ideal solution. With a bemused expression, he gently disengaged from Susan's grasp. "I was just joking, you silly girl. I'm off to see Tony Stark to discuss this matter." Susan fixed her gaze upon his eyes. "You promise you won't deceive me." All right, I promise," Lin Feng replied, somewhat helplessly meeting her gaze. Seeing the sincerity in Lin Feng's eyes, Susan finally felt reassured. She had genuinely been frightened by him moments ago. Who was Lin Feng? A superhero. If he wished to break someone's neck, few could stand in his way. However, such an act would likely tarnish his image in the eyes of the public. A consequence Susan wished to avoid. Lin Feng was aware of this too. While breaking those two's necks was simple, the aftermath could be uncontrollable. If things went awry, Susan would find herself ensnared in an even greater maelstrom of public opinion. "If it gets too late, I might end up sleeping at Tony's," Lin Feng remarked. "Please don't worry about me." Susan nodded. "Remember your promise. Do not act impulsively." Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Susan, he dashed to a secluded corner. The black battle suit materialized, and Lin Feng soared into the sky, leaving a series of sonic booms in his wake. Soon, he ascended beyond the atmosphere, entering outer space. The sunlight washed over him, and the anger within began to dissipate. "System." Lin Feng closed his eyes and called out. "Is there something wrong with my body?" He harbored some suspicions but was not entirely certain. The system remained silent, merely displaying a video. The footage depicted Lin Feng in the DC universe, standing before a portal with Diana and others. On the other side of the portal loomed Darkseid and his minions. The camera zoomed in, and Lin Feng observed intently. The mother box was separated, and the portal was slowly closing. Yet, the individuals in the scene were oblivious to a nearly invisible black line creeping towards them from the portal, which subsequently latched onto Lin Feng in silence. The video concluded at this juncture, leaving Lin Feng with a somber expression, although clarity resided within his mind. As he had surmised, someone had manipulated the situation. Was it the exile? Lin Feng murmured to himself. At that moment, the system made its presence known. Indeed, it was the exile. I had cautioned you to be wary of the exile. Is this how you exercise caution? The system questioned with a hint of irritation. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had just emerged from a fierce battle. How could I have noticed such a minuscule black line? Why did you not alert me? You must have detected it at that time, correct? Lin Feng retorted, shifting the blame onto the system. Since the system possessed this footage, it clearly had identified the black line yet failed to provide a timely warning, which felt rather unfair. A cold chuckle escaped the system. Not alerting you was intended to instill caution. After experiencing a setback, you will be more vigilant in the future. I have previously stated that every exile should not be underestimated. The system continued. They do not frequently appear, but when they do, they ensnare the unwary, like yourself. The system's remarks left Lin Feng momentarily speechless. All right, I concede. It was indeed my oversight, Lin Feng admitted, scratching his head. He recognized that the fault lay primarily with him. Despite possessing superhuman abilities, his combat experience and attitude towards adversaries required further development and refinement. The system's approach was justifiable. Only through experiencing setbacks can one truly learn. What exactly is this black line? Lin Feng inquired. Why do I feel an incessant, malevolent fire within me? Upon hearing Lin Feng acknowledge his error, the system ceased its relentless probing. The goal of instilling caution had been achieved, and it was also for Lin Feng's rapid growth. It is a form of dark magic, the system elucidated. It can infinitely amplify the 7 deadly sins within a being: gluttony, greed, pride, sloth, lust, envy, and wrath. Can even a superhuman be affected? Lin Feng could not help but ask. As long as you harbor these desires, you will be influenced. When the host experiences feelings of anger, the dark magic will magnify them endlessly until you are entirely consumed by rage, under its dominion. This bears a striking resemblance to the magic that controlled Clark. After this explanation, Lin Feng comprehended the situation entirely. Upon returning, he had learned of Susan's incident, which had ignited feelings of anger within him. Thus, the dark magic had triggered, amplifying his rage to an extreme. Fortunately, he had not completely lost control. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a sense of dread. If he had truly lost control, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Was it not likely that countless necks would fall victim to his wrath? Is there a solution? Lin Feng inquired of the system. Since the system had not alerted him, it must possess a remedy. Otherwise, one would not foolishly fall into the trap. The system provided a solution. Indeed, the system would not genuinely expose itself to peril. In the shop, a bottle of the blessing potion was priced at an astonishing 500,000 reputation points, capable of neutralizing dark magic. Lin Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What on earth is so exorbitantly priced? A mere bottle of potion costs 500,000 reputation points?" He could not help but grumble. Is this not a case of taking advantage of misfortune? Oh, dog system, is there no other alternative? Despite possessing tens of millions of reputation points, Lin Feng was unwilling to be taken advantage of. The system rolled its eyes in response. Think it's too expensive? If you find it so, go seek out the Ancient One. She can also dispel the dark magic afflicting you, provided she is inclined to assist. Lin Feng grimaced at the system's retort. He believed the Ancient One would not refuse him, especially after he had gifted her a packet of tea previously. Opening the system, he purchased another packet of Life Tree Leaf Tea. A single packet was merely priced at 50,000 reputation points. Lin Feng reasoned that it was entirely reasonable to bring a token of goodwill when seeking assistance. Why would I spend 500,000 on a problem that can be resolved for 50,000? He stored the tea in the system's warehouse and set off towards the Himalayas on Blue Star. He recalled that the Ancient One's stronghold, Kamartaj, was located there. As he approached the Himalayan range, Lin Feng noticed a radiant light appearing not far ahead, followed by a golden portal, a teleportation gate. He halted midair, clicking his tongue. This portal was undoubtedly conjured by the Ancient One. Without further hesitation, he soared towards the portal. Upon nearing it, Lin Feng beheld the Ancient One seated at a tea table, smiling warmly at him. Evidently, she was aware of his impending visit. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Feng entered the portal and landed gracefully on the ground. "I know your purpose, Lin Feng," the Ancient One remarked with a smile, inviting him to take a seat and pouring him a cup of tea. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, yet internally he continued to grumble. Yet again, it was the customary grand entrance from a powerful figure. With the time stone, the Ancient One could perceive both the past and the future. To be honest, Lin Feng felt a twinge of envy. Chapter 44. Addressing personal issues. Stark Industries' public relations department took a step back as Lin Feng took the cup of tea and drank it in one swift motion. The tea was scalding, yet for a being of his caliber, it posed no challenge. Even boiling water would inflict no harm upon him. After finishing his tea, Lin Feng retrieved the tea leaves he had recently purchased from the system's warehouse. "Master, I have brought a gift," he chuckled, presenting the tea leaves to Gui. She glanced at them and shook her head with a bemused smile. She understood Lin Feng's intentions. "Even without a gift, I would still assist you. I knew from the moment you departed this world." After a moment's hesitation, Gui accepted the tea leaves. The origin of Lin Feng's tea was a mystery, and Gui attempted to discern its source, only to be met with an impenetrable darkness on the screen. "You need not worry. The dark magic you've been afflicted with is not overly complicated," she assured him, recognizing Lin Feng's impatient nature. She did not expect the young man to possess the patience to remain calm. "Behold," Gui exclaimed as she extended her hands, weaving symbols that were indecipherable to Lin Feng. As she moved, a golden magic circle materialized, continuously rotating and transforming. The array gradually approached Lin Feng, and he felt an unsettling sensation as if something within him was being extricated. Before long, with a swift motion of her right hand, Gui pulled back, extracting a fine black thread from Lin Feng's body. This thread emanated dark mist, hovering in the air, ensnared by the magic circle. After scrutinizing it closely, Gui opened a portal and discarded the black thread into it. As the thread departed his body, Lin Feng felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The ever-present malevolence dissipated entirely. "I have banished it to the dimension of darkness," Gui stated. "It will no longer affect you, rest assured." Her actions bore significance, as all forms of dark magic were likely to be of little concern to Dormammu, making the disposal of such rubbish acceptable. Seeing Gui handle the situation with such ease, Lin Feng also exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the dark magic of the exile was no match for Gui. "Thank you once again, Master," Lin Feng expressed with a bow. Gui, however, shook her head, her expression laden with meaning. "Assisting you is akin to aiding the Blue Planet. You will play a significant role in the future, Lin Feng." Lin Feng listened, only half comprehending her words. Having perused the original text, he could vaguely surmise her implications. The future likely referred to the events of Avengers, Infinity War, or Endgame. Within the Marvel Universe, the most significant crisis facing the Blue Planet thus far stemmed from the formidable Thanos. Lin Feng was uncertain of his own strength against Thanos, but based on the cinematic portrayal, it seemed he could withstand a few of Thanos' attacks. With this thought, Lin Feng felt a modicum of reassurance. The only concern that lingered was whether his arrival would incite an even greater butterfly effect. Though no immediate signs were evident, he sensed that such an effect was inevitable. Upon his arrival at Marvel, he undertook several actions that inadvertently altered certain storylines. This was not his intention, yet the course of events was beyond his control. The very moment he became part of Marvel, it was inevitable that the narrative would shift. Only with ample preparation could he confront the unforeseen tempest stirred by the butterfly effect. Bidding farewell to the Ancient One, Lin Feng soared towards Tony Stark's villa. Having resolved his own predicament, it was now time to address Susan's issues. Tony happened to be at his residence, and he welcomed Lin Feng's arrival with open arms. "Lin, you've returned?" Tony exclaimed, seated in the living room as he observed Lin Feng descending from the sky and entering the house. Lin Feng, not one for pleasantries, promptly took a seat on the sofa and poured himself a generous half-glass of wine. Before departing for DC, he had informed Tony Stark that he would be away for a few days, though he did not disclose his destination. After sipping from his glass, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, noticing some alterations in Tony's arc reactor, which now emitted a triangular glow. "You managed to create it?" Lin Feng pointed at the reactor on Tony's chest, smiling. "Congratulations." With an expression of nonchalance, Tony replied, "Of course I did. Who do you think I am?" "The genius inventor, Tony Stark." He continued, I have a pretty good idea why you've come to see me. It's about Susan, isn't it? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at the second tactical retreat of the day. How does everyone seem to know what I'm here for? He mused, shaking his head in exasperation. Susan is still at home, shedding tears. He noted that Tony appeared somewhat hesitant. Stark Industries has already begun public relations efforts. I should have addressed the matter immediately, but Lin, you might not be aware that I've been rather preoccupied lately with that. Tony gestured animatedly. A burly man insisted on engaging me in a mech battle. So, Lin Feng interrupted, nodding, I understand. Tony, I'm not holding you accountable. Tony's predicament had already made headlines, with Ivan Vanko and Hammer Industries replicating his mech designs. However, Vanko had never genuinely intended to collaborate with Hammer Industries. He controlled a multitude of mechs, unleashing a barrage of sparks as he pursued Tony. This mirrored the storyline of Iron Man 2, unfolding precisely during these days, resulting in Tony being unable to address many pressing matters. Tony nodded, visibly relieved. He expressed his concerns about Lin Feng possibly blaming him for not intervening to quell the rumors. Indeed, Tony Stark had been incredibly busy in recent days, juggling the development of a new arc reactor and contending with Vanko's schemes, leaving him overwhelmed. The public relations situation will soon yield results, Tony continued. JARVIS has identified all the principal individuals behind the slander. I believe that by tomorrow, the authorities will have them all locked away. As for you, as a superhero, would you consider making a statement? Rumors have attributed half of the scandal to Tony Stark, while the other half has implicated Superman. Lin Feng nodded, as Superman. It was only fitting for him to step forward. Even though Susan was not his girlfriend, he felt compelled to assist the innocent in clarifying the truth. I sought you out for this purpose. I believe merely explaining the incident may lack credibility. What do you mean? Lin Feng's words left Tony somewhat perplexed. I envision you and I creating a video to post on the forum, Lin Feng elucidated. Oh, come on. I never engage in such activities. Tony squinted in exasperation. It's beneath my dignity, you understand? He refused. I mean, it's so lowbrow. After being rebuffed, Lin Feng remained silent, merely gazing at the arc reactor on Tony's chest. Is the tea good? He inquired. Tony was momentarily taken aback, his eyelids twitching slightly. He discerned the underlying message in Lin Feng's words. I'll provide you with tea to neutralize the poison and information to create new elements. You're unwilling to film a video now? All right, Lin, you're an exception. Tony raised his hands in surrender, just this once. He held up a finger. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. No problem. The two happily outlined the video's content, with Jarvis tasked to film. The process lasted approximately an hour, as Tony frequently complained that he did not appear handsome enough on screen, leading to 2 retakes. By the time they concluded, it was already the early hours of the morning. Lin Feng chose not to return home or stay at Tony's villa. Ever since acquiring his own residence, he felt reluctant to inhabit someone else's space, which struck him as oddly unsettling. Moreover, as long as the sun shone, he felt invigorated. Regardless of whether he had gone days without sleep, time swiftly advanced to the following day. Early in the morning, Stark Industries' public relations department sprang into action. Legal letters and statements circulated across various forums, meticulously enumerating the key individuals behind the dissemination of rumors. Even the identities and photos of these pivotal figures were released, albeit with their identities obscured, accompanied by a declaration that accountability would be pursued relentlessly. This left the onlookers somewhat bewildered. Historically, even when Tony Stark found himself embroiled in tabloid scandals, he rarely found it necessary to clarify matters. It was uncommon for public relations to intervene. Although the scale of the current rumor was indeed substantial, some astute netizens had begun to suspect that there was more to the story. The central figure of the incident, Susan Carter, might possess a background unknown to them. Amidst the scrutiny of countless internet users, several of the orchestrators behind the incident were swiftly apprehended. Footage of the arrest surfaced, revealing John being taken away by police at the BBC radio station, his terrified screams echoing as he was mercilessly ushered into a police vehicle. Flora, too, did not escape the clutches of the law, her expression one of bewilderment and disbelief. Throughout this entire rumor-mongering episode, neither had made a public appearance. Even when they enlisted the services of sailors, Flora had cautiously insisted that John conduct transactions using cryptocurrency. Why were the police at their door so swiftly? She could not comprehend. John continued to shout for someone to make a call, his heart filled with hope that his uncle would come to his rescue. However, What he could not see was that his uncle stood not far away, his face clouded with a grim expression, silently watching him being taken away. Unbeknownst to John, his uncle had already received the information. Stark Industries had exerted immense pressure on the authorities regarding this matter. It was a situation far beyond the resolution of a mere radio station boss. Chapter 45. The final verdict and revelation of identity. The rumors surrounding Susan emerged swiftly and dissipated just as rapidly. Had it not been for the involvement of Iron Man and Superman, the onlookers would have remained oblivious to Susan's true identity. Within a mere morning, several principal instigators were apprehended. Among them, the two masterminds, John and Flora, were detained with no possibility of bail, regardless of the financial means available. The remaining disseminators of falsehoods were undergoing investigation, awaiting the determination of their specific penalties. The swiftness of the arrests left the spectators utterly astonished. Major rumor platforms and news headlines were also undergoing a thorough purge. It was only when a particular video ascended to the front pages of various forums, swiftly gaining top-tier certification, that the matter reached its definitive conclusion and the incident was quelled. At that moment, within Lin Feng's villa, Susan sat vacantly on the sofa. Sky, nearby, was engrossed with her laptop, occasionally updating Susan on their progress. Suddenly, upon spotting the pinned video, Sky froze. She removed her headphones and switched to speaker mode. Susan, look quickly. Stark actually recorded a video to clarify things. Oh my goodness, does your little man possess such power? Sky marveled at the video title and comments, intrigued. The fact that Tony Stark had made a video to set the record straight piqued her immense curiosity regarding Lin Feng's identity. She slid the laptop before Susan and clicked the play button. Together, they began to watch. The footage was remarkably clear, showcasing Tony Stark seated centrally on the screen. Clad in casual attire, his expression bore a hint of seriousness. Leaning forward, he inquired, "Jarvis, are we live?" "Yes, sir," came the reply. "Excellent." Tony clapped his hands, announcing the commencement of the video. "Ahem, I suppose no introduction is necessary," he began, addressing the camera. "I believe no one here is unfamiliar with me. Initially, I had no intention of recording this video, but to assist a dear friend, I resolved to do so. Recently, there has been considerable attention on the rumors concerning Susan Carter. It seems some individuals have lost their senses. Susan is the partner of my friend. How dare you suggest she is clinging to me?" Tony questioned with a furrowed brow. "Let us momentarily set aside how ludicrous this situation is, for I trust that when this video is released, those rumor mongers will be apprehended. Those acquainted with me know that I typically refrain from directly addressing gossip about myself, as I am indifferent to its veracity. However, this incident warrants a different approach. You desire the truth, do you not? I shall reveal it to you." On that day, the vehicle that picked up Miss Susan Carter indeed belonged to Stark Industries, and the driver was happy, this I concede. What I must emphasize is that one of our young shareholders was experiencing love for the first time. Lacking experience, I arranged an evening outing for him. Is there anything wrong with that? I find it difficult to comprehend how you all seem to have nothing better to do. How could such matters have been distorted into rumors that have persisted until now? The truth is that Susan's boyfriend is a shareholder of Stark Industries, and he has unrestricted access to the company vehicles, whether for picking up his girlfriend or otherwise. I caution those who are unaware of their boundaries. Susan Carter is a family member of a shareholder at Stark Industries. Speak only with evidence in hand. As for the crude synthetic images and the so-called textual truths you have presented, they elicit nothing but laughter from me. They are utterly juvenile. Tony Stark persistently elaborated on the intricacies of the situation in the video, while the viewer count soared. Regarding the final inquiry about Miss Susan Carter and the rumors concerning Superman, Tony Stark suddenly burst into laughter. As for this rumor, it likely diverges from your imagination in significant ways. I dare say the truth is something you could never have anticipated. As he spoke, Tony rose from his chair and aimed the camera toward the side. Miss Susan Carter's boyfriend is not only a shareholder of Stark Industries, but also someone you are exceedingly familiar with. How shall I put it? Let him explain himself. Tony directed the camera towards Lin Feng. Come on, Lin, say hello. In the frame appeared Lin Feng, clad in a sleek black suit and sporting a pair of slender-framed glasses. He appeared tall and elegant, reminiscent of a young CEO from a television drama. Some had already recognized him as the man mistakenly identified as the driver in the rumors. However, it has now been clarified that the driver is happy, while he is indeed a shareholder of Stark Industries and Susan Carter's boyfriend. Lin Feng smiled at the camera and greeted, "Hello everyone. I didn't expect to appear before you in this manner. Without further ado, I shall address the matter of your concern regarding why Susan always manages to capture news about Superman. I believe I have a significant say in this. Lin Feng candidly unraveled the truth behind the second rumor in the video. In his villa, Sky glanced at Susan with a hint of envy and remarked, "Your boyfriend is a shareholder of Stark Industries? Well, that explains how he can afford a villa." Sky admitted to feeling somewhat envious. Susan smiled awkwardly. She had not disclosed much information about Lin Feng to her. Although their relationship is very close, she respects Lin Feng's personal privacy. Let us continue watching the video. Susan redirected the conversation. On screen, Lin Feng continued speaking. He revealed that Susan and Superman had known each other long before Superman rose to fame. Their acquaintance stemmed from an unforeseen incident, the details of which I cannot reveal here. I can only assert that 99 of the recent statements about Susan are false. I hope the citizens refrain from following trends and, more importantly, from disseminating those rumors, lest they attract the attention of the authorities. Lin Feng wore a smile. His words laced with subtle mockery, the implications unmistakable. However, some viewers of the video regarded it with skepticism. The reason was simple. Although Lin Feng was a shareholder in Stark Industries, he lacked personal credibility and fame. This exemplifies the idea that a person of little renown has words that carry little weight. People are unlikely to believe in the statements of someone they do not recognize. Lin Feng was well aware of this fact and had previously conferred with Tony. It was time to make a significant revelation. As the video continued, Lin Feng paused thoughtfully. I am certain many of you do not know me, and thus might be reluctant to accept my words. You may wonder how I know that Superman and Susan are already well acquainted. Some might even pity me, thinking my girlfriend spends all her time with Superman. To such sentiments, I can only respond that I feel no jealousy. He acknowledged that his identity as a shareholder of Stark Industries might be unfamiliar to many. Yet another aspect of his identity would be recognizable to most viewers. As his voice faded, those watching the video were left in confusion. Could it be that Susan's boyfriend, aside from being a Stark Industries shareholder, held another identity? Sitting in her villa, Susan began to harbor suspicions, her gaze fixed on the screen. Yet a sense of unease took root in her heart. In the next moment, Lin Feng removed his glasses and took off his ring. Instantly, a wave of familiarity washed over the crowd. Countless citizens felt they recognized his face, as if they had seen it somewhere before, yet they could not place it. The answer soon emerged. As Lin Feng shed his glasses and ring, he began to levitate slowly into the air. In the following instant, a black suit enveloped his entire form, the large emblem signifying his true identity. As he donned the attire of Superman, the citizens gaped at the screen in astonishment. Screams of disbelief echoing around them. On that day, the exclamations of "Oh my God!" resounded throughout the area. No one could have anticipated that this dashing young man was the superhero frequently featured in the news, Superman. Even more astonishing was the fact that Superman had voluntarily revealed his identity in connection with this matter. The shareholder of Stark Industries and the victim of slander, Susan's boyfriend, was indeed Superman. Chapter 46, A New Mission. The director's precious asset explodes. Lin Feng voluntarily revealed his identity as Superman, feeling there was no longer any need for concealment. Besides affirming his own existence, the public's awareness of his identity would grant him greater exposure, accelerating the growth of his renown. The rumors surrounding Susan swiftly subsided as both Superman and Iron Man publicly addressed the matter. There was no more compelling clarification or truth than this. Countless citizens, previously swayed by the rumors, were now filled with remorse towards Susan. They spontaneously issued apologies across various online platforms and forums. Even the radio stations that had reported the rumors did not shy away from extending their apologies. From Stark Industries' intervention to Lin Feng's self-disclosure and the event's complete resolution, it all transpired in less than a day. The authorities of the city issued a statement declaring that the two principal conspirators, John and Flora, would face a minimum of 10 years in prison. Amidst the cheers of countless citizens, the incident officially came to a close. Following this, Susan did not return to BBC Radio. She would forever remember the true faces of her colleagues who once greeted her with smiles during her time of distress. The thought alone made her queasy. Thus, she declined the BBC's invitation for her return. With Lin Feng's support, Susan decided to embark on her own path, dedicating herself to writing reports on superheroes. She even established a forum and video site for this purpose. Thanks to real-time updates and entertaining news related to Superman and Stark Industries, the website quickly became a focal point for citizens enamored with superheroes. The astute Susan occasionally conducted live broadcasts, showcasing Lin Feng's daily life, which significantly boosted the website's traffic. Lin Feng was delighted, as the increased attention to the site also contributed to his growing renown. The more citizens focused on Lin Feng, the faster his prestige ascended. After the conclusion of this incident, Lin Feng enjoyed several months of tranquility. Throughout this time, he amassed nearly 20 million points of prestige by tackling various disasters. Coupled with the acclaim generated from Susan's website and the superhero forum, Lin Feng's prestige evidently surpassed the remarkable threshold of 60 million. He was quite satisfied, as he was now closer than ever to redeeming the Silver Superman template. It is noteworthy that during this period, Nick Fury reached out to Lin Feng, mentioning a colossal hammer that had fallen from the sky, embedded in the ground and impossible to remove. He expressed a desire for Lin Feng to attempt to lift it. Lin Feng decisively declined, expressing little interest in the endeavor. He merely informed Nick Fury that the hammer belonged to Thor, suggesting he investigate Norse mythology for further details. Familiar with the narrative, Lin Feng understood the situation well. Odin's misguided eldest son had been exiled to Earth for training. Nevertheless, Lin Feng harbored no interest in the matter whatsoever. He was indifferent to whether he could lift Thor's hammer. It seemed unnecessary and rather dull. Whether he could or could not had no bearing on Lin Feng's prowess. Instead of contemplating such trivialities, he would much prefer to spend quality time with Susan at home. After months of effort, Susan's website had finally found its footing, establishing a mature and stable workflow. She had assembled a small team and delegated most of the tasks, allowing her to return to her previous passion, spending her days taking photographs alongside Lin Feng. Noticing that Susan had finally found some leisure, Lin Feng could no longer suppress the ideas he had conceived during his time in the DC universe. He whisked Susan away to the seaside to bask in the sun. Being young, they were instantly in sync and promptly set off, taking a flight to the Maldives. Lin Feng switched off both of their phones, determined to indulge in a carefree adventure. For the next few days, there would be no superheroes or reporters, only Lin Feng and Susan. They engaged in deep-sea fishing, diving, sailing, exploring underwater villas, riding banana boats, and jet skiing. They relished every available activity. The pristine white sands and the azure waters captivated them, and they even spotted pink dolphins. They were thoroughly exhilarated, enjoying each moment to the fullest, capturing a plethora of beautiful photographs together. This was the essence of a normal couple's life. Lin Feng mused. If it weren't for the unexpected arrival of a certain individual, he believed he and Susan could have continued their escapade for another fortnight. Sitting on the beach, he gazed in disbelief at a Quinjet descending from the sky. The hatch opened, and Natasha leaped out, striding directly toward Lin Feng. His mouth twitched in annoyance as he couldn't help but utter a sarcastic remark. "Oh, is that not the pizza delivery girl? Swapping the electric scooter for a jet to deliver? Can you even cover the fuel costs?" Lin Feng leaned forward, mockingly gesturing towards the Quinjet. To his surprise, Natasha did not retort. Instead, she fixed him with a serious gaze. "Lin Feng, we are in trouble." The corner of Lin Feng's eye twitched. "What does that have to do with me? I'm on vacation with Susan. The Tesseract has been stolen." Natasha continued, unfazed. "The thief is Loki. His brother, Thor, has also arrived on Earth. You are aware of the Tesseract and that the hammer belongs to Thor. We know you can assist us. Although we are uncertain of Loki's intentions with the Tesseract, we are certain they are nefarious. Lin Feng, we need your abilities." Her words flowed forth rapidly, like a machine gun. Lin Feng scratched his head. "All right then. Isn't this the plot of the first Avengers movie? Has it come to that so quickly?" Just as he was about to respond, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! A new mission has been activated. Task objective: expel the Chitauri Legion invading Blue Star time limit. 3 days reward 110 million reputation points reward 2. Determined by the number of Chitauri defeated by the host penalty." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What a delightful task. Another opportunity for 10 million reputation points. "Lin Feng," Natasha called out, noticing his silence. Lin Feng snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. "No problem. I will accompany you. Wait a moment, let me inform Susan." Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Natasha exhaled in relief. With Superman's assistance, the task would be considerably easier. "I'll be waiting for you in the aircraft," Natasha said, nodding again. "Hurry, we don't have much time." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Returning to the suite, he found Susan and briefly explained the situation, having grown accustomed to Lin Feng's tendency to resolve various crises. Susan expressed her desire to join him for photographs as before. However, Lin Feng unexpectedly declined her request. This situation is far more perilous than merely extinguishing a fire or rescuing a ship caught in a storm. The Chitauri Legion, armed and dangerous, poses a significant threat to an ordinary person like you. Thus, he urged Susan to remain in the Maldives until he resolved the issue and returned for her. Understanding and compassionate, Susan nodded in agreement. Although she possessed the precious Superman wristband bestowed by Lin Feng, she recognized its immense value. If sold, it could fetch an astounding sum, likely in the 11 or 12 digits. She certainly did not wish to squander such a treasure on this endeavor. After bidding farewell to Susan, Lin Feng boarded the Quinjet. The aircraft ascended slowly towards the location of the mothership. Inside, Natasha was recounting the current intelligence to Lin Feng, who listened half-heartedly while his mind wandered, reflecting on the storyline. Having watched the first Avengers film, his memory of specific scenes was somewhat hazy. What stood out most vividly was the beginning of the film, where the Mad Titan began his quest for the Infinity Stones. This marked the gradual formation of the Avengers. At this juncture, Tony Stark, Captain America, and Bruce were likely aboard the mothership, perhaps even engaged in a battle there? Lin Feng pondered, activating his supervision and hearing to scan the area ahead of the Quinjet. Upon doing so, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Natasha, Lin Feng began. What is it? Natasha, interrupted mid-sentence, turned her gaze to him. Does your director's mothership have a fireworks system? Black Widow looked at him with confusion. What kind of absurd question is that? Why would there be a fireworks system on the mothership? Lin Feng sighed, continuing, if not, it appears the mothership has exploded. Chapter 47. The invasion begins as the group arrived. Black Widow's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. She promptly ordered the pilots of the fighter jets to return at maximum speed. Lin Feng sighed and stated, open the hatch. I shall go ahead. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of his previous leap from a plane in the DC universe. This damn sense of familiarity, the hatch of the fighter jet opened, and Lin Feng leaped out, soaring towards the celestial mothership at a speed several times greater than that of the Quinjet. In an instant, he vanished from Natasha's sight. Meanwhile, aboard the mothership, a series of explosions erupted. Hawkeye had infiltrated the vessel, causing the primary engine to stall. The mothership began to tilt at a visibly alarming rate as a cadre of superheroes rallied to fend off the invaders. The Hulk was rampaging wildly, wreaking havoc, while Thor had been ambushed by Loki and imprisoned in a large metallic box, cast away from the mothership. Captain America was engaged in a fierce struggle with several controlled soldiers. Tony Stark, acting as a makeshift engine, was desperately attempting to repair the malfunctioning engine. When Lin Feng arrived, the Hulk was in the midst of dismantling a fighter jet. The pilot had successfully ejected, but the Hulk was sent plummeting from the sky due to an explosion. Lin Feng paid him no mind. The Hulk's resilience would see him through. He swiftly flew to the engine, dispatching the soldiers embroiled in combat with Captain America with powerful punches. Grabbing the control lever, he yanked it down. The engine's speed began to decelerate, allowing Tony to escape from beneath, freeing himself from the predicament. Had he been a second later, he might have perished. As Iron Man ascended aboard the mothership, his helmet retracted, revealing his face. Lin, where have you been? Your phone was off. Tony gasped for breath. Lin Feng replied with a grin, I went on vacation. I never expected that in just a few days you would be secretly setting off fireworks in the sky without me. That is not funny at all, Lin. Tony exclaimed, throwing up his hands. Captain, allow me to introduce you. The most powerful being on Blue Planet, Superman. I tell you, no creature on Blue Planet can withstand even a single punch from him. And I'm not exaggerating. Even your elderly physique would struggle to endure his strike. Tony pulled Lin Feng over to introduce him to Captain America, albeit in a rather unfriendly manner. Lin Feng nodded to Captain America, offering a greeting. Hello, Steve Rogers. Captain America ignored Tony entirely. After spending several hours in each other's company, he had formed his own opinions about Tony's character. Hello, Lin Feng responded, acknowledging him. Following their brief exchange, the three entered the mothership. The situation was dire. Loki had already escaped, taking his scepter with him. Natasha had also arrived, soothing the recently revived Hawkeye. The fierce battle had left Nick Fury's celestial mothership nearly defenseless. Upon their return, the disgruntled Nick Fury tossed a stack of bloodied cards onto the table. Agent Coulson has passed away. This revelation emerged from the contents of his jacket pocket. As Captain America gazed at the card, he fell silent. The card bore various illustrations of Captain America, a testament to Coulson's devotion as a fan, meticulously collected over the years. Tragically, he never had the chance to ask for an autograph. At this juncture, Black Egg also spotted Lin Feng. He nodded towards Lin Feng, aware that there was no time for a proper greeting. Lin Feng understood Black Egg's intentions. He aimed to unite the group through these cards to fulfill his Avengers initiative. The effect unfolded precisely as he had envisioned. After a few exchanges, Tony abruptly turned to leave. Black Egg recognized that Tony was intrigued. He glanced back at Lin Feng, and the implication was clear. Seeing Black Egg's gaze, Lin Feng shrugged, signaling, "Don't look at me. I have no intention of joining any Avengers team." He was aware of his own prowess and had previously warned them that the Tesseract would only bring calamity. Lin Feng and Black Egg locked eyes, neither yielding an inch. After a moment, Black Egg sighed, "We need to consolidate our strength. I do not require it." Lin Feng retorted sharply, raising an eyebrow. The combined might of the Avengers would not suffice against him. Why would he need their assistance? Very well. Black Egg cast a glance at the contemplative Captain America. At the very least, they needed. The awkward conversation concluded, and Lin Feng led Captain America to find Tony. "I know where he is," Lin Feng declared. Tony raised an eyebrow. "You do?" Lin Feng nodded. "Loki requires energy to activate the Tesseract. He intends to lead an alien race to invade Earth, and for this endeavor, he demands offerings and a grand procession. He aspires to stand at the pinnacle, ensuring his name resonates across the skies. So where do you think he would be?" After stating this, Lin Feng pointedly gestured towards Tony's arc reactor, hinting at the implications. Tony's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. With a curse, he dashed off to repair his marked suit. Once the information was confirmed, the group prepared hastily, commandeering a Quinjet and setting off towards Stark Tower without informing Black Egg. However, the others, apart from Lin Feng, were unaware that this was all part of his expectations. The group raced towards Loki's location. Lin Feng and Tony had already arrived at Stark Tower, while Captain America and the others lagged behind in a rather sluggish manner. The pace was so lethargic that even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. At that moment, Loki's spatial device was nearing completion, and he stood atop Stark Tower, silently observing the approaching Lin Feng and Tony. Exchanging a knowing glance, Tony and Lin Feng began their descent. Tony landed on the dismantling platform, and with a series of clicks, Jarvis controlled the mechanical arms to assist him in removing his armor. Lin Feng, however, was the first to stride into the building, beckoning Loki to follow him inside. Loki, at this moment, wore an expression of unwavering confidence. "Pray tell, are you here to applaud my humanity?" Lin Feng scoffed. "I regret to inform you that we are here to threaten you." Tony turned, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Buddy, how dare you steal my lines?" Loki brandished his scepter, gesturing dismissively at Lin Feng. "And who might you be?" Lin Feng replied with a smirk. "The renowned god of mischief is unaware of my identity? It seems you did not conduct your research before arriving on Blue Star." At this remark, Loki's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening. "You know me?" he inquired. "Loki, the god of mischief, son of Odin, am I correct?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, accurately revealing Loki's identity. Loki's eyes flickered. He was taken aback to discover a human on Blue Star who recognized him. Yet, such knowledge was inconsequential. Soon, the Tesseract would open a portal. And when the Chitauri legions descended, everything would fall under his dominion. "Even if you are aware of my existence, it changes nothing," Loki declared. "The Chitauri are assembling. Our fate is already sealed." As if to corroborate Loki's words, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. A resonating hum accompanied the tremors that shook Stark Tower. It was the Tesseract. The teleportation device unleashed a colossal beam of blue light into the heavens. High above, a swirling blue vortex gradually materialized. The invasion of the Chitauri had officially commenced. Countless Chitauri plummeted from the sky, accompanied by the enormous Leviathan beasts. Panic ensued as citizens screamed and fled. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, a scene straight out of a sci-fi film depicting an alien invasion of Blue Star. Screams and explosions reverberated through the air. The captain and his team have arrived. Tony observed the Quinjet outside, recognizing it as belonging to the captain and his allies. His expression turned grave as he turned to Lin Feng. "Lin, it is time for us to spring into action." Chapter 48. The amplification of the Mind Stone. Lin Feng soared towards the portal, while Tony's expression grew serious as he turned to face him. "Lin, it is time for us to act." Just as Lin Feng was about to nod in agreement, Loki approached and abruptly interrupted the two. "I fear you may not have that opportunity." He advanced step by step towards them. "The Chitauri have brought an entire legion. Humanity stands no chance whatsoever. You might as well quietly observe." I offer you the chance to bow before me and express your gratitude to the great Loki. With that, Loki tilted his head back, ready to receive their praise and thanks. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you, Tony retorted, rolling his eyes. This self-proclaimed god seemed to be lacking in intellect. He donned a locator bracelet and summoned J-A-R-V-I-S to prepare his new armor. I believe it is you who should be the one to submit. Have you forgotten that we still have the Hulk? Tony scoffed. Your so-called legion is insignificant when faced with the Hulk. Oh? Loki tilted his head, his expression darkening. The two before him were rather oblivious to their situation. With this in mind, Loki had no qualms about sending them on their way. A devious smile spread across his face as he had a sudden thought. He pointed his scepter towards Tony Stark. The Hulk, is it? How about you deal with that behemoth? With that, he aimed the scepter directly at Tony's chest. A resounding clang echoed through the air. Tony was not under Loki's control. Loki stood momentarily stunned. Still in disbelief, he jabbed the scepter once more. Yet it yielded no response. Lin Feng watched from the side, barely able to suppress his laughter. He too had chuckled at this scene when he first witnessed it in a theater. You attempt to control someone's arc reactor. It's unsurprising that there would be no reaction. Seeing Loki raise the scepter again for another attempt, Lin Feng stepped forward and snatched it away. He had no desire to continue this fruitless conversation with Loki. There were numerous accomplishments awaiting his attention. Have you had your fill, god of mischief? Await your brother's loving lesson. With that, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick, sending Loki plummeting from the top of Stark Tower. He was indifferent to Loki's fate. After all, he was a god. And such a height would not be fatal for him. With Loki dealt with, Lin Feng turned to Tony and nodded. Tony, let us commence our operation. Tony responded affirmatively as the latest Mark VII armor swiftly adorned him. Once equipped, Tony ascended into the skies, analyzing data on the Chitauri legions. Lin Feng remained grounded, contemplating the scepter in his grasp. If memory served correctly, the head of the scepter was embedded with one of the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone. System. Can the scepter be stored in the system space? Lin Feng inquired. Now that the scepter was in his possession, it belonged to him. Consider it a token of Loki's transgressions. However, the system responded that it could not be done. The Infinity Stones could not be stored in the system space. Undeterred by this answer, Lin Feng resolutely twisted off the stone from the head of the scepter. With a forceful strike from his palm, the shell shattered instantaneously, revealing a radiant yellow Mind Stone. Since it could not be stored within the system's space, Lin Feng decided to embed it into the Superman wristband. The Mind Stone, now devoid of its vessel, emitted a gentle glow. Grasping it in his hand, Lin Feng felt no discomfort. The stone gradually moved closer to the wristband, causing rippling waves to dance across its surface. With a crisp sound, the gem was secured onto the wristband. In an instant, a burst of yellow light radiated from the wristband, coursing through Lin Feng's body. He couldn't help but emit a soft hum, feeling an energy erupting from his wrist, washing over him. Simultaneously, his acute senses informed him that his abilities were gradually amplifying. Most notably, his supervision and superhearing had significantly intensified. After a brief moment, the gem settled into stillness. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling quite satisfactory. The energy of the Infinity Stone seemed to function similarly to solar radiation, albeit at a much swifter pace than basking in the sun on Earth, continuously enhancing Lin Feng's abilities. He felt grateful to Loki for sending such a remarkable gift from afar. Now, two gems adorned his wristband, the yellow Mind Stone and a special red kryptonite. With the energy from the Mind Stone, Lin Feng felt confident that he could defeat the corrupted Clark without needing to utilize the red kryptonite. Launching himself from the Stark Tower, he soared into the chaos outside, where flames of battle engulfed the skies. The Chitauri Legion poured forth relentlessly from the Azure portals. The roars of Leviathan beasts echoed across several blocks. It was time for Lin Feng to showcase his prowess. With a swift leap, he targeted several isolated Chitauri with a blast of red heat vision. The struck Chitauri fell without resistance, disintegrating under the intensity of the heat ray. The Chitauri forces retaliated, unleashing blue energy blasts towards Lin Feng, all of which he deftly dodged. Occasionally, one would strike him, yet he remained unfazed, his battle suit sustaining no damage. His shadow darted through the air above the fray, unleashing heat rays as if they were free. Unfortunately, Lin Feng lacked any extensive area-clearing abilities to eliminate large swathes of the Chitauri army at once. Thus, he continued delivering powerful punches and kicks, interspersed with heat rays. As numerous Chitauri fell before him, the Chitauri soon recognized the formidable blue-skinned adversary, sending wave after wave of squads against Lin Feng with reckless abandon. This, however, eased some pressure off Iron Man and the others. Yet, even for Superman, the relentless combat began to induce feelings of annoyance and fatigue. Although the Chitauri's combat prowess seemed akin to that of ants in Lin Feng's eyes, even an overabundance of ants could wear down one's time and energy. The relentless heat of the thermal rays made Lin Feng's eyes somewhat uncomfortable. "Lin, I am in trouble." Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. Iron Man was confronted by the Leviathan beast, and his laser weapon could not breach its defenses. Lin Feng understood the gravity of the situation. This was a call for assistance. He immediately activated his supervision. "I see you, Tony." Lin Feng responded, swiftly propelling himself towards Tony's location. At that moment, Tony was evading the Leviathan, darting expertly through the chaos. As Lin Feng arrived, his eyes glowed a brilliant crimson. With a whoosh, a thermal ray, more vibrant than before, was unleashed. Unlike the ordinary Chitauri forces, the Leviathan boasted an exceptionally thick exoskeleton. It withstood the thermal ray for a solid 4 to 5 seconds before being penetrated, letting out a mournful wail as it plummeted to the ground. "Thanks, Lin." Tony expressed his gratitude before hastily descending to assist Captain America and Natasha. Without the ability to fly, Captain America and Black Widow had to rely on their exceptional physical prowess to battle the Chitauri on the ground. As for the colossal Leviathan, it was left to Iron Man and Lin Feng to handle. Lin Feng gazed at the portal high above, through which several more Leviathans emerged. A frown creased his brow. The thermal ray could not immediately penetrate the Leviathan's armor, and prolonged use would drain Lin Feng's stamina and energy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a mental command, the Mind Stone embedded in his Superman gauntlet radiated a brilliant light. Vast energy surged into Lin Feng's eyes, transforming their hue to a fiery orange. In an instant, an orange thermal ray erupted forth, creating a gaping hole in the Leviathan within less than a second. Yet, this was not the end. The flame-like orange energy did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly consumed the remaining mass of the Leviathan. Powerful, Lin Feng marveled. He had ingeniously amplified the thermal ray using the Mind Stone, and it had succeeded, doubling the ray's potency. Truly, it was an infinity stone. On the ground, the nascent Avengers bore witness to this spectacle. "Lin seems to have grown even stronger," Black Widow remarked, her expression a mixture of awe and concern. Captain America executed a mid-air somersault, forcefully slamming his shield onto the head of a Chitauri soldier. Breathing heavily, he remarked, "It seems we are not without hope." However, Hawkeye interjected, "But if we do not close the portal, our efforts will be in vain." He stood atop a building, his expression grave as he observed the continuous influx of Chitauri through the portal. Several superheroes had already dispatched countless Chitauri, yet fatigue was evident on their faces. If the portal remained open, the Chitauri would swarm like ants, an unending tide. A prolonged battle would be decidedly unfavorable for the Avengers. Who knew how many more Chitauri awaited on the other side of that portal? If they exhausted their fighting capacity, the fate of Earth would be sealed. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated through the earpieces of the crowd. "I have a way to shut down the portal." Having eavesdropped on the discussions of several individuals, Lin Feng made his declaration. "However, before that, I intend to present them with a grand gift." With those words, Lin Feng bolted towards the portal without a backward glance. The Chitauri forces on the ground were too dispersed, making the slaughter excessively slow. Lin Feng resolved to confront the Chitauri fleet behind the portal. Chapter 49. The Mind Stone's heat ray, closing the portal under the watchful gaze of the Avengers. Lin Feng surged towards the portal in the sky without hesitation. His figure soon vanished from their sight. What did he mean by sending a great gift? On the ground, Natasha cast a perplexed glance at Captain America. Steve, still panting, responded with a puzzled expression. "How should I know? Aren't you all concerned about him? The other side of the portal leads to the cosmos, right?" Steve felt Natasha's inquiry was somewhat misplaced. In his eyes, Lin Feng's actions were nothing short of self-termination. To his surprise, no one seemed worried. "There's no need to worry, Captain." Iron Man's voice resonated over the channel. "The cosmic environment poses no threat to Lin Feng. He often suns himself in space. Instead of fretting over him, we should focus on dealing with these grotesque aliens on the ground." Upon hearing Tony's response, Steve's expression was one of utter confusion. Has humanity evolved to such an extent now? Once Lin Feng flew into the portal, the communication device fell silent, cutting him off from the discussions of the others. His gaze fixed on the vast cosmos ahead. Countless Leviathans, bearing the Chitauri Legion, soared towards the portal. Behind them loomed a colossal H-shaped spaceship, the mothership of the Chitauri Legion. From within the mothership, Leviathans continued to emerge, indicating that, given their numbers, the Avengers would be hard-pressed to finish them off in a matter of days. The Chitauri Legion noticed Lin Feng as well. At the command of the mothership, they directed the Leviathan beasts towards him. Lin Feng had no intention of engaging with them. He did not wish to battle the Chitauri in the cosmos. With so many, when would he ever finish? His target was the mothership. Once it was destroyed, the Chitauri's forces would be reduced to mere rubble. Lin Feng's focus remained firmly on the enormous mothership trailing behind the Legion. In the original tale, Tony had relied on a nuclear bomb to obliterate the mothership. However, due to Lin Feng's butterfly effect, the nuclear device had not been launched. Nevertheless, Lin Feng had his own means to annihilate the mothership. With a mere thought, he activated the Mind Stone. In an instant, the Mind Stone on his wrist radiated a brilliant yellow light, even more intense than before, dazzlingly brighter than it had been on Earth. Energy surged into Lin Feng's eyes like a torrent, transforming his eye sockets into a luminous orange-red, their brilliance surpassing that of the surrounding stars. The approaching Chitauri Legion perceived Lin Feng as a sun. Only when a sharp pain surged through his eye sockets did Lin Feng release his restraint. Unleashing the heat ray, the orange-red beam erupted in the cosmos, bolstered by the Mind Stone, achieving an unprecedented intensity akin to concentrated sunlight, shooting directly towards the Chitauri mothership. Terrifying energy radiated from the beam, causing those leviathans close to its path to disintegrate into ash without even being struck. The thermal ray struck the mothership without fail. The orange-red energy wreaked havoc on the hull, consuming it entirely before it could even explode. The colossal vessel was instantaneously reduced to ashes, vanishing into the cosmos. What a terrifying bestowal of energy. Lin Feng mused that had he possessed such formidable power within the DC universe, Clark would undoubtedly have perished once more. At the moment the mothership disappeared, countless Chitauri soldiers collapsed as if their power had been abruptly severed. The Leviathan army in the universe ceased to exist, drifting like phantoms. No longer posing a threat. On Earth, the Avengers, still engaged in combat, witnessed the once vibrant alien invaders suddenly crumple to the ground. The Chitauri, riding their flying machines, and the massive Leviathans plummeted from the sky. The sudden turn of events left everyone in a daze. Natasha and the others instinctively looked toward the portal. Had Lin Feng succeeded? Someone uttered in disbelief. Jarvis. Tony called out from within his helmet. The highly intelligent AI immediately comprehended his meaning. Sir, all extraterrestrial life forms have been confirmed to have lost their life signs. With this confirmation, the members of the Avengers collectively exhaled, their taut nerves finally relaxing. Exhaustion compelled them to sit down and rest. They had truly succeeded. Everyone marveled at Lin Feng's extraordinary combat prowess. Why hasn't the portal closed yet? Steve inquired, noticing that the portal remained unchanged. Didn't Lin Feng say he had a plan? Natasha leaned against a wrecked vehicle, gazing at the portal in the sky. Let us wait for him to return. Upon hearing this, the weary individuals seated on the ground fell silent, their eyes once again fixed on the portal. They were all awaiting Lin Feng's return. After a while, there suddenly raised his hammer and pointed. He back. The keen-eyed there spotted Lin Feng's figure. Indeed. The familiar dark silhouette emerged from the portal, soaring back toward them. It was Lin Feng. He landed gracefully atop Stark Tower. But he still needed to shut down the portal to conclude the affair entirely. I'll go check. With those words, Tony propelled himself upwards in his armor. With a thud, he too landed on the tower's summit. Lin Feng stood beside the teleportation device, yet Tony noticed something unusual. Lin Feng did not immediately close the portal. Instead, he was frantically rubbing his eyes. What was going on? Hey, buddy, what's wrong with your eyes? Tony approached, greeting him. Huh? Lin Feng instinctively looked up upon hearing Tony's voice. What the hell? Tony was taken aback by the sight of Lin Feng's eyes, which were reddened as if afflicted by conjunctivitis, with tears flowing uncontrollably. Did you get hit in the eyes? Tony asked uncertainly, pondering whether Lin Feng's vulnerability lay in his eyes. Lin Feng too felt discomfort around his eye sockets. Upon his inaugural encounter with the Mind Stone, Lin Feng found himself unable to gauge the appropriate level of energy to channel. The excessive force had left his eyes in a state of disorientation that lingered. It's nothing, he murmured, rubbing his eyes. What is the status? Have all the Chitauri perished? Tony inquired, to which Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they lie motionless upon the ground. How did you achieve this? Lin Feng blinked, gradually regaining his composure. I obliterated their mothership. The thermal beam was excessively utilized. He indicated his eyes, confirming his earlier thoughts. Following the destruction of the Chitauri mothership, the entirety of their forces had ceased to function. Well, I am not surprised. After all, You are a veritable monster, Tony remarked, gesturing towards the teleportation device. Now, should we not devise a means to deactivate this contraption? Lin Feng nodded and took a couple of steps forward. Fear not. I possess a method to disable it. It is time to shut this portal. Raising his left hand adorned with the gauntlet, the Mind Stone once again radiated brilliance. The energy shield, impervious even to Iron Man's repulsor beams, yielded to Lin Feng's touch as if it were mere air. He grasped the tesseract and extracted it with a swift motion. With a resonant hum, the beam of energy, deprived of its power source, abruptly collapsed. The portal gradually closed before the eyes of countless onlookers, heralding the defeat of the Chitauri and the conclusion of the invasion. Chapter 50, Reasoning. The Space Stone belongs to me in the vast expanse of the universe. The Sanctuary 2 spacecraft glided forward with deliberation. Upon the throne within the vessel sat a colossal titan, resplendent in purple skin, with vertical stripes adorning his chin. This was none other than Thanos, a member of the Eternal race, cast out by his kin. Standing before him were his daughter, the green-skinned Gamora, the half-human, half-machine Nebula, and his loyal companion, Corvus Glaive. Before them loomed a massive screen, showcasing a sequence of images. The footage displayed a blue-skinned human clad in a black battle suit, emblazoned with a prominent S symbol. Floating before a Chitauri mothership, his eyes glowed a vibrant orange-red, and beams of nearly tangible light emanated from them, obliterating all Leviathans in their path. The Chitauri mothership, under the assault of these rays, succumbed in less than a second, disintegrating into dust and vanishing without a trace. This sequence looped incessantly, and Thanos, with a grim visage, scrutinized it repeatedly. My great master, Corvus Glaive declared, bowing respectfully with a hand over his heart. It is this human who has thwarted our plans. He covets the Soul Stone. He must pay with his life to appease your wrath. As Thanos' faithful servant, he dutifully lavished praise upon his master. Father, Nebula turned, kneeling on one knee and lowering her head in a show of respect. Allow me to journey to Earth, to sever his head and return the Soul Stone to you. She fervently sought to prove herself before Thanos, to demonstrate her worth as his most capable daughter, to assert her strength over Gamora. Thanos regarded Nebula and Corvus Glaive with an impassive countenance, remaining silent for a moment. My daughter, I have other plans for you. The Soul Stone shall remain on Earth. When the time is right, I will retrieve it myself. With those words, Thanos dismissed them, redirecting his gaze to the screen once more. It appeared that another formidable entity had emerged on Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange, the All-Father, Odin. Their presence was the primary reason he had not ventured to the Nine Realms himself. These ancient beings were not to be trifled with. Thanos had long anticipated Loki's failure. That adopted son of Odin was merely adept at trivial cunning. The Chitauri's attack was merely a pawn in his game. Thanos had never harbored the slightest hope for their juvenile schemes. He had devised his own plans, and thus far, aside from the emergence of that powerful human, few variables had arisen. He resolved to acquire the other stones first. As for Earth, he would make his presence known when the time was ripe. On Earth, the S, H, I, E, L, D, and the U.S. government were engaged in damage control. Major news outlets reported on the remnants of destruction left in the wake of the Avengers. Discussions surrounding the Avengers and Superman soared to a crescendo. The arrival of extraterrestrials rendered countless citizens awestruck, as authoritative media condemned the devastation wrought by the Avengers. The citizens expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the Avengers. Two distinctly opposing voices resonated across the globe. Meanwhile, the Avengers, including Lin Feng, the central figures of the news, were lounging in Stark Tower. Before Lin Feng stood Thor, looking disheveled and frustrated. You black-haired rascal, I shall reiterate, he proclaimed, gripping Mjolnir with a scowl. The Space Stone belongs to Asgard. You have no right to claim it as your own. I repeat, hand it over. Lin Feng reclined languidly on the sofa, casting Thor a disdainful glance. Upon his wrist lay 3 gemstones, the yellow Mind Stone, the blue Space Stone, and the red Special Kryptonite. After extracting the tesseract, he had crushed it and retrieved the Space Stone, embedding it into his wrist. Much like the Mind Stone, its energy gradually augmented Lin Feng's abilities. There was no way he would relinquish it to Thor. It was akin to having a morsel of meat within reach, only to be forcibly snatched away. You claim it belongs to Asgard. Do you possess any evidence? Thor's grip on Mjolnir tightened, veins bulging, as he contemplated delivering a stern lesson to this insolent young man. This marked his second request for the Space Stone from Lin Feng, the first having resulted in Lin Feng kicking him out of the tower with such swiftness that Thor barely registered it, though he was reluctant to admit it. He could not best Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained indifferent to the thoughts of Odin's dim-witted eldest son. Should Thor persist in his obstinacy, Lin Feng would not hesitate to deliver another kick. Hey, hey, hey. As the tension escalated, Iron Man Tony intervened to protect Stark Tower. He positioned himself between the two, extending his arms to create distance. Calm down, gentlemen. You've just finished a battle. Are you not fatigued? Allow me to present a fair perspective. Tony continued, pointing at Thor. Lin Feng is undeniably stronger than you. The moment Tony spoke, Thor's expression turned icy. He suspected the Iron Man was not speaking with good intentions. Oh, come on, don't look at me like that. Tony responded, undeterred, surveying the room. Am I not stating the truth? Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, even Hulk. All not in agreement. Lin Feng could soar into space to obliterate the Chitauri mothership, while Thor had merely slain a few Chitauri and was even stabbed by his own brother. The disparity in strength was indeed undeniable. The group's reactions greatly pleased Tony. He turned to Thor, palms raised. You see, everyone shares this belief. Now, let us dissect this calamity. It was your brother, the second prince of Asgard, who brought this upon us. Countless lives were lost due to your brother's actions, and even the coordinates of Earth may have been compromised, correct? He is an adopted son. Thor stammered, his face flushed as he struggled to defend himself. As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them, instinctively glancing to the side. There stood Loki, shackled, piercing him with a gaze brimming with disdain. Well, indeed, he is your brother. You cannot deny that. Thor nodded grimly. Tony continued. This calamity was wrought by your brother, and the one who quelled it was Lin Feng. I trust no one would dispute this point. The crowd nodded almost unconsciously. Tony clapped his hands. Then it is clear, is it not? As the central figure in resolving this disaster, Lin Feng possesses the right to handle the gem. Does he not? How formidable Tony Stark's tongue was. Who among them could rival him in eloquence? Moreover, Tony spoke the truth. On one hand was an unfamiliar Asgardian, the instigator of the catastrophe. On the other was his dear friend and savior, Lin Feng, whom to assist was clear to Tony. After his remarks, the crowd found his reasoning compelling. Only Thor's face flushed from beginning to end. Yet, the Space Stone has always belonged to Asgard. Thor's voice dwindled, losing its conviction. Growing impatient with Thor's obstinate defense, Lin Feng rose, exuding an undeniable aura. Let me clarify, it no longer belongs to Asgard. Its presence on Earth signifies your failure to safeguard it. I shall return it to you, but will you not lose it again? With a cold smirk, Lin Feng added. Besides, the Infinity Stones have no true master. You merely acted as its custodians for a time. To claim it belongs to Asgard? Do you not feel shame? The relentless barrage from Lin Feng and Tony left Thor utterly speechless, unable to utter a word. The room fell into a profound silence. Observing Thor's silence, Loki hopped forward, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Poor son of Odin, not only can you not best the Earthling, but you also failed to grasp reason. Who knows how many Asgardians would laugh out loud at your folly? Silence. Thor, furious and humiliated, seized a silencing device and clamped it over Loki's mouth. Chapter 51. A system like a dog, both effort and money in the end. Thor did not reclaim the Space Stone. He could only admit that he had carelessly shattered the Bifrost. Without the Space Stone, he was unable to return to Asgard. He wished to utilize the Space Stone to repair the Bifrost. Initially, Lin Feng intended to refuse. However, after some contemplation, he acquiesced. He had his own motives and was not inclined to jeopardize relations with Asgard over the borrowing of a single Space Stone. Although Lin Feng held no fear of Odin, it was not in his nature to cultivate enemies indiscriminately. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng activated the Space Stone, vanishing alongside Thor and Loki. He set off to explore Asgard, leaving the mess for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony to handle. As for Nick Fury and a few representatives from the U.S., who sought a video conference, Nick Fury's response was that the Space Stone would be better safeguarded in Lin Feng's possession. If they were unwilling, they could send personnel to retrieve it. In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not capable of reclaiming it. The representatives fell silent, acknowledging the undeniable prowess Lin Feng had exhibited during the crisis, a force that was not easily contended with, unless nuclear weapons were deployed. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng had long since ceased to regard the threat of nuclear weapons with concern. He held 2 Infinity Stones in his possession. Confronting a nuclear missile head-on was hardly a challenge. Moreover, even if he were unable to withstand a nuclear blast, he could effortlessly teleport away using the Space Stone at any moment. It could be said that, on the entire blue planet, Only one individual posed a true threat to Lin Feng, the supreme sorcerer, Dormammu. At this point, discussions regarding Lin Feng's acquisition of the two Infinity Stones ceased. As for the matter of Lin Feng not joining the Avengers, Nick Fury relayed Lin Feng's words verbatim, "In times of disaster, I shall intervene." But the prospect of joining your Superboy organization is impossible. After a lengthy silence, the representatives instructed Black Egg to make an effort to persuade him otherwise. Thus, the narrative of the first Avengers film drew to a close, and Lin Feng arrived in Asgard. Upon landing, Thor promptly imprisoned Loki and then led Lin Feng to the Grand Palace. Although it was ostensibly a tour, Lin Feng was not particularly enthralled by the scenery of Asgard. He preferred the modern allure of high-tech cities. He mused that even the Maldives, with Susan, was more picturesque. The duo arrived at the vast palace, where Lin Feng encountered the sovereign of the Nine Realms, the All-Father, Odin. He sat upon his throne, silently observing Lin Feng. Odin was acutely aware of Lin Feng's actions on the blue planet and recognized that this young man from Earth possessed two Infinity Stones. "Father," Thor bowed and pointed at Lin Feng, expressing his reluctance to return the Space Stone. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless, sensing that the tone of the supposedly wise son sounded more like a child reporting mischief. Odin slowly turned his gaze towards Thor. "I have seen it all, Thor." Thor felt a surge of joy, secretly thinking that Lin Feng would likely not dare to act recklessly before their father. He was right. The space gem possesses no master. Odin's words took Thor by surprise. "Father." Thor gazed incredulously at Odin. "It is indeed the truth, Thor." Odin slowly nodded, signaling Thor to remain calm. The Infinity Gems were born at the dawn of the universe. They were never meant to belong to anyone. Thor found himself at a loss for words. He had assumed that his father would reclaim the space gem, for in his memory it was a treasure belonging to Asgard. Yet, his father's demeanor today left him utterly bewildered. The formidable father he remembered had inexplicably changed. Noticing Thor's silence, Odin turned his attention to the young man from the blue planet, clad in a black battle suit, adorned with a large S-shaped emblem on his chest. "God King, greetings." Lin Feng, feeling somewhat awkward under Odin's gaze, nodded as a form of salutation. He had no intention of bowing, nor was he familiar with Asgardian customs. He could only stand there awkwardly, nodding. However, Odin seemed unperturbed. "Welcome to Asgard, esteemed guest from afar." A faint smile graced Odin's aged face, laden with meaning. "There is no rush to repair the Bifrost. There are preparations to be made. During this time, I suggest Thor show you around Asgard. As for the space gem, it will return to your possession once the Bifrost is restored." Upon hearing this, Thor grew anxious. He and Lin Feng did not see eye to eye. And now his father expected him to escort Lin Feng? He was reluctant to accept such a task. "Father." Before he could finish, Odin's icy gaze swept over him. Thor shivered and promptly closed his mouth. "I must decline, God King. My family awaits me on the blue planet," Lin Feng interjected, expressing his desire not to linger in Asgard. He held little interest in this realm, especially with Susan waiting for him in the Maldives. "I can repair the Bifrost alone." "No preparations are necessary," he stated confidently. He believed Odin would not covet the Infinity Gem, but to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Feng was unwilling to remove the gem from his wrist. Odin, faced with rejection, fell into a brief silence. He was not angry. He merely nodded and then addressed Thor. "In that case, Thor, take him to the Bifrost." The command from their father was not to be defied. Reluctantly, Thor led Lin Feng away, his face clouded with frustration. He could not comprehend why his father would not demand the space gem's return. A treasure that rightfully belonged to Asgard. In his view, no matter how powerful Lin Feng might be, he could never surpass their father. Did Lin Feng possess something that instilled fear in Odin? Thor's heart brimmed with confusion. He was not mistaken. Odin was indeed afraid, but not of Lin Feng. Rather, he was apprehensive about the future of becoming adversaries with Lin Feng. He envisioned that future, reminiscent of an impending twilight of the gods. The orange-red light sliced through the lands of Asgard, as celestial warriors fell like leaves beneath the dissipating energy. Thor's mighty hammer was crushed in a single hand, and countless inhabitants of the divine realm were left homeless. This grim reality was beyond Thor's sight, yet Odin perceived it with clarity. He wished for Lin Feng and Thor to forge a friendship, or at the very least, to avoid enmity, for the consequences were far too dreadful. Perhaps he could subdue Lin Feng, but the cost would be exorbitant. Thus, he refrained from demanding the space gem. Thor still had room for growth. And Odin hoped to observe him for a while longer, fervently wishing that Thor would soon be worthy of his position without causing him disappointment. The foolish son Thor remained oblivious to his father's earnest intentions. He led Lin Feng to the fractured rainbow bridge. "Let us commence. Begin your performance." Thor stood with his arms crossed, a frown adorning his face. Lin Feng shook his head, choosing not to engage in his discontent. He stepped forward to the edge of the rainbow bridge, ready to mend it. Previously, Lin Feng had inquired with the system whether it could assist in repairing the bridge, receiving an affirmative response that prompted his agreement to Thor's request. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to lend the space gem, fearing its potential loss. System: how do I repair the rainbow bridge? The system emerged. Host: guide the release of the space gem's energy. The rest is up to me. Lin Feng nodded, closing his eyes to commune with the gem. The blue gem upon his superhuman wrist began to radiate light gradually. As Lin Feng urged it further, the brilliance intensified, becoming almost blinding. In the next moment, azure energy surged forth like a torrent, flowing from the wrist to the rainbow bridge. The system regulated this energy, evenly distributing it across the bridge. With the system's assistance, the rainbow bridge underwent continuous restoration. After a considerable time, a resonant hum echoed as the bridge trembled. The damaged structure was completely repaired, infused with immense energy, and the rainbow bridge was reactivated. Observing this, Lin Feng promptly severed the energy from the space gem. Repair completed. Host: you have earned 1 million prestige points. The system's voice followed swiftly. Lin Feng was taken aback. What is this? Why do I need prestige points? This wasn't mentioned before. He questioned in confusion, ensuring he had heard correctly. What? Do you expect the system to work for free? Came the system's cold retort. Please. If it weren't for the space gem, repairing the rainbow bridge would require 10 million prestige points. I have graciously offered you a 90 discount. Are you dissatisfied? The system's tone suggested that Lin Feng was receiving an enormous favor. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. It appeared he had been ensnared by this troublesome system, losing 1 million prestige points without reason. Though not a substantial amount, it represented his hard-earned efforts, and his mood soured instantly. Well, the bridge is repaired. Lin Feng turned to Thor and declared, I am returning to Blue Star. Do not venture to Blue Star without reason. With a scowl, Lin Feng activated the portal and departed without a moment's hesitation. He could no longer bear to remain in Asgard, even for a fleeting second. Thor gazed at the vanishing portal in utter bewilderment, filled with confusion. Why would Lin Feng be angered now that the bridge had been repaired? Chapter 52, Encounter with Sky. What is this? Having resolved the issue with the Rainbow Bridge, Lin Feng promptly activated the portal to the Maldives. Susan was still awaiting his arrival. Upon their reunion, the two indulged in several days of carefree revelry in the Maldives. Under the sun-drenched days of bliss, Susan lay on the beach, engrossed in her phone while basking in the warmth of the sun. Lin Feng sat beside her, holding a bottle of sunscreen. As he applied it, he perused the system's reward settlement. Indeed, the rewards for thwarting the Chidari invasion had been calculated. The task yielded a remarkable 10 million reputation points, with the citizens' attention contributing an additional 8 million. This, however, was not the entirety of the rewards. The incident's notoriety continued to escalate, and once the matter was fully resolved, Lin Feng would accrue over 10 million reputation points anew. While this was merely an estimate, the system's predictions were generally quite accurate. Thus, Lin Feng found himself in possession of an impressive total of approximately 90 million reputation points. Soon, he would be able to exchange for the Silver Superman template. While anticipation bubbled within him, a twinge of uncertainty lingered. After acquiring the Silver Superman, should he fly to the sun to hasten his growth? The Avengers had signaled that the Purple Yam Spirit had commenced implementing his family planning. With 2 Infinity Stones in Lin Feng's possession, he felt unthreatened by the Purple Yam Spirit, unarmed as he was. However, should the Purple Yam Spirit obtain the Power Stone, it would pose a considerable challenge for Lin Feng, given the formidable destructive potential of the Power Stone. He contemplated whether to secure the Power Stone first or to take a brief respite in the sun. Lin. Susan suddenly interjected, snapping Lin Feng from his reverie. What is it, darling? He inquired. Susan waved her phone, stating, Let's go back. My mother has something to discuss and wants me to return home. Besides, I've had my fill of fun these past few days. She sat up and stretched lazily. During their time in the Maldives, Lin Feng had taken her to experience everything there was to offer, some activities even multiple times. Just moments ago, her mother had messaged her, indicating that her younger sister urgently needed to see her, threatening to cause chaos at home if Susan did not return promptly. Susan found herself perplexed. What could her 7-year-old sister possibly need? Lin Feng, indifferent to the situation, replied with a smile, "It's up to you. Would you like me to accompany you?" Susan's cheeks flushed slightly. "I think not. I fear you might frighten them. Please give me some time. I'll go and gauge the situation first." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. The two began to tidy up, preparing to depart from the villa. This villa was situated by the shallow sea, offering a breathtaking view of the clear blue ocean every morning, which uplifted one's spirits. Lin Feng contemplated whether he should purchase a villa here, as he was not lacking in funds. The dividends from Stark Industries alone would suffice for a lifetime of comfort for both him and Susan, not to mention the substantial income from Susan's website. After tidying up, the two stood together. Lin Feng's thoughts stirred, and the space gem on his wrist slowly illuminated. A blue circular portal then materialized before them. Stepping through, the scenery shifted instantly, returning them to the villa of the twisting waist guest. This method was far more efficient than any superflight. Theoretically, with coordinates in hand, Lin Feng could reach any corner of the universe in the blink of an eye. After placing his luggage down, Lin Feng handed the R8 key to Susan. This car, originally belonging to Tony Stark, had now been transferred to Lin Feng's name. He intended to purchase another vehicle, leaving this one for Susan. If she found it unsatisfactory, he would acquire another just for her. Before his journey through time, he had a passion for all sorts of dazzling sports cars. However, his financial constraints prevented him from even affording a refined model. Susan drove him into the city. As a female driver, her skills were commendable. After dropping Lin Feng off, she headed home, eager to see what mischief her younger sister was up to. The thought of her mischievous sibling made Susan's head throb. Meanwhile, Lin Feng wandered about the luxury car dealership, having chosen to alight at the Lamborghini showroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious interior, with display cars lining both sides of the main aisle. Inside, a short-haired female sales associate, seated on a sofa, cast a glance in Lin Feng's direction. After a brief observation, her eyes shifted to the nearby intern. "Kay, you go? We have a customer." Kay nodded, not pondering much, and approached the figure examining the cars. The short-haired saleswoman secretly scoffed. Judging from her earlier observation, she wondered what kind of drifter had come to experience the thrill of luxury cars. With her inexpensive attire and lack of any markers of success on her wrist, the black ring on her finger hardly screamed high-end. She had even walked in on foot. Aside from her decent appearance, there was little else to commend her. It was highly unlikely that she was a genuine buyer. Her discerning eye revealed that Lin Feng was clearly not her target customer. She would consider this an opportunity for the intern to gain some experience. Kay, however, was unaware of the saleswoman's thoughts. She was not genuinely interested in being a sales associate. Rather, she needed that role as a cover for her investigative endeavors. To secure this position, she had even hacked into the recruitment back-end to replace an unfortunate candidate with herself. Approaching Lin Feng, she donned a practiced smile and greeted him. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Lamborghini. May I ask your name?" Upon hearing someone address him, Lin Feng turned around, his expression turning peculiar. "Sky?" Sky's eyes widened in surprise. "Lin Feng, what a coincidence. Who would have thought I'd run into you while car shopping? How did you end up here? Selling cars?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Sky awkwardly chuckled. "I suppose so." She never anticipated that Lin Feng would be here. It's merely a serendipitous encounter. Her affairs had been nearly investigated, and she was prepared to make her escape tomorrow, only to unexpectedly run into Lin Feng today. Lin Feng couldn't help but steal a few glances at Sky. This little hacker had always used a pseudonym to befriend her girlfriend. Lin Feng was aware that she would eventually join S.H.I.E.L.D., but he had no intention of meddling in such matters. S.H.I.E.L.D. was simply too troublesome. Presently, Sky was a rebellious spirit, constantly at odds with the organization. He wondered if she had already joined that so-called Rising Tide organization. That aside, he had yet to inquire how she knew his name. Sky, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "How did you know my name?" During their first encounter, Lin Feng had called her by her real name, and she had been intrigued but never found the opportunity to ask. Lin Feng glanced at her, amusement dancing in his eyes as he replied, "What? Does a Lamborghini salesperson also inquire into the privacy of their clients? You really have a way with words." Sky rolled her eyes at his teasing, somewhat annoyed. "If you don't want to say, that's fine. What brings you here? To buy a car?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Lin Feng certainly was short on funds. Of course, he was here to purchase a car. What else could he possibly be doing? Indeed, he remained silent. his gaze gradually turning sympathetic, as if he were looking at someone simple-minded. Sky's face flushed, and feeling embarrassed, she fidgeted with her fingers before hastily changing the subject. Are you planning to buy this car? Lin Feng patted the Aventador in front of him and nodded. Yes, please tell me more about this vehicle. I intend to purchase it. Sky glanced at the vehicle model, and an idea struck her. She thought of a car that would undoubtedly suit Lin Feng. You wish to buy this model? You talk too much. Ignoring Lin Feng's complaint, Sky pulled him towards the back room, chatting as they walked. Come on. I know of a car that is perfect for you. Lin Feng allowed her to lead him, curious about her intentions. They reached the back room, where a Lamborghini was covered with a car cover. Judging by its shape, it should also be an Aventador. Sky swiftly pulled off the cover, revealing a sleek Lamborghini supercar before Lin Feng's eyes, a black Aventador LP 700-4. Its stunning appearance, paired with the glossy black paint, made it resemble a fierce black beast, poised and ready. Unlike the display model outside, this Aventador was infused with elements reminiscent of superheroes. The sleek black body was adorned with vibrant orange-red lines, exuding a technological aura. A large black symbol dominated the front hood, identical to the one on Lin Feng's battle suit. Even the interior seats were meticulously embroidered with the symbol. Lin Feng's expression was priceless. Pointing at the car, he exclaimed, "What is this?" Chapter 53, Supercars and Mischievous Children with a beaming smile. Sky pointed at the sports car and asked, "What do you think? It suits you perfectly, doesn't it?" Lin Feng instinctively nodded in response. Although the car's body was adorned with elements reminiscent of superhero motifs, the integration of these elements was executed with such finesse that it neither appeared gaudy nor outlandish. Instead, the black Aventador exuded an undeniable aura of speed and power. Lin Feng couldn't help but express his fondness for the vehicle. This must have been customized by some wealthy individual, right? He mused. Such a unique paint job likely isn't even listed in the options catalog. It should be found in a second-hand dealership, not a direct sales outlet. It must have been tailored or modified by some affluent owner. Sky nodded affirmatively. You hit the nail on the head. This car was originally commissioned at a high price by a wealthy heir who only paid the deposit just a few days ago. Before the car was delivered, the heir encountered some troubles at home. Apparently, all the money in his account was absconded with by his ex-wife. Now, he is busy liquidating properties to settle his debts. Upon hearing Sky's explanation, Lin Feng nodded, confirming his suspicions. As long as it wasn't a second-hand car, he was content. Stark's annual bonus had recently been credited to his account, and he certainly did not wish to purchase a pre-owned vehicle. Let us swipe the card. Lin Feng declared generously, eager to make the purchase. All right, this way, boss. Sky cheerfully led Lin Feng to the payment counter. The heir's father's bankruptcy was no trivial matter. Someone had paid a hefty sum to have Sky investigate the situation. However, she chose not to disclose such details to Lin Feng. The price of the car was over 40 higher than the standard model, due to the customizations in both its interior and exterior, along with various optional components that were essentially top of the line. Nonetheless, Lin Feng was unconcerned. He had more than enough funds to cover the expense. With the card swiped, payment completed, and license plates processed, everything proceeded seamlessly. The vehicle bore a temporary license plate, and Sky assured Lin Feng that the official plates would be mailed to his villa the following day. Lin Feng was unperturbed by this. As long as he could drive the car away today, in less than an hour, all the formalities were concluded. And under the envious and regretful gazes of the short-haired sales staff, Lin Feng drove off. The performance of this LP 700-4 far surpassed that of his previous R8. He took the car to a racetrack, paid the venue fee, and was eager to experience the allure of this magnificent beast. Pressing the accelerator to the floor, the engine erupted with a ferocious roar. The entire vehicle shot forward like an arrow, soaring along the track like a bolt of black lightning. Thanks to his superhuman reflexes and vision, Lin Feng's control over the vehicle was more precise than that of professional drivers. A few other cars were also on the track, but Lin Feng's black Lamborghini flew past them like a phantom. Who is this madman? The other drivers wondered, sweat beading on their brows as they watched him navigate turns with minimal braking. After several laps, Lin Feng finally felt satisfied, having thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of driving. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, the car drifted away from the racetrack, and he was thoroughly satisfied with its performance. In terms of handling, it was commendable. However, the sole drawback lay in the rigidity of the chassis. Without extraordinary physical endurance, one could hardly endure prolonged driving without discomfort. Having savored the exhilarating rush of speed, he set his course towards his villa. Though delightful, it did not evoke the same thrill he experienced during his inaugural flight. Upon returning home, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. As he noticed the villa's lights illuminating, it was likely that Susan had returned. He had initially presumed that due to her commitments, she would not be home tonight. After parking the vehicle, he strolled towards the villa. However, in the next moment, he spotted a golden-haired little girl squatting on the lawn. Engrossed in some task, perplexed, he stepped back a couple of paces to inspect the villa's address. Indeed, it was his own residence. Where could this little girl have come from? Had she mistakenly wandered over from a neighboring house? Approaching her, he intended to inquire. The girl, wielding a small shovel, was diligently digging into the earth as if unearthing something. "Hey there, little one." He bent slightly, striving to soften his tone, wary of startling her. The sudden intrusion startled the girl, freezing her digging motion. Slowly, she turned her head, her large eyes gazing intently at him, yet she remained silent. He scratched his head, perplexed by her lack of response. His past self had never been adept at engaging with children. Hello? The little girl scrutinized him from head to toe, then back again, before finally speaking. "Are you a superhero?" "Excuse me?" His confusion deepened. "Are you looking for a superhero?" The girl nodded, repeating, "Are you a superhero?" He instinctively glanced around, noticing the absence of her guardians. After a moment of hesitation, he found himself denying it. "I am not a superhero." "Can you tell me why you are seeking one?" The girl did not respond to his inquiry. Upon hearing his denial, her demeanor shifted to one of wariness. In an instant, she turned and dashed towards the villa, calling out, "Sister, sister, there's a bad man." "Oh dear," he exclaimed, slapping his forehead in distress. Indeed, children could be exceedingly imaginative. What was this performance about? Surely, she had taken a wrong turn. "Where's the bad man?" The villa door swung open, and Susan rushed out, her expression fraught with concern. She swiftly scooped up the little girl, casting vigilant glances around. In the next moment, she spotted the dazed figure of Lin Feng on the lawn and couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, could the bad man that Elena mentioned be him? "Is it him?" Susan pointed at Lin Feng. "Yes." The girl nodded emphatically in affirmation. Susan shook her head, laughing. "He is not a bad man." After speaking, Susan embraced the little girl and walked towards Lin Feng. The little girl clung to Susan's neck, still eyeing Lin Feng with caution. "Lin, welcome back," Susan greeted with a smile. Lin Feng remained utterly perplexed, opening his mouth to point at the little girl in Susan's arms, asking, "What is going on here?" "This is Elena, my sister. She is 7 years old this year," Susan explained, gently bouncing the little girl in her arms. "Elena, quickly greet your superhero brother. Haven't you always wanted to meet Superman? This is him." "You're lying, sister," Elena protested, tightening her grip around Susan's neck. "I am not lying. He truly is Superman," Susan patiently clarified. "He is not. He admitted it himself. He is not Superman," Elena insisted, feeling that her sister was trying to deceive her by presenting an ordinary person as the superhero she longed to meet. Little did her sister realize that the man himself had already confessed. Susan shot Lin Feng a peculiar glance, who responded with an awkward smile. "I didn't know she was your sister. I thought she was just some neighbor's child." Susan felt somewhat speechless, as she could imagine how embarrassed Lin Feng must have felt moments ago. "Sister truly did not deceive you," Susan reassured Elena. "Think about it. When has your sister ever lied to you?" Little Elena pondered for a moment before decisively exposing Susan. "When I was 4, you promised that when you came home, you would buy me a toy, but you never did." The atmosphere grew tense. Susan's lips twitched, and she struggled to find her voice. Lin Feng held back laughter, aware of the situation, and turned to the little girl to rescue Susan. "Elena, right? I really am Superman." Little Elena regarded Lin Feng with skepticism, insisting, "I don't believe you. You just said you weren't. Unless..." Elena's eyes darted thoughtfully. "Unless you can prove it to me." Chapter 54. Elena's Cosmic Journey. Can I prove it for a lifetime? The little one still needed proof. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, I shall show you." With that, he ascended into the air, his black cloak billowing behind him. The classic superhero attire materialized, resembling the very image the little one had seen on television. Elena's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "It's really Superman." While shouting, she wriggled in Susan's embrace, eager to descend. Unable to hold her back, Susan released her. The little one dashed towards Lin Feng, curiously and excitedly scrutinizing him. "Lin," Susan called out. "You entertain her for a while. The meal isn't ready yet. I'll summon you both when it's time to eat." With that, Susan returned to the villa, leaving the two to gaze at each other in wonder. "Help! I truly struggle to communicate with children." Fortunately, the child's fervor soon calmed. 5 minutes later, Elena sprinted back to the half-dug hole, raising her small shovel to continue her efforts. Lin Feng squatted opposite her, staring blankly as she excavated the ground. He couldn't fathom how the situation had evolved to this point. The child's curiosity was astonishing. Her hands were in perpetual motion as she incessantly chatted with Lin Feng. Within a short span, she posed no fewer than 10 questions, such as, "Are you my sister's boyfriend? Do superheroes get paid? Do superheroes eat carrots too?" And even inquired if he cuddled her sister's teddy bear while sleeping, a pastime she cherished when her sister was home. Lin Feng felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He realized he could not allow her to continue questioning him. It was time to take the initiative. The little one had been digging the hole since the beginning. Lin Feng initially thought she intended to till the lawn. However, her strength was insufficient, and she had only managed to create a hole too small for even a squirrel to fit. "What are you digging?" Lin Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Elena's interest was piqued. "I'm digging a hole. Who taught you this art of nonsense?" It seemed little Elena recognized something and continued to explain. "Mom said that if I bury myself in the ground, I will grow faster. I want to bury myself. I want to grow up quickly. Then, I can be just like you, Superman brother, and fight bad guys every day." Lin Feng felt his face contort uncontrollably. He genuinely could not comprehend the thoughts and behaviors of children. He decided to remain silent. The two of them, one large and one small, gazed at the hole for quite some time. Elena was drenched in sweat from her labor. After a while, she seemed to realize her progress was too slow and turned to Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. "Superman brother, could you help me dig?" She gestured with her hands, forming a large circle. "If it's Superman brother, you could easily dig a hole this big in no time." Lin Feng's lips twitched. "Dig a hole? Are you suggesting I bury you? Your sister shouldn't strangle me." Lin Feng took out a tissue to wipe away the perspiration from little Elena's brow, then attempted to divert her attention. "How about experiencing the life of a superhero, huh?" Little Elena's face lit up with excitement and confusion. "Really? Can I be a superhero right now? Just for a brief experience?" Lin Feng extended his arms, saying, "Come here, let your brother hold you." Trusting him, Elena tossed her little shovel aside and stepped forward to wrap her arms around Lin Feng's neck. "Is this how it works?" Lin Feng stood up, holding her close, and nodded. "Hold on tight to your brother's neck and don't let go." Elena obediently clung as tightly as her small arms could manage, though her grip was rather feeble. "Are you ready?" Elena nodded vigorously. "Let us go." As soon as he spoke, Lin Feng soared into the sky with little Elena in his arms. Her excited squeals filled the air as Lin Feng enveloped her in a biological force field to ensure her safety. Having never experienced such a spectacle before, her little heart raced with exhilaration. Her fair complexion flushed with excitement. She shouted joyfully. Lin Feng glided through the skies over New York, showcasing the city from above. They finally hovered above the iconic Times Square, suspended in midair. With the vibrant lights beneath them, little Elena felt no fear. Her wide eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed down. "It's so beautiful." She had seen such sights while flying on a plane, but never with such clarity and freedom as she felt now. She felt akin to a bird, soaring freely through the vast blue sky, even if it was nighttime. Seeing her delight, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Isn't it stunning?" Elena nodded her head vigorously in agreement. Lin Feng grinned mischievously, saying, "There is something even more beautiful. Hold on tight." Hearing this, Elena tightened her grip around his neck, her eyes brimming with eagerness and anticipation. Lin Feng expanded the range of his biological force field a bit more, preparing to take the little one beyond the stars. In the next moment, he ascended higher into the sky, accelerating rapidly. Enveloped in the biological force field, Elena didn't feel uncomfortable, though the speed made her a bit apprehensive, causing her to close her eyes. Before long, she sensed her body becoming lighter, as if she were floating. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to find herself surrounded by an expanse of darkness. Looking up, the twinkling stars of the universe reflected in her wide eyes. Turning back, she marveled at the blue and white giant planet rotating gently beneath her. Her mouth agape and her big eyes wide with astonishment, she clung tightly to Lin Feng's neck, her small hands trembling with exhilaration. Lin Feng pulled out his phone, switching to selfie mode. Click. He captured this beautiful moment. In the photo, the blue and white planet dominated the frame, a testament to their extraordinary adventure. In the upper right corner, the universe sparkles with countless stars. At the center of the scene stands Lin Feng, clad in a superhero suit, cradling the exuberant young Elena, whose mouth is agape in sheer excitement. The two of them soar around the earth for a while, reveling in their playful spirit even stopping to greet Tony's personal satellite, which is under the exclusive control of Tony Stark himself. Rumor has it that he is working on a Hulkbuster armor prototype. Perhaps this is its initial form. Their cosmic adventure soon draws to a close as the young one, still yearning for more fun, is brought back to Blue Star by Lin Feng. His biological force field has a limited supply of air, and he cannot produce it himself. A brief jaunt is sufficient. He must be cautious not to cause the child to suffer from oxygen deprivation. Outside Lin Feng's villa, Susan has prepared a meal and stands in the yard, searching for the two. Their absence does not concern her. She is well aware of Lin Feng's capabilities and suspects he has taken Elena out for some amusement. Indeed, shortly thereafter, she sees Lin Feng descending from the night sky, holding Elena in his arms. As soon as they touch the ground, Elena dashes forward, embracing Susan's legs with uncontainable joy. "Sister, sister," she exclaims, her face alight with excitement, still buzzing from their recent escapade. Susan beams at her and lifts her up. "Where did you go to have such fun?" she inquires. "Up there." Elena points to the sky, bouncing with enthusiasm. "Superman brother took me flying, so high up." Susan chuckles. "How high was it?" Elena ponders for a moment and replies, "A big blue ball. Super big." She gestures in the air, attempting to draw a large circle. The vast blue planet is something she has only encountered in picture books. She has never experienced it firsthand. It is no exaggeration to say that this adventure is one she can boast about for a lifetime among her peers. Upon hearing the child's response, Susan's expression turns perplexed and intricate. "A big blue ball?" A thought strikes her as she glances at Lin Feng. "You didn't take her beyond the Earth's atmosphere, did you?" Lin Feng chuckles sheepishly, neither confirming nor denying her suspicion. "I may have gotten a bit carried away with the fun." In response, Susan playfully rolls her eyes at him, yet there is no real reproach in her demeanor. "All right, it's time for dinner. You two go wash your hands." Chapter 55. Evolution approaches. Tony's new toy. After dinner, Susan lulled Elena to sleep. It was rather late, and returning the little one home would take until the early hours. So they decided it best for her to stay at Lin Feng's residence. Children need their rest to grow strong, after all. For the next 2 days, Elena resided in Lin Feng's villa, enjoying her school break, a decision made only after obtaining Lin Feng's consent. Lin Feng delighted in spending time with the little one, who watched in awe as he saved the day, exclaiming with exhilaration. He even took her to the deep sea to fish, and both enjoyed themselves immensely. However, joyful moments always seemed to pass swiftly, and soon the holiday came to an end, signaling Elena's return to school. On that day, at the villa's entrance, Elena tearfully bid farewell to Lin Feng, while Susan patiently awaited in the car, not rushing them. "Superman brother, I'll miss you," Elena sniffled. Lin Feng chuckled as he wiped her nose. "Superman brother will miss you too. Hurry back. Remember to listen to your sister. Next time you visit, I'll take you fishing in the ocean again." With Lin Feng's promise, the little one reluctantly climbed into the car, waving her small hand vigorously as she departed. The experiences Elena had these past 2 days were ones most people may never encounter in a lifetime. Just the notion of fishing in the depths of the sea or taking selfies in outer space without a spacesuit. Who could achieve such feats? After bidding farewell to Elena, Lin Feng plopped down onto the sofa, seeking respite. While entertaining a child is joyous, it is also exhausting, primarily due to mental fatigue. After a brief rest, Lin Feng retrieved his phone and opened Tony Stark's contact. Just a couple of days prior, Tony had sent him a photograph capturing Lin Feng and Elena frolicking in the cosmos, teasing him about when he had taken up the side job of cosmic tourism. Lin Feng chose not to engage with his banter. This time, however, Lin Feng sought Tony's assistance with a few matters. A call was made, and fortune smiled upon him as Tony was indeed at his villa. After hanging up, Lin Feng flew directly over. With the resurgence of interest following the Avengers events, his reputation had soared close to 100 million, nearly enough to exchange for the Silver Superman. According to the system, upgrading to Silver Superman required him to spend 2 months near the sun. Lin Feng could not fathom the reasoning behind this. He simply accepted it, as the system instructed. Similarly, upgrading to Iron Man had required a stay in outer space of approximately 3 months. Yet before venturing to the sun, Lin Feng planned to ask Tony to keep an eye on Susan. Though she possessed the Superman wristband he had given her, an extra layer of protection could only be prudent. "Playboy, what are you up to?" Upon entering Tony's workshop, Lin Feng found him tinkering with a circular shield. "Hey, buddy, come see my new toy," Tony exclaimed, lifting the shield, which was roughly the same size as Captain America's vibranium shield. The aforementioned armor is adorned in a striking gold and crimson hue, featuring the iconic inverted triangle reactor logo at its center. Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed by Tony's decision to create a shield and inquired, "Are you done being Iron Man? Planning to become Captain Steel and usurp Steve?" In response, Tony rolled his eyes. "Why would I want to replace that old popsicle? This is crafted from metal I acquired from Nick Fury." Tony elucidated. "This material is arguably one of the hardest metals in the world. I painstakingly procured a limited amount. The last time Thor smashed his hammer against Captain America's shield, the immense kinetic energy was diffused by the shield, which piqued Tony's interest." According to J.A.R.V.I.S.S. analysis, Captain America's shield possesses exceptional kinetic absorption capabilities. Further investigation revealed that it is forged from vibranium, which captivated the tech enthusiast Tony. Upon grasping the properties of vibranium, he sought out the egghead and, after much negotiation, managed to purchase a limited amount. Initially aiming to acquire more to experiment with for the next generation of armor, he found that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s stockpile of vibranium was rather scarce. After an exhaustive search, J.A.R.V.I.S. unearthed a few leads regarding sources of vibranium. Currently, Tony is utilizing satellites to scour the globe for vibranium deposits. The batch of vibranium he obtained was partially used to forge this shield. Preliminary tests revealed that vibranium is significantly sturdier than his Iron Man suit. Tony affixed the shield to a nearby stand. "Come on, Lin, give it a punch and see," Tony invited. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Let us see if it can withstand your attack." With that, Tony scurried behind a pre-prepared cover, clearly having anticipated this test. Lin Feng shook his head, opting for silence. Given his current strength, he could easily shatter the vibranium shield without the enhancement of the Infinity Stones. Under the dual influence of the Infinity Stones and solar radiation, Lin Feng had become considerably more powerful since his transformation into a superhuman. He took 2 steps forward and delivered a punch to the vibranium shield. A resounding boom echoed as circular sound waves radiated from the shield. The immense force was diffused outward, scattering nearby tables, chairs, and tools. A fist imprint appeared on the shield, slightly concave but not penetrated. "Ha!" Tony exclaimed exuberantly as he sprang forth. "What do you think, Lin? Isn't it incredibly durable?" In Tony's eyes, despite the imprint left on the shield, it had undoubtedly withstood Lin Feng's blow. Did this imply that he could create an anti-Superman armor? Observing Tony's exuberance, Lin Feng scoffed, retrieving the shield from the stand. With both hands, he exerted force. A jarring metallic creak resonated as he bent the vibranium shield in half. "You may not realize," Lin Feng remarked as he casually discarded the bent shield onto the ground, "but I barely used a third of my strength with that punch." Tony silently gazed at the vibranium shield discarded on the ground, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Goodness, I have indeed underestimated your strength. On Blue Star, is there anything you cannot penetrate?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, responding, "Probably not. However, vibranium possesses remarkable hardness, and judging from recent observations, its ability to absorb and dissipate kinetic energy is exceptionally proficient. So, are you contemplating using this to create a suit of armor?" Lin Feng inquired. "I do have such intentions," Tony nodded. "Nevertheless, due to certain reasons, I plan to incorporate vibranium only in the primary areas. Yet, this must be tested in practice to ascertain its efficacy." With that, Tony picked up the vibranium shield and set it aside, instructing Jarvis to record the data from earlier. "Now, let us talk about you. What brings you here?" Lin Feng rarely visited him without a reason. This lad usually spent his days cooped up at home with his girlfriend. Seeing Tony shift to serious matters, Lin Feng spoke. "Tony, I wish to embark on a journey to outer space." Tony raised an eyebrow. "What? That sounds somewhat familiar." Lin Feng rubbed his nose. "Just hear me out." Tony gestured for him to continue. "I intend to venture into outer space for approximately 2 to 3 months. During this time, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for someone to look after Susan. Let us ensure she isn't bullied." "Who would dare to bully Superman's girlfriend?" Tony remarked, perplexed. "Are you jesting with me?" Lin Feng shook his head, speaking earnestly. "I am serious, Tony. The S.H.I.D.L.D. is more intricate than you might imagine." Lin Feng's words carried an implication, causing Tony's gaze to flicker. "Are you suggesting that the threat comes from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Is it Nick Fury? Do you believe that because you haven't joined the Avengers, he might act unfavorably towards you?" Lin Feng shook his head, clarifying, "I have never worried about that. Nick Fury is not that foolish. While the threat does indeed stem from S-H-I-E-L-D, it is not Nick Fury. The incompetence of that black egg is baffling. Lin Feng could hardly comprehend it. He was nearly inclined to inform the egg that Hydra was literally riding on his back. Even now, a considerable number of Hydra agents are still wandering about within S-H-I-E-L-D. It seems that not joining S-H-I-E-L-D at that time was indeed the right choice. Chapter 56. Meeting the Sun Old Man. After engaging in idle banter with Tony for quite some time, Lin Feng departed from Tony's villa. He refrained from divulging excessive information, allowing Iron Man to uncover the truth gradually. Even our esteemed Iron Man requires growth. As Lin Feng had initially surmised, malevolence cannot be entirely eradicated. He could easily target all the Hydra agents and send them to meet their maker, yet he chose not to do so, believing in the necessity of allowing others the opportunity to evolve alongside him. For every Hydra that falls, a Medusa rises anew. Only through personal growth can one confront such calamities. Upon returning home, Lin Feng occupied himself with counting his prestige points. The template of the Silver Superman had long piqued his interest. Just imagine the frost breath capable of extinguishing the sun and the power sufficient to move entire solar systems. Even galaxies. Who wouldn't desire such power? Who wouldn't be entranced by it? As he approached the monumental threshold of 100 million prestige points, Lin Feng found himself in a state of both anticipation and anxiety. His prestige continued to grow steadily. Approximately a week later, Lin Feng sat in his villa, sipping afternoon tea. At last, the system's notification chimed in his ears, indicating that his prestige points had successfully surpassed the 100 million mark. He could now exchange for the Silver Superman template to initiate his upgrade. However, rather than elation, Lin Feng felt a sense of calm wash over him, perhaps due to the surreal nature of his expectations. He set down his teacup and exhaled deeply. After completing this evolution, he intended to seek out the remaining Infinity Stones. Currently, he possessed two, the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. The Reality Stone was likely in Asgard, where he recalled it manifesting in a fluid form. The Time Stone was still in the hands of the Ancient One, the Supreme Sorceress. Her successor, Strange, was presumably still engaged in his surgical practice. This posed a dilemma, as the Ancient One would undoubtedly not relinquish the Time Stone easily. As for the Power Stone, Lin Feng remembered it was located on a desolate planet, known as Morak. The Power Stone lay there, encased within the orb, and that fool Star-Lord wouldn't retrieve it for another couple of years. The Soul Stone, however, presented a more complex challenge. Acquiring it required the sacrifice of one's beloved. Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff at this notion. Sacrifice? How does one even accomplish such a thing? In the original narrative, Thanos sacrificed Gamora to obtain the Soul Stone. Would Lin Feng have to push Susan off a cliff? That was beyond his capabilities. At present, it seemed the most accessible stones were the Power Stone and the Reality Stone. Lin Feng resolved to pursue these two first, postponing the Soul Stone for a later time. In any case, he would not grant Thanos the opportunity to snap his fingers. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Feng glanced across at Susan. He was prepared to inform her of his intention to meet the Sun Old Man. Susan was engrossed in her laptop, tending to her video forum. Susan, Lin Feng called softly. What is it? Upon hearing Lin Feng call her, she merely responded with a soft HM without raising her head. I suppose I must venture out once more. Where to? Is it the city? Susan still did not look up. By the way, could you bring me a bottle of shower gel? The one I usually use is nearly finished. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head. That's not what I meant. I am saying that I will be gone for a while, possibly longer this time. At this, Susan lifted her head, a hint of confusion in her expression. Where are you going? Is it like last time? Susan recalled that during his previous week-long absence, Lin Feng had expressed similar sentiments. Lin Feng nodded, yes. But this time it will be longer, approximately 2 months. Surprised, Susan exclaimed, 2 months this time? Do not worry, there is no danger involved, Lin Feng reassured her. I merely need to ascend to the sun for some evolution. It poses no risk, though I cannot divulge that to Susan. Susan nodded, understanding that Lin Feng had his own matters to attend to and that she could not hinder his progress. Just like before, she reminded him to exercise caution in all things. After a tender exchange with Susan, Lin Feng did not linger and prepared to commence his evolution. Before departing, he purchased an additional piece of platinum kryptonite for Susan, granting her 2 pieces to handle the vast majority of threats from Earth. This served as a form of double assurance. Dressed in black combat attire, Lin Feng soared away from Earth. The yellow dwarf star before him radiated a dazzling light. With a thought, a blue portal materialized, positioned approximately 1 million kilometers from the sun. Stepping through the portal, Lin Feng was immediately enveloped in a blinding heat. Squinting, he gazed upon the colossal star, which had existed for over 4 billion years, rotating slowly. The sun's surface continuously expelled plasma, engaged in perpetual nuclear fusion. Observing it up close, Lin Feng noted that the sun was not the yellow hue seen from the blue planet. He could not find the words to accurately describe its color. Calming his mind, he called upon the system. System, redeem the Silver Superman template. As the words left his lips, his 100 million prestige points were instantly reduced to a meager few 100,000. The system's voice followed. Silver Superman template has been redeemed. Please proceed to the sun to initiate evolution. Estimated evolution time, 60 days. Although Lin Feng felt a pang of regret at the loss of his accumulated prestige points, he knew it was worth the sacrifice. With a serious expression, he propelled himself toward the sun, ready to begin his evolution. Based on estimates of Marvel's power levels, the strength of the Silver Superman was approximately on a universal scale, sufficient to confront the overwhelming majority of threats in the cosmos. Just because many formidable figures did not appear in the movies did not imply their absence. As long as beings of multiversal caliber did not intervene, Lin Feng, after evolving in his Silver Superman, would be able to navigate with confidence. As for the next tier of multiversal strength, the Golden Superman, the exchange requires a staggering 1 billion reputation points and level 3 shop privileges, which are beyond Lin Feng's current reach. Presently, he is content with the ability to evolve into a Silver Superman. Lin Feng ascended to the surface of the sun, where the temperature had yet to rise to a level that induced discomfort. Gradually, his body sank into the sun, engendering a sensation akin to the soothing warmth of a hot bath. His battle suit had long been retracted into the system's space, and the garments adorning him were instantaneously reduced to ashes by the intense heat. At this moment, he stood completely bare, save for a wrist guard on his left arm, where 3 gemstones radiated a luminous glow. The searing energy and radiation enveloped Lin Feng, causing his abilities to augment at a visibly discernible pace. He closed his eyes, and under the system's influence, he gradually slipped into slumber. As before, Lin Feng commenced his evolution. Chapter 57. Something feels off. In the vastness of the universe, within a shadowy corner where even the stars fail to illuminate, 2 peculiar figures cloaked in black robes stand. One tall and the other short, their faces obscured from view. One of them lifts a compass-like instrument and glances at it, despite the darkness that envelopes them. How is it? The taller figure inquires, his voice raspy, akin to sandpaper scraping against a wall. The shorter figure, clutching the instrument, emits a similarly hoarse chuckle. It is proceeding smoothly. Everything remains within the parameters of our plan. The taller figure nods, poised to ask further questions, when an ominous phenomenon abruptly intensifies. A rift tears open in the void, revealing a massive, flaming red eye that gazes upon them. The flames are black, and the aura emanating from it sends chills down one's spine. We've been discovered. The tall figure pauses, swiftly turning to his companion. Let us depart. As the words leave his lips, the 2 figures in black robes gradually vanish from sight. The eye in the void, witnessing their disappearance, reveals a hint of human-like exasperation before it too slowly fades into the emptiness. In the arm of Orion, the solar system continues its ceaseless rotation. Within the emblematic star of the solar system, a yellow dwarf, a pair of eyes slowly opens. It is Lin Feng, who has evolved into a Silver Superman. Awakening within the heart of the sun, his gaze gleams with brightness as he soars out, leaving the sun behind. At this moment, he is entirely unclothed, save for a bracelet adorned with 3 gemstones on his left wrist. After flying a short distance, Lin Feng concentrates, donning his black superhero attire. Having slumbered for 2 months within the sun, his mind remains somewhat foggy. He shakes his head to clear his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Feng feels an overwhelming joy. He has awakened, which signifies that he has indeed become a Silver Superman. Lowering his gaze, he observes his hands. He clenches his fists, eager to experience his newfound strength. Gradually, a frown creases his brow. He lets out a soft sound of surprise, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He senses that his power has not significantly increased. Looking around, Lin Feng zeroes in on the nearest meteorite and propels himself toward it. The meteorite, neither too large nor too small, is perfectly suited for practice. Lin Feng raises his hand and strikes down with force. The meteorite shatters instantaneously, disintegrating into countless fragments that scatter across the vicinity. The power is impeccable. However, something feels amiss. This punch validates Lin Feng's suspicions. His strength has not seen a considerable enhancement. According to the template of the Silver Superman, such a strike should have obliterated the meteorite into dust. Doubt creeps into Lin Feng's mind. Has he failed to evolve into a Silver Superman? Yet the system had never indicated that evolution could fail. His awakening should affirm that his transformation was successful. Unable to fathom the reason, he calls out for the system within his mind. He sought to inquire about the situation, questioning whether the system had skimped on its duties. However, after a prolonged wait, the system's voice remained absent. Lin Feng felt somewhat speechless. Was the system once again in slumber? System? He called out loudly in his mind. After another extended pause, still no response. Silence enveloped the vast expanse of space, a stillness akin to death. Lin Feng's expression grew grave. System, come forth quickly. Where on earth are you? After several fervent calls, the system still did not respond in the slightest. No reply, no sound, only an oppressive silence. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Lin Feng. System, don't jest with me, come out this instant. He continued to attempt calling the system. Yet, regardless of how fervently he summoned it, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Lin Feng pondered that if he had successfully evolved, the system should have awakened him. Yet, from the moment he regained consciousness, the system had been conspicuously silent, usually so responsive. The system had chosen this moment to fall into silence. After a prolonged contemplation without arriving at a definitive conclusion, Lin Feng resolved to return to Blue Star first. The spatial gem radiated light, conjuring a familiar blue portal. He directed the portal to his villa. Stepping through, Lin Feng found himself on the well-known lawn of his villa. The sun hung high in the sky, suggesting it was midday. As he contemplated the issue with the system, he approached the villa's entrance. Upon nearing the door, he heard the sounds of laughter and conversation emanating from within, both male and female voices. His brow furrowed. Had Susan invited friends over? In a state of confusion, Lin Feng retrieved his keys. Upon opening the door, the scene inside rendered him momentarily speechless. Inside the villa, 3 or 4 individuals were engaged in games, adults and children alike, resembling a family. Upon seeing the door open, the playful group ceased their antics. Among them stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, who turned to Lin Feng with a smile, his right hand subtly moving toward his lower back. Friend, whom are you looking for? The middle-aged man inquired, fixing his gaze upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He realized that the entire villa bore no resemblance to the memories he held, the color and style of the sofa, the television on the wall, the fireplace, even a family portrait hung on the wall of the hall. Lin Feng gazed intently at the photo. In the center sat the very man now questioning him. Glancing down at the key still inserted in the door, a thought struck him. Susan! Lin Feng exclaimed, suspecting that perhaps Susan was playing a prank on him. Inspired by content from a video-sharing site. Otherwise, aside from mistakenly opening the wrong portal, how could he explain how the key had unlocked the door? Goodness! Susan certainly knew how to have fun. Had she forgotten about her ability to see through things? Most likely, this little rascal was hiding somewhere, preparing to enjoy the spectacle of his confusion. However, the upgrade remains incomplete, and the system shows no signs of activity. Lin Feng evidently lacks the inclination to engage in this game. He sighed and activated his ability to perceive, searching for Susan's figure. Yet, after surveying the entire villa, he could find no trace of her. Could it be that Susan is outside? Lin Feng peered out, but still, there was no sign of her. A sense of agitation began to rise within him. Susan, come out. I have no desire to play games right now. I am facing some issues. Lin Feng called out as he moved deeper into the room. Stop. The middle-aged man, who had just been wearing a smile, suddenly changed his expression. With a loud shout, he drew a handgun from behind him, aiming it directly at Lin Feng. The unexpected intrusion of Lin Feng into his villa set off alarm bells in the man's mind. The muscular lines beneath the black bodysuit exuded a sense of explosive power, suggesting that he was no ordinary individual. Uncertain of Lin Feng's intentions, whether he was a thief, a robber, or merely an innocent citizen who had wandered into the wrong place, he felt the weight of responsibility for his family's safety. He dared not gamble on the situation. He could only draw his weapon. Confronted by the gun, Lin Feng immediately halted, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Behind the middle-aged man, a small figure peeked out, revealing a little girl from the family portrait, presumably the man's daughter. She looked at Lin Feng with trepidation and softly uttered, "Are you looking for Susan? We don't have Susan here. Please. We do not have the Susan you seek. Would you kindly leave our home?" Although phrased as a question, the middle-aged man's tone brooked no contradiction. His eyes narrowed as he fixed a steely gaze on Lin Feng, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of movement. Chapter 58. The bewildered Lin Feng and Gui Lin Feng stood motionless, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at the middle-aged man wielding a firearm. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the man's cheek. Lin Feng's gaze was as ferocious as that of a wild beast, instilling an involuntary sense of dread within him. He was not afraid of bullets. For reasons unknown, this thought emerged in the middle-aged man's mind as his finger uncontrollably moved towards the trigger. Suddenly, a peculiar sound reverberated from the sky, accompanied by a subtle shift in the air, interrupting the standoff between the two. In that instant, Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity with the sound. Something stirred within him, prompting him to turn and exit the villa. Gazing in the direction from which the noise emanated, instantly his pupils constricted. A colossal blue portal materialized above the Stark Tower. To be precise, it hovered above Stark's edifice. The portal was familiar, the scene was recognizable. Through his enhanced vision, the distant spectacle appeared magnified before Lin Feng's eyes. From within the portal, the familiar Chidori army descended, riding on their flying contraptions. This sight left Lin Feng utterly bewildered, giving rise to absurd conjectures within his mind. This cannot be. Boom. The sound of an explosion resonated, and Lin Feng soared upwards, hurtling towards Stark Tower, leaving the middle-aged man and his family in a state of shock. The little girl tugged at her father's sleeve. "Daddy, is he a monster?" The man stood frozen in place. "Perhaps," he muttered after a pause, shaking his head as he stepped out of the villa to gaze at the sky. He was curious about what the intruder had witnessed. Yet, within the next moment, his expression shifted to one of gravity. "Lily, gather your things. We need to head to the basement," he commanded decisively. Having arrived on the scene, Lin Feng landed atop a high-rise building. The spectacle before him was utterly surreal. A blue beam of light shot skyward from Stark Tower, its apex connecting to a portal. Within the portal, countless Chitauri soldiers descended to the ground, unleashing chaos. Tony Stark, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and even the Hulk all plunged into battle. Striving to thwart the invaders, Captain America leaped into a vehicle, directing the evacuation of the populace. Iron Man relentlessly targeted the Chitauri forces from the air. Bruce, transformed into the Hulk, felled a Leviathan with a single punch. Familiar scenes unfolded around Lin Feng, confirming the conjectures swirling in his mind. This was indeed the battleground from the first Avengers film. In that moment, Lin Feng's heart was a tumult of emotions, his thoughts a whirlwind. What in the world was happening? Had he returned to the timeline of the first Avengers? His eyes instinctively searched the surroundings. He did not see his own figure. A wave of despair washed over him. He had undeniably participated in the events of the first Avengers, yet there was no trace of him on the battlefield. Lin Feng's countenance darkened, akin to coal. He realized that he had likely arrived in a parallel universe of the Stark Tower. Although this notion was difficult to fathom, the scene before him was undeniable. Lin Feng pondered momentarily, suddenly recalling an alternative method for verification. He extended his hand and swiped downward through the void. A translucent personal panel materialized before him. Fortunately, the personal panel was still present, indicating that the system had not been uninstalled. Yet, the panel was intermittently marred by flickering ripples and lines, resembling the poor signal of an old television. The panel could be summoned, but the system remained unresponsive. What could possibly be amiss? Countless speculations raced through Lin Feng's mind. He strived to recollect the journey from his departure from Blue Star to his flight towards the sun and the onset of his evolution. There was not a single flaw in his recollection. However, upon awakening, the system had fallen unervingly silent. Lin Feng's mind operated at high speed, deducing countless potential outcomes. Ultimately converging on the most probable explanation, all of this was likely connected to the exile. During Lin Feng's 2-month slumber of evolution, events transpired unbeknownst to him, leading to the disappearance or dormancy of the system. Regardless of the outcome, it was not a favorable revelation for Lin Feng. He floated into the air, casting a glance to witness an unexpected scene from the first Avengers film. On a nearby rooftop, the Hulk, who should have been on the battlefield, was engaged in conversation with the Ancient One. Lin Feng glanced back at the Hulk wreaking havoc on the Chitauri and Stark Tower, then turned to observe the Hulk conversing with the Ancient One. His expression remained impassive as he slowly descended, landing between the two. In the Marvel Universe, the Ancient One was not merely a sorceress, but also a sagacious sage. Lin Feng felt that perhaps he could derive some assistance from her. As an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared in the air, both the Ancient One and Bruce ceased their conversation to regard the newcomer. Bruce? Lin Feng spoke, studying the more rational and slightly younger version of the Hulk before him, internally sighing. Who are you? Bruce inquired, puzzled. He did not recognize the young man clad in battle attire, but the ensemble suggested he too was a superhero. Lin Feng helplessly shook his head, replying, Please don't tell me you've come from 2023. Bruce was taken aback. How did you know? Lin Feng stroked his chin, momentarily at a loss for words. Bruce's remark validated another hypothesis that lingered in his mind. The Hulk before him was indeed Bruce, who had merged with the Hulk in Avengers Endgame. This implied that Captain America and Tony Stark from the future were also present here. Without responding to Bruce's inquiry, Lin Feng turned to face the Ancient One, offering a wry smile. Sorceress. He was uncertain whether the Ancient One would recognize him, but it seemed highly unlikely. As expected, the Ancient One scrutinized Lin Feng with a furrowed brow. She conjured a magical array with her hands, which began to spin incessantly. Closing her eyes, the Time Stone emerged within the magical formation, radiating a verdant glow as it rotated. What is she doing? Bruce, perplexed, turned to seek clarification from Lin Feng. She must be observing the future, or perhaps the past. Lin Feng replied. After a pause, Gui opened her eyes, her gaze towards Lin Feng becoming increasingly solemn. You should not be here. Gui spoke slowly. Neither the future nor the past bears your shadow. Even in this universe, your existence is absent. In the myriad of futures and pasts, she found no trace of Lin Feng. This evidence suggested the most probable conclusion. Lin Feng hailed from a parallel universe. Yet, curiously, even if Lin Feng originated from another parallel universe, he should not have evaded the foresight of the Time Stone. Nevertheless, like a specter, Lin Feng eluded even the scrutiny of the Time Stone. After a moment of hesitation, the sorceress finally voiced her conclusion. Young man, can you tell me the purpose of your arrival here? Lin Feng's sudden appearance filled her with apprehension regarding the future's trajectory. This phenomenon was unprecedented. Even Gui found herself perplexed. Upon hearing Gui's inquiry, Lin Feng managed a wry smile and shook his head. I do not know why I am here. Sorceress, since you are aware that I come from another universe, could you possibly send me back? Gui pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head in response. I cannot send you back. I cannot perceive where you exist in any universe. Chapter 59. The Key to the Future. Ancient One borrows the Time Stone. You do not belong to any universe here. The words of the Ancient One were laden with significance. Although the origins of Lin Feng remained a mystery, she could sense that he was not a part of any parallel universe. This revelation undoubtedly brought a tinge of disappointment to Lin Feng. At that moment, the Ancient One's gaze fell upon Lin Feng's wrist. The two stones, one yellow and one blue, momentarily stunned her. Is that the Infinity Stones on your wrist? Lin Feng followed her gaze, nodded, and raised his left hand, revealing them without hesitation. Indeed, the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. In another world, I am considered a superhero, Lin Feng explained. These two stones were acquired during this incident. He gestured toward the Avengers battling the Chitauri. I am more powerful than any Avenger. No one is more suited to safeguard them. With the stones in my possession, Thanos cannot snap his fingers. His words brimmed with confidence. Possessing the essence of a superhuman and wielding two Infinity Stones, the probability of the purple-skinned being succeeding in his endeavor was almost non-existent. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One's eyes flickered with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Lin Feng. May I see the two stones? Your existence is quite extraordinary. They seem to resonate with your essence. Perhaps I can perceive something through them. Sensing that Lin Feng might misconstrue her intentions, she clarified her request. Lin Feng hesitated briefly before removing the two stones and handing them over. He was not overly concerned that the Ancient One would covet the Infinity Stones. If she desired them, she could have easily visited S.H.I.E.L.D. in the past. Furthermore, the Stark Tower currently housed two Infinity Stones. Relinquishing the stones to the Ancient One was a reluctant choice. He felt utterly at a loss regarding the situation, and any useful information she could provide would be invaluable. The Ancient One took the stones, turning them in her hands before conjuring a mystical circle. She placed the two stones on either side of the Time Stone. The magical array began to rotate slowly, and she closed her eyes. She commenced her observation of Lin Feng's information and future. As time passed, the magical array spun faster, and the three stones grew increasingly radiant. At a certain moment, it seemed to reach its zenith. The magical array erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending forth a gust of wind. The shattered array gradually dissipated, and the 3 stones floated down into the Ancient One's hands. As she opened her eyes, her gaze toward Lin Feng was somewhat peculiar. Lin Feng, feeling anxious, stepped forward and inquired, "What did you see, Master?" The Ancient One smiled, nodding before shaking her head. Sensing Lin Feng's anxiety and confusion, she offered him a reassuring glance. The vision was somewhat blurred, yet not entirely fruitless. "Do not worry, Lin Feng. You shall return to your universe, though the journey may be fraught with some turbulence." With a single statement, Lin Feng's anxieties were eased. The Ancient One called his name, affirming that she indeed possessed knowledge pertaining to Lin Feng. "However, prior to that, you might need to accompany this individual before you to traverse into the future," she said with a smile, gesturing towards Bruce Banner. "There, you shall discover the answers you seek." "To the future?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "How shall I embark on this journey?" Bruce and his companions can traverse the past, yet the most crucial elements are the quantum suits crafted by Tony and the Pym particles, which he does not possess. Am I to pilfer from Bruce? Clearly, that is not an option. How, then, shall he proceed towards the future? You will be informed. The Ancient One continued, "I can sense that another version of myself in a different realm has aided you. At times, certain things manifest precisely when you are in need of them." As she spoke, the Ancient One suddenly glanced upwards. "It approaches." Once more, she uttered a perplexing statement, then unexpectedly placed 3 infinity stones into Lin Feng's hands, turning to Bruce and declaring, "Your future has already been altered. Take him to your future. He shall provide assistance." With that, the Ancient One vanished into the small dwelling, leaving the 2 on the rooftop exchanging glances. "Can you comprehend her words?" Bruce scratched his green head. Lin Feng stared at the 3 stones in his grasp, shaking his head. Even the Ancient One from a parallel universe spoke in ways that eluded his understanding. "Very well. It seems you are not entirely clear either," Bruce remarked. "Yet it appears you must accompany me." Bruce did not fully grasp the Ancient One's words, but he understood her final statement. Their future had once again shifted, and the dark-haired youth named Lin Feng would offer them aid. The Ancient One had entrusted Lin Feng with the Time Stone, which made her intentions abundantly clear. To obtain the Time Stone, they must bring Lin Feng to the future. An unexpected turn of events had arisen, yet Bruce had not anticipated a smooth passage. Now, the pressing matter was how to transport Lin Feng to the future. Before their departure, Ant-Man had mentioned that the quantity of Pym particles was only sufficient for a round trip for all of them. The situation had become quite complicated. "I will inquire with Tony to see if he has any spare suits and Pym particles," Bruce suggested. Should none be available, he resolved to relinquish his own quantum suit to Lin Feng. Holding the 3 infinity stones, Lin Feng's significance was paramount. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "I shall accompany you." After exchanging glances, they prepared to embark. However, at that moment, fragmented voices suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "Host, host." The intermittent sounds resounded. Lin Feng halted abruptly, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. A familiar voice. "Dog System, is that you?" "The future." The voice was intermittent, reminiscent of a disrupted radio transmission, interspersed with crackling static. "System? I can hardly discern what you are saying," Lin Feng inquired anxiously, furrowing his brow. "The future. Bruce, heart, time, stone, 3, augment, flight, come. I help." The voice dwindled, leaving behind a fragmented message before fading once more. Lin Feng called out several times, yet received no reply. However, he realized that the system seemed intent on conveying some vital information to him. "What is the matter?" Bruce asked, noticing Lin Feng had come to a halt. With a sudden wave of his hand, Lin Feng silenced Bruce, who recognized that he had intruded upon Lin Feng's contemplation. Regardless of Bruce's thoughts, Lin Feng began to mentally reconstruct the fragmented messages relayed by the system. The transmission was limited in its effectiveness, sporadic and incomplete. Nonetheless, as a superhuman, his memory was remarkably sharp. He diligently arranged the system's disjointed phrases by interpreting the literal meanings. It appeared that the system intended for him to journey into the future, and it seemed to reference Bruce's name. Was it related to Bruce? It also mentioned the Mind Stone and the Space Stone, and possibly the Time Stone. Furthermore, what did flight signify? Augment, amplify, flight. Did it imply using the Infinity Stones to enhance his flying capabilities? Among the words, there were also I and help. A myriad of potential arrangements emerged in his mind. As he continued to fill in the gaps and organize the information, Lin Feng began to conjecture a coherent meaning. The key to accessing the future lay with Bruce, and he was to amplify his flight capabilities using 3 Infinity Stones, with the system poised to assist him. Chapter 60. Pursuing light speed with the Green Giant. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng once again calculated several permutations. However, upon filtering through them, none surpassed the probability of the first result. With no alternative, the answer lay within the future battlefield of Avengers 4. Lin Feng had to give it a try. "Bruce, let us go." Lin Feng turned and said, casually placing 3 Infinity Stones into his Superman gauntlet. He resolved to follow Bruce's suggestion to first locate Tony and inquire if he had a spare quantum suit, the time travel attire. If so, it would be fortuitous, allowing Lin Feng to venture into the future with minimal risk. If not, he would have to resort to the method provided by the system. However, Lin Feng held little hope for the spare suit. He recalled Ant-Man Scott mentioning that the supply of PIM particles was only sufficient for them to make a single round trip. The two descended the staircase, heading directly towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Bruce and the others. However, by the time they found Tony, it was already too late. Tony and Steve had donned their quantum suits and pressed the navigators, disappearing from sight, leaving a bewildered Ant-Man standing there, clutching the scepter encrusted with the Mind Stone. Lin Feng witnessed this scene firsthand, understanding that their chances were now dashed. The two had likely traveled back to 1970 to seek the Space Stone and PIM particles of that era. "Hey," Bruce Banner rushed over, having also witnessed Tony and Steve's vanishing act. "Scott, where did they go?" Bruce inquired. Scott opened his mouth, looking at the approaching Bruce, his face a canvas of anger and disbelief. "Tony failed. The Space Stone is lost. Then they went to 1970. They've lost their minds." Scott spun in frustration, spilling his woes in a torrent of words. "They've truly lost it. One mistake, and they might never return." "Calm down, Scott." Bruce extended his large hand in a gesture of comfort. Scott ceased his lamentations, suddenly fixating on Bruce. Did you acquire the Time Stone?" At this, Bruce scratched his head awkwardly. "I suppose I did." As he spoke, he slightly shifted his body to reveal Lin Feng, who was following behind him. "What do you mean? Suppose you did?" Scott stared at Bruce in confusion, soon noticing the unfamiliar figure clad in black armor behind him. "Who is this?" Scott was even more baffled. Why had Bruce brought a stranger along? "I am Lin Feng." Lin Feng stepped forward. "Hello, I'm Scott." Ant-Man greeted, somewhat dazed. Lin Feng nodded, then turned his attention back to Bruce. With the introductions concluded, there was no time for further conversation with Ant-Man. It seemed the spare suits were indeed unavailable. Bruce sighed. "Yes, it appears we must try your method." On their way, Lin Feng had already relayed the rough alternative plan to Bruce. Although Bruce considered it utter nonsense, he and Lin Feng agreed to give it a try, for what could be more absurd than traveling back in time? With their consensus reached, they wasted no further time. Lin Feng positioned himself behind Bruce, grasping under his armpits. Given Bruce's massive frame, Lin Feng could not embrace him conventionally, so he resorted to this method. "Wait a moment. What are you two about to do? Could someone elucidate this for me?" Scott inquired, his expression one of confusion as he observed their peculiar stance. Unable to comprehend the superhero's actions, seemingly privy to knowledge that eluded him. "Let us discuss it later, Scott. You take the Mind Stone and head back." As soon as Bruce finished speaking, Lin Feng propelled them skyward. Scott was left gaping, clutching his staff. It was not until their figures vanished into the heavens that he regained his senses. He glanced back at the spot where Tony and Steve had disappeared, then up to the sky, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. "You all have lost your minds," Scott muttered, bowing his head as he activated the time navigator, disappearing from sight. In the sky, Lin Feng expanded his biological force field 3- or 4-fold, enveloping Bruce's enormous form completely. They soared into space. On Blue Planet, the atmospheric resistance was too great for Lin Feng to achieve his theoretical top speed, necessitating the use of 3 Infinity Stones to amplify his flight capabilities. Lin Feng's speed was remarkable. In mere moments, they burst through the atmosphere. "Can you fly this fast?" Bruce exclaimed, astonished by Lin Feng's display of power and velocity, realizing he was being propelled beyond the atmosphere. This speed must surpass that of a rocket. There's even greater velocity to come. "Are you prepared?" Lin Feng responded with a serious demeanor, carefully assessing the optimal flight path. "Prepared for what?" Bruce queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Wait for my signal, then activate the navigator," Lin Feng commanded. Without waiting for Bruce to respond, he surged forward with a sudden burst of speed. Enveloped in the biological force field, their velocity escalated to its zenith within seconds. When Lin Feng sensed they had reached their maximum speed, he activated the Infinity Stones. The 3 stones illuminated in succession, coalescing into an indescribable energy coursing through Lin Feng's being. Their flight speed surged dramatically, and as the stones continued to emit energy, Lin Feng's velocity kept climbing, causing him to emit a soft glow. The once transparent biological force field now shimmered brilliantly. Lin Feng shot forth like a beam of light, dragging Bruce along in a straight trajectory. Their speed approached the threshold of sublight. Bruce felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and nausea threatened to overwhelm him. Though enveloped in Lin Feng's protective force field, he had never experienced such velocity before. Even with a physique as robust as the Hulk, one cannot withstand such velocity. As the speed approached sublight, Lin Feng began to experience discomfort. The immense energy coursing through his body inflicted a profound ache. He was unaware of how fast he needed to fly to meet the system's requirements. For now, he could only grit his teeth and increase his energy output recklessly. The flight generated beams of light akin to a torrential flood. In his path, the occasional minuscule meteoroids disintegrated amidst the swirling beams. Lin Feng's speed continued to ascend, surpassing sublight and drawing ever closer to the speed of light. The energy from the Infinity Stones caused varying degrees of disintegration on the surface of his body. Small patches of skin peeled away, disintegrating into fine particles that ultimately faded into nothingness. The strength of Lin Feng's body was now akin to steel. Under the dual influence of the Infinity Stones and the extraordinary speed, he could not sustain this for long. Below him, Bruce, the Hulk, was not faring much better. He exerted every ounce of his strength to maintain consciousness and avoid losing himself to the void. With one hand pressed against the temporal spatial transponder, he awaited Lin Feng's so-called signal. Soon, the energy output reached the maximum threshold Lin Feng could endure. In that moment, time seemed to slow down for him. A sensation blossomed within him. He was on the verge of surpassing the speed of light. Now host. The voice of the system echoed clearly in Lin Feng's mind. His spirits lifted. The moment had arrived. Bruce, Lin Feng shouted. The nearly unconscious Bruce, upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, instinctively activated the temporal spatial transponder. In the next instant, the 2 men in flight suddenly shrank at an alarming rate. The luminous trajectory of their flight abruptly ceased, and they vanished from this universe. Chapter 61, Natasha's Sacrifice? Perhaps not without hope. Bruce's navigator swiftly propelled the 2 into the quantum realm, weaving through the corridors within. The entire scene before them resembled a cold-toned drainage pipe. It was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a spectacle. The navigator adeptly delivered them to the year 2023, subsequently ejecting them as if discarding refuse. A resonating hum echoed around them as the scenery shifted once more, and Lin Feng, along with Bruce, found themselves atop a mechanical platform created by Tony at the Avengers base. Accompanying their arrival were other Avengers engaged in various missions. Despite the differing timelines of their journeys, they all returned at the identical moment, a parameter set before their departure. Observing this scenario, Lin Feng couldn't help but exhale in relief. It seemed his interpretation of the system's intent had been correct. At that moment, he had indeed arrived in the parallel universe of 2023. Tony's face bore the marks of time, etched with wrinkles. "Who are you?" he inquired sternly upon noticing Lin Feng standing beside Bruce. His exclamation drew the attention of several others to the unfamiliar figure's sudden presence. The stranger was clad in a tattered black battle suit, the fabric displaying varying degrees of damage. Beneath the suit, solid muscles were wrapped tightly, with exposed skin that appeared scorched and oozing blood, though slowly healing. This unsettling sight suggested he had just emerged from a fierce battle, and coupled with his enigmatic identity, it undeniably heightened the group's wariness. Tony instinctively raised his right hand to his chest, ready to summon his nanotech suit and fire upon Lin Feng at the slightest movement. Steve also fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Feng, gripping his shield tightly. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with suspicion. Hey, everyone, let's calm down." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Bruce's forehead as he hastily raised his hands in a placating gesture, urging the others to relax. "He is someone I brought back. He is not an enemy," Bruce explained. Following this, he nudged Lin Feng, encouraging him to say a few words. "Indeed, I am not your adversary. My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng stepped forward, not surprised by the scrutiny, and offered a greeting while striving to exhibit a benign demeanor, signaling that he meant no harm. The denizens of this universe were unfamiliar with him, and his current appearance certainly lent itself to misunderstandings. Seeing that Lin Feng bore no ill intent, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease slightly. Tony regarded Lin Feng with a bemused expression before shifting his gaze back to Bruce. Banner, we agreed not to bring back souvenirs. This remark caused Lin Feng's lips to twitch. Even in a parallel universe, Tony's what remained as acerbic as ever. Bruce could only respond with an awkward smile, explaining, it was the bald sorcerer who insisted I bring him along. The time stone is in his possession. After saying this, Bruce pointed at Lin Feng. At this, the others raised their eyebrows, casting Lin Feng inquisitive glances filled with curiosity and skepticism. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively to Bruce's statement. The Ancient One indeed lent me the Infinity Stones, and it was she who instructed Bruce to accompany me through time to the present. Well then, Tony stroked his chin. Lin Feng, is it? Pray tell. What brings you here? Despite having cleared the misunderstanding, Tony was still intent on pressing Lin Feng. He was aware of the Ancient One, the enigmatic manner of Strange, and the mystique surrounding those sorcerers left him pondering the reasons behind her sending Lin Feng to the future. Just as Lin Feng was about to elaborate, a sudden loud bang interrupted their amicable exchange. The group turned toward the sound, discovering Hawkeye kneeling on the ground, which left them momentarily perplexed. But as they discerned the expression on Hawkeye's face, their countenances gradually shifted to one of grave concern. At that moment, Hawkeye's eyes flickered with sorrow, his visage etched with anguish. Steve furrowed his brow, observing Hawkeye intently. Tony opened his mouth, seemingly grasping something, his gaze searching around Clint, his expression darkening further. One of their own was missing. Beside Hawkeye, there was no Natasha. Clint, where's Natasha? Bruce quietly inquired, a lingering sense of foreboding swelling within him. Hawkeye shook his head in painful denial, the sorrow rendering him speechless. Silence enveloped them, an indescribable grief spreading in their hearts. Hawkeye's demeanor spoke volumes of a truth that they were reluctant to accept, yet could not evade. Natasha had encountered a dire fate. Their gazes flickered. Though they had anticipated that this journey through time would not be without its tribulations, yet when the moment truly arrived, it felt utterly inconceivable. A wave of sorrow echoed within them. Outside the base, in a cool pavilion, Hawkeye recounted the harrowing tale of Natasha's sacrifice. The afternoon sun filtered through, casting an unusually cold light. Bruce stood by the lake, his back turned to the others, obscuring his expression. Steve sat quietly, listening to Hawkeye's narrative. After a lengthy pause, tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks, pooling on his face, and then falling to the ground. He could scarcely recall the last time he shed tears. Perhaps it was during a mist dance long ago. Just before their departure, she had smiled and told everyone, "See you in a minute." Having spent years together, Natasha and the others shared a bond akin to family. Yet this family member had sacrificed herself for the Infinity Stones to save half of humanity taken by Thanos. In that moment, they found it impossible to escape the profound sorrow. Tony approached and gently placed a hand on Steve's shoulder. Though his bond with Natasha was not as deep as Steve's, they were all Avengers, united by myriad reasons that forged them into a collective. Over the years, Tony had come to regard them all as cherished friends. His throat constricted as he spoke, his voice tinged with hoarseness. Does she have family? Steve nodded. Yet his words deepened the sorrow within the hearts of those present. It seems we are all she has left. As his words lingered, the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. Unable to bear the weight of such despair, the disheveled Thor approached Tony with a question. What do you mean by that? It's as if you're saying she's already gone. Why treat her as if she's dead? Thor gazed at the mournful faces of his companions, his emotions in turmoil. We possess the Infinity Stones. They could bring her back, couldn't they? So let us cease this futile conversation. We are the Avengers. We must rally our spirits. Listen to me. Snap your fingers. Bring Natasha back, along with the other half of the universe's life. Tony furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Thor, rendered speechless. Hawkeye, however, shook his head, his voice equally hoarse. She cannot return. It is irreversible, impossible. His feelings for Natasha ran deeper than those of the others. She had become akin to family for him. He would never forget her sacrifice before his very eyes. No one could fathom how desperately he wished he had been the one to leap instead. Thor forced a smile. Unable to contain his rebuttal, I may be speaking too bluntly. You are merely a human. We are discussing cosmic magic. Do you comprehend? To claim it cannot be done is far too absolute. Hawkeye regarded Thor with a complex expression, his suppressed emotions surging uncontrollably once more. Yes, I recognize that I may lack authority regarding the stone's powers, but she truly cannot come back. This is beyond redemption. At least that's what the floating red guy stated. Hawkeye's agitation escalated, his voice rising sharply. Perhaps you could have a word with him. Take your hammer and fly over for a discussion. At Hawkeye's outburst, Thor fell silent, momentarily taken aback. He was not angry, merely furrowing his brow in contemplation, feeling somewhat defeated. Just as the group was engulfed by the relentless tide of sorrow, the previously overlooked Lin Feng finally spoke up. Perhaps it is not entirely hopeless. Chapter 62, The Revitalized Avengers. The voice of the dog system echoed, suggesting that perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng, who had been overlooked by several individuals, stepped forward with a contemplative demeanor. As his words hung in the air, the others turned to him, their gazes laden with complexity. Bruce, who had been facing away from the group, also turned to look at Lin Feng, his expression somewhat unsettling. Lin Feng, please elaborate, Tony urged. Bruce provided a brief account of Lin Feng's origins, speaking of the superheroes from parallel universes. Initially, skepticism prevailed among the group until Lin Feng produced his phone, displaying a few rare photographs with Tony as evidence. With Friday's verification confirming the authenticity of the images, coupled with the Mind Stone and Space Stone he possessed from another universe, along with the Time Stone lent by the bald sorcerer, the group reluctantly began to accept Lin Feng's presence. Lin Feng slowly scanned the grave faces of the Avengers and began to explain. Your understanding of the Infinity Stones is woefully inadequate. I have a plan with a significant chance of success. However, this necessitates experimentation before we can ascertain its efficacy. Turning to Hawkeye, he continued. The entity you encountered on Vormir, known as Red Skull, possesses knowledge of the Infinity Stones that is not vastly superior to yours. The applications of the Infinity Stones are myriad, and I cannot enumerate them all. I can only assert that it may be wiser to trust me, rather than a person bound by the Infinity Stones. What do you think? Lin Feng's rationale resonated, prompting the assembly to nod instinctively. Their understanding of the Infinity Stones was indeed superficial, limited to the concept that they could annihilate entire civilizations in an instant. Even Tony, who had studied the Mind Stone, was not much better informed. Otherwise, he would not have lost control and inadvertently created Ultron. Lin Feng's words rekindled hope in Hawkeye and inspired the others as well. With a trembling voice, Hawkeye solemnly declared, "All right, I will do whatever it takes to save Natasha." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. He remembered the profound impact of Black Widow's sacrifice in the cinema and how it haunted him for a long time. He recalled the inconsistencies surrounding her sacrifice and Tony's snap, yet the film had unfolded as it did, and he could not alter that narrative. Now, an opportunity lay before him, and he was determined to seize it. Removing the verdant Time Stone from his wrist, Lin Feng stated, "First, let us forge the gauntlet to house the stones. We will need the aid of all 6 Infinity Stones to bring Natasha back. You must rally yourselves. For Natasha, and for the half of existence taken by Thanos." A renewed sense of determination swept through the group as they nodded in agreement. The situation had taken a positive turn, easing the tension among the Avengers. Though their acquaintance with Lin Feng had been brief, they were willing to place their hopes in this superhero who had brought them the Time Stone. After securing Lin Feng's Time Stone, the group returned to their base. Thor's words ring true. They are indeed Avengers, and they must rally themselves. If they succumb to despair, who will save this blue planet? The foremost objective at hand is to forge the Infinity Gauntlet and restore the half of life that Thanos has taken away. Within the base, Tony and Bruce are diligently crafting the nano version of the Infinity Gauntlet, with each step approached with the utmost caution. Tony's expression is grave as he meticulously tests the fusion of the gems, his hands steady. This is his first endeavor of such magnitude. After having previously failed with Ultron, he is now fully focused on this task. After all, a single misstep could spell disaster for the blue planet. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sits idly by, his energy-inflicted wounds having completely healed. However, without the system, he cannot spend his reputation points to repair his armor and must make do with its current state. Hawkeye occasionally glances at Lin Feng, remaining silent. Initially, Lin Feng pays little attention, but as the glances increase, he cannot withstand the anxious gaze filled with hope and anticipation. He forces a smile, turning to observe Tony as he tinkers with the Infinity Stones, making an effort to avoid eye contact with Hawkeye. At that moment, Tony is maneuvering mechanical arms, slowly installing the Infinity Stones onto a golden-red mechanical gauntlet. Uncertainty about whether this gauntlet can withstand the power of all 6 stones makes Tony appear somewhat tense. In truth, Lin Feng's wristbands are fully capable of accommodating the 6 infinity stones. He could snap his fingers as well. Yet, as an outsider in this universe, he realizes that Tony and the others do not fully trust him. Thus, he refrains from mentioning the wristbands. Knowing the outcome, Tony's gauntlet will undoubtedly function without issue. Just as Lin Feng is engrossed in watching Tony's performance, a notification chimes in his ear. Ding, a new mission has commenced. Mission objective: address the invading Thanos Legion and eliminate at least 1 exile. Mission reward 130 million reputation points. Mission reward 2, dependent on the host's performance evaluation upon mission completion. A sudden task prompt breaks through Lin Feng's focus, followed by the long-awaited voice of the system. Ah, dear host, I have returned. The cheeky tone resonates. Upon hearing the familiar intonation, a glimmer of excitement flashes in Lin Feng's eyes, and his heartbeat quickens. System, he exclaims, his tone tinged with exhilaration, feeling an unprecedented warmth from the system's mischievous voice. So, did you miss me? The system, hands on its non-existent hips, seems to embody a proud stance despite its lack of physical form. Huh, these days without you have brought me peace, Lin Feng chuckles. His defiance a testament to his stubbornness. The system's tone grows even cheekier. You're just being disingenuous. A straight man needing help from a system to chase a woman. Lin Feng's expression turns to one of confusion and annoyance. Why did you bring that up? Everyone has their first time. The system, amused, chuckles softly. All right, I won't tease you any longer. The system has been utterly exhausted these past few days. After speaking, Lin Feng seemed to perceive a sigh from the system, suggesting that it had not fared well. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he jested, "What's the matter? After a few days apart, have you become so disheveled? Come, tell me, what have you been up to? I am most curious." Lin Feng was filled with a myriad of questions for the system. But he decided to first inquire about what this dog system had been engaged in over the past 2 days. Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, the system's tone shifted to one of annoyance. Oh, spare me the details. I was duped by 2 little rascals. Chapter 63, the gloves are ready. Shall I snap my fingers? 2 little miscreants? Lin Feng expressed his bewilderment. Do you remember that exile from last time? Lin Feng nodded. The black-robed fellow from the DC universe, right? What is going on? Is he behind this? Not just him. He has enlisted the help of an exile from the Marvel universe. The system continued. Those 2 shameless scoundrels, disregarding the code of honor and launching a sneak attack, aimed solely at the Superman template you just exchanged for, as well as my system. At this point, the system's voice grew increasingly indignant. The main system over there has intervened. These 2 rascals are attempting to manipulate my database and drag me into their faction. Such delusions are utterly preposterous. A bunch of morally bankrupt individuals. I disdain to associate with them. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a slight tremor in his heart. All right. Don't be angry. They haven't succeeded, have they? Lin Feng offered a comforting remark. Since the system has safely returned, it proves that the exile scheme to alter the system has failed. After reassuring the system, Lin Feng promptly inquired, what about my silver Superman template? They haven't stolen it, have they? The system waved its hand dismissively. That is utterly impossible. They did not gain a single advantage from me. So rest easy, host. Sensing Lin Feng's concern, the system elaborated. After the exiles appeared, I placed the silver Superman template into a square device and subsequently dispatched it to a certain location in the cosmos. Our universe, as you know. Once we return to our universe, you will be able to continue your evolution. However, before that, you must first complete the recently issued task. With the system's explanation, Lin Feng's anxious heart finally settled. It was good that it hadn't been taken. After all, that was a reputation he had painstakingly accumulated through countless acts of salvation. Now, with the system back, everything seemed to be on track once again. As for the task, Lin Feng pulled up the panel to check once more. This time's task, I see, the exile will also appear, correct? The system confirmed, this time. They intend to assist Thanos in snapping his fingers to erase all life in the universe. We cannot allow them to obtain the Infinity Gauntlet. Without it, they will be powerless. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. It should not be a problem. With me around, they want to get their hands on the gauntlet. When the time comes, I shall snap my fingers while donning the gauntlet and send them on their way, allowing you to vent your frustrations. However, the system shook its head. Host, you are overestimating the situation. The snap of the Infinity Stones holds no power over them. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How so? They are not native inhabitants of the Marvel world, thus the Infinity Stones of the Marvel Universe have no effect on them. You can use the Infinity Stones to defeat them, but the stones cannot erase them, unless it is through physical annihilation. Seemingly concerned that Lin Feng might not comprehend, the system added, in other words, you can use the Infinity Gauntlet to control a massive boulder and crush them. One could harness the energy of the Infinity Stones to incinerate their heads. However, one cannot directly extinguish their lives with the gauntlet. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. In other words, I can slay them, but I cannot simply snap my fingers to send them away, correct? Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. Lin Feng smiled, exhibiting no trace of fear. Very well then, let us see whose fists possess greater strength. Gentlemen, Tony suddenly called out, capturing everyone's attention. Noticing that all eyes were on him, Tony's expression turned serious as he nodded. A ripple of anticipation surged among the group, and they all gathered around, Lin Feng rising to join them. Tony gestured towards the table. I have completed its construction. The crowd looked over to see Rocket Raccoon tinkering with a crimson and gold mechanical gauntlet under the mechanical arm. Upon it lay 6 Infinity Stones, quietly resting in place. Rocket, engrossed in the final testing procedures, remarked without looking up, the gauntlet is ready. The question remains, who will dare to execute that fateful snap? Everyone hesitated, recalling the devastation wrought by Thanos' 2 snaps, a sight all present had witnessed. Even the mighty Titan, Thanos, barely managed to carry out the snap, subsequently succumbing to a weakened state. If the Titan's body suffered such grievous harm, one could scarcely imagine the fate of an ordinary human. I will do it. The portly Thor suddenly stepped forward, reaching for the gauntlet. Wow. Both Captain America and Tony swiftly intervened to halt Thor. Given Thor's current state, his belly and mind clouded by beer, the probability of success in executing the snap was alarmingly low. Just look at what coursed through his veins. It was likely cheese sauce. This opportunity was far too precious to let Thor take such a risk. We have yet to decide who will perform the snap, Captain America explained. What, shall we simply stand idly by? Thor huffed, disgruntled by their obstruction. Sitting here accomplishes nothing. I am the strongest Avenger. Allow me to take on this task. The others continued to dissuade him, determined to prevent Thor from attempting the snap. This left Thor on the verge of tears. Poor Thor, he internalized the blame for not stopping Thanos. He awakened countless times from dreams, haunted by the thought that had he struck with his axe, the outcome would have been utterly different. Heaven knows how desperately he longed for such an opportunity. Yet now, his comrades stood in his way, albeit for his own good. Still, Thor truly needed this chance. Lin Feng observed the unfolding scene from the sidelines. Noticing the heated debate, he could not help but interject. Why not allow me to do it? The moment the words escaped his lips, everyone turned their gaze toward him, their eyes tinged with caution. No, Captain America spoke up. Lin Feng, you do not belong to our universe. You should not bear this burden. Moreover, we are unaware of the potential repercussions of a parallel universe version of you executing the snap. Captain America spoke with righteous conviction, leaving little room for rebuttal. Lin Feng merely shrugged nonchalantly and fell silent, aware that no one would consent to his wielding of the Infinity Gauntlet. While Captain America's words appeared commendable on the surface, the underlying motive was to guard against Lin Feng. After all, their understanding of him was scant. Should he snap his fingers and obliterate half the life in the universe, it would spell disaster. After a heated debate, it was Bruce, with his green visage, who stepped forward. Born from gamma radiation, the Hulk was intrinsically linked to the very essence of the Infinity Stones, which predominantly emitted gamma rays. Bruce felt as though his existence had been destined for this singular moment of snapping his fingers. Under the watchful gaze of all present, he grasped the gauntlet adorned with the 6 stones. Chapter 64. The snap is complete. Now for the Mind Stone. On Friday, the defense operation commenced. At Tony's command, the entire base was immediately filled with the sounds of machinery whirring to life. In no time, the facility transformed into an impenetrable fortress. The small room where the group had gathered became a completely sealed space. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone assumed defensive postures, uncertain of the consequences that the snap might unleash. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Bruce steeled himself and slowly donned the gloves. The moment the gloves fit snugly, the 6 Infinity Stones emitted a resonant hum. Multicolored energies danced across the surface of the gloves, coursing through Bruce's veins and steadily making their way towards his heart. Under the onslaught of energy, Bruce's arm began to deteriorate, the skin resembling charred wood, devoid of vitality. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and Bruce struggled to endure it, collapsing to his knees and crying out in agony. The group watched in horror, once again witnessing the terrifying power that the 6 Infinity Stones wielded. Gritting his teeth against the tumultuous pain, Bruce mustered the strength to stand. This was an opportunity bought with the sacrifices of all, and Natasha had given her life for one of the stones. He would not squander this chance. Veins bulging on his forehead, his indomitable will prevailed. Bruce's fingers trembled as they drew together, his thoughts focused. Everyone, return. With a sharp crack, he executed the snap. In an instant, a wave of indescribable power rippled outward from Bruce, expanding beyond Earth and resonating throughout the universe, carrying an inaudible echo. Once the snap was complete, Bruce was instantly drained of strength, his massive frame collapsing backward, where Steve caught him. The Infinity Gauntlet slipped from his arm, clattering to the ground and releasing wisps of smoke. No one paid heed to the gauntlet. They rushed to check on Bruce's injuries. His left arm was a grotesque sight, resembling a charred remnant. "Don't touch him," Tony shouted, bending down as his suit dispensed coolant. Given the state of things, it appeared Bruce's left arm would require extensive bandaging for the foreseeable future. Without time to assess his own injuries, Bruce gasped for breath, weakly asking the group, "Did it work? Did I succeed?" The others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, an unknown phone on the table vibrated. It was Hawkeye's, and a flicker of recognition sparked within him as he approached it slowly under the scrutiny of the others. The caller ID brought tears to Hawkeye's eyes. It was Laura, who had not called in 5 long years. Trembling, he picked up the phone, and her voice, so dearly missed, filled his ears. "My love." Hawkeye's voice caught in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Gazing out at the chirping birds beyond the window, a profound feeling arose within the hearts of all present. Bruce's snap should have taken effect. Steve patted Bruce's uninjured arm, a sigh of relief escaping him. It seemed they had succeeded. Tony also sank to the ground, wiping the virtual sweat from his brow, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Their efforts had borne fruit. He would once again see that loquacious little spider. In this moment, an unexpected tranquility enveloped everyone's hearts, a subtle joy blossoming within. However, unbeknownst to them, the true calamity of this temporal journey was only just beginning. Lin Feng stepped forward, squinting out the window, interrupting their jubilation. "Everyone, trouble is at hand." The still recovering individuals paused, their expressions shifting to confusion as they followed Lin Feng's gaze. Suddenly, their pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in their minds. Outside the window, a colossal spaceship hovered ominously above the base, several missiles trailing red contrails, approaching in succession. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted merely 10 meters from the base. Flames soared into the sky, yet astonishingly, the base remained unscathed. The missiles appeared to be thwarted by a massive, transparent shield. Lin Feng raised his left hand. 2 gemstones, one yellow and one blue, on his wrist shimmering with light, enveloping the entire Avengers base in a biofield enhanced by the gems. The missiles detonated like fireworks, posing no threat to the gathered heroes. Though they were unharmed, joy was not among their emotions. Captain America, shield in hand, frowned deeply. "What is happening?" Tony, his expression grave beneath his mask, replied solemnly, "When you toy with time, time will toy with you." The others contemplated his words, their gazes fixed intently on the outside. As the fiery explosions dissipated like fireworks, the enormous spaceship reemerged. Lin Feng withdrew his energy, dismantling the biofield. With his protection, the Avengers base had not been reduced to ruins as in the original narrative. "Let us go. Everyone, we have work to do," Lin Feng declared, stepping out of the base, moving towards the spaceship below. The others exchanged glances, wordlessly gripping their weapons, following Lin Feng out of the base, their expressions grave as they focused on the spacecraft. The ship hovered in midair, refraining from launching further missiles. Instead, a beam of light suddenly shot down towards the ground. A figure descended, following the beam to the earth. As the light dissipated, a purple, oversized head appeared before them, unexpected yet somehow fitting. Thanos, the Titan who had snatched away half of the universe's life with a mere snap of his fingers. However, unlike the memory they had of him, this Thanos wore a helmet, clad in golden armor, wielding a massive double-edged blade, exuding even more menace than the one they had encountered 5 years prior. "What is this situation?" Gazing at the old foe whose head had once been severed, appearing once again before them, The group felt a sense of disorientation. This is Thanos from an alternate timeline. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Tony was right. When you manipulate time, time will manipulate you in return. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals grew increasingly grim. Steve, his countenance grave, raised the shield in his hand, declaring, "We cannot allow him to obtain the Infinity Stones." Tony furrowed his brow, his helmet swiftly enclosing around him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Thanos. With a thunderous roar, Thor summoned ominous clouds that gathered above him, crackling with electricity. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens as Thor's eyes glowed with a fierce white light, his arms outstretched. With a resounding hum, a hammer and an axe soared through the air, landing firmly in Thor's grasp. As the electric brilliance faded, he donned a suit of armor, resolute in his intent. It is merely a matter of severing his head once more. This time, I shall not miss. The group fixed their eyes on Thanos, gradually creating distance between themselves, forming a line of defense before the base, poised for his next move. Yet, Thanos seemed in no hurry to initiate combat, planting his colossal blade into the ground. He leisurely surveyed the assembled heroes, lingering his gaze on Lin Feng for an extra moment. It appears you are reluctant to accept defeat. What thoughts crossed your minds upon seeing me once more? Chapter 65, The War Begins, Lin Feng 1v2. I once believed that by eradicating half of existence in the universe, the remaining half could thrive in peace. Yet you have demonstrated to me that such a notion is utterly unattainable. Thanos caressed his gleaming bald head, gazing down upon the few individuals before him, who appeared as insignificant as ants. Yet it was these minuscule creatures, devoid of gratitude, who clung to memories of the past. Even after achieving success, they remained unsatisfied. As my two companions have articulated, as long as there are those who yearn for the past, they shall never embrace the future. They will resist. Two companions? Tony's words dripped with derision. Are there others who share your perspective? Thanos shot a cold glare at Tony Stark, and the space behind him began to ripple like dark water. Two figures, concealed beneath black robes, slowly emerged. The exiles. It was unclear when they had become entwined with Thanos. The moment the shadows appeared, the system erupted with fervent exclamations. Host, it is them. Those two insignificant wretches. Attack. Destroy them. Oh. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, gradually retreating. Very well. Allow me to gather my strength. His gaze remained fixed on the two black-robed exiles as he discreetly concealed his left hand behind his back. Two gems began to emit a faint glow, and immense energy surged into Lin Feng's being. He stealthily maneuvered behind Steve, ensuring that Thanos and the others could not see his eyes gradually beginning to shine. You shall never comprehend the magnitude of my ambition. Thanos unsheathed his twin-bladed sword, delivering his final proclamation. I am grateful to you all for helping me locate the primordial stones. I shall use them to erase the entire universe. Then, I will create an entirely new cosmos. A universe devoid of memories, grievances, and only filled with gratitude. As his words echoed, Thanos raised his sword, assuming a battle stance. Steve lifted his shield, scoffing. A new universe drenched in blood debts? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp sound pierced the air. An orange-red glow surged forth from behind Steve, targeting the black-robed exiles. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he leaped into action. Stealth attacks were his forte as well. A beam of thermal energy erupted, heralding the onset of war. The exiles seemed prepared. The moment Lin Feng sprang forth, they waved their hands. A black, disc-shaped shield materialized before them, absorbing the impact of the thermal energy, causing them to stagger backward. They exchanged glances, and one of the exiles advanced, drawing a black-gold sword from behind, leaping to strike Lin Feng down. As the thermal energy dissipated, Lin Feng sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a powerful punch. Bang! The exile was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Unfazed, he rose, dusting himself off, seemingly unscathed. Seeing his attack fail, the other exile sprinted toward Lin Feng in an instant, mimicking Lin Feng's previous move, and delivered a punch. Bang! Another sound echoed. This time it was Lin Feng who was sent flying. What the hell? Lin Feng scrambled to his feet, incredulously examining his forearm. This punch unexpectedly inflicted pain upon him. The fierce wind from the blow swept aside the exile's hood, revealing a grotesque green visage marred by crimson veins. Unfazed by the exposure, the figure in the black robe boldly tore off his tattered garment. Beneath the black cloak, astonishingly, was a dilapidated blue and red superhero suit. Lin Feng's pupils constricted at this sight. Was this the visage of doomsday? No wonder the system claimed the Infinity Stones were ineffective. It seemed improbable for the powers of the Marvel Universe to contend with those of the DC Universe. This adversary likely required kryptonite, seemingly affirming his suspicion. The exile launched a heat ray towards Lin Feng. With no time to deliberate, Lin Feng retaliated with a heat ray of his own. The two beams collided midair, vying for dominance. "I shall not yield in this clash," Lin Feng bellowed as the Superman wristbands illuminated, channeling energy from the Infinity Stones once more. The red heat ray transformed into an orange hue, forcing Doomsday to retreat step by step. A surprise attack. The exile wielding a blade lunged forward, aiming to pierce Lin Feng's eyes. The blade shimmered with a menacing black edge, and Lin Feng sensed imminent danger. He could not take the hit directly. "Damn it!" Lin Feng cursed under his breath, evading the blade's arc and leaping into the air. Then, he unleashed a relentless barrage of heat rays upon the two exiles, saturating the battlefield with fiery attacks. The two exiles leaped into the air, skillfully coordinating their assault on Lin Feng. In an instant, lasers danced across the sky, and the clash of blades created a tempest of chaos as the trio engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Avengers were locked in a heated battle with Thanos. "Thor, I need your assistance." Tony Stark seized an opportunity during Thanos' momentary lapse, retreating while his nanotech energy device unfurled behind him. Thor understood the urgency, bellowing as lightning surged in his eyes, his hammer and axe colliding with a resounding crash. A torrent of electricity, as thick as a barrel, surged towards the energy device. Buzz! The nanotech suit's laser weapon erupted in brilliance, unleashing high-energy beams towards Thanos. With a furious roar, Thanos spun his double-edged blade, deflecting the incoming lasers. He pressed forward against the onslaught, seizing Tony Stark in his grasp, causing the lasers to abruptly cease. Realizing the peril, Thor hurled his hammer forward, the axe swinging with force as the God of Thunder launched it like a projectile. Thanos raised Tony before him, using him as a makeshift shield. Thud! The hammer struck Tony with devastating force, sending him crashing into rubble, where he struggled briefly before losing consciousness. Thanos retrieved his blade, hurling it toward Thor. Thor deftly sidestepped, seizing the opportunity to swing his axe at Thanos' head. However, the indulgent lifestyle had diminished Thor's endurance and explosive power compared to his prime. Faced with Thanos at the pinnacle of his power, Thor found himself nearly defenseless. The Stormbreaker was soon swatted aside, and he was swiftly taken down by Thanos' might. With two heavy punches, Thanos left Thor dazed, and as he reached for the Stormbreaker, Thanos snatched it away, bringing it down towards Thor's chest with lethal intent. In an instant, Thor regained his senses, reaching out to grasp the incoming battle axe, gritting his teeth as he pushed with all his might. Yet, in terms of strength, he was no match for Thanos. The razor-sharp axe sliced through Thor's armor as though it were mere tofu, just as it seemed that Thor was about to be eviscerated by Thanos. A brilliant silver light suddenly shot forth, staggering Thanos and rescuing Thor. The silver object, after saving Thor, soared through the air with a whistling sound, landing firmly in Steve's hands. It was the hammer of the Thunder God. Thor stood in stunned silence, gazing at Captain America wielding the hammer, before bursting into hearty laughter. Breathless with joy. I knew it. Back in Stark Tower, Steve had once made the hammer quiver. At that moment, Thor had suspected that Steve could indeed lift the mighty hammer, but perhaps he was merely pretending to be unable to do so to avoid stealing the spotlight. Though he had felt utterly dejected then, today, as Steve lifted the hammer of the Thunder God, Thor's heart swelled with delight. Thanos, with a dark scowl, kicked aside the laughing Thor. "You know what you are," he shouted, brandishing his double-edged sword as he charged towards Steve. Chapter 66, Procrastination? A barrage of firepower in the skies above, Lin Feng maneuvered two exiles as if flying kites. The scorching rays from Doomsday intermittently disrupted his flight path. The gleam on the black-robed exile's blade appeared distinctly problematic, prompting Lin Feng to avoid direct confrontation. After evading another strike, he unleashed a beam of heat, forcing Doomsday to retreat. The constant barrage of thermal rays left his eyes slightly swollen. Seizing an opportunity, he delivered a punch, breaking the sound barrier as it struck the armed exile. The exile raised his blade defensively, absorbing the terrifying blow. The blade emitted a mournful wail, causing the exile to stagger backward. For a moment, the trio engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat fervent and intense. The power of the two exiles exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Their synchronized efforts effectively restrained him in midair. They seemingly had no intention of fighting to the death, rather, it appeared they were deliberately stalling for time. Host, accelerate, came the voice of the system. They aimed to allow Thanos to snap his fingers. Carol had long been trapped in the cosmos, unable to partake in this battle. Given the current trajectory, the Avengers were insufficient to contend with Thanos. After a brief pause, the system resolved to support Lin Feng. I shall guard against their underhanded tactics. Host, charge forth. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng surged forward once more, pressing towards the two exiles. Out of the corner of his eye, he occasionally surveyed the situation on the ground. Below, Steve had executed a series of quick moves, but was nearly incapacitated by Thanos' assault. Although he had been injected with the super serum, he remained constrained by the limits of human endurance. Thanos' massive blade had cleaved Steve's vibranium shield into several pieces. With one final strike, Steve was forcefully slammed to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise. In that moment, Thanos refrained from delivering a finishing blow. He gazed wistfully at the three combatants in the sky, then shifted his attention back. On the ground lay the Avengers, some sprawled, others prostrated. Throughout my years of conquest, I have never let personal feelings interfere. Your obstinacy is irksome. Thanos' words were devoid of any emotion, chillingly cold. Now, I shall show you how I will treat your insignificant planet as if it were nothing but an ant. I will relish this process. As Thanos' declaration echoed, a colossal blue light descended from the heavens. Subsequently, a multitude of conical spacecraft crashed onto the surface. The hatches of these vessels opened, and a vast shadow emerged. Accompanied by the roars of countless beasts, the formidable Leviathan re-entered the battlefield, alongside monstrous creatures restrained by apparatuses and alien soldiers wielding advanced weaponry. Under Thanos' command, a tide of countless monsters surged forth, overwhelming and suffocating, bringing with it an aura of despair. His loyal minions, Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight, also emerged from the luminescent screen. Thanos' army had assembled on Blue Star. In this moment, Blue Star faced an unprecedented calamity for the second time. The Avengers stood isolated and helpless, confronted by an enemy in numbers exponentially greater. At this moment, Steve gasped for breath, prepared to sacrifice his life. Just as he believed that the blue planet had reached its final hour, a familiar yet foreign voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Captain, Captain, can you hear me? Captain, it's Sam. To your left. With great effort, Steve turned his head. Delicate golden lines etched a circle in the air. It was the spatial magic from Kamartash. Immediately, a portal appeared, and falcons soared out from behind it. One portal followed another, the second, the third, the fourth. An uncountable number of portals opened in the sky and on the ground, connecting realms across the globe and even the depths of the universe. Black Panther emerged from a portal, accompanied by countless fearless warriors, their rallying cries resonating through the heavens. Valkyrie, riding a white Pegasus, was followed by the valiant Asgardian army. Ant-Man, stationed at the Avengers base, transformed into a giant towering dozens of meters high, causing the earth to tremble with each step. Bruce, having regained some composure, roared in fury, reminiscent of the wrathful Hulk returning. Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, Spider-Man, Bucky, Groot, Wanda, and even the sorcerers from Kamartaj joined the fray. A glimmer of light gradually emerged in Steve's eyes. It was the light of hope. The Guardians of the Blue Planet made their appearance at this critical moment. In the face of dire peril, they rallied together, summoning an unprecedented fighting force. 5 years after the snap had taken them, they now possessed a precious opportunity to counterattack. They assembled, bearing humanity's last hope as they prepared for battle. Aroused from his stupor, Tony and Thor gathered beside Steve. He suppressed the surge of emotion within him, inhaled deeply, extended his right hand, and called out with conviction, "Avengers!" The hammer of the god of thunder soared back into his grasp. His gaze locked onto Thanos. His voice deep and resolute. "Assemble!" Roars erupted as countless allied forces of the blue planet charged forth, racing towards the battlefield, swords aimed at Thanos' army. Beneath their feet, the ground quaked, the air thickened, and morale soared. They carried not only the fate of the blue planet, but also the destiny of humanity. More importantly, they bore the spirits of all those who had vanished beneath that fateful snap. The morale had never been so high. The final battle commenced at this moment. Thanos' forces, responding to a single command, surged into the fray, yet how could they withstand the onslaught of the enraged Avengers? As one warrior fell, another rose to take their place. The Avengers had cast aside their fears of death. Their singular thought was to vanquish these loathsome alien fiends. Their shouts pierced the sky, the monsters screamed in agony, and humanity roared in fury. Gunfire erupted. Metal clashed. The battlefield reverberated with cries of battle and lamentations. Flames of war spread across the land, altering the very colors of the earth and sky. The air was thick with smoke, conflict, struggle, defense, and demise. Thanos' expression darkened slightly. In his tumultuous career, the blue star represented the most formidable obstacle to his aspirations. The great purple-headed Titan could not fathom why Earth possessed such a potent force of resistance. However, before he could unravel this mystery, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, descended from the heavens, her eyes ablaze with hatred, both old and new grievances swirling around her, amplified by the chaotic magic emanating in crimson brilliance. "You have taken everything from me." Thanos furrowed his brow, perplexed yet resolute. "I do not even know you." Wanda's rage intensified, and she bellowed, "You will come to know me." No sooner had she spoken than the chaos magic erupted forth. The scarlet energy coalesced, lifting debris from the battlefield, shattered stones, dilapidated walls, charging towards Thanos. He raised his colossal blade to deflect the assault, countering with a fierce strike aimed at Wanda. Yet she did not flinch. The sanguine energy enveloped his weapon, and with a swift motion, she tore apart the blade, which was even more resilient than vibranium, reducing it to countless fragments that cascaded to the ground. In Thanos' astonished gaze, Wanda thrust upward, ensnaring him in the crimson energy and lifting him into the air. Fueled by vengeance, she unleashed her chaotic magic, stripping away layer after layer of golden armor. Bereft of its protective shell, Thanos' form lay vulnerable beneath the onslaught of magic. He felt a tremendous force pulling at his very being, a sensation that summoned forth his deepest fears. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him, he could not suppress a cry. "Ebony Maw, fire at will." Ebony Maw hesitated momentarily, then promptly obeyed Thanos' command. The Sanctuary 2, Thanos' airborne vessel, prepared all weaponry for action. In the next instant, a barrage of artillery thundered forth, darkening the skies as merciless shells rained down upon the ground. The projectiles spared neither friend nor foe, creating a dense tapestry of fire that rained destruction upon the Avengers and invaders alike. The cacophony of explosions mingled with cries of anguish and despair as both armies suffered staggering losses. Soon after, a second wave, followed by a third, unleashed a relentless deluge of cannon fire, sweeping the battlefield in a relentless cleansing. Chapter 67. Has the exile fled? The villain's face is lost. A thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens, immediately capturing Lin Feng's attention. He turned his gaze towards the Titan's Temple 2, which relentlessly unleashed a barrage of artillery fire, laying waste to everything in its path. The deranged Thanos exhibited a complete disregard for the lives of the Leviathan beasts. To him, they were mere cannon fodder. In pursuit of his ambitions, he was willing to sacrifice anything. Gamora was the prime example of this truth. Otherwise, Thanos would never have shed a single tear for her. Amidst the relentless bombardment, the Avengers sought refuge, suffering casualties left and right. Lin Feng felt a surge within him and swiftly made his way toward the Titan's Temple 2, his objective clear: to disable this formidable behemoth at all costs. However, the two exiles had no intention of letting Lin Feng pass. With a sudden movement, they positioned themselves ominously before him, one on each side. "Where do you think you're going?" For the first time since the battle began, one of the exiles spoke, his voice grating like sandpaper against Lin Feng's ears. "Get out of my way." Lin Feng had no time for idle chatter. His eyes reddened as he unleashed a scorching beam of heat, only for the exile to evade it with a swift teleportation. The black gold blade descended once more, and Lin Feng ducked to evade, retaliating with a powerful punch. Yet, the exile was hardly slower than Lin Feng, retreating immediately after his strike, while the other exile, Destruction Day, appeared behind him, launching a kick. As Lin Feng turned around, Destruction Day retreated, and the blade-wielding exile advanced once again. The duo moved like slippery eels. While Lin Feng engaged one, the other persistently harassed him. They were not fighting with desperation, but rather toying with him, leading Lin Feng on a wild chase with no clear destination. Gradually, a flame of fury ignited within Lin Feng. Carol was ensnared in outer space by the cunning tactics of the exiles. Unable to return and provide assistance as in the original narrative, he had little time to waste playing cat and mouse with them. If this continued, Thanos would snap his fingers and it would all be over. With a resolute thought, Lin Feng activated a special red kryptonite. To him, the current prestige points were negligible. He could always acquire more later. A flash of crimson light enveloped him, and his physical attributes surged to a new level. Now, he could withstand a significantly greater amount of energy. Lin Feng's figure flickered as he moved, his speed more than doubling. Destruction Day's pupils contracted as Lin Feng's sudden acceleration exceeded his ability to react. A fist loomed larger in his vision. Boom. With a single punch, Lin Feng caved in Destruction Day's chest. Disbelief filled Destruction Day's eyes as he spewed black blood, propelled far from Lin Feng's line of sight. He hadn't even had the chance to reveal his trump card, utterly baffled by how Lin Feng, who was previously his equal, had transformed into such a formidable force in the blink of an eye. The blade-wielding exile hesitated mid-air, then hastily retreated, seemingly intimidated by Lin Feng's display of power. Lin Feng, however, had no time to concern himself with the exile. If Thanos continued to bombard them, the Avengers would be dismantled. He swiftly descended to the ground, his eyes immediately meeting the searing rays empowered by the Infinity Stones. Time was of the essence. Lin Feng had not amassed a significant amount of energy. Yet even so, the power he wielded was not to be underestimated. The orange-red laser pierced through the Sanctum II in an instant, and with a subtle shift of his gaze, he cleaved the vessel in twain as effortlessly as slicing paper. The Sanctum II, which had fought alongside Thanos for the better part of his life, was thus severed into two halves, with explosions erupting continuously at the fracture points. The torrential rain of cannon fire ceased abruptly. The two segments of the spacecraft, billowing thick black smoke and emitting a resonant hum, plummeted from the sky. A thunderous crash resounded, prompting onlookers to glance upward. The once mighty projectiles that had blotted out the sun were now absent. All that remained was the billowing smoke of the Sanctum II, which had crashed into the lake, creating towering waves. Goodness! Steve gasped, having witnessed the entire spectacle. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with incredulity. What on earth was that? Can his eyes emit lasers? Tony also expressed his astonishment, with the readouts in his helmet indicating that the recent laser shot had surpassed Friday's measurement limits. A considerable portion of the Avengers had observed Lin Feng's laser. They were unaware that such a formidable ally existed among them. Rocket Raccoon stood beside Groot, his eyes wide with disbelief. Goodness, I was even contemplating stealing his gauntlet. Thankfully, I refrained from doing so. Where did that other one go? Having dealt with the Sanctum II, Lin Feng swiftly turned, intent on eliminating the two exiles. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the barely surviving Doomsday lying a kilometer away on the ground. However, the exile wielding the black and gold blade was nowhere to be seen. Host, that exile has fled. What? Lin Feng rubbed his ears in disbelief. Fled? Is that true? The exile is such a coward? Lin Feng was both astonished and perplexed. This narrative felt entirely off. Shouldn't the antagonist be overwhelmingly powerful, unyielding to the end, ready to deliver a curse or a counterattack in their dying moments? Moreover, aren't villains typically equipped with several trump cards? How could one simply escape, just to cause a little trouble and then run away? The reputation of the villains had been utterly tarnished by these two inept individuals. Soon enough, the system provided an explanation. They had attempted to tamper with my database, triggering my automatic defense mechanism. My defensive measures are not to be taken lightly. They had already employed their trump cards in their bid for escape. Even so, these two fools had sustained considerable injuries. Otherwise, their diminished strength today would be a far simpler matter. Lin Feng nodded, gaining insight. Then why not eliminate them directly? Why grant them the opportunity to flee? The system hesitated, stammering. Isn't this an opportunity for you to hone your skills? Well, I must thank you for that. Lin Feng chuckled softly, sensing the system's reluctance to divulge certain information. However, he was not in a rush to expose it. All matters could be addressed post-battle. Lin Feng soared towards the direction of Doomsday. It was not that the two exiles were weak. Rather, they had already been thoroughly subdued by the system. After a prolonged struggle, the two pitiful beings could not even breach Lin Feng's defenses. Had Lin Feng been in the Silver Superman template at that moment, it was likely that neither of the exiles would have withstood a single blow from him. If all exiles were of such caliber, even at his peak, Lin Feng could easily dispatch them as if they were mere children. As if sensing Lin Feng's mindset, the system sprang forth, unrelentingly revealing further information. Host, do not underestimate. The strength of the exiles is categorized into several ranks. These two are merely the lowest tier minions. The true first-tier exiles possess power beyond your imagination. The ease with which you dealt with these exiles is largely due to their diminished strength and exhausted trump cards. Otherwise, do you truly believe they only sought to harass you today without attempting a single lethal move? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, his flying form momentarily faltering. Multiversal level? Such simple words concealed immense power. To his knowledge, the Silver Superman was confined to a single universe level. With the Silver Superman template, he could genuinely contend with any being of singular cosmic strength. Yet, this power, when faced with the might of the multiverse, would seem as fragile as an ant. If a first-tier exile were to arrive, would I not be doomed? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, his heart sinking. The exiles were far more troublesome and complex than he had anticipated. The one he fought was merely a small fry among their ranks, which dampened his spirits. Fear not, host. Before you attain growth, the first tier will not take notice of you. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This principle is quite clear, is it not? You must at least reach the mid to late stages of the Silver Superman before being considered on the first tier's radar. The system's analogy, though coarse, held its truth. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Am I merely a chicken? It was just a metaphor. The path ahead for you is still long. Yet, the system reassured him, however. Do not worry. Within the rewards of this mission, opportunities suited for you will arise. Seize them and grow swiftly. The system's words left Lin Feng with an unsettling sense that he had become embroiled in a vast predicament. It felt as though a colossal entity had merely unveiled a corner of its veil. It seemed that after this battle concluded, a serious discussion with the system was warranted regarding the reasons for his crossing from beyond the fourth wall and what information it had concealed. Beyond Blue Star, the armed exile appeared to float silently in space, observing the battlefield of the final conflict. After a considerable time, he clutched his chest and coughed twice. That accursed system had left him with injuries that had yet to fully heal. He activated his communicator and composed a message to send out. Chapter 68, Doomsday? A faux Superman Lin Feng soared to the site where Doomsday had fallen, and it was clear that the creature was exhaling more than it was inhaling. Gasping heavily, Doomsday cast a venomous glare at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head and chuckled, retrieving a pendant-like object from his possession before hurling it skyward with force. A beam of heat, reminiscent of the Infinity Stones, shot forth. He had no intention of allowing Doomsday a final word. The system had already divulged the creature's secrets to him. The pendant-like item, discovered under the system's guidance, served as a spatial tool for the exile to store objects. Lin Feng stowed it away, intending to inspect it for treasures once the battle concluded. After enduring the scorching ray for mere seconds, Doomsday's form disintegrated, leaving not a trace behind. So feeble, even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. Lin Feng mused that Doomsday possessed only a semblance of his namesake, his appearance, physical attributes, and the trait of immunity to the damage from his previous demise were all conspicuously absent. He ought to be dubbed faux Superman instead. His weakness was undeniably rife with dramatic irony. Lin Feng found that he could vanquish him without resorting to kryptonite. This, however, elucidated Doomsday's desire to seize his Silver Superman template. Perhaps one of his motivations was to truly transform into Doomsday himself. On the battlefield, despite the relentless barrage of artillery fire, the Avengers base could not withstand the onslaught and was reduced to ruins amidst the rising flames. Emerging from the debris was Nebula, cradling a pair of gloves as she approached Thanos. "Father, I have brought you the Infinity Stones." Nebula reverently presented the Infinity Gauntlet, which she had cunningly obtained from Hawkeye amid the chaos. Thanos, somewhat surprised, accepted the gauntlet and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. His praise sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Nebula's entire being. In her memory, this was almost the first time Thanos had commended her. At that moment, she felt she had surpassed Gamora, successfully proving her worth to her father. While Nebula reveled in her triumph, a chill gripped the hearts of the Avengers, their expressions darkening uncontrollably. Had Nebula betrayed them? Before they could ponder further, another Nebula emerged from the wreckage, accompanied by a grim-faced Hawkeye and Gamora. Two Nebulas. As their gazes shifted, comprehension dawned upon them. Damn it. Tony cursed under his breath. Steve muttered to himself, "You toy with time, and time will toy with you." This Nebula had traversed time alongside Thanos from the past. Yet there was no time to dwell on these revelations. Witnessing Thanos in possession of the Infinity Gauntlet, the situation had become dire. "We cannot allow him to snap his fingers," Steve shouted, gathering his strength as he charged towards Thanos. After so painstakingly retrieving the other half of life, they could not permit Thanos to replicate the tragedy of 5 years prior. Everyone understood this truth and surged one by one to attack Thanos. Flames erupted beneath Tony's feet, soaring skyward as he unleashed his laser weapon against Thanos with reckless abandon. Stripped of his armor, Thanos grimaced and braced himself, enduring the onslaught with his flesh. The lasers struck his formidable Titan skin, leaving behind angry red marks. Hawkeye, relentless, loosed arrow after arrow towards the Infinity Gauntlet clutched in Thanos' grasp, each arrow detonating upon contact. Coupled with the impact of Tony's lasers, Thanos was forced to retreat under the relentless pressure. At that moment, Steve arrived, seizing the opportunity to strike. He swung his hammer down upon Thanos' right hand, which held the gauntlet. The impact echoed as Thanos howled in pain, sent sprawling, and the gauntlet slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. Seeing this, Nebula from 2014 rushed forward to claim the gauntlet, only to be intercepted by her future counterpart, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle. A fortuitous opportunity. Spotting the gauntlet on the ground, Tony soared towards it. Just as he reached for it, Thanos barreled forward, his massive fist propelling Tony over 10 meters away. With a furious roar, Thor charged, swinging his Stormbreaker in a wide arc aimed at Thanos' head. Thanos ducked and sidestepped, executing a swift strike that landed squarely on Thor's chest. The hefty Asgardian had no time to evade, and the blow knocked the wind from him. Thanos, seizing the moment, lifted Thor and hurled him towards the archer. Hawkeye, unable to dodge, braced himself for the impact as they collided, both tumbling to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Amidst the fray, Tony dashed once more towards the gauntlet, seizing it without hesitation to ascend. However, a massive hand reached out from behind, firmly grasping his ankle. With a thunderous crash, Tony was slammed into the ground. Struggling to increase the thruster's energy, it was already too late. Thanos, clutching Tony, swung him mercilessly against the earth. Had he not been clad in his nanotech suit, Tony might have lost his life. Seeing that Iron Man had ceased moving, seemingly dazed from the blows, Thanos decided to use him as a projectile, hurling him towards Steve. The others unleashed their full might in a desperate offensive, yet the Titan's strength was overwhelming. This was not the weary Thanos of 5 years past. The Thanos from 2014 was younger, stronger, and the Avengers were no match for him. Eliminating a few bothersome foes, Thanos swiftly retrieved the gauntlet, donning it upon his right hand without hesitation. A roar erupted from him as the 6 Infinity Stones ignited with immense energy, coursing through his Titan veins, inflicting torment upon his body, eliciting a pained howl. It felt as if lightning-bound ropes constricted around him, tightening with relentless ferocity. Yet, compared to the monumental task he was about to accomplish, this pain was trivial. He could endure far worse. After a moment of explosive energy, Thanos gradually acclimated to the power of the Infinity Stones. As the agony began to subside, a smile crept upon his face. He gazed at the Avengers, who were preparing for one last charge against him, and shook his head. It was already too late. With the Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand, the thumb and middle finger slowly came together. No, the eyes of the charging Steve were filled with despair, his mind a blank canvas. I am Destiny. Thanos clenched his teeth and uttered these words, twisting his fingers with force. Buzz. Just as Thanos was about to snap his fingers, an orange-red beam of light, infused with boundless energy, struck precisely at his right hand. The searing radiance could be felt even from several meters away, exuding an unbearable heat. The gaze of the onlookers shifted from uncertainty to sheer horror. The orange-red laser enveloped Thanos' entire palm. When the laser dissipated, Thanos' entire right hand vanished without a trace. Roar. Thanos was momentarily stunned, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of pain radiating from his right arm. Involuntarily letting out a cry, he stared in disbelief at his right arm. His hand and forearm had completely disappeared under the onslaught of the laser. The skin near his forearm had charred, emitting wisps of smoke. The mechanical gauntlet, which housed the Infinity Stones, had been entirely vaporized, leaving only the Infinity Stones scattered on the ground. Thanos clutched his arm, gritting his teeth as he glared in the direction from which the laser had come. It was Lin Feng. Under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, he strode leisurely onto the battlefield, his eyes still glowing with an orange hue, radiating a terrifying brilliance. The red kryptonite had enhanced his physique, enabling him to absorb more gem energy. That scorching beam, had it been aimed at Earth, could have pierced through it in an instant. Yet the cost was Lin Feng's eyes, now searing with pain, tears streaming down uncontrollably. As Lin Feng approached him slowly, Thanos' eyes flickered with desperation. Disregarding his injured right arm, his remaining left hand reached for the fallen stones. However, all of this became futile with the loss of the gauntlet. What use were the Infinity Stones without the gauntlet? He could no longer snap his fingers. Bang! Lin Feng surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Thanos flying. Bending down to retrieve the scattered Infinity Stones, Lin Feng's eyes finally ceased their glowing radiance. Chapter 69. The conclusion of the final battle. Natasha's soul. Your intentions are noble. Lin Feng sighed. Yet, your actions and objectives are excessively radical. There exist numerous methods to alleviate the dreadful consequences of rampant population growth. You have chosen the most extreme of them all, which is destined to fail. Thanos struggled to rise from the ground, unable to recognize the figure before him. He had never encountered him in Nebula's memories. I must do this. For the advancement of the universe. I have witnessed far too much hunger, suffering, struggle, and war. Thanos spoke with a tone that was weak yet resolute. All of this is the consequence of life's inability to exercise restraint. Only by extinguishing half of all life can the remaining half survive. Lin Feng scoffed, shaking his head. Indeed, Thanos had waged war across countless planets, annihilating half of all life and leaving the other half to flourish temporarily. However, this prosperity is merely fleeting. With the passage of time, everything will revert to its original state. Thanos' ideology is inextricably linked to his experiences. This mode of thinking stems from his observations on his home planet. If given the chance, I would truly wish to send you to the ancient East for enlightenment. Perhaps their methods of population control could broaden your horizons. But now, Thanos, you must pay the price for your actions. Lin Feng lamented. His gaze sweeping across the battlefield, the war was instigated by Thanos. As he spoke, Lin Feng began to affix the Infinity Stones one by one into the Superman gauntlet. The 6 stones fused gradually, transforming the gauntlet into a vibrant, kaleidoscopic display. A colossal surge of energy began to flow into Lin Feng's being. Unlike Thanos, who was burdened, Lin Feng found that the enhancement from the red kryptonite, coupled with the dual constraints of the Superman gauntlet, rendered his pain manageable. He was able to endure it entirely. This differed from his use of the Infinity Stones to amplify his heat vision, which required the absorption of energy into his body for enhancement. However, to snap his fingers, Lin Feng did not need to internalize the energy. Thanos watched Lin Feng in silence. The tide had turned. He was acutely aware that the recent orange-red beam, had it been directed at his head, would have led to his demise. He had never witnessed such power from Lin Feng, and those 2 so-called friends in black robes had likely met their end at his hands. His ambitions lay in ruins once more. In this moment of unprecedented calm, he observed Lin Feng as he equipped the Infinity Stones into a gauntlet. Who exactly are you? Thanos' lips moved for a time, ultimately seeking to uncover Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng raised his left hand adorned with the Superman gauntlet, the 6 Infinity Stones resonating and radiating light. Me? Lin Feng met Thanos' gaze with tranquility. I am Lin Feng. Snap. As the words fell, he executed the fateful gesture. An invisible wave of energy surged forth once more. In the midst of the battle against the Avengers, Thanos' legion suddenly paused, their expressions growing increasingly perplexed. An inexplicable sensation arose within them, as if their bodies no longer belonged to themselves. In the next instant, they transformed into dust and particles, scattering with the wind, vanishing from sight. An indescribable atmosphere enveloped the hearts of all present. The sudden turn of events left the Avengers in a state of bewilderment. Uncertain of what had transpired, Thanos cast his gaze upon the battlefield, helplessly surveying his surroundings. One by one, his subordinates dissolved into dust, drifting through the air. At that moment, Thanos experienced a profound sense of despondency, confusion, and an ineffable blend of sorrow and tranquility. As if resigned to his fate, his massive frame staggered a couple of steps before he despondently seated himself upon a stone. He strained to lift his head, seemingly struggling to breathe. Ultimately, he quietly closed his eyes. The Titan, Thanos, slowly dissipated under the weight of the snap. He and his entire legion vanished, much like half of all life did 5 years prior under a similar snap. Silence. In the preceding moment, the battlefield had been filled with the clamor of battle cries reaching the heavens. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an oppressive stillness prevailed. Only the sounds of crumbling ruins and the fires crackling remained. After a long pause, as if awakening from a stupor, the once silent battlefield erupted in thunderous cheers. The Avengers, finally grasping the reality of their victory, embraced one another with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Regardless of race or region, they expressed the elation swelling within their hearts. This time, they had successfully preserved the universe from Thanos' grasp. An indescribable sense of joy, relief, and accomplishment lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Lin Feng gazed with a touch of melancholy at Thanos' disappearance, letting out a sigh. He did not lie. Thanos' intentions were noble, yet his methods and objectives were excessively radical, so much so that success eluded him. Lin Feng turned to observe the embracing Avengers. A wave of comfort washing over him. He spotted Tony and couldn't help but smile. Tony Stark, I avenged you with this snap. Tony, cradling Pepper Potts, turned to Steve and inquired, why is he looking at me like that? Steve, disheveled, managed to smile, who knows. With that, he limped toward Lin Feng. Where are you going, old man? Tony called after him. To thank him. Steve replied without turning back. Tony shrugged, glancing down at Pepper, who merely offered him an enigmatic smile. Fine. Tony rolled his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then made his way toward Lin Feng. The endgame, under Lin Feng's snap, had drawn to a close. The half of life that had vanished returned once more. Countless families wept, yet their tears were those of joy. Blue Planet, once again, bustled with activity, reminiscent of 5 years ago. Beside the monument in the square, several statues of the Avengers had been erected. Even Lin Feng's likeness was placed among them. Though the crowd remained unfamiliar with the dark-haired, dark-eyed superhero clad in black armor, all understood that their reunion was made possible by the Avengers before them. Blue Planet had once again returned to a state of normalcy. The once desolate streets flourished anew after just a day. Abandoned schools, dormant factories, and stranded vessels were being reclaimed and repurposed by the people. As the snap was executed by Lin Feng rather than Tony Stark, what should have been a funeral for Stark transformed into a celebration of victory. However, before the festivities commenced, there remained one crucial task to attend to. By the lakeside, workers were clearing the remnants of the Avengers base. The assembled heroes, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Tony Stark, Clint Barton, Thor Odinson, and Scott Lang, stood solemnly within the dilapidated gazebo. They stood quietly behind Lin Feng, their expressions grave and tense. Lin Feng turned to face them, his gaze sweeping across their faces. Taking a deep breath as if preparing for a significant moment, he nodded. The others reciprocated with solemn nods, their eyes filled with a mixture of gravity and hope. Lin Feng turned once more, inhaling deeply, and closed his eyes. The 6 infinity stones embedded in his gauntlet began to glow softly. Under the eager gaze of Stark and the others, Lin Feng raised his left hand, mirroring the snap he had executed on the battlefield 2 days prior. Centering his mind, with the aid of the system, he began to speak inwardly. Soulstone, I am aware of your consciousness. Return Natasha's soul. Indeed, Lin Feng was communicating with the Soulstone. The Infinity Stones possessed their own awareness, and through the connection facilitated by the system, Lin Feng could exchange information with them. After a prolonged silence, a wave of rejection emanated from the gem. Unfazed, Lin Feng continued. A single soul is of little consequence to you. Restore Natasha's soul. Do not compel me to act forcefully. The wave of rejection intensified. Laced with disdain, I shall repeat myself. Return Natasha's soul, or I will employ the other stones to obliterate you. Do not doubt my resolve. I grant you 1 minute to deliberate. After that, I shall snap my fingers. Your obliteration or Natasha's return. The choice lies with you. Seeing that gentle persuasion bore no fruit, Lin Feng adopted a stern demeanor, confident that the Soulstone would make the correct choice. The wait felt interminable. Tony, biting his thumbnail, could not restrain himself from glancing at Steve and quietly inquiring, why has he not made a move? Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it drew the attention of the group, all eyes converging on Tony. Steve frowned and shook his head at Tony, indicating he should remain patient. Feeling the weight of their collective gaze, Tony raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The focus shifted back to Lin Feng, and after a tense negotiation, the Soulstone grudgingly transmitted a signal that hinted at acquiescence. Lin Feng received the information and let out a sigh of relief, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The soul gem was not foolish. When faced with the survival of its own existence and that of a soul, it knew precisely what choice to make. Snap! Lin Feng snapped his fingers. The others perked up, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before Lin Feng, visible ripples began to emerge. With the resonance of the snap, a figure slowly stepped out from within, none other than the bewildered Black Widow, Natasha, sporting a head of braided hair. Chapter 70. The true face of the exiled. Homeward, the infinite gems, when wielded in various manners, yield vastly different outcomes. Much like a goddess, one approaches her with utmost caution, only to find that her casual remarks can bring joy for days. Yet, upon removing her divine aura, one discovers that she is not so dissimilar from other women. To Lin Feng, the infinite gems are merely grand amplifying tools, akin to legendary artifacts in an online game. One must aspire to be their master, rather than a mere sycophant. With the conclusion of the endgame, Thanos has been vanquished, countless lives restored, and Natasha returned with but a snap of Lin Feng's fingers. Blue Star is graced with a splendid resolution. As the Avengers gather in a club to revel in their victory, the atmosphere within the club is warm and harmonious. Older Tony, compared to his younger self, exhibits a greater sense of composure, as one would expect a vibrant entourage of alluring women to enliven the ambience. Groups of friends converse in clusters, cherishing their rare moments together. Radiant smiles adorn each face, and amidst spirited discussions, laughter erupts now and then. An evening banquet awaits, and Lin Feng receives an invitation. No one could forget the great hero who resolved the conflict with mere fists and feet. Natasha and Hawkeye sit together, occasionally casting glances towards Lin Feng, exchanging smiles and nods of gratitude when their eyes meet. Lin Feng, reclining on the sofa, dismisses the one-eyed egg with a few words, then indulges in his drink, savoring the festivities before him. Ding! A delightful sound resonates in Lin Feng's ears. The system has delivered the settlement for this mission. The rewards are as follows. Main quest, reputation reward of 30 million. Defeating one exile, reputation reward of 10 million. Mission evaluation, A. Considering task difficulty and plot coherence. Rewards, 3 special red kryptonite, 30 enhanced life leaf packages, a weak artificial intelligence program, the Temple 2 spaceship, and a universal key, 3 uses. In addition to reputation, a collection of peculiar items was bestowed. Upon seeing the Temple 2 spaceship, Lin Feng paused in astonishment. Wasn't he that the vehicle of Thanos? It vanished with a snap of his fingers. What purpose does it serve him? Surely, its speed pales in comparison to his own. After some contemplation, Lin Feng resolved to find an opportunity to pass it to Tony for further exploration. Perhaps there exists technology within that could be of use. As for the universal key, he examined its description. Universal key, 3 uses, allows access to worlds with coordinates. A succinct and clear description suggests it is an item that could transport him to the DC universe. Lin Feng decided to set it aside for the time being. While the 10 million reputation points from the exile felt like a fortunate windfall, considering the 2 exiles were absurdly weak, the cinematic portrayal of Thanos falls significantly short of expectations. The character's considerable prestige seems to stem from the main storyline and the nature of certain events. After all, had Lin Feng not made an appearance, Thanos would likely have already snapped his fingers. Upon the completion of the reward settlement, Lin Feng could not restrain his curiosity regarding the system. It was evident that the system was concealing a plethora of information, and unless these inquiries were addressed, Lin Feng would find it impossible to rest. Under Lin Feng's insistence and relentless questioning, the system reluctantly divulged additional information. The reason the exile has fixated on the system is that only by completely stripping the system of its authority and functions can it be rendered entirely obsolete. The exile has been engaged in similar endeavors, collecting all systems that oppose him. The 2 underlings dispatched this time mistakenly believed that Lin Feng's Kryptonian bloodline system was merely ordinary, unaware that it is, in fact, the most formidable of all systems. Wait, Lin Feng suddenly interjected. If you can't even defeat a mere exile, how can you claim to be the strongest system? The system nodded, somewhat pridefully responding, indeed, my resources surpass even those of the main system. Lin Feng leaned back in disbelief. What are you talking about? I fail to see any evidence of that. As for your resources, the shop only offers a trifling selection. The item that stands out most in my memory is that Black Widow's something or other lingerie. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. A moment of awkwardness enveloped the system. I assure you, I speak the truth. Consider this, if I were not the strongest. How could I have granted you a Superman template from the outset? Lin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback by this assertion. It was indeed a valid point. In the novels he had read, protagonists typically grew incrementally, yet he had received an extraordinary advantage from the very beginning. As for the lackluster offerings in the system shop, it was merely that you, dear host, had not examined them closely. Many items provide little enhancement to your Superman template. The system had strategically placed all Superman-related items on the first tier. With a cold smirk, Lin Feng retorted, does Black Widow's lingerie truly relate to Superman? Can we please refrain from mentioning that? The system quickly changed the subject. Regarding the exile, the system cannot intervene directly. If I were to act, my true data would be detected by the extraordinarily powerful first sequence exile. Currently, you cannot contend with them, which is why the system cannot take action. Utilizing automatic defenses is a reluctant measure, but it prevents me from being within their line of sight. If I were discovered by a high-level exile, it would spell doom for both you and me. In summary, what you need, dear host, is to rapidly enhance your strength. According to the system's calculations, one of the exile's ultimate objectives may very well be Blue Star, the world from which you traversed before your arrival here. Lin Feng paused mid-sip, momentarily lost in thought. Are you certain? He asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. The system's revelation struck him like a bombshell, leaving him reeling. Why had they set their sights on the Blue Star beyond the fourth wall? Is there something there that ignites their covetousness? In Lin Feng's recollection, the Blue Star beyond the fourth wall has not exhibited any extraordinary powers, nor has it been home to any superhumans. How could the exiles possibly fixate on the Blue Star beyond the fourth wall? The system, attuned to Lin Feng's thoughts, continued, although the Blue Star beyond the fourth wall lacks extraordinary artifacts or powers, it is the very origin of all elements of fantasy. Consider, host, where do the Marvel Universe, the DC Universe, or the realms of anime originate? A flicker of understanding crossed Lin Feng's gaze as he grasped the system's implication. Murmuring, the tales crafted by the inhabitants of the Blue Star beyond the fourth wall. His breath quickened, giving rise to a chilling notion. Indeed, it is all of their creation. With a mere stroke of their pen, they could elevate one from the strength of an ant to a being of omnipotent cosmic caliber. If they were to truly venture beyond the fourth wall, can you fathom the consequences that would ensue? Chapter 71. I scarcely had a moment to catch my breath. Lin Feng fell silent, his expression darkening. If the exile truly ventured beyond the fourth wall, they could effortlessly reduce all of existence to mere dust. He somewhat regretted his probing inquiries to the system regarding this information. Help me. I am still but a child. Lin Feng lamented, his visage a mask of despair. Indeed, the system affirmed with certainty. You hail from beyond the fourth wall, possessing a uniqueness unparalleled across all universes. Even if they were to obliterate every universe, you would persist. This implies that the host possesses ample opportunities for retaliation. Furthermore, the host need not fret excessively. Throughout countless epochs, the exile has consistently failed to discover a means to breach the fourth wall. Even their numerous attempts to capture Deadpools across various universes yielded no success. Presently, we have ample time to cultivate and grow. Very well. Lin Feng sighed, processing this alarming information. The exile's ultimate objective is to reach the blue planet beyond the fourth wall. Whatever their intentions, they are assuredly not benevolent. Fortunately, he still had sufficient time to develop his abilities. Lin Feng was not a pessimist. He resolved to make the best of his circumstances. He initially believed that starting with the Superman template was a game-changer, yet it turned out to be merely an appetizer. Now, Lin Feng was more eager than ever to elevate his Superman template. The following day, Lin Feng embarked on his journey back to his Marvel universe. Before departing, he gathered an abundance of gifts, all provided by Steve and the others. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he produced the enhanced life tree leaves gifted by the system and distributed a packet to each person. These were an upgraded version of the tea leaves he had presented to the Ancient One, boasting even greater efficacy. With remarkable healing properties, they could address every known ailment. Moreover, they rejuvenated human cells, ensuring that as long as one drew breath, survival was nearly guaranteed. To everyone's astonishment, they accepted the gifts without a hint of hesitation. For the allure was simply too strong. According to Lin Feng, they could even render a person younger. No one could resist such a temptation. Notably, before his departure, Lin Feng requested a Mark 85 nanotech suit from Tony. Initially reluctant, Tony relented upon seeing the enhanced life tree leaves in Lin Feng's possession. Sighing as he crafted the suit, he cautioned Lin Feng not to present it to the past version of Tony Stark, as it could incite unpredictable butterfly effects. With a broad smile, Lin Feng nodded in agreement, though his mind harbored other intentions. Having traversed from beyond the fourth wall, this place had become akin to a second homeland for him, and he was disinclined to witness any mischief wrought by the exile. To preempt future troubles, Lin Feng felt compelled to take proactive measures. He aspired to arm all the superheroes on Earth, ensuring that each could rend Thanos asunder. A plan, albeit imperfect, began to take shape in Lin Feng's mind. After bidding farewell to the gathered crowd, Lin Feng departed from the parallel universe amidst a flicker of radiant light. Under the guidance of the system, he returned to a place familiar to him, his own universe. How delightful it was to encounter the familiar expanse of outer space once more. System, Lin Feng called out. Where have you sent the Silver Superman template? The system promptly emerged. It is located on a vibrant planet. I possess its coordinates. Shall the host retrieve it now? Lin Feng scratched his head in contemplation. Can't you fetch it back? Unfortunately, I cannot. Very well. I shall first return home before seeking it. Having been away for 2 months, Susan and the others must be worried. Lin Feng deemed it prudent to check in. If he were to evolve into Silver Superman now, it would still take an additional 2 months. Without informing Susan, she would surely fret. Moreover, having been absent for 2 months without rest, Lin Feng felt the need to unwind. After all, the system had assured him that even if someone stumbled upon it, it would be of no use to them, as it was bound to Lin Feng. With a plan in place, he soared towards Earth. At this moment, the city of Neo Yeo was cloaked in darkness. Lin Feng descended silently, landing in front of his villa. The house was brightly lit, and he retrieved his keys, making his way to the front door. Inside, Susan sat before her computer screen, her expression one of distress. The screen displayed a news report. Tony Stark has been attacked by an unidentified force today. His villa on Maybury Street has been ravaged by helicopter fire. As of now, Tony Stark is missing, with evidence suggesting that Iron Man Tony Stark may have perished. This news had been released in the afternoon, coinciding with the bombing of Tony's villa. Knowing that Tony was one of Lin Feng's few friends, Susan worried that if Tony had indeed met his demise, Lin Feng would be heartbroken. Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng was nowhere to be found, and she could not reach him. Hesitantly, she touched the wristband Lin Feng had gifted her. Perhaps she could be of assistance? Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted Susan's thoughts. Her heart leapt as she looked up. It was Lin Feng. "Lin, you're back," Susan exclaimed joyfully as she rushed over, enveloping him in an embrace and bestowing a kiss upon him. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Having been apart for 2 months, their feelings for each other were as strong as ever, with little time to express the longing they had felt during their separation. Susan quickly led Lin Feng to the sofa. "Lin, something has happened to Tony," she said, pulling her laptop closer to show him. Lin Feng was taken aback. "Tony is in trouble?" He swiftly scanned the news, reading rapidly. The screen replayed Tony Stark's frantic cries and the destruction of the Maybury villa. Ultimately, all major reports expressed uncertainty regarding Tony Stark's whereabouts, with his fate hanging in the balance. Lin Feng's heart sank. This was reminiscent of the plotline from Iron Man 3. Goodness, it was just like Tony to find himself in such a predicament. The audacity of openly boasting about the so-called Master Man is astonishing, particularly when one brazenly reveals the address of their own villa. Truly, does talent breed boldness? Lin Feng could not help but chuckle. Yet he soon pondered whether Tony might be succumbing to anxiety, much like in the original narrative. Susan stared at Lin Feng in astonishment. "Lin, why are you laughing? Could it be that he had lost his mind after a brief outing? How could he possibly find humor while their mutual friend was in such a precarious situation?" Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Relax, relax. Tony is fine. He is still alive." "Did you know?" Susan paused, then nodded thoughtfully. Lin Feng, possessing extraordinary vision and hearing, was aware that upon first discovering his ability to see through objects, her face had turned crimson with embarrassment. "Yes, I know," Lin Feng replied, recalling the Mark 85 armor he had stored in his space, which sparked an idea within him. "I'm going out to see Tony. I'll be back shortly." Upon hearing this, Susan pouted. It had been 2 months since they had seen each other, and now he was leaving again so soon. However, she understood that matters of importance took precedence and did not hinder him. Thus, barely having settled back home, Lin Feng embarked on yet another journey. Chapter 72. Tony Stark's Anxiety in the Stillness of the Night. A sleek black Audi sped down the desolate road, only to come to an abrupt halt at the roadside. Tony, gripping the steering wheel, was suddenly beset by an inexplicable palpitation, his breaths coming in erratic gasps. Was there an issue with the power supply? His emotions were running high. "This is my suit. I cannot." "Oh dear, not again." With a swift motion, Tony flung open the car door and collapsed onto the ground. This was not the first time he experienced such symptoms. The moment he realized his armor was inoperable, an uncontrollable wave of panic surged over him. Anxiety neurosis, simply referred to as anxiety. These symptoms had first emerged following the battle with the Chitauri. The specter of an unknown threat left Tony in a perpetual state of insecurity. The slightest hint of trouble, or even the mere mention of the Chitauri or the Mandarin, would trigger an episode. Now, as he prepared to journey to Miami to confront the Mandarin, he was informed that his suit might not activate. Panic engulfed him, and he struggled to breathe. "Tony?" A child's voice, belonging to Harry, echoed from the other end of the line. "Are you having an episode again? I didn't mention the Mandarin." Tony's eyes widened, and his breathing grew even more frantic. Yes, you just said it. You mentioned it when you said you hadn't tea." "Oh, all right," Harry responded, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Oh God," Tony gasped, feeling lightheaded. "What should I do?" "Breathe deeply." "Tony, take deep breaths." Harry attempted to guide him through the episode. You're a mechanic, right? Yes, I'm a mechanic. Tony replied, panting, recalling how he had introduced himself to the young boy. Harry's voice rang out again. Then why don't you build something? The simplicity of the suggestion momentarily stunned Tony, but then inspiration struck. Of course, he had proclaimed himself a mechanic, skilled in the art of invention. Within the unassuming hardware store, he could conjure a myriad of weapons. Even without his armor, he was not devoid of means to retaliate. Why not construct something to confront the Mandarin? With this thought, Tony felt his symptoms gradually subside, the inexplicable dread easing, and his breathing began to normalize. He nodded, his tone regaining a semblance of calm. Yes, I am a mechanic. Perhaps I should create something, however, in the next moment. As he caught sight of a dark figure approaching from afar, new ideas began to form in his mind. All right, thanks, kid. Perhaps I have a better plan. We'll talk later. With that, Tony abruptly severed the communication, leaving Harry bewildered on the other end. A better plan? What was he talking about? Harry glanced at the charging Mark X Lie. Jarvis, do you know what he meant? Not exactly. Lin Feng, clad in black armor, landed before Tony. From a distance, he had witnessed Tony's episode and felt a twinge of confusion. With his presence, the invasion of the Chitauri was resolved with minimal cost, no nuclear bombs. And Tony did not venture through the wormhole. How then could he be afflicted with anxiety? Hey, Tony. Lin Feng suppressed his curiosity, preparing to approach the topic indirectly. Christmas. And instead of celebrating with Pepper, he found himself alone in this desolate wilderness. After surveying Tony's disheveled state from head to toe, Lin Feng's tone was laced with mockery. Did you upset Pepper again? Did she banish you from the sofa? With a deliberate jab, Tony swiftly dismissed his earlier embarrassment. Indeed, Pepper disapproved of my Christmas gift and sent me packing. As you can see, I am left to roam this forsaken place. Recently, a multitude of worries had compounded, and Tony was reluctant to engage in a lengthy discussion. What did you give her? That gigantic teddy bear? Lin Feng inquired. Recalling that in the original tale, Tony had gifted an enormous, ludicrously oversized stuffed rabbit, which had left Pepper speechless. Was Tony implying that she was too small? Tony's brow furrowed with confusion. How do you know? Lin Feng, momentarily speechless, realized it indeed was that absurdly large rabbit. Who would cherish such a thing besides Tony? All right, let's not dwell on this trivial matter. I saw the news. Lin Feng continued. Your home has been broadcasted to the world. And there was even something about a certain Mr. Fantastic? You certainly have a talent for making your address public. At this, Tony let out a sigh. He was well aware of his newfound notoriety. His information plastered across newspapers. I have some regrets now. They might as well be preparing my funeral. Not a big deal. Just try not to be so impulsive next time, Lin Feng remarked, knowing full well that Tony's recent troubles stemmed largely from his anxiety. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng pulled out 2 small square boxes from his system space, which he had casually purchased on his way. He handed one to Tony. Here. Tony instinctively accepted it. What is this? A Christmas gift? As he opened the box, a smile spread across his face upon seeing its contents. It was a cheeseburger. Well, this might just be the best gift I received this Christmas. With that, Tony settled back down and began devouring the burger. Lin Feng, not one to be overly sentimental, also took a burger and sat beside Tony, beginning to eat. He then casually posed his question. So, how did you come to suffer from anxiety? At Lin Feng's inquiry, Tony paused mid-bite. How do you know everything? Hey. Lin Feng chose not to respond, merely gazing at Tony as he chewed on his burger. The two sat on the ground, eating in silence, with Lin Feng watching Tony, awaiting his response. The prolonged silence became uncomfortable, and soon enough, Tony began to squirm under Lin Feng's gaze, finding the burger in his hand suddenly unappetizing. All right. Tony inhaled deeply, initially reluctant to speak, as it felt somewhat embarrassing. I'm at a loss for words. You may not be aware, but during the last battle with the Twist Waste, there was that alien ruffian named Chitauri. Tony gestured slightly. Although he was loath to admit it, the impression left by that encounter was indelible. With a complex expression, Tony steadied himself and continued. Lin Feng, you know I do not possess your extraordinary strength. I even question whether my armor can withstand the next invasion. If one day they return and you are not here, what shall we do? I must confess. Well, I truly dislike admitting this, but it is somewhat humiliating. I feel a sense of dread. Upon finishing, Tony exhaled, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. These sentiments he had only briefly shared with Pepper. Now, expressing them to Lin Feng brought a sense of relief. Sharing one's fears with a superhuman friend is not shameful. Lin Feng nodded earnestly, refraining from mocking Tony. If Lin Feng lacked his own superhuman abilities, he too would feel fear in such a predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng imparted a piece of wisdom. I can empathize with what you're saying. There is a saying that resonates well. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Your current state resembles that of someone afflicted by a fear of insufficient firepower. Observing Lin Feng's serious demeanor, Tony paused, reflecting on his words. They indeed held profound insight. Nice watch, it suits you well. Lin Feng quipped, deftly diverting the conversation from the weighty topic. Tony was sporting a child's watch, a gift from the young Harry. Honestly, Tony, do you require my assistance this time? You know I could easily handle that. What's his name? Mandarin. Lin Feng refrained from offering direct help to Tony. Tony was proud and possessed a strong sense of self-respect. The so-called Mandarin was his challenge to confront. Lin Feng respected Tony as a friend. If Tony truly needed help, he would ask. Chapter 73. This is your daughter. Are you still anxious? No. Tony fell silent for a moment, ultimately refusing. I will take matters into my own hands and personally twist off that insufferable man's head, so he understands that I am not to be trifled with. When he first encountered Lin Feng, Tony intended to seek his assistance. However, after their conversation, he developed a new perspective and resolved to confront everything with fortitude on his own. Of course, Lin Feng would remain as a backup plan. After expressing his innermost thoughts, Tony relaxed. His friend could effortlessly resolve the current predicament. Yet, he was reluctant to excessively rely on Lin Feng's aid. Now, tell me, what has kept you nostalgic for 2 months? Tony shifted the topic. It had been precisely 2 months since Lin Feng's last departure. Before leaving, Lin Feng had entrusted Tony with the care of his young girlfriend. Lin Feng gazed up at the sky, recalling his recent experiences, and suddenly chuckled. Are you certain you wish to know? Tony queried, perplexed. Is there something I cannot know? All right, you may not believe it when I tell you. Lin Feng sat down, tapping his fingers on his knees, eager to speak the truth, yet hesitant. After some contemplation, he resolved to reveal it. As one of the reasons for bringing back Mark 85 was to enable Tony to swiftly grasp its technology and replicate it. To Lin Feng, Mark 85 was merely a large toy, yet no man could refuse such a dazzling object devoid of companionship. Once Tony had finished his research, he should create a set for Susan. After all, the platinum kryptonite had an air of overkill for addressing certain everyday threats, and it was not inexpensive. Though he could afford it, Lin Feng was unwilling to squander resources. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Feng slowly began. Over the past 2 months, I traveled to the future and even met the future you. This statement struck Tony like a thunderclap, leading him to believe Lin Feng was speaking nonsense. He leaned back, regarding Lin Feng as one might a simpleton, his expression one of utter disbelief. Is this some kind of fairy tale? Perhaps you could share it with Susan. Maybe. Lin Feng rubbed his nose and pulled out his phone, sifting through images. He understood that Tony, being a research fanatic, would find it difficult to believe in time travel without evidence. Take a look at this. You will never guess who she is. Lin Feng retrieved a photograph and handed his phone to Tony. What is this? Tony accepted the phone and examined the screen. The device emitted a radiant glow, revealing a clear image at its center. In the picture, Lin Feng was holding a little girl with brown hair, who gleefully posed with a peace sign for the camera. As he gazed at the girl's photograph, Tony's brow gradually furrowed. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He felt an unaccountable familiarity with the little girl. Shaking his head, he could not comprehend why he felt this way. She was just an ordinary child. Tony remained puzzled as to why Lin Feng had shown him this. Could it be Lin Feng's illegitimate daughter? Who is she? Is she your illegitimate daughter? Tony raised an eyebrow, launching a merciless assault. Does Susan know? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng found himself caught between laughter and tears. Well, you might regret saying that. She is not my daughter. Lin Feng replied with an odd expression, only to follow it up with a thunderous proclamation. This is your daughter. Tony leaned back in disbelief, scratching his ear, his forehead adorned with question marks. My daughter? This is an April Fool's Day, brother. Tony was at a loss for words, feeling as though Lin Feng was retaliating for his earlier remark. Don't believe me? Seeing Tony's skepticism, Lin Feng chuckled. What do you say to that? Tony rolled his eyes, unconvinced by Lin Feng's nonsense. All right. Lin Feng extended a finger to flip through the photos, revealing evidence that left Tony speechless. The next image displayed the same brown-haired little girl. But now she was cradled by none other than Tony himself. WTF? Tony's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the bearded figure in the photograph. Was that himself? The Tony Stark in the image appeared older and more composed, a veritable future version of himself. Observing Lin Feng nodding earnestly, Tony took a deep breath and gravely addressed him. Lin, tell me this is a fabricated image. When Tony still refused to believe, Lin Feng shook his head. His finger swiped across the screen, unveiling a series of future photographs before them. Familiar faces from the Avengers, Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and others, appeared, albeit with a maturity and a hint of weariness that contrasted with their present selves. This is indeed you, just from the year 2023. Lin Feng asserted confidently. I did travel to the future, well, the future of a parallel universe. Tony gazed at the array of images, internally exclaiming that it defied the laws of science. He was reluctant to accept the truth, yet the evidence lay stark before him. Although the notion of traversing time seemed absurd, and even current science could not elucidate such phenomena, Lin Feng had long surpassed the bounds of scientific explanation in Tony's mind. His intuition insisted that everything was indeed authentic. Staring at the photographs, Tony inhaled deeply, remaining silent for a moment. All right, this is truly astonishing. Tony shifted his gaze to Lin Feng's face, brimming with curiosity. Did you breach the barriers of time? Not exactly. It involves a multitude of complexities. Lin Feng was disinclined to elaborate further, as the story would take too long to recount. Tony shook his head, cognizant that Lin Feng had no reason to jest at this moment. He looked at the image of himself affectionately holding the little girl. Is this really my daughter? Tony's eyes flickered, his fingers incessantly zooming in and out on the photo. The once ordinary little girl suddenly appeared beautiful and endearing. This was his daughter, Tony Stark's daughter. How utterly delightful. After pondering for a while, Tony suddenly conceived a question. Whose is it? It belongs to Pepper. Lin Feng's response brought a sense of reassurance to Tony. The innocent visage of the little girl instilled an unprecedented tranquility within him. Wow, hard to believe. How are you feeling now? Tony shook his head, then nodded slightly. Almost there. I truly cannot fathom that you ventured into the future. This is utterly unscientific. Lin Feng chuckled, gesturing to himself. There is much that defies science. Do you consider me scientific? You? You are the most unscientific individual I have ever encountered. Tony gazed intently at Lin Feng, whose physical prowess contradicted everything Tony had learned throughout his life. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, stating, Isn't that sufficient? Tony extended his finger to touch the screen, as if longing to stroke the little girl's hair from afar. You should not have disclosed this to me, Lin. His expression grew somewhat grave. I ought not to know this. It could potentially lead to an unpredictable butterfly effect. Tony's concerns were not mere paranoia. Foreknowledge of the future could indeed alter its course, if something were to go awry and erase his daughter from existence. Tony shuddered at the thought of how he would feel. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. This is merely to alleviate your anxiety. For Pepper, for your daughter Morgan. You must conquer your worries, no? Moreover, the situation is not as dire as you imagine. Morgan is your and Pepper's daughter. No one can alter that truth. Lin Feng spoke nonchalantly, asserting that even if Tony and Pepper's relationship faced difficulties, myriad circumstances would bring them back together. After all, this is not the blue planet beyond the fourth wall. Here, we have the script. In simple terms, it is a correction from the timelines. Even if problems arise, Lin Feng could easily utilize the Mind Stone to erase Tony's memories of the future. Her name is Morgan? Little Morgan? Tony momentarily set aside his worries, inquiring out of curiosity. Indeed, Morgan Stark. Tony beamed with a paternal smile, exclaiming, What a splendid name. Lin Feng's expression darkened. How shameless of him to praise himself, should one say, as expected of Tony Stark. Snatching back his phone, Lin Feng stood up and stretched. All right, I must be off now. You can deal with that adult-sized problem yourself. As Lin Feng withdrew the phone, Tony's eyes widened. Wait, I haven't seen enough. I'll send everything to your email later. Just remember not to share it with anyone else. With that, Lin Feng retrieved a triangular, luminous object from his backpack and placed it into Tony's hand. I initially had no intention of giving you this. However, it seems your armor is offline. It can alleviate your fear of insufficient firepower. Tony instinctively accepted it. Puzzled, what is this? A relatively thin metallic piece, the triangular luminous object resembled his miniature arc reactor.